2 centuries ago at the Blue River battlefield, the last legion of the Empire of Light crumbled amidst the cacophony of the demon race, and the final emperor of the empire met his demise in battle. In the chaotic lands of West Chuan, a common sovereign was nowhere to be found, leading to the rise of various warlords who engaged in fierce conflict. Brute force became the sole currency for survival, and the dream of dominating the world persisted through generations of formidable warriors. Who claimed the demon army was formidable? Roger, the vice flag bearer, gazed triumphantly at the elite forces of the demon race retreating like a tide at the foot of the mountain. It appears I am slightly stronger after all. By Chuan, another vice flag bearer, shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him. Chong Chuan, the third vice flag bearer, remarked languidly, "Didn't someone assert just the other day that we were doomed? That we should all flee for our lives? I loathe those who sow discord among the troops." Roger exclaimed indignantly, as if the matter were of no concern to him. "If I catch that person, I shall have them executed. You seem to be suffering from amnesia. You mean that someone—" "Huh, I never uttered such words." He turned to Bai Chuan. "Surely, you are the one being referred to?" Bai Chuan coldly observed the rivalry unfold, but then turned his horse's head. "I shall see if the Lord has any instructions." 20,000 black-clad cavalrymen stood silently in formation atop the hill, devoid of any clamor. Only the distant sounds of the demon forces retreating could be heard, mingled with the mournful wail of the wind sweeping across the Hengchuan plain, echoing like the souls of the fallen, reluctant to depart from their final bastion. A general clad in silver armor stood tall at the peak of the hill. His imposing figure exuded the unique authority of the commander-in-chief, and, as the setting sun illuminated his silver armor, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, making him stand out among the dark mass of cavalry like a celestial being. Recognized as the youngest and most legendary among the three great young generals of the Zichuan family, he was none other than Zichuan Xiao. Upon catching sight of this revered figure from the far east, Bai Chuan let out a silent sigh. She rode closer to Zichuan Xiao, noting that the surrounding guards were members of the close protection squad, and whispered, "Goulet, you are audacious. How dare you don a lord's armor and pose as him here?" Zichuan Xiao, the captain of the close guard. Goulet wore a woeful expression. "Commander Bai Chuan, I did not wish for this. It was the Lord who insisted I stand here in this cumbersome attire. It is so heavy, I am utterly exhausted, having already worn down 3 war horses." "The battle is raging fiercely. Where has the Lord gone?" Goulet replied, "He just took a bath on the back mountain, enjoyed a barbecue, and is now fast asleep." "Did he leave any instructions?" Goulet responded, "Oh, yes, he mentioned that if we were to lose, we should promptly wake him so we could escape together." "Bai Chuan, my lord, wake up, wake up." The figure within the sleeping bag remained motionless. Bai Chuan sighed, "My lord, you have forced my hand." "Ah, do not topple over, I am awake." A head emerged from the sleeping bag, eyes bleary and a youthful face adorned with a charming smile, revealing the innocence of youth. Zichuan Xiao inquired, "What is the urgent matter? Are the demons upon us?" Shirakawa, "Not yet." "Has there been a mutiny among the soldiers?" Shirakawa, "That is merely a matter of time, once they realize you have deceived them with a mere mannequin." Murasakawa Hideo, "Let them argue when the time comes. Those soldiers are truly pedantic over trivial matters." "So, it was Roger and Nagakawa who dueled for you, only to meet their demise, correct?" "Regrettably, my lord, they still shamelessly draw breath. The reality is that we have emerged victorious, and the demon army is in retreat." Shirakawa patiently awaited and waited until the sound of snoring emanated from the sleeping bag. Who? Unable to bear it any longer, she poured the boiling water. Wow. In the year 778 of the imperial calendar, the victor of the Third Hengchuan campaign let out a scream that would undoubtedly remain unrecorded in the annals of history. Chapter 2: The Truth of History. Shirakawa, half awake and half asleep, analyzed the battlefield for Shikawa Hiyu. Currently, the demonic forces, despite their defeat, still possess over 50,000 troops, among which are formidable armored beasts. Just moments ago, we were nearly overwhelmed by their assault. It is perplexing that they have suddenly retreated in such disarray. The vice commanders leading the troops are uncertain whether we should pursue them. Please provide your guidance, my lord. Shikawa Hiyu, still dazed, inquired, "Who wishes to pursue them?" Shirakawa replied, "Vice Commander Roger strongly advocates for the chase." Shikawa Hiyu responded, "Then let him pursue." My lord. Shirakawa, both exasperated and anxious, continued. I understand your sentiments towards Roger, that boastful fool who has accomplished nothing since becoming vice commander. In truth, I share the same feelings. However, his 5,000 Eastern officers are innocent. It would be unwise to send them to their demise alongside Roger, would it not? How could you so misjudge your superior? Shikawa Hiyu's eyes sparkled with cunning, revealing his thoughts had been laid bare. Let him go, it will be fine. But the enemy numbers 50 to 60,000. While Roger's forces are scarcely 5,000, Shirakawa countered. Consider this, Shikawa Hiyu mused. Roger commands cavalry, whose mobility far surpasses that of the lumbering demons. If he cannot win, he will surely evade capture. Yet you know well that Roger charges into battle without a shred of thought. What if he acts foolishly? Rest assured, I have made comprehensive preparations. In response to Shirakawa's skeptical gaze, Shikawa Hiyu produced a promotional flyer from the tent, proclaiming, Royal Capital Funeral Home. June 1st to August 30th, 40 off, all are welcome. I have calculated that if Roger acts today, we will still be within the discount period. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the proprietor. Perhaps he will waive the fees for our urns. Lord Shikawa has commanded Vice Commander Roger to advance. Shirakawa cursed. That imbecile. He seems so pleased to court death. Not necessarily, Morikawa, another vice commander, interjected. I sense chaos among the demon ranks. Something must have transpired. Perhaps Roger may indeed succeed. What could possibly have occurred over there? Shirakawa questioned. We do not know, but perhaps you are aware, my lord. Whenever you summon Roger, it signifies there is no need for strategy. Simply charge ahead. We shall prevail. I have faith in you. Shirakawa grunted, pondering. That is because you have not witnessed him slumbering on the hillside, ever prepared to flee. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing it would undermine the morale of the troops. At that moment, the battlefield witnessed an astonishing turn of events. Roger's cavalry charged forward, effortlessly penetrating the heart of the demon stronghold as though a searing fork had pierced through cheese. The demon soldiers offered little resistance, scattering in panic, abandoning their armor, their ranks in disarray. A demonic army of 50,000 was thrown into utter chaos by a mere fraction of human forces, a spectacle unprecedented in history. Two vice flag officers simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. What a peculiar situation. Chuan shouted. This is a trap. Roger has already fallen into it and is surrounded. Chuan interjected. It cannot be a trap. Just look at how frantically their soldiers are fleeing. Such chaos cannot be feigned. Even if it were a trap, there remains a significant opportunity. Chuan countered. You do not possess the authority to issue a mobilization order. Only a senior officer holds that right. Chuan's retort was a fist that sent him tumbling from his horse, a saber poised at Chuan's throat. Should we miss this chance, I shall take your life. Casting a glance at the dazed soldiers and messengers surrounding them, he ordered in a low voice, Why aren't you delivering the message yet? The sound of horns echoed from all directions as the cavalry began their grand charge, surging down the hills like a relentless tide. The glint of 20,000 sabers danced in the twilight, creating a magnificent tableau of iron and blood, while the battle cries resounded through the air. Long live! Long live! Long live! The historical records of the Zichuan family document that in the year 778 of the empire, during the Third Hengchuan battle, the esteemed Zichuan Xiu personally commanded the front lines, leading by example and fiercely engaging the enemy, greatly uplifting the morale of the troops. The three vice flag officers, Roger, Chuan, and Chuan, displayed remarkable courage in the face of formidable adversaries, uniting their forces with composure and strategic prowess. Ultimately, they triumphed in this battle, routing an elite force of 80,000 demon troops with their 30,000 cavalry, inflicting over 40,000 casualties and capturing more than 10,000. Notably, the renowned demon general Gesha was slain by the hand of Chuan, delivering a significant blow to the demon forces and marking a pivotal turning point in the Sacred Guardian War. Chapter 3. A Great Harvest. Did we truly emerge victorious? In the midst of the desolate battlefield, Zichuan Xiu whispered with a hint of doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt, my lord, we have achieved a resounding triumph. The captain of the personal guard, Goulet, blushed with excitement, exclaiming, This is all thanks to your brilliance. Please allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Surely, you will be elevated to the rank of Red Robe Flag Officer for this glorious feat. Just imagine, at not yet 20, you could stand shoulder to shoulder with the governors of various provinces. How remarkable that would be. Such an achievement has never been recorded in our family's history. Haha. Congratulations to you as well. Yet, Zichuan Xiu's smile bore no trace of joy. If memory serves, you are still but a junior flag warrior, are you not? The position of deputy flag officer may be within reach. Goulet was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to repay your kindness and will not shy away from any peril. Zichuan Xiu interrupted Goulet's fervent loyalty. Murmuring to himself, it seems that living in such simplicity truly is a form of happiness. What did you say, my lord? Oh, I meant for you to focus on your duties. A troop of cavalry appeared ahead, and upon seeing Zichuan Xiu's banner, they immediately saluted from their mounts. Zichuan Xiu halted his horse and called out, "Which unit is this? What brings you here?" Oh, Zichuan Xiu suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Are there many prisoners? Allow me to see. The cavalry captain, noticing a hint of disappointment on Zichuan Xiu's face, felt compelled to please him. My lord, you must know. We have discovered something rather peculiar among the captives. Oh, a few cavalrymen approached, carrying a bulging sack. The captain, with a smirk, began to untie it. My lord, this is indeed a rare find. Inside the sack was a young girl, strikingly beautiful. Zichuan Xiu frowned. Since when did the Eastern Army take up the trade of kidnappers? The captain felt wronged. My lord, this is no ordinary girl. We found her in a splendid carriage, surrounded by a dozen guards. We had to overcome numerous foes to capture her. This girl undoubtedly holds a significant status. She may very well be a high-ranking member of the demon clan. Have you interrogated her? She refuses to utter a word, and we lack the time for thorough questioning. Now, we entrust her to your care, my lord. Do not miss this opportunity. The captain spoke in a rather suggestive tone. Zichuan Xiu responded with a knowing smile. I shall certainly conduct a thorough inquiry. This was a tone understood among men, regardless of rank. Once the cavalryman had vanished from sight, Zichuan Xiu let out a sly chuckle. Thankfully, Bai Chuan is not around. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Turning to Goulet and the other guards, he added, when Bai Chuan inquires, you all know what to do, right? Now that is what I call wisdom. Zichuan Xiu began to scan the surroundings. Where might I find a secluded spot to set up a tent? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the young girl until he heard her voice. I am Cadden, the third princess of the divine clan. As a member of the royal family, I demand treatment befitting my status. The young maiden, with a voice trembling yet striving to sound solemn, declared her identity. The collective intake of breath from the guards resonated loudly. Goulet murmured, my lord, this woman must not act recklessly. Otherwise, the military law will bring trouble upon us. Chapter 4. True Identity in the Darkness. Bai Chuan pondered silently amidst the cavalry. The joy of victory from the day not alleviating her doubts. Why had the triumph come so effortlessly? The demonic forces, seemingly in the ascendancy during battle, had abruptly retreated. When the Zichuan family's cavalry initiated their assault, they encountered almost no organized resistance. This was not the characteristic behavior of the formidable and battle-hardened demonic army. Cease the pursuit, she commanded. The cavalrymen, relieved, halted their horses after a relentless 5-hour chase, utterly exhausted. Yet, none dared to counsel the tyrant Chang Chuan. Her reputation was all too clear to the soldiers. She appeared more fearsome than the so-called invincible demon king. The troops set up camp on the spot, organizing scouts, increasing the night watch from 4 to 8 per post, doubling the range of scout defense, and lighting torches for alerts. The messenger promptly departed as Bai Chuan instructed. From now on, the headquarters will be under the command of Vice Flag Bearer Chang Chuan. I must see Flag Bearer Xiu Chuan. Emerging from the cavalry, Chang Chuan's expression was decidedly unfriendly. What? You're leaving it to me? Are you not afraid I might usurp your achievements? Bai Chuan flashed him a dazzling smile, which seemed to defuse half of Chang Chuan's wrath. The other half, however, appeared trivial and not worth mentioning. Are you still angry? I can apologize, you know. Chang Chuan, as a man, do not lower yourself to squabble with us women, all right? Chang Chuan chuckled wryly. I fear you. Well, it's not the first time you bested me. I must tell you something. I just interrogated some captives, and their accounts were peculiar. They claimed that during their assault, Commander Gusha and Deputy Commander Yunshin were assassinated, leading to a collapse in morale and a rout without a fight. Oh, Bai Chuan exclaimed, genuinely intrigued. Who did this? They've done us a great service. They only know it was a human, he replied. To the demonic race. We humans all appear the same, much like the green-skinned monsters seem identical to us. A terrifying individual, burying himself in the sand, waiting for the demonic commander to pass. Then suddenly emerging to kill, striking swiftly and fatally. Bai Chuan contemplated. I was unaware of such a formidable master in the Far East, exhibiting great skill and resilience. Ruthless in nature. She shuddered at the thought. Chang Chuan remarked, but I believe our flag-bearer must be aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have commanded us to attack. Mentioning Zichuan Xiu ignited Bai Chuan's ire. You hold that fool in too high esteem. Do you know what he was doing while we risked our lives? Bathing, eating, sleeping. He might as well have been courting women, but that would likely be because he hasn't found one yet. He possesses certain qualities reminiscent of a commanding general. Chang Chuan Yu remarked, as long as he can achieve victory in battle, I have no objections to his whims. Why are you so furious? He cast a meaningful glance at Bai Chuan. This time, it was merely due to his fortunate circumstances, encountering the magical race's misfortune. Indeed, I must confront him to unveil the true nature that lies beneath his lazy, lecherous, and cowardly facade. Ahead lay the flickering lights of the Central Army. And before the guards of Zichuan Xiu had a chance to intervene, Bai Chuan galloped into the main camp. The captain of the guard, Gu Lei, approached to greet him. Vice Flag Officer Bai, the Lord has commanded that you cannot enter. Why? Bai Chuan disregarded him. Pondering, could it be that he is revealing an undisclosed aspect of himself at this moment? I must enter. She strode confidently into the Central Army tent, only to witness Zichuan Xiu embracing a beautiful maiden, preparing to kiss her. Anger surged within her, and she drew her saber, exclaiming, so this is your true nature, Zichuan Xiu. Prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 5. The hero returns. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. I nearly struck you down. Zichuan Xiu, still shaken, responded, Vice Flag Officer Bai, you are too reckless. Do I truly appear to be the type who would seduce an innocent maiden? Gu Lei, what expressions are those upon your faces? Bai Chuan retorted defiantly, my lord. Consider this. In the dead of night, within an unoccupied tent, you embrace a stranger. What am I to think of you? Bai Chuan, how could one even conceive of such a scenario? Bai Chuan, my lord, what are you saying? Zichuan Xiu, oh, it's nothing. I simply got my timelines confused. Let us pretend we heard nothing. Bai Chuan, even if it were the princess of the magical race who fainted, anyone could administer artificial respiration. Why must it be you, my lord? Zichuan Xiu, if anyone can perform artificial respiration, why can't I? Zichuan Xiu, please report the situation, Vice Flag Officer Bai. Bai Chuan, at your command, my lord. After 5 hours of combat, the magical race likely suffered casualties between 20,000 to 30,000. We have captured their main camp and supply lines. Out of the 53 white cloaks, the white cloaks denote the leaders of the magical race adorned in white. My forces have slain 21, while Chang Chuan's troops accounted for 19, with 3 captured and 10 currently unaccounted for. Zichuan Xiu nodded. Vice Flag Officer Roger has just delivered the battle report. He has secured 7 white cloaks, and the estimated enemy casualties are around 10,000. It is evident that the main forces of the magical race have been largely obliterated, leaving only the cleanup operation on the battlefield. Bai Chuan bowed. This is a tremendous victory, my lord. Congratulations. You have truly endured much. Internally, she grumbled. Yes, sleeping, eating, indulging in women. How exhausting. It is rare for you, Vice Flag Officer Bai, to exhibit such understanding towards me. Truth be told, I am indeed quite fatigued. After a long day, I too must rest. Vice Flag Officer Bai, I entrust you with the sentry duties of the main camp. Bai Chuan discreetly raised his middle finger and respectfully inquired, my lord, there is a matter I wish to consult you about. Zichuan Xiu responded, oh. Bai Chuan continued, according to the captives, the reason for the catastrophic defeat of the demon army was the assassination of the commander and deputy commander by a mysterious assassin. This information was unknown to us frontline commanders. I wonder how you came to know of this and yet commanded us to launch an attack? Bai Chuan added, my lord. Did you not say at the time? Zichuan Xiu interjected. When you came to seek my counsel, you mentioned that Roger wanted to attack. And I replied that whoever wished to go could go. Is that not so? From beginning to end, this decision was made by you and Roger. When did I ever issue an order for you to charge forth recklessly? Bai Chuan, flustered, protested. But my lord, we have worked so hard to achieve this situation. We must press our advantage. Zichuan Xiu replied languidly as he made his way toward the tent. We have claimed all the credit for ourselves. Should other troops accuse us of being reckless, our days will become quite difficult. As he ambled away, he added, the night is already late. Deputy Bai, you should also take your rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Zichuan suddenly realized, with an army of 30,000 decisively defeating 80,000 demons. The credit for such an achievement belonged solely to Zichuan Xiu and could not be usurped by anyone. Given this, it would not hurt to do a favor for others to prevent excessive jealousy towards him. His considerations were indeed meticulous. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Zichuan felt an increasing sense of obscurity regarding his intentions. On the following evening, the triumphant troops of the Zichuan family entered the city of Shajia, greeted by an exuberant and almost frenzied welcome from the citizens. Shajia, situated near the Hangchuan front line, frequently bore the brunt of the demonic assaults. Unfortunately, the Zichuan clan's Far East army had proven ineffective, suffering more defeats than victories, leaving the populace exhausted from fleeing and enduring great suffering. This time, upon hearing of the impending threat from the demonic forces, the clan dispatched an 18-year-old young flag-bearer to confront them, an improbable choice, had it not been for his surname, Zichuan. Otherwise, such rapid promotion at such a young age would have been inconceivable, and the townsfolk had already begun to prepare for their escape. To their astonishment, this young flag-bearer seemed to be graced with extraordinary fortune, as the demonic army collapsed without a fight. The news spread, and the entire city erupted in jubilation. As the Zichuan troops lined up to enter the city for rest, the throng of citizens nearly overwhelmed their ranks. The townspeople indiscriminately showered the soldiers with trivial gifts, half-boiled eggs, sweat-stained handkerchiefs, silver-adorned trinkets, and even potentially dangerous firecrackers. They shared in the consumption of expired wine that could not be sold. Consequently, 37 bar owners managed to stave off bankruptcy, while 11 others faced ruin as their establishments were smashed by inebriated soldiers. The monks and priests fervently prayed for them. "Thank you, our victorious protectors. May the blessings of the war god forever accompany you." Typically, no one paid heed to their deities, but today, they seized the rare opportunity to proclaim their faith without fear of stones being hurled at them. Beautiful maidens waved flowers and embraced and kissed unfamiliar soldiers. According to statistics, within the first hour of the Zichuan troops entering the city, over 7,000 soldiers forfeited their intended first kisses meant for their beloveds, highlighting the magnitude of the loss. Many enchanting, timeless love stories were thus initiated. Later calculations revealed that during the less than 1 week the Zichuan troops were stationed in Shajia, the city's birth rate soared by an astounding 169 10 months later. Most of the newborns were named in honor of military valor, such as Huai Jun, Nian Bing, and Ai Jun. As night descended, Roger, Zichuan, and Changchuan ventured out to patrol the streets, ensuring discipline was maintained and no unruly behavior was afoot. Changchuan remarked, "Zichuan, I sense something amiss with you today. It's been over 12 hours, and you haven't scolded the young flag-bearer even once. Are you feeling unwell?" Roger pretended to check Zichuan's forehead, exclaiming, "Quite warm." "Are you ill?" A voice from a serving girl interjected, "3 silver coins, officer." Zichuan Xiu responded, "Oh, that's a bit pricier than in the imperial capital. I shall take 2 bottles." The serving girl replied, "I apologize, but may I ask if you are an officer of Lord Zichuan's troops?" Zichuan Xiu confirmed, "Indeed." The girl continued, "Oh, our boss has instructed that tonight, officers of the Zichuan troops are to be served free of charge." Zichuan Xiu inquired, "Why is that?" The girl answered, "Because you are heroes." Zichuan Xiu declared, "Then I shall have 4 bottles." The girl hesitated. Roger turned to Zichuan. "What were your thoughts on him earlier?" Changchuan, with a stoic expression, replied, "My opinion has now changed. Let us depart. We do not know him." Chapter 6. Promotion. The Valen Fortress was established in the year 456 of the Empire, strategically positioned along the long river highway, the sole passageway connecting the Far East to the heartland of the Zichuan family. It is renowned as the foremost stronghold on the continent, besides the Demon Lord as fortress, and is impervious to siege, with whispers suggesting that as long as one takes refuge within its walls, even the wrath of the gods poses no threat. History has indeed validated Valen's merit, as the demon army has launched 4 massive assaults exceeding 1,000,000 troops. Yet the Zichuan family has consistently relied on the fortress's formidable defenses to repel them, leaving the fierce demon forces retreating in disarray. The former family commander, the illustrious General Zichuan Yuansheng, once asserted, "Without Valen, we would have perished 20 times over." This underscores the crucial significance of Valen. Consequently, the headquarters of the Far East Army is also situated within Valen. Zichuan Xiu and other distinguished participants of the Hangchuan battle were summoned by the vice commander of the Far East Army, Luobo, to meet at the Valen headquarters. However, Unexpectedly, the charming and courteous secretary politely informed Zichuan Xiu, Sir Xiu Chuan, I sincerely apologize, but Vice Commander Lin Bing has convened an urgent military meeting, and Lord Luo is still in session. He requested that if you have arrived, you kindly wait in the reception area. With a serious expression, Zichuan Xiu leaned closer to the secretary, glancing around before whispering, Miss, do you recognize that individual in the small flag warrior uniform? He gestured towards an officer who had just exited the command building. Oh, that is the liaison officer dispatched by the Southwest Gushi family. He just entered Vice Commander Luo's office to deliver documents. That is a fabrication, Zichuan Xiu retorted emphatically. He is an assassin sent by the Liufeng family. The secretary turned pale with fright, but he possesses a military certificate and a security pass, along with documents. Do you doubt my words? It is no wonder that on our way here we encountered the real liaison officer, who was on the brink of death and informed us before expiring. Zichuan Xiu stated with unwavering conviction. The assassin's target is Lord Luo. Where has the assassin been? We must meticulously investigate each location. The secretary was captivated by the formidable confidence exuded by Zichuan Xiu, involuntarily stating, he just visited Lord Luo's office for 5 minutes, and I was right beside him. Hand me the office key, Zichuan Xiu commanded, taking the key without further ado. 5 minutes. A professional spy could plant 30 bombs in that time. He entered the office and shut the door. No one is to enter. It is far too dangerous. Chaos engulfed the Far East Army's headquarters as the military police rushed to the scene, only to be ordered by Zichuan Xiu to keep their distance from the office. Inside, the sounds of rummaging echoed, accompanied by Zichuan Xiu's mutterings. Where are you? Where? Come out quickly. I know you must be hiding. The crisis persisted for 5 minutes until Zichuan Xiu, drenched in sweat, emerged at the door. I found nothing. Perhaps he is concealed elsewhere. The officers, military police, and clerks present were filled with admiration for Zichuan Xiu's bravery and composure, thus failing to notice the bulging briefcase he carried, which emitted a clattering sound of water. The subordinates speculated, perhaps a confidential document was stolen by a spy from the Liufeng family. Deputy Commander Luo Bo gritted his teeth in frustration. Ah Xiu, you have caused this mess. Zichuan Xiu appeared anxious and terrified. Yes, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have spoken carelessly without clarity, disrupting the normal order and causing my fellow comrades in the brother unit to be wrongfully arrested and suffer undeserved grievances. I sincerely apologize and shall reflect on my actions. Luobo shouted, I don't care about that little flag warrior. Lowering his voice, he demanded, where's my wine? 3 bottles of century-old red wine and a bottle of royal brandy. Zichuan Xiu looked utterly bewildered, as if he had never heard the word wine in his life. What wine? Stop pretending. The wine you took from my office. Luobo suddenly paused. Sir, that cannot be possible. The discipline of the Far East Army is strict. Drinking during work hours is absolutely forbidden. Surely, there cannot be any wine in your office. It is inconceivable, as you uphold military discipline and enforce the law with unwavering integrity, well known among all soldiers of the Far East. This must be a baseless rumor aimed at tarnishing your reputation. I would never believe such a thing, rest assured. Luobo pleaded, don't be so harsh. Just return the brandy to me. You are indeed ruthless. We shall see next time. An official document arrived at the command center, due to Zichuan Xiu's outstanding performance in the Battle of Hengchuan, which brought glory to the family banner, this command center. After consulting with the General Elder Council, awarded Xiu Chuan with a commendation and promotion. Luobo elongated his voice, to Deputy Commander. The order was issued by Commander Yang Minghua, approved by Chief of Staff Luo Minghai, Commander Guingxing of the Far East Army, Commander Minghui of the Border Defense Army, Commander Lei Sun of the Central Army, Commander Fang Jing of the Black Flag Army, and Commander Pigui of the Imperial Guards. Imperial Year, July 28, 778. Zichuan Xiu was equally astonished. Deputy Commander. He has been promoted directly from the flag rank to Deputy Commander, bypassing the red robe rank. He never anticipated this turn of events. Chapter 7. The Past Far East Army, Valen Headquarters Ah Xiu. Do you comprehend the significance of Yang Minghua's deliberate elevation of you to the position of Deputy Commander? Luo Bo's countenance was grave, devoid of the elation that one might expect from a subordinate receiving such an advancement. Oh, Zichuan Xiu's expression mirrored the solemnity of the moment. This implies that I, too, may indulge in the pleasure of appointing a beautiful secretary to grace my presence, to discreetly store wine within my office, and no longer fear the incessant scrutiny of the Inspection Bureau. You fool, use your intellect. Have you not grasped the command? It was issued by President Yang Minghua. Then, you ought to be more acquainted with his character than I am, should you not? Zichuan Shou recited fluidly. Our esteemed President Yang Ming was endowed with innate wisdom in his duties, decisive in command, remarkably astute, possessing foresight, and in terms of personal virtue. He is of impeccable morality, a reliable individual. He treats his subordinates with kindness and affability, strict with himself, yet lenient towards others. He serves the commander-in-chief with unwavering loyalty. And, what is more commendable, he harbors no selfish intentions, devoted solely to the greater good of the family, earning the heartfelt admiration of all military personnel. In terms of benevolence, wisdom, and courage, he is a paragon for us, the Zichuan soldiers, deserving of my utmost reverence. The heavens have bestowed upon our family a remarkable talent, granting him eternal longevity, which is a tremendous blessing for our entire clan. Luo Bo interjected, Enough. There are no ears here. You may speak freely. Zichuan Shou displayed a most innocent smile. What brings you to such a conclusion, Lord Luo Bo? Everything I have said was a heartfelt expression. Please trust that my admiration for President Yang Minghua is genuine. Luo Bo scrutinized him intently, as if seeking a trace of insincerity within that smile. Zichuan Shou's grin would later become a widely recognized metaphor, typically employed to describe purveyors of counterfeit goods or insurance brokers. Yet, as before, Luo Bo found nothing amiss. You haven't forgotten the events of 7 years ago, have you? In March of the 771st year of the empire, the Liufeng family launched a massive offensive against the Zichuan family. The Liufeng army executed a surprise attack, infiltrating through backroads to bypass the border defense forces, suddenly appearing outside the capital. The previous commander of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Yuansheng, believed that the Liufeng army had ventured too far without substantial reinforcements. Before aid could arrive, he mobilized the Central Army and the Imperial Guard within the capital to launch an assault. The result was a devastating ambush, leading to near-total annihilation of the Central Army and Imperial Guard, with casualties exceeding 80,000, and Zichuan Yuansheng grievously wounded. It was at this juncture that the Zichuan family realized the assaulting forces were led by the cunning and astute heir of the Liufeng family, Liufeng Shishan. Boasting an army of over 130,000, the Liufeng family erupted in laughter, mocking the Zichuan family's 11-year-old new leader for his perceived madness in attempting to pit the entirety of the Zichuan military against them at the gates of the capital. Their mirth persisted until that nightmarish night. On the very evening the orders were issued, 800 elite cavalry, under Zichuan Shou's command, donned Liufeng uniforms and stormed the Liufeng encampment, wreaking havoc and spreading rumors of impending doom. The main force of the Far East Army is upon us. The Zichuan family's loyal troops have gathered in full force, exceeding 1 million in strength. Awakening abruptly from slumber, the Liufeng troops found themselves engulfed in darkness, fire, and the clash of blades, utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. They were clad in identical attire, and amidst the chaos, someone would often shout, "Do not strike. We are one of your own. The enemy lies yonder." Yet, before such words could offer solace, a blade would descend mercilessly. In this indistinguishable turmoil of friend and foe, the only recourse was to strike first. Tragically, this led to the demise of over half of the 20,000 Liufeng family members that night, falling victim to their own comrades. Even Liufeng Shishan himself barely escaped with his life. By dawn, as he gathered the remnants of his defeated forces to counterattack, the cavalry of Zichuan Shou emerged just as his troops were coalescing, resulting in a swift and disheartening rout of the already shaken soldiers. By evening, Liufeng Shishan made yet another attempt to regain control over his forces, but just as his men were assembling, the thunderous sound of pursuing hooves resonated once more. This cycle of despair repeated itself 7 times. Meanwhile, on the side of the Zichuan family, the victors found their fortunes to be more dire than those of the vanquished. Zichuan Shou, filled with visions of beautiful maidens bearing flowers to celebrate his triumph, was instead awakened in the dead of night within the confines of his camp, only to discover that his entire guard had been disarmed, surrounded by a battalion of fully armed military police from the family's inspection bureau. Any sign of resistance would result in immediate execution. A courteous military officer, with a tinge of regret, informed him, by order of President Yang Minghua, "Your Excellency is charged with the crimes of inciting an illegal mutiny, defying authority, unauthorized troop movements, and overstepping your bounds. You have the right to remain silent. You may present your case at a military tribunal." Each of the charges against him carried the death penalty. ultimately due to the fervent rescue efforts of Zichuan Ning, daughter of Zichuan Yuansheng, covert assistance from the Eastern commander Guangxing, the vehement protest from frontline soldiers, and the impassioned defense by his close friend, Sterling. Also one of the esteemed Zichuan youth, proclaiming, loyalty is no crime. Zichuan Xiu was spared from the death penalty. Yang Ming was sought to impose a life sentence, however. Guangxing, with his considerable influence and the formidable power of the Eastern Army, suggested instead, would it not be better to dispatch him to serve in the most arduous regions of the East? We are in need of personnel there. Due to Guangxing's esteemed reputation, Yang Minghua dared not oppose him. Thus, Zichuan Xiu joined the Eastern Army, starting as a laborer, gradually ascending through the ranks to become a warrior, a small flag warrior, a red-clad small flag, a vice flag leader, and ultimately a flag leader. Now, Yang Minghua suddenly proposed to elevate him to the position of deputy commander. My lord, I am not particularly good with memories. Might you remind me of the matter from 7 years ago? Could you provide me with a hint? Luobo replied, Xiu. You must understand that people tend to keep dangerous things within their line of sight. Your talents and capabilities pose a considerable threat to certain individuals. Should you ascend to the rank of red-clad flag leader, you would command 100,000 Eastern troops, which would surely deprive someone of their sleep at night. Zichuan Xiu retorted, but if I were to become deputy commander, would it not be even more difficult for someone to find rest? The issue at hand is that the Far East military currently has only 3 active vice commanders, and we lack the necessary positions to accommodate you. Do you understand? A few days ago, I heard that Vice Commander Lei and Commander Guangxing had a disagreement and that he intends to resign, which would create a vacancy. Furthermore, it has come to my attention that our Vice Commander Lin Bing is set to marry and will take a 3-month honeymoon leave. However, the groom fled before the wedding, leaving only a note that read, I can't take it anymore. Now, the jilted maiden, consumed by love turned to hate, is orchestrating a death squad to pursue him. Zichuan Xiu sighed. At this point, I am left with but one hope, my lord. Is there any possibility of your stomach ulcer having recently transformed into something more malignant? Luo Bo interjected. But I am not adept at fighting. Spare me your feigned ignorance. Save that charade for the simpletons in front of Roger. You were the one who assassinated the demon commander in Hengchuan, weren't you? I am aware that you wish to keep your talents and martial prowess concealed from certain individuals, but do you truly believe you can deceive me? Zichuan Xiu gazed at him in astonishment. You. Luo Bo revealed a sly smile. I am a vassal of the Zichuan family, not of Yang Minghua. My oath of loyalty is sworn to the surname Zichuan, but Yang Minghua is your superior. I am the vice commander of the Far East military. My direct superior should be Commander Guangxing, Luo Bo stated kindly. Commander Gu has consistently requested that I look after you. Luo Bo rose with an air of authority. Currently, President Yang Minghua is behaving arrogantly, unrestrained, with a burgeoning ambition that hints at disloyalty. Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu, I command you, in the name of our esteemed ancestors, to do everything in your power to protect Miss Zichuan Ning. She is the sole descendant left by Lord Yuanqing. He bowed deeply to Zichuan Xiu. Xiu, I implore you. Oh, and there is one more matter. Didn't you just say you would repay me with your life? Then you should take my wine. Zichuan Xiu resolutely replied, not a chance. I was merely speaking in jest. 3 bottles of century-old wine and a bottle of royal brandy are worth far more than my life. You can kill me, but I shall not part with them. Chapter 8. The calligraphy camp within the opulent confines of the Dream of Heaven restaurant in the illustrious city of Valen. 3 newly appointed samurai, Roger, Bai Chuan, and Chang Chuan, have convened to host a farewell banquet for their superior, Deputy Commander Xiu Chuan, who is to be reassigned to the imperial capital. Bai Chuan glanced at the menu, her astonishment palpable. How exorbitantly priced. She inquired softly of Roger, are you certain you possess sufficient funds? Roger grimaced, whispering back, if not, I suppose I could hold you as collateral. Why on earth did Lord Xiu choose such an extravagant venue? This single dinner could consume half my annual salary, or at least be a burden shared among the 3 of us. Bai Chuan muttered, I suspect that fool is intentionally putting us in a difficult position. Look at the dishes he ordered. Golden roasted suckling pig, golden lobster, golden roast chicken, golden duck, golden fruit tart, golden candied vegetables, and golden brandy. Consuming such quantities of gold, I hope he chokes. Shoo, lower your voice. Roger cautioned. I think he just cast a peculiar glance in your direction. He may have overheard us. Oh no, he is about to order more dishes. The luxurious golden imperial 8 treasures. This is the end. My salary for next year is gone. Chuan lamented, "My lord, you are leaving us. You can no longer be our superior. We will miss you dearly, our hearts heavy with sorrow." Chuan sighed. Hearing you say that truly saddens me as well, yet I cannot help but notice your expressions they hardly convey sorrow. Instead, you resemble prisoners recently granted freedom." Chuan replied, "Oh, we wear smiles on our faces while our hearts bleed." Roger and Chuan echoed her sentiments. Their hearts wept silently for their depleting wallets. Chuan rubbed his eyes, feigning deep emotion. "How fortunate I am to have such devoted subordinates. I almost wish to remain. Please don't," cried Chuan. "Roger?" And Chuan in unison, "My lord, we cannot bear to hinder your promising future. Go forth and bring misfortune upon the imperial capital. We fear that when you rise to greater heights, you may forget us insignificant figures." Observing Chuan's expression, which teetered on the brink of tears, he lamented, "We have faced life and death together, enduring trials as true friends. How could we ever forget one another? Come now, let us drink to our friendship. Oh, waiter, bring 5 more bottles of royal brandy and a golden roasted whole lamb." Once they had feasted and imbibed contentedly, or at least feigning satisfaction, rubbing their bellies in repose, Chuan suddenly recalled a pressing matter. "What was I thinking? I have official business to attend to, which I neglected to mention." He retrieved a document from his pocket, an official decree issued by Deputy Commander Luobo, detailing the new appointments for the 3 samurai. "Roger, take a look for yourself." A sense of foreboding washed over Chuan, yet she reassured herself. It couldn't possibly be worse than our current predicament. Roger accepted the document, tearing it open, and upon glancing at the orders, the fearless warrior who had once faced legions of demons fainted on the spot. Chuan snatched it away, exclaiming, "What a coward! It's merely an order for us to assault the great demon fortress. How could you be so easily frightened? How pathetic!" After speaking, he cast a glance and fainted. Chuan trembled as she picked up the appointment letter from the ground, while Zichuan gazed at her with a sympathetic expression, suggesting, "Would you care for a glass of wine to calm your nerves?" Chuan took a deep breath and focused on the straightforward command, a mere sentence. A dazzling white light enveloped her, yet she resolutely held her ground. Her initial impulse was to reach for a weapon to strike, but alas, she was unarmed that day. She yearned to leap forward in desperation, but found herself defenseless. She contemplated unleashing a torrent of curses, yet upon seeing Zichuan's sincere smile, she realized that such an outburst would be futile. Ultimately, she devised a most lethal and effective plan. Zichuan was astonished to witness Chuan's sudden calmness and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it is said that women are more resilient than men in critical moments." Zichuan continued, "Oh, Chuan, this is truly splendid. We can be together again." It's no wonder Roger and Chuan fainted from joy. "Huh, why are you silent? Why are you rummaging through Roger's clothes? What are you doing with his wallet? And Chuan's wallet too? Do you share my peculiar hobby of getting friends drunk only to steal their wallets? That's rather unseemly, especially since I am still sober. Unless you are willing to share with me. Why are you opening the window? It's not even hot in here." Chuan stood by the window, summoning all her strength to shout at the top of her lungs. "Someone is trying to dine and dash. Capture him." With that, she leaped out of the window. From the Tianming tavern, a cacophony of voices erupted. "Who is attempting to dine and dash? Quickly, seize that rogue. It's him, the one acting foolishly at the window, trying to escape while masquerading in a vice commander's uniform to swindle food and drink." I sensed something was amiss. How could there be such a diminutive vice commander? The crowd rallied together to give him a thrashing before handing him over to the authorities. According to the family history, on July 29th, 778 of the imperial calendar, with the approval of Chief of Staff Robe of the Far East Army, Zichuan, who then held the position of reserve vice commander, established the illustrious Xiu Battalion, which would later earn a fearsome reputation, even causing the formidable demon armies to tremble in their wake. The establishment of the Xiu Battalion held immense significance in the annals of family history. This new elite force was pivotal in facilitating the smooth ascension of the new family leader, quelling internal strife, repelling foreign foes, and dismantling the formidable demon god fortress, thereby influencing the trajectory of the family's century-long legacy. The inaugural officers of the Xiu Battalion included Roger, Chuan, and Chuan, who on that day secretly pledged their allegiance to Zichuan at the Tianming Tavern in Valen City. Remarkably, these 3 officers steadfastly upheld their oath under even the most arduous circumstances, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Zichuan throughout their lives. Thus, Zichuan embarked on the initial steps towards what would later earn him the title of the Radiant King. Chapter 9. Return to the imperial capital. The imperial capital was established in the year 335 of the empire's calendar. Originally constructed by the 11th emperor of the Radiant Empire to serve as a stronghold against the incursions of the demon race in the southwestern region at that time. The Valen fortress had yet to be constructed and was initially named Zichuan Fortress. By the year 553 of the empire's calendar, the Radiant Empire's dominion over the West Chuan continent had begun to crumble. Zichuan, who was stationed as the southwestern commander of the empire, declared independence and seized Zichuan Fortress, renaming it the imperial capital. He utilized this stronghold to expand aggressively into the surrounding territories, founding the Zichuan family. Zichuan himself became the inaugural leader of the family. Since the inception of the family, the imperial capital has remained firmly under the control of the Zichuan family. Neither the formidable forces of the Liufeng family nor the surging hordes of demons could breach the city's resilient walls. Thanks to the valiant efforts of 7 generations of Zichuan soldiers who fought tenaciously in defense. A series of illustrious names are intertwined with the history of this city: Zichuan, Yulimiai, Saga, Zichuan Xing, Yunshanha, and Kemu, to which future generations would add Zichuan Xiu. The imperial capital has withstood 3 centuries of warfare, standing resolute against all odds. Through a century of battles, the family's territory expanded, and the imperial capital transformed from a frontline stronghold to the foremost among the 3 great cities of the West Chuan continent. Ranking above the Liufeng family's Yuanjing and the Lin family's Hichio, it has become a melting pot of politics, economy, and culture on the continent. Its splendor filling the Zichuan family with immense pride. On a day in August of the year 778 of the empire's calendar, a group of individuals returned to the imperial capital from the far eastern front. The principal members included the recently promoted deputy commander Zichuan Xiu, the captain of the guard Goulet, along with his 40 personal guards, and 3 unwilling unfortunate souls. Roger remarked, "Indeed, since we are acquainted, why not do a good deed? Near you, I am still a virgin. I do not wish to meet my end so soon." Zichuan reprimanded Roger. "Pa, what kind of words are those? Is that how one speaks to a superior? Such rudeness. When addressing an esteemed personage, one must be respectful and courteous." Turning away, Zichuan pleaded tearfully to Zichuan Xiu. "I beseech you, in consideration of my elderly mother and my 3-year-old child, please show some compassion." Zichuan Xiu appeared innocently perplexed. "Oh dear. You have been noisy all the way here. Are you not exhausted? I am in a difficult position as well. The orders to mobilize you came from the esteemed chief of staff, Lord Rabo. Look at your eyes. The smirk on your face reveals your deceit." They retorted. "It is said that you managed to buy us off with just 2 bottles of wine from Rabo. How disrespectful. Each of us is worth at least a bottle. 2 bottles of wine are merely enough to cover the cost of your gear, Roger. At most, you are worth a bottle cap." As the group emerged before the carriage station in the imperial capital, Zichuan Xiu was lost in nostalgic reverie. "Stop daydreaming. We are starving. We demand to stay in a 5-star hotel." After settling Goulet and the guards, Zichuan Xiu and the 3 companions strolled through the streets. Having arrived in this bustling locale from the war-torn Far East, everything appeared novel and captivating. Roger seized a passing young man and inquired, "Could you kindly direct us to a restaurant?" The young man, glancing at their disheveled appearance and speaking with a pronounced accent from the Far East, disdainfully retorted in the dialect of the imperial capital, "Country bumpkins," and walked away. Zichuan Xiu, seemingly unfazed, explained, "This term is a collective reference used by urban dwellers on the mainland to describe those from rural areas, typically carrying a derogatory connotation." Roger replied, "I still do not comprehend." Zichuan Xiu sighed. "Surely you recall how we refer to those villagers on the borders, clad in animal skins, who never brush their teeth or wash their faces, bathing only thrice in their lifetime." Roger, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I am a dignified samurai. How dare he look down upon me? I shall teach him a lesson." Zichuan Xiu inquired languidly, "So, did you impart any lesson upon him?" Roger responded, "He taught me that he is a red-robed samurai." As Zichuan walked along, he surveyed his surroundings, remarking, "I have heard that the girls in the imperial capital are quite bold and fashionable, as evidenced by their attire. Ah, there's one who is simply stunning." He halted a passing young lady and, adopting his most graceful demeanor and gentlest tone, said, "Miss, do you believe in love at first sight? The moment I laid eyes upon you, it felt as if an arrow pierced my heart. Help? Robbery." The young lady did not even register his words and fled in terror. Zichuan lamented, I am convinced that the girls in this city must suffer from a fear of men. There can be no other explanation. Zichuan interjected. We all know they are likely lesbians, right? Handsome and dashing Zichuan, might you spare us? You've been rambling for 40 minutes. And I feel as though my ears are about to burst. Roger hushed him. Hush. Another exquisite beauty approaches, possessing unparalleled grace and elegance. I would rate her a 98. Zichuan countered. I would give her a 99, an ethereal goddess. Though, she is a tad young. Zichuan regarded the two men with disdain, scoffing. Look at you two. As though you've just been released from prison, utterly lacking in charm. Observe how composed our Lord Xiao remains. He has yet to utter a word, and before Zichuan could finish, Zichuan Xiao dashed forward. Unexpectedly, their lord was quicker than anticipated. After 6 years of restraint in the Far East, he was indeed a man of flesh and blood, eager to act. Look at him, Zichuan exclaimed. He suddenly obstructs the young lady's path, saying nothing. Yet gazing intently at her, he is bound to receive a slap. He noted how the girl's complexion paled in fear. Indeed, her bag has fallen from her hand in fright. Our lord is quite pitiable, lacking in female companionship. It's no wonder he has such an eccentric personality. Zichuan, you must extend your care to him in the future. What were they doing, standing there gazing at one another? It was time to call for assistance. What transpired next left them in disbelief. The elegant and graceful young lady, in tears, suddenly threw herself into Zichuan Xiao's embrace. He gently yet firmly steadied her shoulders, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, and slowly knelt to bestow a kiss upon her hand. Roger watched in astonishment. Is it truly this simple to propose? Zichuan lamented. Had I known earlier, I would have acted differently. It turns out that the women of the imperial capital are indeed quite open-minded. You mustn't speak recklessly. The three were taken aback. How could he hear their hushed conversations from several dozen meters away? His voice, though not loud, resonated as if whispered directly in their ears. Zichuan Xiao's tone bore an unprecedented seriousness. This is the esteemed Miss Zichuan Ning, the only daughter of the former family patriarch, Lord Zichuan Yuansheng, and the niece of the current patriarch, Lord Zichuan Sanqing. She is the primary heir to the family legacy. You are to pay your respects immediately. Roger Zichuan and Changchuan promptly knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in deference. Chapter 10. Zichuan Ning's beauty is otherworldly, her flowing long hair, a flawless oval face akin to jade, delicate willow-like eyebrows reminiscent of a pale moon, and most captivating of all, her expressive eyes, now glistening with tears, which only enhance her allure, adding a poignant charm. She approached Zichuan Xiao with an elegance that left Changchuan in a stupor, Roger drooling, and Zichuan visibly displeased. Consumed by jealousy, Zichuan Xiao sighed inwardly. At just 16, possessing such captivating charm, how enchanting she will be in adulthood. With a bittersweet smile, Zichuan Xiao respectfully greeted. Zichuan Xiao pays his respects to you, miss. I trust you are well? Zichuan Xiao continued. I have just entered the capital this morning and regret not being able to visit you sooner. Oh, Deputy Commander Xiao, you must have had a tiring journey. I dare not claim such honor. I am here to serve my family. Zichuan Ning fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words, and Zichuan Xiao mirrored her silence. Those nearby, even someone as obtuse as Roger, could sense that Zichuan Xiao had lost his usual grace and vitality, appearing stiff and awkward. They refrained from breaking the silence. The discomfort of Zichuan Xiao was their greatest delight. Zichuan mused, this brother-sister pair is indeed peculiar. Who are these individuals? It seemed he had just noticed the presence of others. They are colleagues from the Far East Army, brought to the capital by my subordinate. Please come forth and greet the Mississippi. Roger stood tall, introducing himself. I am Roger, originally from Saga, an officer in the Far East Army. Ambitious and striving for greatness at the age of 24, currently seeking a gentle and understanding unmarried lady. Changchuan gracefully saluted. I am Changchuan Deliang, an officer in the Far East Army, currently serving under Lord Xiao. It is an honor to meet you, miss. Please allow me to pay my respects. Zichuan also bowed. I am Zichuan Jiaming from Beihai, currently an officer under Lord Xiao. Zichuan Ning, indifferent to Roger and Changchuan, expressed keen interest in Zichuan's introduction. How impressive that you are so young and already an officer. You are quite capable and beautiful. Zichuan replied humbly with a bow, all thanks to Lord Xiao's nurturing. May I ask where you will be residing during your stay in the capital? I have just arrived and have yet to make arrangements. I will likely stay at the barracks. The barracks are not ideal, being dirty and old. Why not stay at my home? Zichuan glanced at Zichuan Xiao, who cleared his throat, that may not be appropriate, as we have over 40 people. My house is spacious. Having many guests does not trouble me. I enjoy the liveliness. While Zichuan Xiu was still searching for other reasons, Roger, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected, since the miss has so earnestly extended her invitation, I believe we should graciously accept. Zichuan Xiu, left speechless, nodded affirmatively, resolving that once they found a place, they would move out. To refuse now would place Zichuan Ning in an awkward position. Then we shall impose upon you, miss. As Shirakawa and the others departed, he discreetly inquired of Succumbed Hu, Sir, might I presume that the young lady is not your biological sister? Succumbed Hu nodded somberly. She is the only daughter of Lord Succumbed Yuanqing. I am merely an orphan adopted by Lord Yuanqing. Without his benevolence, my mother and I would have perished from hunger. It is thanks to Lord Yuanqing that my mother can now enjoy her twilight years in peace. How did you discern this? Shirakawa asked. Oh. It is evident from a genetic standpoint. Miss Shirakawa possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, while you, sir, are. Chapter 11. Personnel. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback upon seeing Zichuan Ning's mode of transportation. Oh my, what is this? Zichuan Ning replied, this is called a car. More specifically, a sedan. It's a Mercedes-Benz manufactured in Germany, featuring imported original components, a powerful engine, and it drives incredibly smoothly. The advertisement claims that not a single drop of water will spill from a full cup even at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Isn't it rather absurd to have a Mercedes in an era where cavalry charges with sabers were the norm? The temporal confusion is too severe. Readers might have objections to this. Beautiful women paired with luxurious cars. How delightful for the author. If readers complain, I shall threaten them with a month-long hiatus in updates. Let us see if they don't cower. Inside the vehicle, Zichuan Xiu gazed at the vibrant lights of the bustling city, feeling as if he were in two entirely different worlds compared to the Far East. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Our relentless struggle is solely to protect this realm of peace and happiness. Roger and others followed behind. The car held only Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning, with Zichuan Ning at the wheel. Zichuan Ning asked, How have you been all these years? Zichuan Xiu sighed inwardly. 6 years. While other children bask in the carefree joys of youth, he has faced the battlefield, witnessing countless hardships and sorrows. He has seen his closest comrades torn apart and devoured by the demon race, their anguished screams haunting his dreams night after night. He has hidden in muddy swamps filled with water bugs for an entire day and night, too afraid to move to evade the demon's pursuit. He has endured sieges, starving and desperate, resorting to scavenging flesh from the deceased for sustenance. Not to mention the numerous injuries he has suffered, crying out in pain during the dead of night. How could one explain such profound suffering to a girl whose greatest worry is merely the acne on her face? Zichuan Xiu nodded and replied lightly. I'm fine, though the food is quite poor. Changing the subject, he inquired, What is the current situation of the family? Very well. Under the astute leadership of President Yang Minghua, we are advancing at full speed toward the abyss. Oh, what do you mean by that? Zichuan Ning mimicked Yang Minghua's tone. I must eradicate the Liufeng family. If this is a mistake, let it be my mistake. I shall not shy away from acknowledging it. I do not regret being wrong. His resolute words deceived the council of elders, leading them to approve his plans. Zichuan Xiu remained impassive, quite a bold declaration, excluding the first line. The subsequent ones resemble the confession of an unmarried woman in love with a married man. Zichuan Ning laughed almost to the point of colliding with another vehicle. Our president truly possesses remarkable talents. What of the situation on the Liufeng side? We have suffered consecutive defeats, yet they do not come forward to return the courtesy. This is not characteristic of Liufeng Xuan. My brother, you are unaware that Liufeng Xishan is gravely ill. His 3 sons each command troops, eagerly awaiting the chance to usurp their father's position. Liufeng Xuan, being a daughter, has no inheritance rights, and they all fear her. Having removed her from the decision-making core and assigned her to the front line at Shibing Castle, the president lacks public virtue when the Liufeng family is making errors. Why should we disturb them? If we wish to annihilate the Liufeng, we can wait until they have finished their internal conflicts and find the time to act. That is certainly not the case. Our president is certainly not contemplating the demise of Liufeng. The emergence of the adversary, Liufeng Xuan, must bring him immense delight. How so? In the past, whenever he harbored a disdain for someone and sought their dismissal, he had to laboriously concoct some pretext involving corruption or dereliction of duty. But now, all he needs to do is pat his shoulder and command, bring down Shi Bingcheng. That unfortunate soul is doomed, for no one can outmaneuver Liufeng Xuan. Over the past 6 months, the commanders of the border troops have changed with the frequency of a revolving lantern, all having been dismissed after facing defeat under Liufeng Shuang's command, particularly those who had discord with Yang Minghua. One can only imagine how much he adores Liufeng Shuang. Now, is Sterling unharmed? He is the most vocally opposed. Yang Minghua is quite eager for Sterling to engage in earnest discussions with Liufeng Shuang. Sterling himself yearns for a decisive confrontation with Liufeng Shuang, having heard that they had a stalemate during the second expedition, yet no victor emerged. However, my uncle, Zichuan Sanqing, vehemently disagreed, assigning Sterling to the Imperial Guard as vice commander, thus denying him the opportunity to participate. Zichuan Xiao mused. Everyone claims Zichuan Sanqing is mediocre and inept. Yet this decision is remarkably astute. And what of your uncle, the esteemed general? Does he disregard Yang Minghua's reckless antics? He is nearing senility, I suspect. Zichuan Ning, upon mentioning this, felt an overwhelming frustration. I warned him several times to be wary of Yang Minghua. Yet, come the next day, he again Zichuan Ning mimicked Zichuan Sanqing's frail demeanor. This matter, let us leave it to Yang Minghua, shall we? What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak louder. Oh, I'm feeling quite under the weather today. Old age is upon me. Retirement is the sensible choice. I'm nearly done for. Her imitation was so vivid it made Zichuan Xiao burst into laughter. Yet, he pondered, the situation may not be as straightforward as Zichuan Ning believed. He vividly recalled Zichuan Sanqing's spirited demeanor 6 years ago upon his appointment as commander. There was no reason that the passage of 6 years would render him a timid, cowardly shell of his former self. Henceforth, do not speak such things to him. Whether Zichuan Sanqing is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, such words reaching Yang Minghua's ears would spell trouble for Zichuan Ning. A wave of tenderness washed over Zichuan Xiao. At merely 16, Zichuan Ning has already exhibited a maturity far beyond her years, indicative of the immense pressure a solitary girl must endure in such a hostile environment. He softly reassured her, rest assured. For a moment, they were both silent. A warm atmosphere enveloped the vehicle, and the two ceased their deliberate estrangement. Alas, I nearly forgot to ask you something of great importance. Zichuan Xiao suddenly recalled, at just 16, how did you acquire a driver's license? A driver's license? Oh, the author dislikes such things. Hence they do not exist in our narrative. So you were driving without a license. Quickly, stop the car and let me out. I have no desire to perish. Do not rush. Allow me to locate the brake lever. Where could it be? Is this it? Zichuan Ning pulled it, and the car accelerated. That was the gas pedal. My goodness, you truly do not know how to drive. How is that even possible? I clearly possess the knowledge. Could it be that the wretched author has also expressed his disdain for the brake lever? Chapter 12, Affection. Wow. What an extravagant residence. It is simply magnificent. Upon seeing the villa of the Zichuan family, complete with a garden and swimming pool, Roger exclaimed, with my salary, I could never afford this even if I were to abstain from food and drink for 30,000 years. Chan Chuan turned to Zichuan Xiao and inquired, Sir, does your sister have a boyfriend? Might you assist me in making an introduction? I have followed you through thick and thin for many years. Ouch, Roger. Why are you hitting me? Roger replied, Sir, please introduce me. Do not believe him. He often speaks ill of you behind your back. Only I have remained steadfastly loyal to you. Nonsense. You are the one who frequently disparages the Sir. Remember that time in the Far East when you insulted him for thinking with his knees? I reprimanded you right then and there. You did not. You said it was because Zichuan Xiao's brain was located in his knees, and then you laughed heartily. Sir, do not trust him. Oh dear, sir. If Miss Ning were to associate with a scoundrel like Roger, she would surely have nightmares. I am merely here to show compassion to fallen young women, to help them understand that genuine affection exists in the world, to fill it with love. Sir, I must be candid with you. Roger is a deviant. He often spies on the female soldiers. Have you not heard of the missing undergarments? If you were to search through Roger's belongings, you would find them all there. Without exception. Do you truly believe that entrusting your sister to such a person would lead to her happiness? This is merely a normal hobby. I see no difference between it and philately. I am confident that the young lady and I would be blissful together. Sir, I must inform you that I possess secrets regarding Chanchuan that are best left undisclosed. Sir, do not leave. Where are you going? I still have Roger's sordid tales to share with you. Zichuan Xiao nodded kindly in response, yet he could not help but think with derision, how identical. Even the terms of address remain unchanged. As he stepped into the room of his childhood, he was struck with astonishment. It was truly identical to the moment he departed 6 years ago. The belongings, the books, the bed, even the pillowcase. He sat down at the desk, and his right hand instinctively reached out, revealing an inkstone that appeared as if it had never moved from its place. Could it be that no one had entered this room? Zichuan Xiu touched the surfaces and found no traces of dust. It seemed the room was regularly maintained. He felt perplexed. Identical indeed. Zichuan Ning had appeared at the doorway, seemingly out of nowhere. And not even a speck of dust, Zichuan Xiu remarked coolly. How did you manage this? Zichuan Ning replied with ease, but Zichuan Xiu felt a pang in his heart. How can such profound affection be repaid? He instinctively sought to evade this conversation, searching for an excuse. Miss, your stomach hurts and you need to use the restroom, right? Your stomach always seems to act up at crucial moments. Just by looking in your eyes, one can tell. 6 years have passed, yet your excuses show no improvement. They remain as cliché as ever. Zichuan Xiu sorrowfully realized that Zichuan Yuanshan's unparalleled ability to read minds had been entirely inherited by his daughter, Zichuan Ning, and further enhanced. Miss, you have misunderstood. My stomach does not hurt at all. Rather, I have a headache. Oh dear, it must be a cold. I must lie down for a moment. Humph. Zichuan Ning strode towards the door, declaring, I knew you would resort to this tactic. Useless fellow. By the way, I have confiscated that pile of yellow magazines beneath your bed. You may as well purchase new ones. There is a bookstore across the street where the owner typically conceals them. Just inform him that I sent you. I am a regular customer. And he will provide you with the latest issue of Playboy. Zichuan Xiu genuinely felt a throbbing pain in his head. It felt as if it were swelling to twice its size. Chapter 13. The command office. The Zichuan family is structured into 2 tiers and 4 organizations within the highest command system. The first tier consists of the general office, where the general serves as the family's supreme leader, and the elder council, composed of democratically elected representatives from various provinces. The second tier includes the command office, presided over by the chief commander, who oversees 6 subordinate commanders responsible for executing specific administrative tasks, and the supervisory bureau, led by the chief inspector. Although the chief inspector holds a commanding rank, he is positioned higher than the other 6 commanders, but lower than the chief commander, functioning independently to supervise administrative actions and directly report to the general. A courteous yet aloof attendant informed him that the chief commander, Yang Minghua, was exceedingly busy, and a newly appointed deputy commander would need to schedule an appointment several days in advance to meet with him. Understanding the situation, Zichuan Xiu asked if he could make an appointment at that moment. The attendant perused the schedule and noted that the chief commander's calendar was booked until the following Monday, suggesting a meeting could be arranged at 3 o'clock that afternoon, during which the chief commander could spare 5 minutes. That works for me. Zichuan Xiu smiled, thinking that since his matters were not urgent, this would effectively grant him a few extra days of respite. At that moment, a middle-aged senior officer strolled through the hall and abruptly halted upon spotting Zichuan Xiu. Fang Jing, the commander of the Black Flag Army, had once been Zichuan Xiu's tactical instructor during his youth. They had fought side by side in the campaign against the invasion of Liufeng, forging a solid friendship. Encountering a friend in such a hostile environment as the command office warmed Zichuan Xiu's heart. Fang Jing, fully aware of the chief commander Yang Minghua's aversion towards him, still approached him for a greeting. In this age of Yang Minghua's overwhelming power, when fear gripped many, such camaraderie felt particularly rare. I just arrived in the imperial capital yesterday and intended to report to the command office today before paying my respects to you. I had no idea I would run into you so fortuitously. Enough with the formalities. Fang Jing jovially clapped a hand on his shoulder. How about this? You haven't settled on a place to stay yet, have you? Why not stay at my home? My 2 daughters are in their rebellious teenage years, constantly chattering about boys. You could be a delightful addition to our household. He appraised Zichuan Xiu's tall and handsome stature, nodding appreciatively. Such a fine young man. Interested in becoming my son-in-law? The choice is yours among the 2 girls. Sir, Zichuan Xiu quickly interjected, I am currently residing at Miss Ning's house. Oh. Fang Jing beamed. That makes sense. In comparison to Miss Ning, my daughters would hardly stand a chance. You certainly have good taste. Zichuan Xiu could only smile in disbelief. It's a meeting day at the command office. What brings you here? Let me take you inside. Fang Jing exclaimed, pulling Zichuan Xiu along. Zichuan Xiu hesitated. But the meeting, considering my position. Fear not. I'm here. Fang Jing insisted as he ushered Zichuan Xiu into the conference room. As the meeting had yet to commence, only a handful of individuals were seated around the expansive rectangular table. Come, let me introduce you, Fang Jing encouraged, nudging Zichuan Xiu forward. This is Ming Hui, the commander of the Border Defense Forces, my old partner. Ming Hui's demeanor and appearance starkly contrast with Fang Jing's. He is refined and tidy, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the archetype of a learned gentleman. He courteously shakes hands with Zichuan Xiao, exclaiming, "The Hengchuan campaign, with 30,000 troops defeating 80,000 fiends, is truly remarkable, Deputy Commander Xiao." To which Zichuan Xiao humbly replies, "Not at all, esteemed sir. Your renown is widespread. I hold you in the highest regard." Zichuan Xiao's words are not mere formalities, despite Ming Hui's seemingly delicate scholar's exterior. He led his troops at the forefront during the recent campaign against the turbulent Wind clan, being the first to breach the fortified stronghold of Longling. However, when the dreaded Frost of the Wind emerged, he was also the swiftest to flee. It is rumored that the Frost once remarked upon Ming Hui's forces, upon first sight. One could strike them down with a saber. By the time the saber is drawn, a spear seems necessary. Yet by the time one turns to grasp the spear, they have already vanished. Only arrows will suffice, and by the time one knocks the arrow, they have retreated to the point where cannon fire is required. Recently, nearly all commanders of the border forces have faced defeats at the hands of the Frost, with Ming Hui being the sole exception, which led to his promotion as the commander of the border forces a month prior. This is Commander Lei Sun, the chief of the Central Army, and also the foremost expert of his family. Fang Jing's tone drips with sarcasm as he mentions the title of foremost expert. Zichuan Xiao is aware that Lei Sun is a loyal ally of Yang Minghua, having claimed first place at the Zichuan military competition for 5 consecutive years due to his mastery of the wind and thunder techniques, thus earning the title of foremost expert. He is notorious for a rather peculiar phenomenon. Before each final match, his opponents inexplicably suffer from ailments such as sudden diarrhea, vehicular accidents, or family crises, leading to their withdrawal from the competition. He greets Zichuan Xiao with a thinly veiled smile. "You are quite capable, young man," achieving the rank of deputy commander at such a young age. Unbeknownst to Zichuan Xiao, he secretly employs his wind and thunder techniques, intent on making Zichuan Xiao cry out in pain and humiliation, lest he incapacitate one of his hands. Next is Commander Luo Minghai, the chief of staff at the headquarters. Luo Minghai's demeanor is icy, his expression dark, as though every person in the world owes him 200 coins and refuses to repay. He is also a trusted confidant of Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiao initially intends to shake his hand, but sensing no inclination from Luo Minghai to reciprocate, he hesitates and opts for self-introduction. Zichuan Xiao pays his respects, "Sir." Luo Minghai remains stoic, eventually grunting and indifferent, without further acknowledgement. "Don't mind him. He's as wooden as they come, treating everyone the same," Fang Jing remarks candidly, disregarding Luo Minghai's presence. Oddly, Luo Minghai does not react with anger, merely emitting another grunt from deep within his throat. The next introduction is of the commander of the Imperial Guard, Pai Gu, an elderly man in his 80s, whose mind has long since begun to falter. When Zichuan Xiao greets him, he must repeat himself 3 times before Pai Gu comprehends. Oh, your name is Zichuan Xiao, correct? Oh, so young. I am Pai Gu." The others present strain to suppress their laughter, as his slurred accent renders his name to sound rather like buttocks. Zichuan Xiao was filled with malicious speculation. Could Yang Minghua have arranged for such a useless individual to be the commander of the Imperial Guard in order to facilitate a future rebellion? Here stands someone akin to you, having journeyed from the Far East, the esteemed Commander Guingxing, whom you must know. This was Zichuan Xiao's first encounter with Guingxing, and he was immediately captivated by his appearance and demeanor. He was a remarkably handsome man, whose youthful charm was undeniable. His soft hair fell carelessly across his forehead, slightly discolored, and his gently arched eyebrows exuded an air of tenderness. It was evident that he was unwell, his complexion as pale as parchment. Despite the sweltering heat of August, he was swathed in a thick military cotton coat meant for winter, revealing only his head, which trembled slightly, as though the battle against his affliction had drained the last vestiges of his life force. Yet his eyes remained bright as stars, filled with profound wisdom and fatigue, as if he had comprehended the entirety of the world. When he looked at Zichuan Xiao, there was an undeniable warmth and concern emanating from his gaze. What extraordinary eyes they were! Zichuan Xiao found himself entranced, realizing that a man's eyes could possess such indescribable beauty. It was his first time encountering someone so enchanting. A surge of respect welled within him. This frail individual was the backbone of the entire Far East, steadfastly resisting the relentless onslaught of the demonic forces. It was this ailing man who had maintained the family's rightful path, keeping the arrogant young Minghua in check for 6 long years. Without the protection of this patient, Zichuan Xiao would have fallen victim to young Minghua's malice in his youth. A pang of sorrow welled up in Zichuan Xiao's heart as he perceived Guingxing's profound loneliness and fragility. Their eyes met, and Guingxing's lips curled into a faint smile. Luobua has spoken to me about you, his voice deep and resonant. Do your best here. And do not bring shame to our Far East army, understood? His tone bore the authority of a superior addressing a subordinate, yet it felt remarkably natural to Zichuan Xiao. Many unspoken words were conveyed through those enchanting eyes. We are comrades. Exercise caution. An inexplicable sense of emotion surged within Zichuan Xiao, akin to a lost child finding his father. He bowed deeply. Yes, sir. A silent understanding passed between them. Guingxing smiled faintly. I've been feeling a bit unwell after the journey. The room erupted into laughter, with only Luo Minghai managing a slight grin. Guingxing chuckled and scolded playfully. This rogue. At that moment, the door opened silently, and a guard officer announced, the Lord Commander has arrived. Everyone stood in respectful anticipation. Chapter 14. The meeting young Minghua possesses a strikingly dignified appearance, exuding an air of rectitude and authority, despite being in his 50s. His profound mastery of the internal martial art of ripple allows him to maintain the youthful visage of a man in his 30s, naturally bestowing upon him a captivating presence. His eyes, bright and clear, reveal a genuine warmth and kindness, complemented by a benevolent smile that makes him appear as a trustworthy elder. Zichuan Xiao smiles. Recalling Zichuan Ning's assessment of young Minghua is so despicable that he cannot even be entrusted with a toothbrush. Zichuan Xiao bows respectfully, stating, I have only just arrived yesterday. Today, I come to pay my respects to you, but I fear I have intruded upon the meeting of the commanders. I humbly request your permission to take my leave. Oh, since you are here, it would be of no consequence for you to stay and listen. Young Minghua replies jovially. After all, you are a vice commander now. Entering the commander's office is merely a matter of time. Before I am allowed into the commander's office, I might as well be sent to hell. Zichuan Xiao is not swayed by young Minghua's enthusiasm, adopting an expression of feigned astonishment. Such misplaced affection from you, sir. How could I dare to accept it? The position of commander is the highest honor for a soldier of the Zichuan army, a perfect amalgamation of benevolence, wisdom, and courage. Such a lofty status is not something we humble folk could ever aspire to. Haha. Young Minghua chuckles heartily, evidently pleased, as if Zichuan Xiao's flattery has struck just the right chord. Do take a seat. Yet Zichuan Xiao steadfastly refuses to sit at the table, opting instead for a chair against the wall, remaining silent and observant. The first agenda item, proposed by Commander Minghui, revolves around addressing the conflicts and frictions with the Liufeng family at the borders. The so-called discussion is predominantly one-sided, with young Minghua articulating his thoughts while the other commanders remain largely mute. Commander Guingxing has even closed his eyes in repose, his ill health providing him an excuse for his silence. The subsequent matters become rather trivial. Commander Fang Jing of the Black Flag Army raises concerns regarding overdue wages for his soldiers, substandard rations, and the lack of vegetable supplies, directing his grievances towards Chief Staff Officer Luo Minghai. Luo Minghai responds nonchalantly, stating, I have inquired with the logistics department, and then lapses into silence, allowing Fang Jing to create a tumult. Commander Lei Sun of the Central Army insists that this year, the Central Army should have the privilege of selecting officers graduating from the Far East Military Academy, arguing that the quality of the Central Army's personnel is inferior to that of other units. This proposal is met with vehement opposition from Fang Jing and Minghui. Fang Jing exclaims, the soldiers are of poor quality because their commander is incompetent. This accusation is tantamount to calling Lei Sun foolish to his face. Minghui, maintaining his composure, articulates his reasoning. The border defense forces are at the front line in the struggle against the Liufeng family. There is no justification for withholding exceptional officers from being assigned here. The three engage in a heated dispute, ultimately resolved by young Minghua, siding with Lei Sun, thereby concluding the quarrel. Throughout the entire exchange, Luo Minghai remains silent. Guingxing continues to rest with his eyes closed, and Pigu has fallen into such a deep slumber that drool escapes his lips. Afterward, several other issues are discussed. Yang Minghua repeatedly inquires of Zichuan Xiao, do you have any opinions, Xiao? Please share. Zichuan Xiao, ever so composed, expressed his gratitude to the esteemed president for granting him an audience, allowing him the privilege to witness the distinguished presence of various leaders and to absorb their profound insights. How could he, in his humble ignorance, dare to disrupt their far-reaching visions and meticulous strategies? Such an affront was utterly inconceivable. Zichuan Xiu was acutely aware of his inappropriate position. The mere act of speaking, regardless of correctness, would inevitably lead to missteps. In such a case, he could be easily accused by Yang Minghua of meddling in governance, a charge that would ensnare him irrevocably. To his surprise, Guangxing, who had seemingly been asleep, opened his eyes to cast a glance at Zichuan Xiu, a faint smile of approval gracing his lips. "I have a question," he weakly interjected once the discussions had concluded. "Yang Minghua, how have we previously dealt with captured demon race prisoners?" Guangxing replied, "Typically, they are sent to labor camps in Vagla for forced labor. Some useful beings, such as certain elves or dwarves, may be claimed by the captors and sold in the slave market. However, this girl is exceptional. She is the highest-ranking prisoner we have captured, a member of the demon royalty. If we handle her as we have in the past, it may lead to significant trouble." Guangxing's words were veiled, yet everyone grasped the implication of this trouble, the thought of the demon king. Enraged upon learning that his beloved daughter had been enslaved, leading a horde of millions of demons in a vengeful onslaught was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Fang Jing, with a serious demeanor, questioned, "Are we truly to return her unconditionally?" saying, "Your Highness, the demon king, here is your daughter, unharmed and untouched. Please ensure she does not wander off again, for the world is filled with dangers." This elicited a hearty laughter from all present, with Yang Minghua gasping for breath as he pointed at Fang Jing, exclaiming, "You are the most notorious rogue in the leadership." Zichuan Xiu felt a pang of regret. Capturing Cadden had once seemed a grand achievement, yet now it appeared he had merely invited complications upon the leadership. Yang Minghua inquired, "Have we gleaned any information? What is the condition of the girl?" Guangxing responded with a wry smile, "She has remained silent. Without permission, we dare not resort to torture for interrogation. Each day, she consumes only sparrow livers, hearts of agave, and bird's nest. She drinks only 300-year-old honey-dew and rainwater filtered 17 times. The matter of her sleep is even more troublesome. We had to capture over 300 peacocks, plucking their feathers to create a mattress for her. Even the slightest noise within a 50-meter radius is intolerable to her. Otherwise, she threatens to take her own life, having already attempted twice, which led to one of the guards succumbing to a heart attack from fright." Laughter erupted once again. Minghui remarked, "It's possible the Demon King, unable to bear her disposition, intentionally allowed her to be captured to shift the burden upon us." Fang Jing suggested, "We cannot simply release her without consequence. Instead, let us hold her as a hostage and negotiate peace with the Demon King. Frankly, our family aims to dominate the entire Sichuan continent, and our primary adversary is the Liufeng clan. Engaging with the demon race seems utterly futile." Liufeng chimed in, "What a splendid idea. Fang Jing, why don't you approach the Demon King with this proposal?" "Why not you?" Fang Jing retorted. "You are so eloquent. Why don't you take on the task yourself?" All present are elite masters of the Zichuan family, yet none, regardless of Fang Jin's valor or Lei Sun's flamboyance, dare to boast of their willingness to confront the contemporary invincible demon god king. "I have a suggestion," said Pigu, who awoke unbeknownst to anyone, his frail voice trembling with age. "Why not select some from the demon captives to deliver a message to the demon god king?" "A splendid idea. Experience is indeed valuable." Yang Minghua exclaimed approvingly, and the others echoed their agreement. Zichuan Xiu felt a foreboding sensation. Indeed, all eyes, including those of Guangxing, turned towards him. "You are currently residing at Miss Ning's abode, are you not?" Yang Minghua said with a benevolent smile, "Let Cadden stay there as well. It would not tarnish her royal status." A chorus of voices joined in the jest. Fang Jin, with a sly grin, teased Minghui, "What an enviable assignment." Minghui chuckled mischievously, "Indeed, I have heard that girl is quite enchanting." At that moment, he bore little resemblance to a commanding general of 300,000 border troops. Alas, why does such a delightful task elude old Fang? "Commander Fang," Zichuan Xiu could hardly restrain himself from biting Fang Jin. "Since you are so fond of it, why not take it upon yourself?" "No way. The matriarch at home is quite formidable." Guangxing laughed. "Ah Xiu, since you captured him, you should oversee him. One must clean up their own mess." Clearly, he sought to extricate himself, disregarding the bonds of kinship with Zichuan Xiu in his quest for a scapegoat. Zichuan Xiu glared at him fiercely, while Guing Xing feigned ignorance, retreating into his coat, adopting the guise of a bedridden invalid. Very well, as the commander, I shall make the final decision, Yang Minghua declared with a grin. Disobedience is not permitted, my lord. Zichuan Xiu lamented, yet dared not voice further. The command had been given, and disobedience is a grave offense. No thieving from within your own ranks. Lei Sun warned ominously. Stealing matters not. Fang Jin seemed to have forgotten his earlier quarrel with Lei Sun. Who knows, perhaps Xiu will become the son-in-law of the demon god king. And we shall not have to toil so hard. Yes, yes, for the sake of the family legacy, Xiu, you must strive diligently. Minghui laughed to the point of breathlessness. At that moment, the door creaked open silently, and a chilling voice echoed. Zichuan Xiu, are you still alive? The voice was laced with deep-seated hatred and murderous intent. Chapter 15. The duel. Someone dared to provoke the attendees at the conference of the commander's office. Even Yang Minghua, who was usually composed, changed his expression and sternly inquired. Who? Zichuan Xiu had already sprung to his feet, glaring angrily. He recognized the voice of Di Lin. When Di Lin, one of the 3 distinguished members of the Zichuan clan, entered the room, everyone felt the temperature in the conference room drop a few degrees. Di Lin was tall and striding with an imposing presence, exuding an air of confidence. His features, however, were a somewhat feminine quality: delicate brows, large captivating eyes, thin lips, a perfectly sculpted nose, and skin as tender as snow. If not for his towering stature, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of wayward suitors on the streets. In fact, during his youth, he had countless admirers, though sadly, almost all were male, with the sole female admirer being a lesbian. It was astonishing how such a fragile and beautiful visage could harmoniously blend with his unruly arrogance and cold demeanor, forming a unique charm. Yet at this moment, no one would mistake him for a woman. A woman could not possibly exude such a palpable aura of menace and pressure. Every pore of his being radiated a sense of provocation. He was a formidable aide to Yang Minghua. Casting a disdainful glance at Zichuan Xiu, he first addressed Yang Minghua with an apology. I have heard that my dear friend, Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu, has returned from the Far East. In my excitement to reunite with an old friend, I inadvertently disturbed the proceedings of the commander's meeting. I humbly beseech your excellency for leniency. Although Di Lin spoke to Yang Minghua, his spiteful gaze remained fixated on Zichuan Xiu, as if fearing he might vanish from his sight, revealing the depth of his enmity towards this old friend. After a series of contests, Di Lin successfully claimed his beloved, leading to a rift between the 3. With allegiances starkly divided, Zichuan Xiu, Sterling, and others on one side, while the victor, Di Lin, stood apart. Numerous clandestine duels ensued between the factions, resulting in casualties and an everlasting vendetta. Consequently, Sterling pledged his loyalty to the family patriarch, Zichuan Sanqing, while Di Lin swiftly aligned himself with Commander Yang Minghua, who recognized his exceptional talents and promoted him multiple times, elevating him to the position of a red flag commander by the age of 24. Becoming a trusted enforcer by Yang Minghua's side. Di Lin, your audacity knows no bounds. Yang Minghua exclaimed with a voice full of authority. Seemingly unable to contain his fury, do you not comprehend where you are? Behold, the commander's office. Is this a place for your reckless entrance and uproar? Di Lin bowed again in apology. I was merely overwhelmed with eagerness to see my esteemed friend, Lord Zichuan. I truly could not restrain myself. And I am utterly deserving of death. Though he spoke of deserving death, there was not a trace of the trepidation one would expect from a guilty party. His tone imbued with an air of defiance. However, this was unsurprising. Yang Minghua suddenly softened his tone. You young ones, always so impulsive. What would you do for brotherhood and camaraderie? In light of your deep sense of loyalty, I shall refrain from punishing you this time. Just remember not to repeat such behavior in the future. Yes, I shall obey. I will not err again. The 2 engaged in a spirited exchange, trivializing the grave offense of unauthorized intrusion into a meeting of the commanding office. Di Lin, what brings you to seek out Vice Commander Zichuan? He inquired. It has been many years since I last saw Lord Zichuan, and I find myself longing for a private conversation to exchange pleasantries. I wonder if Lord Zichuan would be inclined to honor my request? Di Lin fixed his gaze upon Zichuan Xiu, a provocative smile playing on his lips. Their eyes locked, reminiscent of 2 famished wolves encountering one another in the forest. An unspoken challenge had been issued. Yang Minghua interjected. Oh dear, you seem rather impatient. Have you not noticed that Xiu is currently in a meeting? He is certain to respond that he is occupied with official duties and cannot attend to you. Of course, this serves as an excellent excuse, particularly when a good friend seeks a heartfelt discussion. After all, one tends to value their life. He turned to Zichuan. I know you will prioritize your responsibilities, won't you? Yang Minghua's attempts at soothing words only served to stoke the flames further. Zichuan Shou's expression shifted, fluctuating between uncertainty and anger. Lin, with a mocking laugh, remarked, Little brother Xiao, could it be that your encounters with the demon race in the Far East have led you to adopt their cowardly tactics? Why not retreat into a sturdy shell for genuine safety? He belittled Zichuan Xiao, equating him to a turtle. Liufeng chimed in with a sardonic tone, Lin, you mustn't pressure Lord Zichuan so fiercely. What if he breaks down in tears? Lin feigned realization. Ah, yes, I should not have misjudged Xiao. I had always thought him to be a man. How amusing, isn't it? Faced with such an insulting provocation, even Zichuan Xiao could no longer endure it. What a touching display of friendship this was. Liufeng continued with a smirk. What reason do we have not to support this profound bond of friendship? Yang Minghua nodded in agreement. In that case, let us allow Xiao to take his leave early. We shall find a private room within the commanding office for them to reminisce. Both Zichuan Xiao and Lin bowed graciously. Thank you for your understanding. Lin exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Minghua before leading the way towards the door. As Zichuan Xiao prepared to follow, Fang Jing quietly cautioned him. Be wary of his swift blade. Do not grant him the opportunity to strike. Block his path. And should the situation turn dire, call for help. I shall intervene. There is no shame in it. Zichuan Xiao nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension, yet his resolute expression revealed his determination. He would rather face death than call for aid. Gudingxing remained silent, watching him with evident concern. Their eyes met in a shared understanding, and Gudingxing slowly nodded in affirmation. Zichuan Xiao expressed his gratitude with a bow, his demeanor now calm, as if he had laid to rest his greatest worries. Gudingxing had silently vowed, should any misfortune befall Zichuan Xiao, he would ensure the safety of Miss Zichuan Ning. As the others looked on, Lin and Zichuan Xiao entered an unoccupied room, closing the door behind them. Moments later, the air was filled with shouts, the sounds of a struggle, the whistling of fists and blades, and the crashing of furniture. When the door finally opened, who would emerge alive? Chapter 16, The Despicable Scoundrel Zichuan Xiao. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of your demise. Zichuan Xiao, let us settle our long-standing grievances today. Zichuan Xiao, did you ever anticipate this day would come? Ha. The heavens have finally granted my wish. Zichuan Xiao placed the final piece of cookie into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Dilling, let us engage in a fight to the death. He quietly remarked to Dilling, after listening to their endless chatter in the meeting, how can one muster the strength to act without some sustenance? How is Xiujia faring? Zichuan Xiao, you lecherous scoundrel. Today, I shall enact divine justice upon you. Dilling communicated discreetly, she is well, but must you greet her upon our first meeting? Such familiarity is quite distasteful. You ought to refer to her as Lady Dilling or sister-in-law, lest I take offense. Huh, I fear you lack the capability to do so. Zichuan Xiao retorted telepathically, what a petty man you are. Had it not been for winning the gamble, how could Lin Xiujia have ever married you? Dilling replied in a whisper that merely indicates it was fated. Lin Xiujia is destined to be my wife, and you must abide by the terms of the wager. Zichuan Xiao muttered, fated? Nonsense. Later, I discovered the gambling device was filled with mercury and magnets. No wonder I always threw doubles while you casually rolled a trio of sixes. Before the device even settled, you hastily ran off to propose to Lin Xiujia, who was originally fond of me. Dilling countered softly, do not be absurd. Even in fair competition, you would stand no chance. At that time, you were barely 16, with your nose still runny. What would have attracted my wife to you? The two exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Despicable knave. A mere child. Utterly shameless. You lascivious wretch. Go to hell. After you. Dilling exclaimed. Yang Ming was plotting a rebellion. He kicked a chair against the wall, shattering it into pieces. You were listed third on Yang Minghua's assassination list. Does that qualify as news? Ha. Zichuan Xiao bellowed with vigor, his voice reverberating through the command building as if engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Oh, who else is on the assassination list? Dilling transmitted, Brother Ingxing ranks first, Sterling is in second place, and the family patriarch Zichuan Sanqing is unfortunately outside the top 3, sitting in fourth. Is Miss Ning unharmed? Rest assured, she is fine. Yang Minghua intends to eliminate Patriarch Zichuan Sanqing and elevate her as a puppet leader. Should we promptly inform Lord Ingxing? He might be unaware. Unaware? What could possibly escape that old fox? Do not underestimate his sickly demeanor, I tell you. Yang Minghua has previously dispatched 4 assassination attempts involving a total of 17 elite assassins against him. And what was the outcome? No outcome. Those 17 formidable assassins vanished as if they had never existed in this world. The following day, the sun rose. Yet we still beheld Guangxing in a state of near demise, as if he were to draw his last breath any moment now. Perhaps if we all perished. This ailing specter could survive for a century. He is exceedingly shrewd, reigning over the entirety of the Far East, where Yang Minghua's men cannot even approach him. However, he is currently in the imperial capital, and Yang Minghua seems to possess a significant opportunity. As for the second-in-command, Sterling. Serving as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, seldom leaves the Grand Commander's residence. Moreover, Yang Minghua does not have the means to silently eliminate Sterling. Of course, I am the exception. You might as well inform him that his subordinates, the deputy flags Yunhe and Fang Ge, have already been won over by Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu turned and smashed a priceless vase, creating a cacophony to signal to the outside world. The duel is fiercely underway. Dilin looked at him in astonishment. Some individuals seem utterly unconcerned about the peril they face, particularly one who is neither the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards nor protected by 6,000 elite troops, yet unfortunately finds himself on the death list. An inconsequential reserve commander whose demise would elicit no concern. I advise you to vacate Miss Ning's residence promptly. It matters not if you lie lifeless in the streets. But do not frighten Miss Ning, for it would be a bother to have her assist in retrieving your remains. Zichuan Xiu inquired, what is Yang Minghua's strength? Extremely formidable. He commands the central army of 170,000 under Lei Sun. Should conflict arise, he could annihilate Sterling's Imperial Guards in less than an hour. What experts does he possess? The Central Army has always been the family's premier elite force, teeming with martial prowess. Their commander, Lei Sun, though greedy, lustful, and fame-seeking, his countenance brightening at being called the greatest, truly wields astounding skills. The chief of staff, Liufeng, has remained enigmatic, and I am still unaware of his martial arts discipline. Moreover, Yang Minghua himself is a top-tier expert, possessing a terrifying ripple internal force. Given Yang Minghua's formidable power, what is he waiting for? What are his current plans? As Zichuan Xiu spoke, he shattered an antique screen. His strategy unfolds in 2 steps. First, to win over Fang Jing and Ming Hui, should either fall under his influence. The Black Flag Army and Frontier Army would become entangled, unable to interfere with the chaos in the imperial capital. Second, he intends to send me to the Far East Army to succeed your position, aiming to instigate internal discord within the Far East Army. Should I divulge your identity to Lord Guangxing? The Far East is his domain. Failing to inform him would render you powerless there, and he would ensnare you completely. Zichuan Xiu, in another outburst, shattered an antique flower pot, producing a resounding crash. I can only let Guangxing know. Disseminating further would place me in grave danger. At this moment, I find myself uncertain of whom to trust. In the span of 3 years apart, 3 friends bound by life and death tread divergent paths. One fiercely battles on the blood-soaked battlefield, another goes undercover, sharing a bed with wolves, while the third, fearless and valiant, confronts Yang Minghua head-on. Now, Dilin prepares to step onto the battlefield, while Zichuan Xiu and Sterling engage in a different kind of silent and perilous struggle amidst the peace and prosperity of the capital. Their eyes meet, revealing profound concern for one another. Their hands clasp tightly, as if they can feel the warmth of each other's fervent spirit, the deep affection shared between brothers. A wave of emotion surges within, yet they cannot give voice to the words trapped in their hearts. Brother, take care of yourself. Both face life-threatening dangers and share unwavering loyalty, all for a promise made long ago, a devotion unregretted, in memory of the towering figure of Zichuan Yuanxing, who has departed yet lingers in spirit over the capital. Suddenly, Dilin recalls, a Xiu, you cannot emerge unscathed. They will suspect something. I must. A flurry of punches and kicks ensues, leaving marks of their duel upon Zichuan Xiu. Stop. Have you finished? You seem to be getting more addicted to this. Zichuan Xiu exclaims. Dilin, with sorrowful intensity, replies, you must understand how agonizing it is for me to strike my dear brother. This emotional torment surpasses any physical pain. Zichuan Xiu retorts, if you smile so joyfully, then perhaps it is better for your body to suffer, while I bear the weight of conscience. Once more, a relentless beating commences. Dilin declares, we need more wounds and blood to make this convincing. Zichuan Xiu, barely clinging to consciousness, pleads, I can't take it anymore. You might as well stab me for real. Sighing, Zichuan Xiu resigns himself. Well, since we have come this far, I might as well bring it out. With wide eyes, he watches as Di Lin retrieves a makeup kit and a bottle of color from his clothing. This is. Oh, this is the makeup used for portraying wounded soldiers, and this red ink simulates blood. Such precious items. I bought them during my last business trip to Hollywood, and they cost me quite a bit of foreign currency. I didn't ask you why you didn't take them out earlier, which led me to. Di Lin, with a sly smile, leans closer to Zichuan Xiu and whispers, Answer A. I forgot earlier. Answer B. It was intentional. Answer C. Because someone stole a kiss from my wife while blowing out the birthday candles. Answer D. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Which answer would you like to believe? My dear A. Xiu? He gently kisses Zichuan Xiu's ear. At last, the door to the room swings open. Di Lin strides out confidently, adjusting his uniform and brushing off a speck of dust, clearly victorious in the duel with effortless ease. Zichuan Xiu, battered and lying in a pool of blood, summons his last ounce of strength to curse. Di Lin, you despicable scoundrel. Chapter 17. Conversation Aining. I love you. After dinner, Zichuan Xiu, filled with emotion, professed his feelings to Zichuan Ning, who was sipping tea. With a crash, the teacup in Baichuan's hand shattered on the floor. Roger coughed violently, choking on a piece of half-eaten cake. Chachuan's mouth hung open in astonishment, oblivious even to Roger's opportunistic attempt to pilfer his wallet. Zichuan Ning felt her heart racing, her breath quickening, her cheeks aflame as if set ablaze. It was the fire of joy, igniting from the long-cherished wish of hearing these words from her beloved. At long last, I love you, Zichuan Xiu declared solemnly. So lend me some money. That damned commanding office. It was clearly Dilling who instigated the duel. Yet they sent the bill for the damaged furniture to me. I spent last month's salary settling the debts at Tianmeng Tavern. Speaking of which, I still Haven Tea settled the score with you, Baichuan. Ah, Aining, where are you going? I Haven Tea finished my words. Don't leave. Honestly, today's young women have no sincerity in love, running away before even hearing a confession. The world is declining. Zichuan Xiu sighed, turning back to Baichuan with heartfelt sincerity. Baichuan, I love you. With a sharp crack, Zichuan Xiu was momentarily dazzled by a flurry of golden stars. A messenger arrived, announcing the visit of Sterling, the deputy commander of the guards. Zichuan Xiu was overjoyed and rushed to greet him. At that moment, Sterling, aged 23, stood at the pinnacle of youthful vigor, exuding an intense vitality. He was of average height, with a lively crew cut, light brown skin, and piercing eyes, handsome in a manner distinctly different from Zichuan Xiu's languid, fair-skinned demeanor, or Dilling's cold, aloof demeanor. Sterling embodied the robust masculinity and decisiveness typical of a soldier, exuding an upright demeanor, dignified comportment, and an energetic spirit. Historians of later generations would come to revere Sterling as the quintessential soldier of the Golden Age. His contemporaries would remark, Sterling was born to be a soldier. Zichuan Ning had once compared the three outstanding members of her family. Sterling is a fierce tiger, possessing the aura of a king. Dilling is like a cobra, cold and ruthless, hard to approach. As for Zichuan Xiu, it is difficult to describe. He is akin to a slug. To maintain confidentiality, the two conversed in the garden. I heard you visited the commanding office today? Whom did you meet? Zichuan Xiu recounted the day's events in detail, while Sterling listened attentively. Finally, he sighed deeply. It is indeed difficult for Dilling. His situation is perilous, and the psychological pressure he must endure is significant. However, the intelligence he provided is undeniably valuable. How do you plan to deal with the two traitors on your side? I have my own plans. Moving against them now would only make it painfully obvious to Yang Ming why that Dilling is one of us. No one knows the true nature of Zichuan Sanqing. Sterling sighed, expressing, even as his most trusted subordinate, I often find him inscrutable. Yet he is certainly no fool. Haven't many labeled you as a simpleton, a debauched scion, a playboy, or a dimwit? Zichuan Xiu smiled gently, reminiscing about Roger, Baichuan, and Chachuan. He added with a wry smile, indeed, everyone harbors their own reservations. Yes, no one dares to confront openly. All dealings are shrouded in secrecy. Sterling remarked, Dilling's warning to you is genuine. Exercise caution. Recently, many have been ambushed in the dark alleys of the capital. Each morning, the garbage collectors discover numerous corpses. Many prominent figures have met their demise. Just last week, my deputy, Vice Flag Officer Shu, was taken away from a tavern while inebriated, and 3 days later, we found his body by the moat. Zichuan Xiu understood his friend's character all too well. He would not let such an affront go unchallenged. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a couple of days ago. I heard that Commander Lei Sun's adopted son, Lei Xiaoyun, was found dead at his mistress's home. The local security agency suspects it was a burglary gone awry, and they are currently searching among the idle and the ruffians for the perpetrator. How unfortunate. Zichuan Xiu laughed heartily. Sterling's humor was even more amusing when he was typically so earnest. So, Xiu, what are your plans? Sterling inquired. Who are you calling timid and cowardly? They exchanged knowing glances, both brimming with mirth. Come help me, Xiu. Let us pledge allegiance to the commander together. Sterling recalled. I remember when we were young. You, I, and Dilling swore allegiance to Miss Zichuan Ning under the late Lord Zichuan Yuanxing's auspices. Have you forgotten? I remember, but given the current circumstances, we must assist Lord Zichuan Sanxing in confronting Yang Minghua to protect the miss, correct? Zichuan Xiu hesitated. I know you blame Lord Sanxing for what transpired 6 years ago, but at that time, he had just assumed command, and the political landscape was under Yang Minghua's manipulation. He was compelled to collaborate with Yang against you. However, he often confides in me his regret, wishing he had not allowed a loyal servant like you to endure such humiliation. He genuinely repents. You should forgive him. Moreover, both you and he share a common adversary in Yang Minghua. Regardless of the situation, Yang will not spare you. Your only path to survival lies in uniting with us. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Let me consider it. I heard you were soon to wed Li Qing, vice flag officer? Sterling chuckled. Zichuan Xiu has a unique tactic. When faced with an undesirable topic, he says, let me think about it, and diverts the conversation with distractions like, oh look, a mouse scurried by, or that bird is quite large, or the moon is particularly round tonight. He did not press further. Indeed, the wedding is planned for after we navigate through this crisis. Excellent. Li Qing has always sought a sprite to assist her, yet the market price is 30,000 each. You who command troops must be quite affluent. Such remarks. The entire family army has uniforms adorned with gold trim, and you suggest there are financial constraints. It is settled. This shall serve as a wedding gift. Do not confuse this with other matters of congratulation. The chaos on our side has me genuinely concerned that the Liufeng family might seize the opportunity to interfere. Rest assured, the Liufengs are preoccupied. Their patriarch, Liufeng Xishan, is nearing his end, and they are embroiled in struggles for power akin to ours. None of Liufeng Xishan's 3 sons are competent, leaving their father indecisive about who to pass the mantle to, as each appears slightly less capable than the others. Thank the heavens that Liufeng Shuang is a daughter with no claim to inheritance. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Indeed, I have heard that Liufeng Xishan has decreed Liufeng Shuang as the lifelong regent. What does this imply? It suggests that Liufeng Xishan has little faith in any of his sons, regardless of who inherits, with Liufeng Shuang's assistance. The Liu family is unlikely to meet its demise. Such heartfelt intentions. I have heard you encountered Liufeng Shuang's troops during your second campaign. How did that unfold? At this point, Sterling sighed deeply. Liufeng Shuang, truly a remarkable figure. We had nearly encircled Liufeng Ming and Liufeng Qing's forces of nearly 200,000, and they were on the brink of collapse. Just a breath away from annihilation. At that critical juncture, Liufeng Shuang's troops appeared, without banners and numbering fewer than 8,000, all cavalry. At that moment, Fang Jing, Ming Hui, and Yang Li, who was the border defense commander at the time, did not regard those 8,000 with much seriousness. Fang Jing merely dispatched 3 infantry formations to obstruct them. Theoretically, this was sound military strategy, however. Who could have predicted that those 3 formations would be reduced to mere fragments in less than 10 minutes? Her troops were extraordinarily fierce. They even scattered one of Yang Li's infantry divisions, charging right into the encirclement. It was then that we realized the gravity of the situation, and we hastily attempted to mobilize our main forces to counter them, but it was too late. A red banner with white lettering soared high, Liufeng Shuang. The 200,000 besieged Liufeng troops, upon seeing this flag, erupted in jubilant cries, "Long life! Lady Shuang has arrived. We are saved. Let us vanquish the treacherous Zichuan family." They fought for an entire day, weary and demoralized, yet upon Liufeng Shuang's arrival, they were invigorated as if on a drug, their battle cries sending shivers down our spines. In an audacious display, Liufeng Shuang, disregarding the rain of arrows, stripped to the waist beneath the banner, visible to both allies and foes alike, wielding her saber high and proclaiming, "Soldiers of the Liufeng family. Do you not even measure up to a woman? Take pride in advance." The sheer spirit she exuded was undeniably compelling. Her guard, equally fervent, fought like madmen, baring their bodies to shield Liufeng Shuang from arrows, When one fell, another would immediately take their place. Sterling's expression shifted to one of pride, yet I dare say, my troops are no less formidable. Under her relentless assault, other forces crumbled, but we managed to maintain our order. For nearly 1,000 miles, she could not gain the upper hand against me. In fact, during our final skirmish, she even suffered a setback against my forces. He turned to Zichuan Xiao and remarked, "Hey, how could you possibly fall asleep? What a needless statement. After listening to your endless tales of triviality, it would be strange if I didn't doze off." As soon as he entered the living room, Sterling was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. An assassin? Zichuan Xiao, who was a step behind, quickly reacted, rushing into the living room, prepared for battle, scanning the surroundings. On the sofa sat Baichuan, Roger, and Chanchuan, three lively characters, unabashedly sharing the delicacies that Zichuan Ning had prepared for the guests. No problem at all, following Sterling's unwavering gaze. Zichuan Xiao noticed a fourth individual. Though seated on the sofa, she maintained an air of poise, utterly indifferent to the sumptuous spread before her. The Demon Princess, Cadden. Chapter 18. The most fearful thing for a person is to fall in love. Is there anything wrong? Zichuan Xiao nudged Sterling at the waist. Oh, what? Sterling stammered. What's wrong? Zichuan Xiao cast a peculiar glance at him, remaining silent. Sterling quickly regained his composure and strode into the living room, watching his retreating figure. Zichuan Xiao's eyes brimmed with worry. I hope it's not as I fear. Roger, Baichuan. And Chanchuan promptly stood to salute. Sterling had become an idol for the young generation of the family's military, admired for his exceptional talent, captivating charm, and charismatic personality. Individuals like Baichuan might not recognize the family patriarch or the president, but they certainly could not fail to identify Sterling. Roger and the others had long held him in high esteem. Despite it being their first encounter, they all sensed something unusual about Sterling today. Chief of Staff Chanchuan added, "Moreover, our Lord Xiuchuan has been standing silently beside us, grinning like a mischievous child. One glance at that smile reveals something amiss. The stars are particularly bright tonight," Sterling declared with a tone of grave finality. Zichuan Xiao glanced up at the overcast sky, raising his eyebrows. Indeed, the moon is also quite full. Yes, in fact, there is no moon tonight. Our capital streets are so clean. Indeed, Zichuan Xiao accidentally stepped onto a dead cat. You really didn't have to come to see me off. You have so much to attend to. Nonsense. Thank you very much for your gift. Li Qing will be delighted. Consider it received. How is Miss Zichuan Ning? I didn't see her tonight. She is well. What is her name? Cadden. Silence. Zichuan Xiao spoke slowly. Her full name is Princess Cadden, the third daughter of the contemporary demon god king, captured by me during the 5th Hengchuan battle. I have been tasked with overseeing her. Sterling's lips trembled, losing the usual composure he exuded. You discovered it early? I'm not blind. You think I'm shameless, don't you? No, Zichuan Xiao tilted his head thoughtfully, just generally shameless. I am engaged, and she loves me dearly. I know. Li Qing is quite a remarkable girl. She is the daughter of the demon god king, of the demon race, and from the royal lineage. The two paused, gazing into each other's eyes for a moment. What shall we do? Do you wish to hear me expound on how a senior military officer of the family should practice self-restraint, selflessness, and sacrifice the small self for the greater good, embodying a magnificent spirit and grandeur? Go to hell. Chapter 19. The newly appointed deputy director. Are you the newly appointed deputy director, Sichuan? The guard at the door displayed an expression as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Your identification? I left it at home, came the reply. More likely, it was taken along with my wallet when those ruffians searched me. Oh. So it's yet another case of left at home. The guard appeared to understand, fiddling with his hefty baton. Every month, 3 to 5 individuals come here to cause trouble. But your appearance is truly a revelation. He frowned. The stench of alcohol is overwhelming. Good heavens, what is that yellowish substance on you? Is it excrement or mud? And your face, what happened to make it resemble that of a panda? Please, I implore you, Xiuchuan pleaded softly. I must report to Director Gushan. I am already late. Indeed, the director was here yesterday to report to me. I am not in a rush. Why are you so anxious? The guard's expression conveyed disbelief. Xiuchuan, with a heavy heart, had to concede that the guard was entirely justified. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, Xiuchuan took a deep breath. I beg your pardon, brother. He gently patted the guard's shoulder, who immediately crumpled to the ground without a sound. Xiuchuan hastily supported him, pretending he was merely resting against the wall. Where is the director's office? The staff member he inquired of was taken aback and could only point aimlessly, each indicating a different direction. Thus, it was nothing short of a miracle that Zichuan was able to locate the correct office. The female secretary at the entrance was horrified by the sudden intrusion of this wild man, desperately blocking his path. You cannot enter. You do not have an appointment. Someone call for the guard. Yet, Zichuan had already barged inside. At the back of the spacious office, a lovely woman was engrossed in reviewing documents, seemingly unfazed by Zichuan's unexpected entrance. Trusting his male instincts, Zichuan immediately rated her an 85. Please take a seat, Deputy Director Zichuan. You are 15 minutes late. Her voice was icy, devoid of emotion, and she did not even glance up, merely gesturing for the secretary to leave. Oh, esteemed one, I apologize, the reason is. His score plummeted to 35, and Zichuan promptly categorized her as a bitter spinster, yearning for affection, yet twisted by long-term neglect, harboring resentment toward the happiness of others. Esteemed one, I apologize. Next time. Yes, esteemed one. Oh, no, Director Go. Zichuan now reported to you, ready to comply with your orders. Deputy Director Zichuan. There is a matter. Would you be willing to assist me? I await your command, ready to serve you. Zichuan sat upright on the sofa, facing Bai Chuan. Roger, Chang Chuan, Zichuan Ning, and Cadden, each bearing solemn expressions, their faces taut, lips tightly sealed, as though a frog might leap forth the moment they opened their mouths. Zichuan sighed and waved his hand. It matters not, gentlemen. Please, feel free to smile. Amidst laughter and jest, only Cadden maintained a semblance of the demon princess's decorum. Smiling subtly, my lord, those two black frames upon your eyes, they resemble a panda, eliciting another wave of mirth. Zichuan Ning chimed in, brother. You've become a figure of notoriety. Grant me your autograph. Roger, with a mischievous grin, remarked, my lord, your taste appears rather lacking. You do not even spare such women? Chan Chuan discreetly inquired of Zichuan Ning, where is the Department of Treatment headed? Another burst of laughter ensued. Cadden, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Sir Zichuan, perhaps I could assist you with the injury upon your eyes. Zichuan, having heard tales of the demon royal family's extraordinary abilities, felt a surge of excitement. Are you a healing priest? Cadden shook her head. Do you possess any unique healing powers? Another shake of the head. Can you cast healing magic? Yet again. She shook her head. Then how might you be of assistance? Cadden produced a box from behind her. This item will surely prove useful to you. It can render your eye injury invisible to others. However, it comes at a steep price, I fear. What is it? A magical pill? A wondrous elixir? A restorative potion? Regardless, Zichuan was solely intent on shedding the panda image. Without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished the last 200 yuan from his pocket to Cadden. Cadden shook her head. Not enough. Zichuan borrowed 1,000 yuan from Zichuan Ning and handed it to Cadden. With a hint of regret, Cadden remarked, alas. You have gained a bargain, were it not for my good rapport with your sister Zichuan Ning. Zichuan snatched the item and, upon inspection, discovered it to be a pair of sunglasses, priced at a mere 15 yuan, a mere trinket from a street vendor. Historical records indicate that after the Radiant King established dominion over the Far East, he often treated the lower echelons of the demon race with considerable leniency. However, he seized every opportunity to outwit the demon royalty. The reasons behind this remain a topic of debate among historians, but one certainty persists. At some point, Zichuan must have suffered a misfortune at the hands of the demon royal family. As for the truth, it remains an eternal enigma, forever beyond the reach of understanding. Chapter 20. The celestial star of Zichuan Sterling struggled to rise from his bed, feeling as though his head were splitting open. A wry smile crossed his lips. Li Qing remained as ever, gentle, rational, and resolute. Even when reproaching him, she refrained from undermining his pride. With such a virtuous wife, what more could a man desire? Had it not been for the events of the previous night, she would indeed be the perfect lifelong partner for him. Sterling had already concocted an excuse to share with Li Qing. He had encountered a show the night before, and in his elation, had indulged in a few too many drinks. It was unavoidable. He had insisted on dragging me along. Sterling was almost certain that Zichuan Xiu would weave a similar tale to Zichuan Ning. Sterling coerced me into it. After all, friends serve as shields in times like these. Upon arriving at the Grand Chancellor's residence, Sterling instinctively surveyed the perimeter for security measures. The elite soldiers of the Immortal Battalion, renowned for their combat prowess and unwavering loyalty, stood guard every 3 paces, their sentinels stationed like iron stakes. This was merely what could be observed from the outside. Concealed archers were strategically positioned at every high point throughout the Grand Chancellor's estate. The rooftops, corners, and gardens were all rife with hidden stakes. Countless sharp blades were embedded along the walls, while concealed traps lay in ambush at every hidden angle. The entire defense system, which he had meticulously designed, had prompted Emperor Lin to exclaim that unless an army were to mount a full-scale assault, entry would be utterly impossible. The vigilant soldiers of the Imperial Guard saluted and permitted him entry without any further scrutiny, due to the advanced age and waning vitality of Pigu. Sterling had effectively taken command of the Guard's defenses. Sterling made his way directly to the Grand Chancellor's office, situated dozens of meters underground. After saluting, he spoke. "My lord? Is that you, Sterling?" Zichuan Sanqing lifted his head from the mountain of documents, adjusting his reading glasses. "Please, take a seat." His appearance bore no resemblance to the illustrious Zichuan Yuansheng. He was unremarkable and pedestrian. A diminutive stature, beady eyes, a slightly hunched back, and uneven teeth often left many disappointed upon first glance. Zichuan Xiao had privately remarked, "He is a ruler who cannot inspire loyalty among his subordinates." His political endeavors did little to enhance his image, though he was not irreparably flawed. He also lacked any achievements that could inspire hope. People found no trace of the regal charisma expected of a Grand Chancellor in him. The general consensus was that he was an easily bullied, mediocre old man who had merely stumbled into his position through luck. Only a select few confidants, including Sterling, understood the piercing brilliance that occasionally flickered in his otherwise vacant eyes. "I heard from the flag-bearer that you were seeking me, my lord." "Indeed," Zichuan Sanqing nodded. "You had a bit too much to drink last night, did you not?" "Yes." Sterling immediately rose and bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, my lord." A wave of emotion washed over Sterling as he choked out, "My lord, I am truly sorry for my indiscretion. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and I would gladly face any danger for you." "There is no need for such fervor, Sterling. I would prefer you to live well for my sake." Zichuan Sanqing smiled, and that smile infused his otherwise stolid face with an unexpected charm. "Did you encounter Zichuan Xiao? How was it?" Sterling comprehended the significance and dreadful implications of the question posed. He was inclined towards us, but had yet to reach a definitive conclusion and was still deliberating. "Indeed." Zichuan Xiao exhibited a lack of wisdom. Zichuan Sanqing stood up and asserted, "He is the adopted son of my deceased elder brother. Yang Minghua would never regard him as one of his own. If that is the case, why not simply join our ranks?" Sterling, standing aside, felt hesitant to speak. Although it was not his fault, the fact that Zichuan Xiao was his friend and that he had failed to persuade him rendered him ineffectual and embarrassed. "We must keep a close watch on him. Sterling, I am aware of your friendship with him. But should he fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and align himself with Yang Minghua's forces, we may have to take the initiative." Sterling trembled at the thought, but merely replied, "Yes, my lord." Zichuan Sanqing discerned his sentiments. "I hope it does not come to that. I do not wish to have someone as formidable as Zichuan Xiao as an adversary." "Are you aware of Zichuan Xiao's martial prowess?" "I only know that Lord Yuansheng once taught him the basics of repelled technique. After he went to the Far East, I lost track of him." Zichuan Sanqing's demeanor turned grave. He must have other mentors. "My brother, Guisheng, once reported to me that Zichuan Xiao buried himself in a sand pile and held his breath for 4 hours, managing to assassinate 2 top-tier generals of the demon race amidst thousands of troops, inflicting fatal wounds without receiving any counterattack, and then escaping unscathed from the encirclement of thousands of demons. Such a terrifying expert, I fear my late brother could not have trained." Sterling refrained from speaking. Zichuan Sanqing shifted the conversation. "What are your thoughts on Yang Minghua's decision to relocate Dylan to the Far East?" Indeed, it is a profound consideration." Zichuan Sanqing remarked with a smile, "Yet, it seems somewhat overly optimistic. Have you contemplated this from Yang Minghua's perspective?" "Pray, enlighten me, my lord." "We are concerned about Yang Minghua turning against us. Has he not reason to worry about our betrayal as well? In such a tense time, he dares to send his most trusted general far away. Do you not find that peculiar?" "Ah, yes." Thus, after much contemplation, I can only surmise 2 possibilities that might compel Yang Minghua to act thus. "Please, my lord, elucidate." Possibility 1. Yang Minghua has uncovered Dylan's true identity and seeks to remove him to avoid complications. However, this action does not align with Yang Minghua's character. He is not one to show such patience and compassion. Would it not be simpler to eliminate Dylan and dispose of the body in the moat? Then possibility 2 is, Yang Minghua possesses some hidden strength unknown to us. Zichuan Chanqing pronounced each word deliberately. He certainly does. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious. Furthermore, this hidden expert must meet 3 criteria. Firstly, their martial skill must be sufficiently high. Secondly, they must reside in the imperial capital. And thirdly, they must not raise suspicion from others. Have you considered who might fulfill these conditions? Sterling felt a surge of anxiety. He already understood who Zichuan Chanqing was suspecting. My lord, Sterling declared resolutely, I stake my life on it. Zichuan Xiao is absolutely not that kind of person. Sterling, it has been 3 years since we last met. People do change. Zichuan Chanqing remained silent. Sterling, too, was at a loss for words. Very well, Sterling. You must urgently persuade Zichuan Xiao to join us. He is a formidable expert, and his subordinates, numbering over 40, are seasoned warriors from the Far East. Renowned for their valor in battle. Though few in number, their combat prowess is exceptional, making them a significant force. With his participation, our cavalry project will be far more likely to succeed. Yes, my lord. I shall do my utmost. Just as Zichuan Xiao was stealthily entering Baichuan's room, intent on pilfering a wallet, he suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? Oh, Baichuan, you're awake. What a coincidence to find you in your own bedroom. As for the wallet in my hand, it is quite reasonable, don't you think? Surely, you don't believe I would steal your money, do you? Ha. Alas, Baichuan, why are you reaching for a knife? Just wait a moment. I promise to provide you with a reasonable explanation. You can't rush me like this. I need a moment to concoct an excuse. Help. Chapter 21. The general and the libertine under the relentless efforts of diverse figures, time swiftly passed. The imperial capital remained tranquil and serene, akin to the calm before a storm. 6 months had elapsed. From the distant Far East came a thunderous rumble, heralding the rise of a brilliant star in the military realm. Lin, following in the footsteps of Zichuan Xiao, achieved a second monumental victory in the war against the demon race. During the 6th Battle of Hengchuan, he decimated the invading demon forces, claiming over 70,000 lives and capturing nearly 50,000. This marked the greatest triumph for humanity since the onset of hostilities with the demon race. However, the most shocking aspect of this battle was not the impressive results, but rather Lin's brutality. He ordered the execution of all captured prisoners, leaving no survivors. Upon hearing the news, the chief of staff of the Eastern Army, Luo Bo, was taken aback and raced to intervene. By the time he arrived at the scene, Lin was graciously receiving him while secretly issuing orders for the beheading of the last batch of 5,000 prisoners. By the time Luo Bo comprehended the situation, a gruesome scene of carnage lay before him. Overwhelmed by the sight of a mountain of corpses, he closed his eyes in anguish and reproached Lin, exclaiming that the 2-century legacy of the Ashura family, painstakingly established in the Far East, was being recklessly destroyed by him. His lamentations, however, were premature. This was merely the beginning. Following the battle, Lin wasted no time in regrouping, immediately leading 200,000 troops of the Zichuan Eastern Army in a relentless pursuit towards the demon god fortress. This maneuver shattered the long-standing strategic paradigm of the demon race's offense and humanity's defense in the Far East, catching the ill-prepared demon border forces off guard, forcing them into a hasty retreat. Lin pursued them without relent. Along the way, any non-human village, town, or city that dared to resist even slightly faced annihilation. He ordered the slaughter of all inhabitants, regardless of age or gender, followed by setting the entire city ablaze. In the wake of his army, only blue skies and scorched earth remained. Only those races that aligned closely with humanity could plead for their lives from this commander. To survive, they were compelled to surrender their wealth, supply provisions, and even send able-bodied men to join Lin's forces. With an iron grip and stern military discipline, he subdued the defiant half-beasts, werewolves, elves, and serpent men, instilling a fear that rendered them mute, lest his scrutinizing gaze fall upon them. Lin's harsh measures and iron-fisted rule were not solely applied to the alien races. The soldiers of the Zichuan family lamented as well. Over 1,000 cavalrymen who retreated in the face of the enemy were executed before the entire army. More than 40 soldiers who reported late for morning assembly were dragged for a full 5 kilometers by horses. Guards caught sleeping on duty were subjected to 50 lashes, with one soldier succumbing after merely 20. Nevertheless, the enforcers dared not disobey orders and carried out the punishment in full, effectively beating a corpse. Under Lin's command, no one dared to defy orders, neglect their duties, or falter in the face of the enemy. even when confronted with the formidable armored beasts. His troops boldly charged into battle, wielding spears, sabers, swords, bows, arrows, and even stones, fighting fiercely with their bare hands and teeth. The demon race gasped in horror, exclaiming that Lineage's troops were madmen. Thus, his name became synonymous with nightmares and invincibility, echoing throughout the demon-controlled territories of the Far East. After he ruthlessly slaughtered the 4 demon cities of Grank, Kaz, Henglan, and Ks Laki, no city dared to defy him any longer. Wherever his army advanced, the demon cities opened their gates, kneeling in submission. The city guards either fled in panic or surrendered unconditionally. Emperor Lin relentlessly eradicated the small regular demon forces, simultaneously drawing and surrendering races like a vast ocean embracing myriad rivers, his strength swelling immensely. By the time he marched into the demon's second largest city, Gamara, his forces had reached an impressive 500,000. Humanity had never witnessed such a formidable offensive or such profound advancement since the onset of war. In Gamara, he encountered the first significant resistance since the conflict began. The young general of the demon army, Yun Qianxue, who boasted royal blood, commanded 200,000 troops, prepared with formidable defensive fortifications. Meanwhile, as Emperor Lin was establishing his unparalleled achievements, his counterpart among the illustrious Zichuan trio, Zichuan Xiao, was diligently toiling away in the administrative office, awaiting the emergence of his newly appointed beautiful secretary. Deputy Director Zichuan Xiao raised a placard, 38, 22, 37. I wager 100 yuan. Roger lifted a sign, 38, 21, 38. I too wager 100 yuan. Changchuan held up a placard, 37, 22, 38, 100 yuan. However, I suspect your estimates regarding her bust size may be erroneous. Based on my years of experience, it is highly likely she is wearing padding. Let's clarify that later, Bai Chuan. Roger concurred. Yes, and her hips seem a bit saggy. I fear the gentlemen may be too conservative in their assessments. Zichuan Xiao urged, Bai Chuan. What are you waiting for? Hurry and ask her. Bai Chuan, dissatisfied, retorted. What reason do I have to inquire about her measurements? Oh, that's simple. Just say it's for a census to fill in the information. Zichuan Xiao exclaimed in triumph. I won. Hand over the money. Changchuan, begrudgingly. Produce the cash. This is unreasonable. How could I have misjudged? Roger added. Exactly, how dull. What shall we play next, gentlemen? Zichuan Xiao, contentedly counting the bills, mused. The scent of money is truly delightful. How about we wager on whether she is a virgin? I bet she is not. I stake 100. Chapter 22, War and Love. This is precisely the life of a vice commander that I have always envisioned. Zichuan Xiao gazed with satisfaction at the lavishly renovated and spacious office, the imposing desk, within which concealed exquisite wines and salacious literature, comfortably seated in a genuine leather chair. Even commanding the attractive secretary clad in a minuscule skirt. Fetch me that journal from 10 years ago atop the cabinet. As she clambered onto the stool, Zichuan Xiao propped his chin and gazed intently in admiration. We are all men. No need for explicitness. Furthermore, the work is not arduous. It is evident that Zichuan Xiao, as the vice commander, is not held in high regard. His daily responsibilities revolve around counting the number of chairs and teacups in each legion and determining which window requires repair. Although Director Gashan has not entrusted Zichuan Xiao with significant duties, he has at least not subjected him to unfair discrimination. Zichuan Xiao sighed. Paradise. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon certain elements that should not exist in paradise. Roger, Bai Chuan, Changchuan, what brings you to my office? Oh dear sir, have you forgotten? We are your assistant vice directors. I did not mean that. Do you not have your own office? Do not mention it. Our office is cramped and dilapidated, with poor lighting. They do not even provide air conditioning. The secretary is as unattractive as a demon's mother. Sir, have you seen Midnight Horror? No need to buy a ticket. Just look at our secretary in the office. Moreover, they do not even serve Coca-Cola. Sir, you know, we are samurai from the Far East, and a samurai oversees hundreds of thousands of people. Yet here, we are even less than the visiting refugees. Zichuan Xiao felt dizzy hearing this. Quiet down, quiet down. Why is Zichuan Ning here as well? And what of Princess Cadden? Brother, you are so selfish, frolicking around while leaving a girl all alone at home. How lonely it must be. Do you not feel a pang of guilt? Does your conscience not chastise you? She will certainly have opinions about so many gathering here. Oh. Sir Xiaochuan, worry not. Cadden casually hung a meeting in progress. Please do not disturb sign on the door. Let them say whatever they wish. Vice Director Zichuan holds 7 meetings a week, and they will commend your enthusiasm for your duties. Hell, Zichuan Xiao exclaimed in despair. What are you lamenting about, hell? Sterling appeared at the door, smiling as he said, I apologize for interrupting your meeting. Not at all. Everyone rose to welcome him, except for Cadden, who remained seated. Since their farewell that day, Sterling had visited Zichuan Ning's residence nearly every day. Everyone is not foolish, naturally. They quickly comprehend that Lord Sterling's frequent visits are not solely due to his close ties with Lord Zichuan. Moreover, the person involved, Sterling, did not conceal this fact. Upon arriving at the residence of the Zichuan Ning family, he eagerly scanned his surroundings until he finally spotted Kadong. At which point he visibly relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. Roger once remarked to Chuan, look at Lord Sterling. He resembles a lovesick schoolboy, utterly smitten. Sterling is a notable figure in the imperial capital, and this situation should have sparked considerable excitement. However, under the oppressive pressure from Zichuan Xiao, he summoned the household staff and subordinates, fiercely threatening, anyone who dares to speak shall face dire consequences. Even with Zichuan Ning, he rarely assumed the role of an elder brother, forbidding her from uttering a single word to her confidant, Li Qing. Thus, fortunately, the matter did not leak from the Zichuan Ning residence. The onlookers smiled as they observed Sterling entering with an oblivious demeanor. Chang Kong, seated beside Kadong, promptly vacated his seat, saying, please, sit, my lord. Sterling, without hesitation, took a seat, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Even Zichuan Xiao, known for his audacity, could not help but admire Sterling's brazen demeanor. What are we discussing? Sterling inquired, yet his gaze was solely fixed on Kadong. Although he had already perused the content, he feigned interest as if reading it for the first time, making encouraging sounds as though the news were particularly engaging. After a few moments, he asked, what does everyone think? Xiao, do you hold the same view? Sterling directed his gaze towards Zichuan Xiao, and their eyes met, instantly understanding each other's sentiments. Zichuan Xiao gently replied, no, I believe that at this juncture, the Empire possesses a proactive strategic advantage. Sterling succinctly concurred, I share the same sentiment. Why? Several voices inquired simultaneously. Zichuan Xiao smiled. You all see that Sterling is facing east toward the city of Gamara, where 200,000 demon troops, led by the renowned General Yun Qianxue, are stationed, seemingly fortified like an impregnable fortress. Hence, the Empire must attack Gamara, yet it is bound to fail, correct? Sterling interjected. But what if the Empire chooses not to assault Gamara? For instance, it could pivot and launch an offensive toward the southeastern city of Ika, which is less fortified. Capturing Ika would enable the Empire to establish contact with the southeastern garrison led by Deputy Commander Liufeng, alleviating concerns regarding their rear guard and reinforcements. Simultaneously, they could completely isolate nearly 5,000 square kilometers of demon territory, gradually eroding it away. Zichuan Xiao continued, if the Empire also refrains from attacking Ika, it could advance northeast to the Guisan grasslands. Occupying the Guisan grasslands would effectively eliminate the demon sources of magical crystals and walking dragons. The Empire could then utilize the captured walking dragons and magical stones to form a cavalry unit of 100,000 magical dragon riders. At that point, the demons would be in dire straits. Sterling remarked, even if the Empire does not strike Guisan, it could directly besiege Kamala with superior forces, waiting for Yun Qianxue's 200,000 troops to succumb to hunger and surrender. A profound silence ensued. Shirakawa hesitated and said, there is a condition. The supply of resources for Emperor Lin's legion must be ceaselessly delivered. Otherwise, he cannot sustain prolonged warfare. However, with the transportation line stretching over 1,000 kilometers within the territory of the demon clan, how can we ensure that? Zichuan Xiao and Sterling exchanged glances and shared a bitter smile. Sterling, as if carefully weighing his words, remarked, this dilemma poses a significant challenge for us. Yet for Emperor Lin, it is hardly an issue. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between a renowned general and an incompetent one. His tone carried an unspoken dryness. Zichuan Xiao also smiled wryly. This is not merely a matter of capability, it is fundamentally an issue of perspective. You need not belittle yourself. The others, perplexed, turned their gazes towards Zichuan Xiao, hoping for clarification. With a sigh, Zichuan Xiao offered a single statement. Raid locally to resolve the supply issue. The group grasped the implication. To sustain prolonged combat, Emperor Lin would undoubtedly dispatch various detachments to seize all available sustenance from fields, villages, towns, and cities. He would never allow his soldiers to suffer from hunger. Thus, if Emperor Lin could manage for 2 months, then Yun Qianxue, trapped within the city, would surely not endure even 3 weeks. Cadden cried out sharply, "What about our civilians? Are we to let them starve?" All the officers of the Zichuan family in the room turned away, unable to meet the girl's bright gaze. Only Roger muttered under his breath, "War is cruel." But no one paid him heed. The previous atmosphere felt utterly vile. When only Zichuan Xiao and Sterling remained in the room, Zichuan Xiao quietly remarked, "In our eagerness to discuss, I nearly forgot that Cadden belongs to that side." Sterling merely sighed. He continued to express his exasperation, stating, "To be honest, Emperor Lin's methods in the Far East will lead to an unwieldy mess in the future." Zichuan Xiao replied, "He is solely focused on immediate convenience, executing all the captives who will dare to surrender to us in the future. They will fight to the bitter end. Moreover, the slaughter of civilians and the plundering of food are practices I cannot condone. How can our family establish itself in the Far East if we lose the hearts of the people?" Sterling fell silent. Recalling Emperor Lin's commanding and forceful voice, "I do not need the support of those lowly beings. I only require their fear and obedience. Ultimately, our dominion over the Far East does not stem from public opinion or elections, but from the sword in our hands." Deep down, Sterling also disagreed with Emperor Lin's ruthless methods. However, as he was their elder brother, Zichuan Xiao, as a younger sibling, could voice complaints. But Sterling felt it inappropriate to condemn him. He sighed once more. "Sterling, stop sighing like a jilted maiden. Say something." He inquired, "Any recent news from the capital?" "I mean, from your end." "Nothing particularly new," came the reply. "Firstly, Yang Minghua refused to provide new equipment to the border troops of Minghui, resulting in that batch of supplies falling into the hands of Lei Sun's central army. Secondly, our director, Gushan, had a heated argument with Luo Minghai over this matter, asserting that Yang Minghua should not disrupt established protocols, as new equipment has always been allocated to the border troops first. I find it somewhat perplexing to grasp the stance of this old maid. Oh, such occurrences? It seems I might be able to manipulate the situation to my advantage. Perhaps I could win her over." Zichuan Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Sterling, his expression peculiar. "Why are you looking at me like that? Letcher, please. Restrain yourself when pursuing a woman. Even if you have feelings for Cadden, there's no need to be so overt. I fear the rumors may spread." "I am barely able to contain myself." Sterling was rendered speechless. "Has Li Qing discovered anything?" "She merely suspects, doubting whether I have taken a second lover, yet remains oblivious to their identity." TSK, a woman's intuition is indeed formidable. She sought my assistance through Zichuan Ning to investigate your whereabouts, and I had to placate her with much effort, but next time I may not be able to escape so easily. What has been Cadden's reaction? You have seen it. No reaction. She never grants me the opportunity for solitude. Zichuan Xiao cursed. That little vixen. So cunning. I suggest you speak directly with the commander. So long as he supports you, others will find it difficult to intervene. You need not resort to furtive maneuvers. I would, but not at this moment. Yang Minghua and his faction will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to undermine us. It is quite possible he may force me to resign in disgrace. Furthermore, I do not wish to divert the commander's attention from pressing matters at this time. Indeed. Zichuan Xiao gazed at Sterling's face, which had grown gaunt, his cheekbones protruding and his eyes deeply set. He could not fathom how his dear friend could suffer so profoundly over matters of the heart while maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he navigated the burdens of military affairs. Engaging in a psychological battle with Yang Minghua's faction, he felt sympathy for Sterling and harbored a deeper admiration for his fortitude, even pondering, if it were me, I could not endure such turmoil. Fortunately, I am not foolish enough to fall into that trap. What is love? I scoff. The young women loitering beneath the grand hotel in the imperial capital are all stunningly beautiful, merely 300 yuan for a night. Why complicate matters with love? Chapter 23. A storm approaches in the harsh winter of February 779 in the Empire's calendar. The situation in the Far East underwent a significant change, as the forces of Diling besieged the 200,000 troops of the demon race, led by Gamara and Yun Qianxue. A new adversary emerged from the depths of the demon kingdom. The second prince of the demon race, Kalen, arrived with an elite guard of 200,000 to support Yun Qianxue. After several tentative skirmishes, Diling recognized that this opponent was unlike any faced previously. The elite guard of the demon race surpassed ordinary soldiers in morale, combat capability, and loyalty. Fearing a pincer attack from Yun Qianxue and Kalen. Compounded by the challenges of winter warfare and increasingly difficult logistics, Dilling decisively ordered a retreat. The orderly withdrawal of Dilling's army, characterized by their formidable presence and unwavering discipline, dissuaded Kalen and Yun Qianxue from launching an immediate assault. Rather than a pursuit, it resembled a courteous escort back to the Zichuan front, where both sides returned to their original positions, thus concluding a military campaign that lasted half a year, later known as the First Great Expedition. In this battle, the Zichuan family suffered over 51,000 casualties and approximately 116,000 injuries. Among the deceased, over 30,000 were non-human soldiers forcibly conscripted by Dilling, while more than 80,000 injured belonged to non-human races. The demon forces, in turn, incurred losses of 273,000 dead and 288,000 wounded. Of the deceased, 156,000 were slaughtered after surrender. However, these figures merely reflect the military losses. According to future historians of the Zichuan family, such as Tang Chuan, during the First Great Expedition under the banner of Dilling's Crimson Flag, 5 major cities and 72 towns were ravaged and burned, with over 200 villages devastated. The direct, massacred, and indirect, starved or frozen due to the seizure of winter provisions and warm clothing. Civilian deaths among the demons and other non-human races reached as high as 1,800,000. Later, many scholars criticized Tang Chuan for his conservative estimates, alleging a lack of objectivity as he was employed by the Zichuan family, thus suspecting an embellishment of the family's forebear Dilling. At this juncture, Dilling was hailed as the new war god of the family, the first general of the lineage since Yalamai, renowned for his unparalleled achievements. Yet, he was also reviled as a cold-blooded maniac, an executioner, and a king of murder. On March 19th, receiving orders, Dilling set forth from the Wayland fortress with 50,000 valiant soldiers, marching towards the imperial capital. Observing the slightly envious Central Army commander, Lei Sun, Yang Minghua reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, the position of commander-in-chief will soon be yours." Luo Minghai merely nodded coldly. "Thank you for your support, my lord." Zichuan Sanqing smiled and inquired, "Sterling, what is today's date?" Yang Minghua's boldness made one wonder if he feared a rebellion from the Far Eastern Army. At that time, Guingxing had already perished, leaving him unrestrained. Even if Guingxing's subordinates, Luo Bo and Lin Bing, held objections, the perpetrator, Di Lin, was a general of the Far East Army, and all the assailants were soldiers of that same army. Yang Minghua could conveniently assert that this was merely an internal conflict within the Far East Army, bearing no relation to him. Ultimately, he could surrender Di Lin to quell the fury of Guingxing's followers. The plan was remarkably meticulous. Sterling chuckled. He has overcalculated too cleverly. Oh. The bill for the furniture damaged in the last duel should rightfully be Di Lin's responsibility. Why has it fallen upon me? It amounts to quite a sum. Over 7,000, plus 6 months of interest. Aining, do you think we should calculate the interest based on official rates or black market rates? Considering our long-standing friendship, I shall refrain from compounding the interest. However, even with compound interest, he wouldn't be impoverished, would he? I have heard that he has been embezzling in the Far East, leaving the poor demon clan in utter despair, on the verge of tears. Chapter 24. Affection. The captain of the Imperial Guard, Capra, presented a letter to Dilling, freshly received in the mail. Dilling unfolded the note, which bore a single line. Yuan Ming will publicly announce the meeting of the Emperor and Empress at dawn. He furrowed his brow and nodded. Understanding his cue, Capra discreetly withdrew. A love letter? Lin Shujia teased. Dilling's countenance, typically as frigid as ice, momentarily softened into a rare smile. "I love only you," he replied, handing her the letter. "You're joking. You truly lack a sense of humor." Lin Shujia chided him playfully, though her heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. "Is it an official letter? Then I shan't pry." "It matters not. I harbor no secrets from you," Dilling assured her. At his words, Lin Shujia felt herself nearly melting with happiness. She realized that accepting Dilling's proposal had been the wisest decision of her life. How fortunate she was to have chosen him. Dilling was youthful, handsome, and exceptionally talented, holding a position of great power. Countless beautiful women had been drawn to this strikingly alluring figure, now a vice commander, attempting to ensnare his attention. Yet, they all found themselves thwarted by the impenetrable iceberg of Dilling's indifference and composure. Among the unmarried women of the capital, a saying had emerged. Dilling is an insurmountable iceberg. Regrettably, they failed to witness his demeanor at home. Lin Shujia smiled sweetly. Which husband? 2 years into marriage, still harbored such profound affection and tenderness for his wife. While others claimed that marriage was the grave of love, Lin Xiujia felt that this grave was a paradise, for she had wedded an almost flawless husband. Almost. As his perilous dual identity was a constant source of worry for her. What did Yuan Ming will publicly announce the meeting of the emperor and empress at dawn signify? Dilling explained, it's a word-jumping code. Try reading it by skipping a word. Yuan Gong, Yao Zhong, Ho Hui Tian Ming. Still unclear. Lin Xiujia confessed. Dilling mischievously winked. Try reading it backward. Tomorrow, after the meeting at Central Park. Oh, I see now. Someone has summoned you to meet at Central Park after tomorrow's meeting. She leaped into his embrace, playfully striking his broad chest. I'm not going. You must be laughing at someone for being foolish. Dilling pretended to rise in indignation, rolling up his sleeves and surveying the room. Who? Who dares to call my wife Lin Xiujia foolish? Step forward, and I shall confront him. Lin Xiujia was amused by his antics, laughing heartily. Dilling resumed his seat, gently embracing Lin Xiujia. How could that be? My wife, Lin Xiujia, is undoubtedly the most intelligent. Lin Xiujia felt a wave of happiness wash over her. But a question lingered. Who had sent the letter? Oh, just a self-proclaimed clever fool. Dilling remarked, a warm smile illuminating his typically stoic features. Zichuan Xiao. Lin Xiujia guessed without hesitation. Dilling grinned. How delightful that we share the same opinion of him. In truth, the cryptic machinations of Zichuan Xiao are utterly futile. Once in the hands of Yang Minghua and his associates, a password expert could unravel such rudimentary codes in less than a minute. It is merely Zichuan Xiao's innate penchant for complicating matters. In his own words, this is what it means to engage in clandestine operations. He insists on employing ciphers for correspondence among himself, Dilling, and Sterling, with each method differing from the last. At times, he employs a single-letter skip, other times two. Occasionally opting for arithmetic sequences, or even multiplicative skips, and sometimes he even reverses the order. Consequently, the true victims of this elaborate ruse are Dilling and Sterling, who are left bewildered, deciphering letters that resemble an incomprehensible scroll. After exhausting considerable effort to decode the messages, they often find banal content such as, the weather is splendid today. I ate too much watermelon and nearly had an upset stomach. A rather attractive lady visited Tianming restaurant. Though she is somewhat pretentious. Sterling, could you possibly defer repaying the money you owe me for another 3 months? Lin Xiujia displayed a look of discontent, exclaiming, it's him again. I don't understand why you always get dragged into perilous situations. When you three initially divided the tasks, why was it decided that you would go undercover? You claim they are friends, yet the most dangerous assignments are entrusted to you. Noticing the cold expression that had settled on Dilling's face, she wisely chose to remain silent. Dilling gazed slowly out at the clouds drifting across the blue sky. Calm and composed, Lin Xiujia dared not breathe a word. She comprehended that her husband, despite his unwavering affection and compliance in their daily lives, harbored an untouchable sanctum within his heart. After a prolonged silence, Dilling finally sighed. Zichuan Xiao and Sterling are not merely friends, they are my brothers. What you just said, I did not hear. Lin Xiujia obediently nodded. It is my fault. I should not have spoken out of turn. It is nothing, merely. Dilling found himself at a loss for words, gently kissing Lin Xiujia, suggesting it was time to rest. Once her figure had departed the study, Dilling muttered to himself, completing his earlier thought, if only you understood the bond we share. Yet, it is often difficult to explain to a woman what it means to be brothers in life and death. Chapter 25, Bloodshed. What a magnificent spectacle. Roger, attending the family officer meeting for the first time, marveled at the solemn grandeur of the family assembly hall, a vast and imposing space that could comfortably accommodate over 1,000 senior officers. The rich crimson carpet stretched across the floor, while lifelike relief sculptures adorned the walls, and the ceiling loomed high above, seemingly unreachable. Countless crystal chandeliers hung like stars scattered across the night sky. How expansive is this meeting hall? Hikawa inquired of his companion, Sterling. Well, exclaimed Nagakawa. Who is that striking figure with long hair in the grand portrait hanging in the center? Mind your words. That is Lord Yukawa, the founder of our family. Where is Lord Zichuan? Lord Zichuan, why are you crouching in the corner? Oh, I thought I could pry off these decorative gold pieces. But they are embedded too tightly. Yukawa Zichuan glanced around. The meeting had yet to commence, and over 1,000 senior officers were milling about, conversing in disarray. He turned to Sterling. Aren't your guards supposed to maintain order today? Sterling chuckled. How could Yang Minghua trust us with such a responsibility? Today's order is upheld by the gendarmerie of the prosecutor's office. Yukawa Zichuan nodded. Director Xiaolong had always maintained neutrality, and only he could ensure that both sides would acquiesce to his authority. Someone approached Yukawa Zichuan with a friendly greeting. Long time no see, Axio. Dre, the deputy commander of the Black Flag Army, had fought alongside Yukawa Zichuan 6 years prior during the counteroffensive against the Liufeng family. With a smile, he introduced his son, Diko, to Yukawa Zichuan. This is my son Diko, experiencing such a grand occasion for the first time. I hope you, Brother Axio, and Lord Sterling can guide him in the future. Diko was a very young lad, with only the faintest beginnings of facial hair, clearly shy and reserved. After bowing to Yukawa Zichuan and Sterling, he found himself at a loss for words, offering a simple, earnest smile. Sterling praised him. Your son exudes remarkable spirit. He is destined for a bright future. Yukawa Zichuan, with a playful smirk, remarked, the lad is quite handsome, nearly rivaling my own good looks, Lord Dre. Is he truly your offspring? I find it hard to believe. Dre laughed heartily. The moment we silence that tongue of yours, our family will be rid of a significant portion of its mischief. And where does the rest reside? Right with our esteemed president. Everyone shared a knowing smile as Dre excused himself to mingle with other senior officers. The bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the meeting. On the podium sat 6 commanders: Luo Minghai, Guingxing, Lei Sun, Feng Jing, Minghui, and Pigu. However, the seats for the president and the chief were conspicuously vacant. Chief Yukawa Sanqing had not attended a general meeting in quite some time, so no one expected his presence this time either. Yang Minghua calmly took his seat beneath the portrait of Yukawa Yun, a smile gracing his face, as if this were the most natural occurrence in the world. A wave of disquiet rippled through the assembly hall, as high-ranking officers gazed at Yang Minghua with incredulity, their minds echoing a singular thought. Has he lost his mind? Zichuan Shou murmured to Sterling. He is orchestrating a rebellion. Indeed, Sterling replied, and simultaneously testing if any senior officer dares to oppose him. At that moment, the main door of the hall swung open, revealing the figure of General Zichuan Sanqing. An awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving the officers trembling with rage at this blatant provocation, while Yang Minghua remained composed, showing no intention of yielding his position. This uncomfortable silence seemed poised to stretch into eternity. With a stamp of his foot, Zichuan Sanqing turned and exited the conference hall. Almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that a conflict had been averted, that the facade of peace could be maintained, and that they were spared from immediate, forced decisions. Sterling clenched his fist in indignation. He could not tolerate such humiliation directed at the commander-in-chief. He would rather confront Yang Minghua in a fight to the death. Just then, a firm hand pressed down on his shoulder as Zichuan Shou's steady voice advised, preserve your strength, there will be a time for action. Yang Minghua began to speak. Esteemed colleagues, let us commence this year's meeting of all flag officers. He announced the meeting as though nothing had transpired. Your Excellency, I beg your pardon, but you may be seated incorrectly. Everyone turned to locate the voice. A youthful flag officer stood, bashfully speaking. Zichuan Shou and Sterling were taken aback. It was Dre's son, Deko. Oh, Yang Minghua raised an eyebrow. This colleague seems unfamiliar. Is it I who is misplaced? Deko's father, Dre, immediately reprimanded him. ACO, have you lost your senses? What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to the commander-in-chief and sit down. Very well, Flag Officer Deko, I comprehend your intent. But please refrain from disrupting the proceedings. This is a serious occasion. Yang Minghua cast a discreet glance at Dilling, signaling that the implications were clear and foreboding. Yes, I apologize, my lord. Deko stammered, his face flushed, uncertain of the reason for his apology. Dre, in a fit of rage, lunged towards Dilling but was met with a crushing blow from behind, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, evidently mortally wounded. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Sun had stealthily approached and delivered a fatal strike with his thunderous martial prowess. An uproar erupted in the hall as officers could scarcely believe their eyes. In such a setting, Yang Minghua's faction had audaciously committed murder, slaying the Dre father and son, both esteemed senior officers. Several officers from the Black Flag Army rose defiantly. Sterling murmured, the family's foremost expert, as expected. Zichuan Shou scoffed, not much different from a ceiling fan. If he hovers in the air, let us consider him a chandelier. The officers, intimidated by Lei Sun's presence, hesitated to act. Yang Minghua stood upon the dais, surveying the assembly with an authoritative gaze, as if seeking the next foolhardy soul daring to challenge his dominion. No one dared to meet his piercing glare, Even Zichuan Xiu and Sterling instinctively averted their eyes. It appeared that such ruthless ferocity could indeed manifest as a form of power. Sterling lamented, the image of that youth, eyes wide open in death, haunting his thoughts, unblinking in his final moments. Dylan, why have you committed such acts? Very well, let us proceed with the meeting, Yang Minghua declared. A profound silence enveloped the room. He smiled with satisfaction, reflecting, these wretched souls, without a demonstration of true fear, remain oblivious to their own trepidation. Then, a woman's voice pierced through his discourse. I bring forth a charge. I accuse Deputy Commander Dylan of the Far East Army of the premeditated murder of the Black Flag Army's Chiban Dekwell. I accuse Central Army Commander Lei Sun of the deliberate assassination of Deputy Commander Dre of the Black Flag Army. I accuse Family President Yang Minghua of orchestrating these two heinous murders from the shadows. He must be held accountable for these crimes. I, Assistant to the Administrative Office, Chiban Bai Chuan, hereby formally submit this accusation to the esteemed Family Inspector, Lord Xiaolong. Should there be any falsehood, I am willing to bear full responsibility. In the high-ranking officers' meeting of the Zichuan family, over 1,000 distinguished men felt a profound shame for a woman's courage and sense of justice. The date of this assembly was March 26th, in the year 779 of the empire. This day would be inscribed in the annals of family history as the night of bloodshed in the imperial capital. The fervent blood that flowed like a brook within the meeting hall would, by the late hours of that very day, converge into a vast ocean, overwhelming all in its path. The century-long lament of the Zichuan family would thus commence with this crimson night. Chapter 26, Prelude to Bloodshed. At this moment, the stance of the chief inspector, Xiaolong, was of paramount importance. It was not due to his elevated status as the seventh leader of the family, superseding the other six, nor was it because of his significant power as he independently managed supervisory affairs, unbound by the leadership of the family or the authority of President Yang Minghua. Nor was it his reputation for fairness, strict law enforcement, and high moral standing that earned him the respect and admiration of all. Rather, it was solely because he commanded the thousands of gendarmerie troops assembled at the venue. Entirely under his authority, whichever side he chose, these fully armed elite soldiers would follow, and in the event of conflict, even the most skilled combatants would be powerless to resist. Moreover, everyone present had undergone thorough security checks prior to the meeting, rendering them defenseless and ill-equipped to confront the formidable, organized gendarmerie force. All eyes were fixed on Xiaolong, seated in the front row, awaiting his reaction to the accusations directed at Bai Chuan. Sterling's face turned pale. He had already discerned Xiaolong's position. How had the sword of Dilling been smuggled into the venue? The stern expression on Xiaolong's face resembled a mask of iron. Confronted with the anticipation of the assembly, he slowly spoke. There is no murder case, hence, there is no need for an investigation. The accusations are hereby dismissed. Astonishingly, he denied the very existence of the murder occurring before him, with two corpses lying in plain sight. At this juncture, it became evident to all that as long as the chief inspector declared there was no murder, it would be rendered non-existent, regardless of the reality. Yang Minghua, already exhibiting a displeased demeanor, could no longer maintain his composure. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Bai Chuan. Despite the capitulation of everyone else, this audacious woman persisted in creating turmoil, casting a second glance towards Dilling. The latter, grinning maliciously, advanced menacingly towards Bai Chuan, as if the tragic fate of the Deku clan was about to repeat itself. Zichuan Xiu, Roger, and Chang Chuan immediately sprang to their feet, obstructing Dilling's path. Dilling hesitated upon seeing Zichuan Xiu, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Sterling remained acutely aware of Lei Sun's every move, fearful of another surprise attack. At Xiaolong's command, a contingent of gendarmes armed with crossbows and spears surged into the venue, encircling Zichuan Xiu and Sterling's group, their arrows aimed directly at them. The atmosphere was palpably tense, poised for an eruption. At this critical juncture, a gentle voice emerged. I believe it is rather unwise for Chief Inspector Xiaolong to deem an investigation unnecessary. This matter certainly warrants inquiry. I propose that we hold a vote. Those who believe an investigation is essential, please raise your hands. With this, Guringxing not only raised his hand but also stood at the podium. His words were artfully crafted, merely suggesting a vote on the necessity of an investigation, avoiding direct accusations against Yang Minghua, thus providing him with an avenue of retreat. The officers from the Far East military promptly rose in support, their frustration towards Yang Minghua's tyranny having festered long enough, previously silenced by the lack of leadership, they now found the courage to speak up. Inspired by Guangxing's authoritative presence, the Far East Army stands as the foremost legion of the family, and at this moment, nearly half of those present at the venue have risen to their feet, causing Yang Minghua's countenance to darken ominously. Ming Wei, the commander of the Border Defense Forces, seated at the head table, sneered at Yang Minghua, expressing his concurrence with Lord Yingxing's sentiments. The commander of the Black Flag Army, Fang Jing, rose without uttering a word, his expression fluctuating between anger and sorrow. The slain were all members of his command, evoking his profound grief. Even the previously perceived senile commander of the Imperial Guards, Pigu, trembled as he stood in protest. A unified wave of standing figures erupted from the crowd below. Nearly the entire assembly was on their feet, casting furious glares towards Yang Minghua at the podium, his tyrannical cruelty having ignited public outrage. Even within Yang Minghua's own central military faction, numerous members stood to voice their dissent. At this moment, the only individuals remaining seated at the head table were Yang Minghua's confidants, Lei Sun and Luo Minghai, confronted by a sea of wrath. On the side of the audience led by Zichuan Xiao, countless officers from the Far East Army, Black Flag Army, Border Defense, and Imperial Guards, whether familiar or not, stood resolutely beside them, unarmed yet undaunted, forming a human barrier to block the path of the gendarmes. They created a wall of bodies around Zichuan, preventing the gendarmes from advancing, their eyes silently challenging the crossbow-wielding soldiers. "Come on, shoot. Do you dare to shoot?" In the face of this overwhelming fury, even the well-trained elite gendarmes began to falter. Sterling, overcome with emotion, spoke to Zichuan Xiao. "Justice resides in the hearts of the people." Zichuan Xiao, however, retorted sarcastically, "Indeed. Justice is like a timid girl who dares not show herself unless accompanied by a sufficient number of companions. I seldom witness lone justice." Confronted by this tempest of indignation, Yang Minghua, for the first time, recognized his own insignificance. Enraged and humiliated, he gestured to Xiao Long, drawing his hand across his neck in a clear signal, "Execute." Yet, Inspector Xiao Long contemplated the gravity of the situation. This was no longer merely a matter concerning the Far East Army or the Imperial Guards. Should he take action against these over 1,000 senior officers representing nearly the entirety of the family's armed forces, the repercussions would be dire, and the ensuing retaliation would be exceedingly brutal. As the orchestrator of a massacre, he would find no sanctuary in this vast land. Furthermore, among those 1,000 individuals were many skilled warriors, and his gendarmes might not assuredly prevail. There was no need to wade into this murky water with Yang Minghua. He sighed and ordered the gendarmes to withdraw, following suit himself. A wave of cheers erupted from the assembly, with voices calling out, "Yang Minghua, get lost." Instantly, hundreds joined in a resounding chorus, "Yang Minghua, get lost." The momentum was overwhelming. Yang Minghua rose to discern the identity of the one who shouted, intending to intimidate him with his own authority. However, as he scanned the room, he was met with a series of fearlessly defiant faces and pairs of furious eyes. Turning to observe the figures on the podium, Guangxing wore a smirk that suggested he found great amusement in the scathing remarks directed at Yang Minghua. Ming Wei averted his gaze entirely, turning his head aside. Fang Jing's eyes were ablaze with vengeful fury. Even Luo Minghai, typically expressionless, exhibited a hint of unease. Only Lei Sun approached quietly, whispering, "My lord, the Central Army remains under our command. Please trust in our loyalty." Yang Minghua nodded, gritting his teeth, and exited the venue. Lei Sun, Di Lin, Luo Minghai, and others followed suit. Cheers erupted. The crowd rejoiced as if they had entirely vanquished Yang Minghua, oblivious to the fact that the formidable Central Army, numbering 170,000 elite soldiers, still held dominion over the entire imperial city. Once outside, they were struck by a chilling reality. Troops mobilized along the streets, clad in full armor, all bearing the insignia of the Central Army. The once peaceful imperial city had transformed into a scene rife with hostility. The mounted police of the Ministry of Governance proclaimed loudly along the streets, by order of the commander's office, a curfew is to be imposed tonight in the imperial city. No residents are permitted outside after 8 o'clock. Failure to comply will result in lethal consequences. Pedestrians hastily retreated, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Zichuan Xiao exchanged a determined glance with Sterling. "No, my lord, we must stay." Guangxing was not surprised. He had anticipated this response. He extended his hands to them, saying, "Tonight, in the imperial city, there may be heads that roll. Take care. My lord, please take care of yourself. The journey, is arduous. Zichuan Xiu earnestly replied. Guingxing smiled. We shall meet again, without a doubt. His gaze shifted to Bai Chuan. This young lady possesses great courage. Ensure her safety tonight. Filled with heroic spirit, Bai Chuan was already on the verge of tears. She could only deeply bow to Guingxing, expressing her profound gratitude for his life-saving kindness. As they watched Guingxing's cavalry depart, Zichuan Xiu inquired of Sterling, where do we go from here? Dilin had already arrived and appeared impatient. Observing Sterling's fierce demeanor as if seeking retribution, Dilin interjected, if you were in my position, what would you have done? My only option at that moment was to eliminate that loquacious samurai. Otherwise, Yang Minghua would immediately suspect me, rendering our years of effort futile. When we were standing before Bai Chuan, why did you not eliminate us as well, to gain Yang Minghua's trust? Sterling replied coldly. Dilin sighed. For my safety and that of everyone, he had to die. Sterling retorted sarcastically. So, for your own interests, you would slaughter loyal subjects of your family? Dilin responded without hesitation, as long as I survive, I would slay the entire world. The conversation reached an impasse, both turning away in anger. Zichuan Xiu found himself at a loss regarding which side to align with. Rationally, he understood the necessity of Dilin's actions, yet emotionally, he struggled to accept Dilin's callous demeanor following the murders. Zichuan Xiu turned to Diling and remarked, this trouble is all you're doing. Yang Minghua instructed you to teach Deku a lesson. Why did you not aim for his posterior or thighs, but insist on striking his chest? Both Sterling and Diling could not help but chuckle. Diling sighed in resignation. I could annihilate everyone in the world, save for the two of you. For a person as proud as he, this was a form of submission and apology. In truth, during their previous disputes, it was always Sterling who emerged victorious, with the other two capitulating, as Sterling consistently stood on the side of justice. What is your current situation? Can your army breach the city? No. The city defenses are guarded by Lei Sin's central army, and there is no reason we cannot enter. In fact, Yang Minghua has already commanded me to lead a pursuit against Guingxing. Sterling replied despondently, without entry to the city, it is futile. Is there no way to force our way in? Diling retorted sharply, why not try sending 50,000 to assault a fortified capital defended by 170,000? No, there is merit in this. Zichuan Xiu interjected with a sly smile. I have a plan. Let us see how it unfolds. It is no wonder some say that a Xiu is the most formidable. Diling nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. It is fitting that the first genius of the family would conjure such cunning. Sterling hesitated. However, this plan does not align with Master Zichuan Sanqing's cavalry strategy, and it is rather perilous with a low chance of success. Why cling to any plan now, with the threat of doom looming tonight? A glimmer of hope is far better than waiting idly for disaster. With newfound resolve, Sterling exclaimed, then let us go for it. He seldom uttered such coarse language. Diling declared, as the sun sets, the central army will seal the city gates. That shall be our moment to act. They all turned to gaze at the sun. The crimson sunset cast a sanguine hue over the entire capital. Sterling asserted confidently, this is an auspicious omen. Justice will surely prevail. Diling scoffed, whose blood shall stain the long streets of the capital tonight? Zichuan Xiu murmured, that surely does not concern me. I suffer from anemia and have little blood to spare for painting the streets. I hear young Minghua, on the other hand, has high blood pressure. Chapter 27. Assassination Our Predicament. Is everyone clear on the situation now? In the residence of Zichuan Ning, Zichuan Xiu convened his subordinates, including Roger, Bai Chuan, and Chan Chuan. To address them, all the subordinates nodded affirmatively, indicating their understanding. I am sworn enemies with President Ling Yang Minghua. Which side do you choose to stand on? Roger, we had no grievances with President Ling Yang Minghua. Bai Chuan, however, since he is your enemy, my lord. Chan Chuan, then, of course, we will unhesitatingly choose. The three spoke in unison, to support the president and overthrow Zichuan Xiu. Indeed, do not say Yang Minghua. If you, Zichuan Xiu, have enmity with the underworld, we would not hesitate to ally ourselves with King Yin. Very well, everyone, do not act impulsively. I will grant you the freedom to choose. I shall turn around and count to 10. Those who do not support me may leave the room at their discretion, and we shall part amicably. After counting to 10, those who remain shall be deemed resolute in their allegiance to me. Roger, I have not even begun to turn and count, and yet you have already dashed away. Is this not a slight to my dignity? All right, I shall commence the counting. 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. No, this will not do. You are counting too swiftly and cutting corners. I have yet to make my escape. Let us start again. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear, Chuan. I cannot open this door. 4, 5. Alas, that scoundrel has locked the door. We cannot exit. He never intended to let us go. 7, 8. Zichuan, quickly use the master key to unlock the door. I left the key in the room. There is no time. Roger, you are large. Hurry and break down the door. Roger, crash through it quickly, or we shall find ourselves at Zichuan shows mercy once more. 9. Bang. The sound of Roger crashing against the door. Ouch. What is this door made of? It is so solid. 10. Zichuan Xiao wiped his nose. My lord. The secretary knocked on the office door of Commander Lei Sun. Deputy Commander Di Ling requests an audience. Oh, understood. Lei Sun felt a twinge of displeasure. That inexperienced lad Di Ling was increasingly favored by young Ming Hua, becoming arrogant after securing a few victories against the demons. At just over 20, he had risen to the rank of deputy commander and might one day surpass my position. He glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. In an hour, the curfew would commence, and the siege on the general headquarters would soon begin. What could Di Ling want at this hour? Please, let him in. Di Ling entered the office, respectfully saluting Lei Sun with military decorum, shedding his usual air of arrogance, which somewhat pleased Lei Sun. Di Ling, what hour is it? You ought to be attending to serious matters. Do you have business with me? The serious matter Lei Sun referred to was the pursuit of Guangxing. Oh, my lord. The matter is thus. During my time in the Far East, I gained some accomplishments in the battles against the demons, and I wish to present a tribute to you. As a token of my sincerity, Lei Sun's taut expression instantly softened, and his tone became considerably more agreeable. Oh, Lord Di Lin, how exceedingly gracious of you. Such thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Who doesn't he know you've been extracting resources from the demon realm in the Far East, leaving not a blade of grass behind? Of course, profiting handsomely. However, as an officer of the public service, it is rather inconvenient for me to accept your generous offer. I have no interest in your trifling magical stones or glimmering gems. They hold no value for me. This fellow certainly knows how to navigate social interactions. Alas, Lord Di Lin, you put me in a most difficult position. You see, I typically do not accept gifts, as they are seldom worthwhile. Very well. I shall make an exception this time, but what could be so extraordinary? Ah, but let it be known, this shall not become a precedent. Di Lin responded with an enigmatic smile. Rest assured, it shall not be a precedent, my lord. Might I request that you allow my servant in the reception hall to bring in the item? Lei Sun instructed the guards to grant passage. 2 soldiers, their hats pulled low, laboriously entered with an iron chest nearly twice the height of a man. Lei Sun mused internally. What could be within such a substantial container? Diamonds? Gold? Rare magical artifacts? Observing their struggles, he surmised it must be quite heavy. The chest was placed upon Lei Sun's desk, and Di Lin mysteriously closed the office door before gently unlocking the chest's clasp, smiling as he urged, My lord, you shall discover its contents upon opening. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lei Sun lifted the lid, only to find it utterly empty. He mechanically raised his gaze to Di Lin. You. In an instant, chaos erupted. Lei Sun, a master in his own right, could only react instinctively against such a terrifying strike. He tilted his body to the right, raising his left hand in a futile attempt to block. With a swift motion, his left hand was severed at the wrist. The blade's momentum slightly impeded, yet deeply embedding itself into the carotid artery beneath his neck. Almost simultaneously, a soldier to Lei Sun's right delivered a light punch to his shoulder, so gentle that it barely registered. Yet, a wave of paralysis surged from his shoulder, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Every vessel, meridian, and breath froze in an instant. Even the slightest bit of energy he had mustered for retaliation was sealed. Whose martial prowess is so overwhelmingly dominant? In this moment of life and death, only one name crossed Lei Sun's mind. Knowing Sterling had arrived. He realized his demise was inevitable, yet he yearned to alert those outside. With his last reserves of strength, he attempted to cry out, but felt a chill in his throat, sound escaping him entirely. Di Lin, with lightning speed, thrust a bloodied sword into his throat, severing his windpipe. The last image etched in Lei Sun's fading consciousness was that of Di Lin, brandishing a dripping sword, grinning malevolently at him. In that moment, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered this scene before. The foremost master of the Zichuan family, once a prominent commander of the central military, Lei Sun, stood wide-eyed, rigidly upright in death. Whether he comprehended the reason for his demise in those final moments shall remain an eternal mystery. The entire assassination transpired in less than a second, and only then did his severed left hand, cut off by Zichuan Xiu, fall with a thud to the ground. Dilin appeared remarkably at ease as he wiped the blood from his sword using Lei Sin's garment, playfully remarking, "What first-rate master. We dispatched him as easily as one would a mere chicken. Look at him, eyes wide open in death." Sterling muttered softly, "Retribution. Deputy Commander Dre, the two of you. Deku and Chi should now find peace. Hey, Sterling, please refrain from cursing me. Deku was slain by my hand. If you wish for his peace, does that not?" The trio exhaled in relief. They were within the headquarters of the Central Army. Had Lei Sin emitted even the slightest cry of anguish or a hint of struggle, the numerous masters within the Central Army would have rendered their escape impossible, regardless of their martial prowess. The three strode confidently out, carrying the iron box. Unperturbed by any inquiries, Dilin strutted ahead, exuding an air of arrogance that deterred any potential troublemakers. Upon exiting the Central Army headquarters, they collectively sighed in relief, only then realizing their thick uniforms were drenched in sweat. The streets were sparsely populated, cold and desolate, clearly a result of the impending curfew. "We must now part ways," Sterling said anxiously, glancing at Zichuan Xiu. "Xiu, your task is the most perilous. Perhaps you should command the Imperial Guards while I take on." Dilin nodded in agreement. "I too believe it is too dangerous for Xiu. Let me assume that role. I am a trusted confidant of Yang Minghua. They will not suspect me for the time being." "That is unnecessary," Zichuan Xiu replied to Sterling, "Second brother, you are the backbone of the Imperial Guards. Tonight, Yang Minghua is set to assault the general's residence. Your presence is indispensable. Eldest brother, that 50,000 troops from the Far East will lead only your command. You cannot be absent either. Hence, the task falls solely upon me. Eldest brother, remember this. The red lanterns signify the command. Upon seeing 3 red lanterns lit atop the city walls, you must lead the troops in a swift assault." The three clasped hands tightly. "Until tomorrow," a phrase so ordinary. Yet for these brothers, each burdened with their own mission and the uncertainty of fate, would they truly witness the dawn of a new day together? Sterling could no longer contain himself. "Xiu, is there anything you wish for me to convey to Miss Ning? She has always." Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment. "Yes, indeed." Chapter 28. Seizing military authority at the Grand Commander's office, Sterling, the Inspector General, has just visited me to submit his resignation. He is frightened and has promised not to interfere in the conflict between Yang Minghua and myself tonight. This is a testament to your popularity, my lord. After today's meeting, he has come to realize that Yang Minghua lacks support. Yang Minghua has been exceedingly foolish to hastily declare rebellion. Consider, prior to the meeting, Yang Minghua commanded the strength of 170,000 Central Army soldiers under Lei Sin, alongside 50,000 troops of the Far East Army stationed outside the city, the gendarmerie of the Inspectorate, his own guard, and the limited police force of the capital. Whereas we are merely bolstered by your 10,000 Imperial Guards. He is not simply foolish, he is emboldened by his advantages. Such a fortuitous opportunity for rebellion should not be squandered. If I were Yang Minghua, I would not allow the officers of the various troops to leave the capital safely. It would be remarkably easy to shut the city gates and orchestrate a massacre. However, such an act would render the Far East Army, the Border Defense Forces, and the Black Flag Army as his sworn enemies. Yang Minghua's true aim is to establish his authority. He does not wish for it to culminate in such a manner that would incite over 80% of the military into opposition. Even if he were to seize the position, he would not be able to secure it. However, only Guangxing stands as Yang Minghua's arch-nemesis, which is why he has orchestrated an assassination of the others. Yang Minghua can wait until he ascends to the position of Grand Commander to gradually divide and purchase allegiances, which is far more astute than resorting to a massacre. A military officer enters the temporary command center to report, "My lord, a large number of armed individuals in black have appeared around the Grand Commander's office. The defense commander requests instructions." Sterling swiftly rises. "How many?" He does not question why Zichuan Sanqing can accurately state the numbers of Yang Minghua's guards. This should be highly classified intelligence, even beyond the knowledge of Imperial Lin. He understands the discretion expected of a subordinate. There is no need to speak excessively. Sterling commands, "Do not pay them any mind, but maintain strict surveillance." Zichuan Sanqing, intrigued, inquires, "Why is that?" "My lord, they are merely a rabble. There is no need for concern. The limited police force and the gendarmerie are equally insignificant. As long as the Imperial Guards are under my command, I can assure you they will be eradicated overnight." "Oh, so your concern lies with..." Such a significant movement requires the central army to await Lei Sun's mobilization order. My lord is wise, as you say. However, they may be waiting for quite some time. Sterling cannot help but chuckle at this. Not necessarily, Zichuan Sanqing shakes his head. Yang Minghua is not a fool. If the central army does not arrive at the appointed time, he will naturally send someone to take command of Lei Sun's troops. Sterling gazes into the pitch-black silence of the southern city, murmuring, "It all depends on you now, a shio. Cigarettes, beer, century eggs, 8 treasure porridge, mineral water, beverages, peanuts, chewing gum, newspapers, magazines, train schedules, playing cards." In the austere and solemn assembly hall of the Central Army, over 300 assembled officers could hardly believe their eyes. A young man clad in a deputy commander's uniform was pushing a cart brimming with food, calling out cheerfully as he entered. The deputy commander Gu Xian angrily exclaimed, "Zichuan Xiao, what on earth are you doing?" "Oh, I observe that the vendors on the train all shout like this. Is my imitation not convincing enough? Yet, there is no need to fly into such a rage. I learned this from the regular train. If you disapprove, I can easily adopt the style of the express train instead." Chapter 29. Entering the city of Diling, Rou Minghai cast a peculiar glance at Zichuan Xiao, as if he had already discerned Zichuan Xiao's intentions. He cautiously maintained a distance of 5 meters from Zichuan Xiao, precisely the range where Zichuan Xiao felt most confident in striking. Who was responsible for the defense of the city gate? He coldly inquired of the group of central military officers who had already retreated to the sidelines. Although Rou Minghai was a civilian official, his uniquely chilling demeanor instilled a sense of awe, bordering on fear, among the military officers. A trembling officer clad in red stepped forward, stammering, I am the commander of the city gate defense, Li. Open the city gate immediately." The red-clad officer was taken aback. "But this requires an order." "Humph." Rou Minghai's snort was laced with anger. "Why, yes, I will execute it at once." The red-clad officer, nearly losing his balance, hurriedly dashed outside, completely disregarding Zichuan Xiao's prior command to remain in the room. It was evident that the officers had no thought of resisting Rou Minghai's accumulated authority. Zichuan Xiao, however, was left in a state of shock. What was Rou Minghai planning? Was he allowing Diling's army to enter the city? Yet, Yang Minghua had already ordered Diling to pursue Guixing. He should not be aware that Diling's forces remained outside the city. Could it be that Yang Minghua had other hidden troops outside? Zichuan Xiao recalled Diling's assessment of Rou Minghai. Inscrutable. Rou Minghai approached Zichuan Xiao, his hand reaching into his pocket. Zichuan Xiao heightened his vigilance, bracing for a sudden attack. Rou Minghai withdrew his hand, revealing no weapon, but rather an envelope, which he extended towards Zichuan Xiao. Zichuan Xiao hesitated, but ultimately accepted it, stepping back a few paces to open and read the contents. For the benefit of the family, this document holder, the Honorable Rou Minghai, is to act upon my orders and fulfill his duties. All officials, military and civil, are to cooperate accordingly. Zichuan Sanqing year 773 of the Empire, the year 773 marked the second year since Zichuan Xiao's significant defeat of the Liufeng army, as well as the inaugural year of Zichuan Sanqing's tenure as the chief commander. This was 3 years prior to Diling's infiltration as an undercover agent beside Yang Minghua. Tragically, Yang Minghua, who prided himself on his intelligence, remained utterly oblivious for 6 years to the fact that nearly all of his trusted civil and military aides had been dispatched by Zichuan Sanqing. A chill coursed through Zichuan Xiao's heart. The depths and cunning of Zichuan Sanqing were truly formidable. Only Rou Minghai could be considered his true confidant. He, Sterling, and Diling were merely pawns in Zichuan Sanqing's game. Outside the city, at the Far East Army's encampment. "My lord, the city gate has been opened." "My lord." For red lanterns have lit up atop the city wall. Captain Gopula, anxious, addressed Diling, "My lord, this does not conform to the previously agreed-upon signal. It should have been 3 lanterns. Could this be a trap?" Diling smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Who, aside from Zichuan Xiao, could possibly err in remembering their own signal? Gopula rallied the Far East Army, brothers of the Far East Army. Commander Diling has received a secret order from the chief commander to eradicate the traitor Yang Minghua. A true gentleman strives to achieve greatness, to establish a name that will endure through the ages, to serve the kingdom with valor, and to bask in the glory of wealth and honor. It is time for a decisive battle. At this moment, Emperor Lin interrupted Copper's rallying speech, bellowing fiercely, "Listen up. If there are people on the streets, slay them. Fight with fervor, and I shall elevate your ranks. Annihilate those traitors, and their women and riches shall belong to you." He urged the soldiers, ignited by his bloodlust, to proclaim the battle cry of the Eastern Army, "Long life." The thunderous sound of galloping hooves surged into the beautiful, unprotected imperial city like a roaring tempest. It was the night of March 26th, in the year 779 of the imperial calendar, at 11 o'clock. What transpired next would be inscribed in the annals of history, becoming an everlasting part of our legacy. Chapter 30. The Blood Night of the Imperial Capital in the official historical records of the Zichuan family. The account of the Blood Night of the Imperial Capital is succinctly noted. On the night of March 26th, 779 of the imperial era, the family president Yang Minghua instigated a rebellion in the imperial capital. The deputy commander of the Far East Army, under the orders of General Zichuan Sanqing, entered the city to quell the insurrection. At midnight, amidst a heavy snowfall, Yang Minghua was defeated. By dawn, 30,000 heads had fallen, with several casualties from friendly fire. The young historian of the Zichuan family, Tang Chuan, provides a more detailed narrative of the events of that fateful night. Around 10:30, Deputy Commander Sterling launched an assault on Yang Minghua's guard. 10 minutes later, the gates of the imperial capital swung open. The crimson banners of the imperial Lin led 50,000 soldiers from the far east into the city, their battle cries reverberating throughout. Upon hearing of imperial Lin's entry, Yang Minghua and his troops were filled with elation, their morale soaring. But this was short-lived as the Far East Army began their ruthless onslaught against Yang Minghua's guard. The entire line of Yang's forces collapsed. As his guards were annihilated and he attempted to flee, Yang Minghua fought valiantly until his last breath, cursing, "The Imperial Lin dogs will not die a good death." His defiance incited the Far East soldiers, who, rather than capturing him alive, dismembered him, bringing considerable trouble to Imperial Lin, who could not present the mangled remains as evidence of the fall of the once mighty Yang Minghua, the uncrowned king who had ruled for 6 years. Upon learning of Yang Minghua's demise, Deputy Commander Sterling lamented, "The chaos of the imperial capital has finally come to an end. We can commence peace." He uttered this declaration and then exited the city in pursuit of Yang Minghua's fleeing soldiers. Yet, his proclamation proved to be premature. We later marveled at the capriciousness of history. Had the disciplined Sterling or the mild-mannered Zichuan Xiu been in charge of eliminating the remnants of the insurrection within the city that night, many tragedies could have been averted. Even the catastrophic uprising that later shook the very foundation of the family, known as the Three Heroes Rebellion, found its roots on that night. Nevertheless, we must also respect the inevitability of history. Sterling was compelled to command the imperial guards to pursue the remnants of Yang Minghua's forces, while Zichuan Xiu could only remain at the Central Army's headquarters to deter any pro-Yang sentiments within the Central Army. Thus, the task of cleansing the remaining insurgents in the imperial capital fell solely to Imperial Lin. Hooves thundered throughout the city, and proclamations in the accent of the Far East echoed. Yang Minghua, in his treasonous audacity, has instigated a rebellion and has been executed. All traitors shall be slain. Any resident who dares resist the righteous forces of the Far East shall be killed. Any resident who dares harbor traitors shall be killed. Any resident who dares disobey orders, refusing to open their doors for searches, shall be treated as a rebel and executed. The entire Yang family, including their servants, comprising 271 souls, was executed. Headless corpses lay strewn across the snow-laden streets of the imperial capital, transforming the pristine white into a vivid crimson. Having already expressed his resignation and refrained from engaging in the conflict, the Inspector General, Xiaolong, who had indeed restrained his subordinates from participating in Yang Minghua's rebellion, was dragged from his home by soldiers of the Far East Army. Before his very eyes, they brutally murdered his parents, wife, and son. A total of 35 relatives. His daughter, tragically, took her own life by biting her tongue to escape the soldiers' attempt to assault her. Ultimately, Xiaolong was dragged for 10 miles by a horse, still clinging to life, until the soldiers, growing impatient, crushed him into a pulp beneath their hoofs. The deputy commander of the capital's administration, Liya, along with his subordinates, received orders from the commanding office, which, in hindsight, were indeed commands from the traitor Yang Minghua to enforce a curfew. As soon as the army from Diling entered the city, they promptly surrendered and were subsequently gathered at the headquarters of the administration, where they faced collective slaughter. Upon hearing this news, Diling merely frowned and instructed his subordinates, "Since we have already executed them, let us also eliminate Li Ya's family to prevent any future vendettas." Yang Minghua's secretary, Lin Lu, along with his 51 family members, were locked inside their home, where the Far East Army simply set fire to the residents, having grown weary of their slaughter. In the aftermath, Many believed that all the casualties of the bloody night in the capital were at Diling's behest, which was a grave injustice to him. He had only ordered the execution of fewer than 100 officials and their families who were close to young Minghua, totaling at most around 5,000. However, the actual number of deaths and injuries that night reached 30,000, which is not difficult to explain. The soldiers, driven by bloodlust, would shout upon spotting wealthy households or beautiful women, "This is the secret base of the traitors," and would immediately break down doors, unleashing the agonizing screams of men and the terrified cries of women. Over 100 high-ranking officials' families became the tragic sacrifices of young Minghua's ambition, while the blood of 30,000 innocent civilians from the capital served as a grim accompaniment to the fallen. It is no wonder that Zichuan lamented, "Yang Minghua certainly has a grand funeral, with so many accompanying sacrifices." Later, upon hearing of this event, Zichuan remarked, "Even if the soldiers of the Far East Army had not seen women in a long time, such actions are wholly unforgivable. Their taste is appallingly low." The chief commander, Zichuan Sanqing, upon meeting with Gashan, responded with a directive at 5:30 in the morning. An order was issued to appoint him as the acting inspector general, tasked with further purging the remnants of Yang Minghua's traitorous faction from the Central Army. Chapter 31. The Great Purge. The first rays of dawn pierced through the conference hall of the Central Army, where over 300 individuals had gathered in an oppressive silence. The faces of the officers were ashen, their eyes bloodshot, having endured a sleepless night. Throughout the night, they had been haunted by the distant cries of battle from the Far East Army, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, the clashing of weapons, the anguished screams of the dying, the announcement of Yang Minghua's demise, the weeping and wailing of women, the desperate pleas, the sounds of collapsing burning houses, and the cries for help from civilians, mingled with the gentle sound of snowflakes landing on the ground. Yet, these commanders of the Empire's most formidable armed forces, who wielded the greatest power within the capital, remained oblivious to the fact that the strength in their hands could indeed alter the course of fate and dictate the destiny of the Empire and their family. Outside, the rhythmic sound of marching troops filled the air, accompanied by commands spoken in a Far Eastern accent, shouts, the thunder of cavalry hoofs, and the overwhelming chorus of cheers as the Far East Army had already infiltrated and taken control of the Central Army's headquarters. The officers' pallid complexions turned a ghastly white as they cast fearful glances at Zichuan, reminiscent of a rabbit encountering a wolf. Zichuan solemnly nodded to them, conveying reassurance that all would be well. A throng of soldiers surged in, encircling the venue. Diling appeared at the entrance, having emerged from a night of fierce combat. Yet he bore an oddly spirited demeanor. His exquisitely feminine and beautiful face was stained with a few drops of blood, lending him an enchanting allure. Zichuan approached him with a smile, saying, "Elder brother, after a night of fierce battle, you must be weary." This was the first time in 3 years that he publicly referred to Diling as elder brother. Diling smiled back at Zichuan, replying, "You too, Ashio." Although Zichuan refrained from physical confrontation, the psychological burden he bore was no less than that of Diling. "Ashio, please summon your men," Diling instructed. Once Baichuan and Zichuan's subordinates exited the hall, Diling cast a derisive glance at the anxious Central Army officers and commanded, "Seize them." The soldiers of the Far East Army pounced like ravenous wolves, swiftly overpowering the Central Army officers, who had offered little resistance. Now, in the face of inevitable defeat, self-defense had become futile. Diling stood at the center and announced, "I hereby declare the order of the Supreme Commander. Central Army officers, you occupy high positions, receive substantial rewards, and hold esteemed ranks. You ought to be loyal to your family. Yet, you have conspired with the treacherous young Minghua and Lei Sun, committing heinous acts against the loyal and betraying the nation. Is there anyone more ungrateful and treacherous than you? In order to uphold the sacred dignity of the family's eagle banner, I hereby appoint Acting Inspector General Diling to rectify the discipline of the Central Army and eliminate the remnants of traitors, ensuring that the glorious reputation of the Central Army since the era of Her Highness Yalami shall remain untarnished." Zichuan Sanqing, year 779 of the Empire. March 27th. Upon finishing the decree, Diling waved his hand, according to the command of the Supreme Commander. All Central Army officers who colluded with Lei Sun in rebellion are guilty of grave offenses. I, as the Acting Inspector General, hereby order the execution of all officers ranked from deputy flag and above. The room erupted in chaos, the air thick with cries of injustice. "It's a miscarriage of justice. We have done nothing wrong. Lord Diling, I beseech you for mercy. We were merely seated here last night." It was Gu Xian's thunderous cry that resonated the most. Zichuan Xiu, you treacherous scoundrel. Dare you deceive us? I will haunt you even in death. Just wait. Zichuan Xiu stood to the side, dumbfounded, and hurriedly approached Dilling, saying, Brother, they truly did nothing at all. This is the general's intent. However, they are indeed wrong. Xiu, you are exceedingly naive. In political strife, where is there true injustice? The difference lies solely in the value of lives lost. Some die for a cause, while others perish in vain. How can you be certain that none among them seek vengeance for Yongming Hua? In such a case, you and I would be the first to suffer. They do not deserve death. Zichuan Xiu inhaled deeply. Regardless, I cannot allow them to die. I have sworn to protect them. Dilling scoffed. A vow? Oaths are often made to be broken. Do not speak of that to me. This is the general's directive. The general merely summoned you to restore order, not to orchestrate a massacre. Xiu. In governance, one must often discern the will of superiors. Some matters need not be explicitly stated. If the general had not intended this, why would he have summoned me for restoration? He could simply issue a command to you directly. I do not understand. In any case, the general has not. Enough, Xiu. I am now acting inspector general, and it is I who am executing the task. Step aside. Brother. Zichuan Xiu cried out in despair, momentarily softening Dilling's hardened heart. Give me an hour. Let me see the general for clarification. Xiu. This will not bode well for your future. The general will not favor one who speaks on behalf of traitors. Your superior, Director Gashan, has already faced repercussions for her wavering stance. Brother, after all these years, have I ever asked anything of you? Just 1 hour, I implore you. Before Dilling could respond, Zichuan Xiu dashed out, leaving behind the words, Do not worry, all will be well. At the camp's entrance, he seized a cavalryman's steed and galloped towards the general's residence. In the span of a night, the once beautiful streets of the capital had transformed into a hellish landscape. Grotesque corpses lay sprawled upon the pristine white snow. Some streets demanding Zichuan Xiu to ride over thick mounds of bodies to proceed. In the bright dawn sky, countless plumes of smoke ascended, remnants of burning buildings. Groups of chaotic soldiers indiscriminately vandalized shops and looted goods. One, upon seeing Zichuan Xiu pass, thoughtlessly attempted to intercept him for robbery, a flash of steel, and his head rolled to the ground. From near and far, the anguished cries of women echoed. Help! One such plea came from the very roadside Zichuan Xiu traversed, compelling him to dismount and drive away soldiers poised to commit heinous acts. The current subordinates of Dilling, not only do they lack the honor of soldiers, but they scarcely deserve the title of human. Upon arriving at the general's residence, Zichuan Xiu urgently requested to see the general from the duty officer. The officer did not grant him immediate access but agreed to schedule an appointment, perhaps in 2 weeks. Recently, we find ourselves in a particularly extraordinary period, necessitating an enhanced security presence from the commander. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. One cannot simply approach without due cause. Zichuan Xiu, in a state of agitation, demanded to meet Lord Sterling. Unfortunately, Lord Sterling had already departed the city in pursuit of the retreating enemy. Despite Zichuan Xiu's earnest appeals, coaxing, bribery, threats, and entreaties to the duty officer, the officer remained as unyielding as granite, refusing to relay his message. In the end, several guards were summoned to forcibly expel the persistent Zichuan Xiu from the commander's residence. Taking a deep breath, Zichuan Xiu found himself with no alternative. Standing resolutely before the commander's gate, he proclaimed, I am the deputy director of the family administration, currently serving as vice commander, bearing the name bestowed by the former commander, Zichuan, and I seek an audience with Commander Zichuan Sanqing on urgent matters. His voice, though not thunderous, resonated with a profound sincerity that echoed throughout the expansive halls of the commander's residence. A multitude of guards surged forth from the grand entrance, surrounding him with intentions to act. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within. The commander summons Zichuan Xiu to enter. The guards parted to grant him passage. Chapter 32. Illumination in just a single night. Zichuan Sanqing appeared to have shed a decade from his age, exuding an air of profound authority. Oh, Xiu, it is you. So early. I have only just risen from my bed. Is there something urgent? Zichuan Xiu lowered his gaze and recounted the events, noticing with dismay that Zichuan Sanqing's brow furrowed deeper with every word. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Yet he summoned the courage to beseech Zichuan Sanqing for clemency towards the officers who had not participated in last night's insurrection. Zichuan Sanqing's brow relaxed, and he spoke with warmth. Xiu, I have heard of your valiant deeds from Sterling. You performed remarkably, displaying great courage. Your merits are on par with those of Sterling and the esteemed Dylan. Truly, you are a favored individual of the former general. I am unworthy of such praise. Yet, my lord, I am well aware of your contributions. In the future, as I assume control of the family and its governance, I shall depend on your support. You overestimate me, my lord. It is merely my duty. However, of course, such monumental achievements deserve more than mere words of gratitude. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Pigu, is of advanced age. In a few days, I shall persuade him to retire, and then I shall recommend you to the Council of Elders as his successor. My lord, your kindness overwhelms me, but at present I believe the council will grant me this favor. Ha ha. To be appointed to the commandery before reaching 20 is an immense honor. Indeed, it is all thanks to your guidance. Yet, regarding this matter enough. Let us conclude our discussion for today. I scarcely slept last night. After all, I am no longer young, and my stamina pales in comparison to yours. Please return another day with any further matters. In the future, I shall grant you direct access to my audience. But for now, you may leave. As Zichuan Sanqing prepared to depart from the audience chamber, my lord, Zichuan Xiu cried out, his voice strained with desperation. I implore you to show mercy. Over 300 lives are at stake. His anguished pleas even drew the attention of the Imperial Guard stationed outside the room. Zichuan Sanqing's countenance hardened, as if encased in frost, and he remained silent. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Deputy Commander Xiu, to whom do you pledge your allegiance? Are you a servant of the Zichuan family or of Yang Minghua? My lord, I am unwaveringly loyal to my family, with no divided loyalties. Unwaveringly loyal? Your sworn brother Dylan shows no mercy to traitors. Your other brother Sterling is steadfast in his loyalty. Why do you not align yourself with them? Instead of persistently advocating for the remnants of the traitors, I beseech you to discern. My loyalty to the general and the family is undoubtedly equal to that of Lord Dylan and Lord Sterling. Zichuan Xiu found himself at a loss for words. Beware. Lin He, your audacity may be a consequence of your inflated pride in your achievements. Zichuan Xiu trembled. Recalling that Lin He was his birth name prior to being adopted by Zichuan Yuansheng, a name no one had uttered for nearly a decade. Now, Zichuan Sanqing calling him by that name felt like a pointed mockery. No matter what, you are still devoid of Zichuan bloodline. My lord, I assure you, I harbor no delusions of pride in my accomplishments. However, I beseech you to consider that I also participated in the defense of the kingdom last night. My contributions, although modest, could perhaps be exchanged for the lives of the Central Army. Slowly, Zichuan Xiu knelt down, prostrating himself and knocking his forehead against the ground. And when he lifted his head, his forehead was already streaming with blood, tears flowing from his eyes as he gazed intently at Zichuan Sanqing, rendered speechless. Zichuan Sanqing was momentarily taken aback, and the guards beside him stood in stunned silence. Someone knelt beside Zichuan Xiu, pleading, My lord, please allow me to join Xiu in this petition. Too many lives have been lost tonight. We cannot afford to take more. Shall we simply let those remnants of the Central Army go unpunished? Zichuan Sanqing, despite his reservations, felt compelled to grant some semblance of favor to his most loyal general. His tone softening, Sterling interjected eagerly, as long as we strip them of their positions and military authority, replacing them with loyal commanders from the Imperial Guard and the Eastern Army, they will be rendered powerless to commit further malice. Zichuan Xiu quickly added, and your magnanimous reputation, my lord, will surely inspire these unruly individuals to return to the fold. Very well, you may rise. Zichuan Sanqing contemplated for a long moment before concluding. Since Deputy Commander Xiu petitions for their lives in exchange for his merits, and Sterling joins in this plea, I will grant your request. Both Zichuan Xiu and Sterling rejoiced at the outcome, imploring the Lord to sign the decree immediately so that it could be communicated to Commander Dylan. Zichuan Xiu seized the decree and dashed out of the headquarters, with Sterling trailing behind, asking, Xiu, is your forehead injury serious? Ah. Do you remember the blood packs used for makeup in the films? I had some left over from the last time. Upon entering the assembly hall, he was struck by the sight. Over 300 officers lay sprawled across the floor, their corpses strewn about, blood gushing out the doorway. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his vision darkening as he fainted. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Dylan's concerned expression. Xiu, wake up, wake up. Don't frighten me. What will I tell the lady if something happens to you? Zichuan Xiu weakly inquired. Why did you do this? Dylan fell silent. Why did you do this? I know the commander better than you. He is meticulous and suspicious. Perhaps he was compelled to grant your amnesty. But if the Central Army evades punishment, he will harbor resentment towards you. I am looking out for your best interests. Xiu, You must understand. If this reaches the commander's ears, my fate is sealed. Do you remember? I once said there are only 3 people in this world I could never bear to harm. You, Sterling, and Lin Xiujia. Why should I engage in such perilous struggles? Why endure years of nightmares as an undercover agent? What merit is there in serving Zichuan Sanqing that I should betray young Minghua? Why must I immerse myself in such bloodshed and provoke a multitude of enemies? Ah Xiu. Zichuan Xiu gazed upon Di Lin's visage, and in a haze. She seemed to perceive 2 figures, one, adorned with blood, grinning malevolently while issuing orders for slaughter, indifferent to the countless heads falling around him, the exceedingly enchanting Di Lin. At this moment, he cradled her in his arms, his eyes brimming with genuine concern and profound sorrow, radiating the warmth of a valiant spirit. These 2 images gradually amalgamated into one. Zichuan Xiu struggled to rise and made her way outside. Behind her, Di Lin's voice echoed, "You have just awakened. Where are you headed?" A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. Zichuan Ning's estate was perhaps the sole tranquil haven in the capital that night, although aware that young Minghua bore no ill intent towards Zichuan Ning. Sterling had prudently dispatched a guard unit for protection. Upon entering the city, Di Lin had also sent a cavalry patrol to avert any unforeseen incidents. As dawn began to break, the faint glow of light emanated from the window of the modest dwelling where Zichuan Ning resided. The officer in charge of the guard, a familiar face, reported to Zichuan Xiu, "All is well." He then whispered, "The light has remained lit throughout the night." Zichuan Xiu gazed vacantly at the illumination, her heart repeatedly echoing a haunting melody. There was a young maiden, bidding farewell to a soldier heading to war. They parted ways in the night. At the foot of the stairs, and through the delicate mist, the young man beheld the unwavering glow of light from his beloved as window. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 33. Stability according to historical records. Although the night of bloodshed in the imperial capital was exceedingly brutal, it indeed lasted only a single night. By the following morning, proclamations from the emperor began to appear on the streets and alleys of the capital. Emperor Lin, March 27th. Historians, often part-time grammarians, have noted significant flaws within this announcement. Firstly, the intended recipients of the order remain ambiguous. Who exactly are the brats? How can one possibly roll away? Furthermore, the definition of noon is rather vague. What precise hour does it commence? Is it referring to noon today, tomorrow, or some distant future? Lastly, what does play entail? In summary, they concluded that this proclamation is riddled with errors and utterly devoid of merit, undeniably exposing the drafter. Emperor Lin, as an individual who neglected his studies during elementary school and frequently skipped classes. This leads to the further inference that Emperor Lin received a thorough education in moral and ideological principles during his youth. He would not have evolved into such a cold-blooded and ruthless individual. The final conclusion drawn is that patriotic ideological education must commence from a tender age. After 2 o'clock, Sterling's guards began patrolling, quelling a group of ruffians who, having just regained their composure, attempted to exploit the chaos for plundering. By afternoon, order within the city of the imperial capital had largely been restored, following the suppression of the rebellion. Commander Zichuan Sanqing commenced a series of personnel decisions that left many in awe. Former Chief of Staff Luo Minghai was appointed as the family president. Upon hearing this decree, Zichuan Xiu discreetly remarked to Zichuan Ning that it would be better to simply invite a statue of Buddha to occupy the presidential seat. For at least the statue's serene countenance would be more pleasing than Luo Minghai's sour expression. Former Deputy Commander Sterling was appointed as the acting commander of the Central Army, tasked with the reorganization and restructuring of the Central Army. This appointment was the sole consensus among the crowd, as Sterling was widely regarded as the people's choice, and many anticipated that he would soon shed the title of acting. Considering the enmity between Emperor Lin and Luo Minghai, this appointment left everyone pondering Zichuan Sanqing's true intentions. Was he deliberately exploiting the animosity between his subordinates to keep them in check? Or was it merely a result of his apparent political ineptitude? As it transpired, during Luo Minghai's inauguration ceremony, the expected presence of the incoming Inspector General, Emperor Lin, was notably absent. Conversely, at Emperor Lin's own ceremony, Luo Minghai attended. Yet the burning hatred evident in his eyes left the high-ranking officials of the family astonished that he refrained from lunging at Emperor Lin in fury. The inspectorate, responsible for overseeing the administration of the commander's office, traditionally maintained a relationship characterized by discussions on Monday, arguments on Tuesday, insults on Wednesday, throwing of watermelon rinds on Thursday, and a ceasefire on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, It was anticipated that this would escalate into an unceasing week of conflict, with both the commander's office and the inspectorate staff bracing themselves for potential ulcers, while many had already taken the precaution of purchasing life insurance. The former director of the administrative office, Vice Commander Gashang, had already been dismissed for speaking on behalf of the traders. However, due to the overwhelming civil administrative tasks that piled up after the suppression, which required efficient handling, Luo Minghai requested that the esteemed Zichuan Sanqing allow Gashang to redeem himself through service and temporarily oversee the daily administrative affairs. The former deputy director of the administrative office, Vice Commander Zichuan Xiao, was ambiguous in his stance and lacked discernment. He arrogantly boasted of his minor contributions during the pacification, showing disdain and even sympathy towards the rebels. What accomplishments did he truly possess? Did he not merely indulge in revelry with the Central Army's deadbeats? Did he genuinely believe that Lei Sun was solely his triumph? His behavior incited the ire of the esteemed Zichuan Sanqing, who deemed it utterly reprehensible. However, due to the appeals from Inspector General Dilling and Acting Central Army Commander Sterling, the magnanimous chancellor chose not to pursue the matter further, merely removing Zichuan Xiao from his current position and relegating him to the reserves, a fate well known to be inferior to that of an active duty dog. Thus, the future Light King was left to bid a sorrowful farewell to his luxuriously decorated office, the elegant furnishings, and the alluring secretaries clad in ultra-short skirts. He was profoundly disheartened. The question of whether the secretary was a virgin would remain an eternal enigma. The consequence of this order was as follows. One afternoon, Bai Chuan exclaimed, "Is there a mistake? Why have we also been assigned to the reserves?" Roger chimed in, "Exactly, we haven't spoken on behalf of the rebels." Chan Chuan implored, "Lord Xiao, please help us investigate if this is an error. Isn't it said that Lord Sterling is currently reorganizing the military affairs of the imperial capital? Could you perhaps assist us through his backdoor?" Zichuan Xiao pondered. "Well, soliciting favors through backdoor dealings can be quite costly. Besides, my integrity and dignity do not permit such actions." Bai Chuan retorted, "Pa, as if you possess integrity and dignity." Roger implored, "My lord, considering our years of loyalty to you, I beg you." Chan Chuan added, "Indeed, my lord, we can pool our resources to support your endeavors." Zichuan Xiao replied, "You truly put me in a difficult position. It is not merely a matter of money. Even if you were to present me with a thick stack of cash." At that moment, Zichuan Ning appeared at the doorway, prompting Zichuan Xiao to declare, "I would never engage in such behavior. How can one exploit the vulnerable? I despise such individuals." "Very well, I shall take your money to assist you. But I cannot guarantee success, especially with the recent anti-corruption efforts underway." The three men expressed their profound gratitude. "It matters not. As long as you are willing to help, we shall be thankful regardless of the outcome. My lord, you truly work hard. Safe travels." That evening, Zichuan Xiao dined with Sterling at a restaurant. Xiao, regarding your reassignment, I will speak to the chancellor when he is in good spirits in a couple of days. I have no objections. Being in reserves has its merits. It's quite leisurely." "Indeed, Xiao. Why did your subordinates suddenly express their exhaustion and request to be transferred to the reserves?" "I felt a pang of regret when I issued the orders." "Oh. Roger is suffering from hemorrhoids, Chang Chuan is experiencing menopause, and Bai Chuan is requesting leave for her menstrual cycle. It truly is a pity. They are all exceptional talents. Particularly that young lady Bai Chuan, who possesses remarkable courage. I had initially intended for her to assume the role of the Red Banner commander in the newly formed Central Army, but since they have made their requests, there is little I can do. Yes, they are rare finds. After all the time we spent playing mahjong together, losing so much, how could they not discern my cheating? Once they depart, I shall be engulfed in solitude, and I feel too embarrassed to win money from Aning. It has been proven that Luo Minghai, Gashan, and other administrative officials possess outstanding capabilities. In the aftermath of the Great Disaster, they organized the extinguishing of fires, provided compensation for the deceased, cleaned the streets, rebuilt homes, and arranged for relief efforts with remarkable speed and effectiveness. Furthermore, Sterling's significant contributions to the security environment of the capital have allowed the city to finally emerge from its anguish, restoring order. People are beginning to heal and resume their normal lives. Just as the citizens of the capital were celebrating the end of the calamity, the Far East commander, Guangxing, tragically fell in battle. Chapter 34. Chaos unleashed. News of calamity reverberated through the imperial capital, leaving the populace in shock. Guangxing, the eldest minister from the era of Zichuan Yuansheng, was a paragon of virtue. His unparalleled achievements were matched only by his humility and self-discipline. Though he held a position of great power, he never acted recklessly. As the commander of the Far East, he oversaw military and political affairs, handling billions daily with unwavering integrity, accepting no personal gain, and leading a life of simplicity. In stark contrast to figures like Di Lin and Zichuan Xiao, who squandered fortunes even in minor skirmishes, Gu was strict with himself, yet generous towards others, cherishing his subordinates. What was even more commendable was his unwavering commitment to his family's traditional values, battling against Yang Minghua for 6 arduous years despite his frail health, earning immense respect within both the military and among the populace. Outcries of indignation erupted. Let the traitor Lei Hong face 1,000 tortures. Zichuan Sanqing held a state funeral for Gu Yingxing over 3 consecutive days, announcing that his remains would be interred in the Hall of the Holy Spirit, the ancestral mausoleum of the Zichuan family, a rare and extraordinary honor. Throughout the family's history, such accolades were scarcely bestowed, even to the highest-ranking leaders. During the eulogy, Sanqing could only manage a few opening lines before being overcome with grief, repeatedly lamenting the return of the noble spirit, ultimately collapsing in tears, which resonated throughout the assembly, stirring profound sentiments among the attendees. Beside her, Zichuan Xiao displayed no tears, his countenance dark and his gaze exuding an icy hatred that sent shivers down the spine. His chilling stare fixed upon the podium where Zichuan Sanqing was delivering the eulogy. Bai Chuan felt a shiver. She had always believed such expressions of animosity were unique to Di Lin. My lord, do not grieve excessively. Expressing your sorrow will bring relief. My lord, the traitor Lei Hong will surely meet a vile fate. Harboring such hatred will only harm your own health. My lord, are you unwell? Zichuan Xiao slowly articulated, each word dripping with lethal intent. Lord Gu Yingxing has suffered a grave injustice. He cannot rest in peace. He stood, bowed deeply to Gu Yingxing's portrait, and, disregarding the unfinished proceedings, stormed out of the venue. Whispers of disapproval filled the hall. What an ungrateful wretch. Lord Gu saved him multiple times, yet he abandons the memorial before it concludes. The oddity of Zichuan Xiao's actions at the memorial perplexed Bai Chuan. Gu Yingxing had served the family with unwavering loyalty, falling victim to a traitor's ambush. How could this be deemed unjust? This enigma troubled her for many years until she encountered Tang Chuan, a young historian from the Zichuan family, with whom she instantly fell in love. She broached the topic with him. Gu Yingxing's loyalty to the family, his selfless dedication, his death at the hands of those he served is hardly unjust, is it? Could you not see this then? Surely such an obvious truth. Bai Chuan found herself at a loss for words. Deeply grasping a profound truth, those in power often remain blinded while observers see clearly. On the very day the news of Gu Yingxing's death spread, the command office issued a decree to dispatch the 2 deputy commanders of the Far East, Lin Bing and Luobo, to hunt down the traitor Lei Hong. In truth, on the very day that the decree for the expedition had yet to be issued, Deputy Commander Lin Bing, enraged, took it upon himself to advance against Lei Hong's forces without awaiting the approval of Chief of Staff Luobo from the Far East Army. Lei Hong had initially intended to eliminate Gu Yingxing and his entire retinue to secure his position as the commander of the Far East Army under the auspices of the newly appointed Grand Chancellor Yang Minghua, whom he believed would undoubtedly succeed in his rebellion. However, fate contrived otherwise. Not only did Gu Yingxing evade extermination, but Yang Minghua also met his demise in the imperial capital, leaving Lei Hong in a vast world where he could scarcely find refuge for even a single hand. On April 2nd of the 779th year of the empire, a mutiny erupted among the 25 divisions that had served under Lei Hong, raising the banner of rebellion against the Zichuan family. The command center, upon receiving this news, remained unperturbed. Compared to the recent insurrection in the imperial capital led by Yang Minghua, the mobilization of 200,000 troops 6 years prior, or the complete revolt of the border defense forces 50 years ago, this was merely a local insurrection in the border regions, posing no significant threat to the overarching stability of the family. There was no cause for alarm. It could simply be entrusted to Deputy Commanders Lin Bing and Luobo, whose strength far outweighed that of the insurgents. While their progress might be somewhat slow, victory was assured. Amidst this atmosphere, only the Inspector General, Di Lin, possessed the foresight to recognize the dire implications of this rebellion. That very day, he proposed the mobilization of 300,000 troops from either the Central Army or the border forces to the Far East, emphasizing the necessity of overwhelming force to crush Lei Hong's insurgents within a week, lest the consequences be dire. However, the Supreme Commander, Liufeng dismissed Lin's proposal without so much as a glance, citing a sudden discomfort and retreating to the restroom. 15 minutes later, he emerged empty-handed, having disposed of the proposal in the toilet. While the imperial capital engaged in bureaucratic exchanges between the inspectorate, the command center, and the Grand Chancellor's office, unnoticed changes transpired in the Far East. On April 11th of the 779th year of the Empire, as a monumental clash loomed between the loyal Zichuan forces and the rebels, a small village in the Shaluo province of the Far East, so obscure it did not even appear on maps, saw its primarily half-beastmen inhabitants, alongside a minority of serpent folk, declare independence from the Zichuan family's rule, establishing a ragtag coalition of fewer than 100 individuals to arm themselves in defense of their homeland. Chapter 35. The Minor Rebellion in the text. Tang Chuan asserts that the Great Rebellion of 779, while seemingly coincidental, is in fact the result of historical, economic, political, cultural, and geographical inevitabilities. The history of the Far East reveals that during the reign of the Radiant Empire over the entire continent, the region was largely desolate. This territory bordered the formidable Demon Kingdom, yet due to the fierce and proud nature of its inhabitants, the Demon Kingdom contemptuously referred to it as the land of savagery, disregarding it entirely. However, it would be inaccurate to say they completely ignored it. Whenever the demons invaded the core regions inhabited by humans, their armies inevitably traversed the Far East, pillaging and wreaking havoc along the way. Consequently, the residents of the Far East were primarily comprised of half-beasts, dragonkin, serpent folk, elves, dwarves, and other exotic races, along with a minority of demons who harbored no fondness for the Demon Kingdom. During the nascent stage of the Zichuan family, peril loomed at every turn. The founder, Zichuan Yun, understood that the sole path to maintaining a formidable strength lay in the expansion of territorial boundaries. Thus, he actively and frequently initiated wars for external conquests. However, in his westward endeavors, he encountered fierce opposition from the powerful Liufeng family, leading to decades of intense conflict that resulted in hundreds of thousands of casualties, yet the Zichuan family failed to gain even an inch of land. In the twilight of his life, Zichuan Yun experienced a profound epiphany. Ignoring the vehement opposition of his generals and esteemed ministers, he pivoted direction and boldly advanced into the Far East, a region traditionally regarded as under the influence of the demons. To outsiders, this appeared to be a suicidal endeavor. Rather than inviting trouble from the demons, one should celebrate their absence. Yet, remarkably, Zichuan Yun's plan unfolded with great success. With an army of 300,000 from the Zichuan family, they marched under the banner of the demons' brutality and oppression of various races. Unite to resist the demons. The great liberation of the Far East, to protect all races. The diverse races erupted in joyous support for this human liberation army, forming voluntary battalions and militias to fight alongside the Zichuan forces in defiance of the demon invaders. Coincidentally, that year, internal strife within the demon ranks distracted them from quelling the minor disturbances in the land of savagery, leading them to send only a few token punitive squads, which afforded the Zichuan family invaluable respite to establish a foothold in the Far East. Over the ensuing 2 centuries of relentless endeavor, the territory of the Far East had come to encompass 1/3 of the family's dominion. Politically, the death of the Far East's supreme commander, Guangxing, undoubtedly served as a significant catalyst for unrest. His demise left a vacuum of power, as there were no other commanding figures with the strength and prestige to rally the troops, leading to widespread discontent. The primary source of turmoil stemmed from the internal conflict within the Zichuan family in the Far East, as the garrisons stationed throughout the region were drawn away, either to join the rebels or to quell the insurrection, resulting in a power void across various territories. The once defiant half-beasts, serpent folk, and demons awoke to the realization that the long-standing oppression they endured was but a flimsy veneer. Naturally, they perceived that it was more gratifying to rend their human masters apart than to endure the lash of governance or toil under the sun. Indeed, the rapid spread of the rebellion can be attributed to the upper echelons of the family regime's negligence and sluggish response. What began as an insurrection in an unnamed village within the far eastern Shala province escalated to 7 villages on the 3rd day, over 100 villages and 6 towns by the 4th day, and nearly 1,000 villages along with hundreds of towns by the 6th day. In light of this, the high-ranking official Lin Wei of the Red Banner urgently dispatched troops to quell the uprising. However, the outcome was disastrous. with 3,000 human soldiers facing a coalition of various races that outnumbered them tenfold. A week later, the Shala province was in full-scale rebellion, with insurgents surrounding the provincial capital, Lonka City, and extending into the neighboring provinces of Minsk, Yalamy, and Yun, as urgent pleas for reinforcements poured in like snowflakes. Director Dilling, could you please repeat what you just said? Zichuan Sanqing asked, incredulous. A knowing smile passed among several commanding officers present at the meeting. Here we go again. The infamous king of killers, Dilling, seemed to have no other strategy but total execution. President Luo Minghai let out a scoff, dripping with sarcasm, and remarked, "It appears Dilling views the rabble as easily dispatched as the common folk of the imperial capital. But isn't your specialty the slaughter of civilians?" Commander Fong Jing inquired of Dilling, how many troops would be required to execute tens of thousands of these rebels? Where would such a large force come from? Minghui asked. Should we draw from the Central Army or the Black Banner Army? Let me be clear, the border defense troops cannot be mobilized. The recent activities of the Windfrost faction have grown rampant, frequently provoking us, and I cannot fathom their intentions, Dilling respectfully stated to Zichuan Sanqing a week ago. Reallocating the border defense or Central Army would have been a viable option, but it is now too late. It would take at least 3 weeks to redeploy troops from here to the far eastern Shala province, and we must extinguish the rebellion swiftly. Silence ensued, with the assembly rendered speechless in astonishment. Dilling solemnly proposed, there is another alternative. We could negotiate with Lei Hong, promising him that if he agrees to dispatch troops to quell the insurgents, we would grant him amnesty for his crimes. He is likely to accept. Almost everyone was outraged by Dilling's suggestion, with Fong Jing rising in anger to exclaim, "Are we to allow the murderer of Lord Gu Yinxing to roam free?" Dilling remained composed, responding, "It is merely a promise. We are not necessarily bound to fulfill it." "This plan is untenable," sighed Zichuan Sanqing. "If we grant amnesty to the killer of Gu Yinxing, by tonight the populace will rise in revolt, and by tomorrow morning the Elder Council will swiftly impeach us. What a pity, it was a fine plan." He then turned to Sterling, who had been silent throughout the meeting. "Commander Sterling, what are your thoughts?" Sterling appeared somewhat distracted. Upon hearing Zichuan Sanqing's inquiry, he pondered for a moment before responding, "I concur with the proposal to redeploy troops from Glock, though it need not involve the entire army. Perhaps dispatching a few divisions would suffice to quell the insurrection. After all, the rebellion consists of a disorganized rabble, lacking in combat effectiveness and unified command. I believe restoring order should not pose a significant challenge." This compromise received the backing of the majority. Zichuan Sanqing declared, "Very well. Today's coordination meeting is hereby concluded. In the future, the Command and the Supervisory Bureau should engage in more constructive dialogue. Let us refrain from hurling mutual accusations that could damage our camaraderie." As the attendees exited the conference hall, only Di Lin remained, lost in thought. When Sterling called out to him several times, he responded with a sullen silence, prompting Sterling to depart alone. "A minor rebellion?" Di Lin murmured, his voice echoing in the empty chamber as he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, a minor rebellion. This is a tempest capable of uprooting the very foundations of an entire clan. You are on the brink of destruction, fools." Chapter 36, Real Estate Investment Lord Zichuan. "I have heard that you have not been reading the newspaper lately?" Chuan inquired. "Who said that?" "I have been diligently following national affairs and am committed to reading Playboy, Kangchenj, Longhubo. And I spend 20 minutes each day on www. Tapestry. Calm, but why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. I recently heard that those colossal tech stocks have plummeted, and the inflation index is soaring higher than the blood pressure of Zichuan Sanqing. The bank interest rates are lower than the nails on Baichuan's high heels. The most secure investment at the moment is real estate. I was just curious if you had any interest." "Well, you do make a valid point. Do you have anything to recommend?" "Ah, my lord, what a coincidence. You have indeed asked the right person. I happen to have a property for sale, a 3-story building measuring 13 by 16 square meters, located in the central district of Lonka, the capital of Shaluo province. The traffic is convenient, the environment is pleasant, and the potential for development is bound to appreciate. Here are the map and photos, and I possess the title deed." It does seem quite appealing. I just wonder about the price. I don't have much money." "My lord, what kind of relationship do we have? Discussing money? That is rather disrespectful. However, since you brought it up, let us settle on 20,000. Chuan hesitated for a moment, and after some reluctance, he sighed. "Who could resist when I am in dire need of funds? Alas, my lord, let us finalize this transaction. Here is the title deed. Please accept it, and the money." Changchuan's eagerness made Zichuan show somewhat suspicious. He picked up the title deed, inspecting it closely. Changchuan appeared deeply offended. My lord, how can you doubt my integrity and credit? Look, the title deed is issued by the Liufeng city government of Shaluo province, stamped with an official seal. If you do not trust me, I shall seek out Roger instead. Wait. All right, I will pay you. Zichuan Xiu rummaged through his shoes beneath the bed, pulling out a stack of foul-smelling bills, counting them out to Changchuan. Good, now we are settled, and there can be no regrets. Both men exclaimed simultaneously, sharing an insidious laugh that conveyed an indescribable sense of mischief. 5 minutes later, Roger and Baichuan entered. My lord, Changchuan mentioned you have recently shown interest in real estate. I have an ancestral property in Shijiasi, far east, that I am considering selling. My lord, I too have a property by the North Sea in the Minsk province that I plan to liquidate. Zichuan Xiu meticulously examined their property documentation. Finding everything in order, he queried, why is it that both of you wish to sell real estate? Just moments ago, Changchuan was also. Well, Roger's situation is due to gambling debts and the relentless pursuit of loan sharks. And what about you, Baichuan? Baichuan's eyes turned red, tears welling up as he produced a handkerchief to wipe his face. My mother's and cousin's fiancé's brother's neighbor has been diagnosed with stomach cancer, and the surgery will require a substantial amount of money. I have no choice. My reserve salary is not sufficient, and I must sell the family heirloom. With that, he covered his face with the handkerchief and wept. Zichuan Xiu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was his actions that had forced her into the reserves, and he had deceived her out of her hard-earned savings to secure favors. To his astonishment, the remnants of his conscience stirred, an uncommon occurrence in recent years. Consequently, he agreed to their low offer, reducing it by only half, and made the payment on the spot. Zichuan Ning entered. Brother, what are you grinning at while staring at that pile of papers? Oh, Ning, do you remember when I mentioned I would gift you a beautiful doll? Yes, that was 7 years ago, but you never delivered. And what about the computer, the gaming console, the cosmetics, the Chanel set, and the substantial amount of money you borrowed from me? Not to mention, you haven't paid rent or for meals in ages, and Zichuan Ning leaned closer to examine the property deed. Ning, I've just realized I possess quite the business acumen. I'm contemplating whether to resign and venture into commerce. After all, this deputy commander role is rather stifling. Where are you going? I'm discussing serious matters with you. Newsflash, the Eastern Rebellion is escalating, and Liufeng City is in grave peril. Urgent. Rioters have breached Liufeng City. Governor Lin Wei of Shaluo province has perished alongside 5,000 families. Liufeng City has been reduced to ashes by the rioters. The insurgents have commenced a massacre against humanity. Critical crisis. Saga City in Yun province is besieged by rebellious forces. Emergency request. A significant faction of rebels has emerged in Minsk province, with Beihai, Sanglong, and 7 other areas already fallen. General Li Ku of the Eastern Army has been appointed commander to quell the insurrection. 5 divisions march forth to restore order, their military presence formidable. The insurgents will soon be extinguished. General Li Ku speaks to our correspondent. With blood and sorrow, a chronicle of the Eastern Army's valiant struggle. Faithful and noble, Lord Li Ku will forever reside in our hearts. Breaking news, unbelievable treachery. The half-orc garrison stationed in Yun province has mutinied. Shaluo province has completely succumbed. Not a single human remains alive. Interview with the fortunate survivor, young warrior Hu Hai. My encounter with death. Hu Hai recounts his harrowing ordeal. Urgent report. The Serpent clan stationed in Minsk province has revolted. The provincial capital has fallen. Conservatively estimated, the number of insurgents has reached 300,000 as military experts discuss the eastern turmoil. Notice from the command. To maintain morale within the ranks. Future reports will refrain from covering the eastern conflict. From now on, our publication will focus on the innocent theme of boys falling in love with girls. And we welcome enthusiastic submissions from authors. Zichuan Xiu's complexion shifted dramatically, from pale to white, then to an ashen hue. Brother, please, do not be so hasty. This is a major blunder concocted by my uncles. Let them resolve it themselves. Brother, your expression, it's quite terrifying. I had no idea you were so concerned about national affairs, so devoted to the people. How noble of you. Brother, are you rushing out in such a frenzy because of an upset stomach? Do you need to use the restroom? Roger, Changchuan, Baichuan. You 3 scoundrels, step forth. How dare you toy with me? Tonight, you shall weep without tears. Where have you gone? Those burdened with heavy luggage, halt your retreat. Alas, sir. You have mistaken me for another. I am not Roger, but rather his twin brother, Basket. Indeed, this esteemed gentleman seems quite familiar. Have we not crossed paths before? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Chuan's cousin, Bai Pai. Oh, of course, I am not Chang Chuan. I am the elder brother of Chang Chuan's younger sibling. Might this gentleman have business with us? Come now, we are all genteel individuals here. Let us converse amiably without resorting to such measures. Indeed. How could you possibly strike a lady? Help. Chapter 37. From Zichuan to Valen, led by Li Ku, the rebellious suppression expeditionary force of 30,000 unexpectedly faced total annihilation, catching the command center completely off guard. This indicated that the insurgent populace was not merely the disorganized rabble initially presumed, but rather a formidable armed force with systematic organization, showcasing the military acumen of their leader, skillfully luring the expeditionary troops deeper with a minor defeat, only to unleash a full ambush and encircle them for complete destruction. Such adept military tactics, emerging from what humanity had long perceived as mere brutish half-orcs, prompted astute observers to ponder. If half-orcs possessed cunning intelligence akin to that of humans, combined with their innate strength, the so-called leaders of all beings, humanity, could find their future perilously uncertain. In the wake of the expedition's failure, the rebellion surged like wildfire, expanding from a solitary village to encompass 7 provinces within a mere month, with the insurgent populace swelling to as many as 500,000. The ferocity of their advance and the rapidity of their spread left many feeling utterly at a loss. At this juncture, some recalled the original prophecy of Inspector General Dilling, and regretful lamentations arose, had they known. At this moment, Zichuan Sanxing convened a second coordination meeting between the command center and the inspectorate to discuss strategies for addressing the current predicament. The commanders had come to grips with their prior missteps and the correctness of Dilling's foresight, steeling themselves for his scathing rebuke and sharp sarcasm. Their resolve as unyielding as stone. Yet, Dilling remained silent, a faint smirk gracing his lips, relishing the discomfort of those at the command center. Ultimately, Zichuan Sanxing could no longer bear the silence and pressed Dilling. Inspector General, do you have any opinions? Please share them. The meeting yielded no fruitful results, concluding hastily. Afterward, Sterling approached Dilling. Brother, I sense you have something to say, do you not? What is your opinion? My perspective would surely send that old coot roaming high into a fit. Dilling replied. Sterling smiled. My blood pressure is fine, so feel free to share. Dilling met Sterling's gaze. Very well, listen closely. Dilling pronounced each word with deliberate weight. Observing Sterling's complexion shift dramatically, rendered speechless by shock. With a sigh, Dilling remarked, if even you are so startled, what purpose does my revelation serve? The response from the command center was precisely as Dilling had anticipated, issuing orders to the main forces of the Far East Army, led by Deputy Commander Lin Bing and Robo in the Glock province, cease hostilities with Lei Hong and redirect all efforts towards quelling the insurrection. At that moment, the Far East Army was engaged in fierce combat with the rebels, locked in a struggle that neither side seemed willing to yield. Thus, the sudden command to withdraw was akin to exposing oneself to an impending kick from the enemy. Upon receiving the directive from the command center, Deputy Commander Lin Bing erupted in fury. Does roaming high even understand military strategy? Turning back now is tantamount to signing our own death warrant. I curse him 1,000 times. The composed Robo covered her mouth with a hand, initiating plans for a strategic withdrawal. Fortunately, under the astute strategy devised by Robo, what initially appeared to be a glaringly flawed maneuver by the enemy was transformed into a masterfully orchestrated ambush. This cunning setup rendered Lei Hong hesitant to pursue recklessly. After sustaining minimal losses, the Eastern Army successfully withdrew from the Glock province, beginning their campaign against the rebellious populace with a formidable force of 300,000 troops. Only the Inspector General, Dilling, remained indifferent, muttering to himself, Lei Hong has yet to reach the pinnacle of folly. At this juncture, the circumstances became clear. The traitor Lei Hong had allied with the foreign coalition forces, voluntarily pledging to assist them in severing the Eastern Army's supply lines and retreat routes. From the perspective of the coalition, this was an advantageous arrangement, bearing no risks. They swiftly reached an agreement and subsequently signed the infamous Minsk Alliance Agreement in the provincial capital of Minsk, deliberating that after overthrowing the rule of the Zichuan family, the eastern territories beyond Fort Valen would be granted autonomy to various races, while the western domains, rich in the family's heritage, would fall under Lei Hong's dominion. Subsequent generations often ponder how Lei Hong, once the deputy leader of the family, could be so audacious as to believe that with the support of a handful of half-orcs and serpent folk, he could utterly obliterate the Zichuan lineage. He should have comprehended the family as considerable strength. However, others contend that at that time, Lei Hong could scarcely have envisioned toppling a dynasty that had reigned for 2 centuries. His singular aim was self-preservation. The conditions he proposed were merely to lend an appearance of fairness to the agreement, alleviating any suspicions regarding his sincerity. How could humans possibly come to our aid without reason? In truth, Lei Hong was indeed committed to fulfilling his obligations under the pact, dispatching troops to sever the Eastern Army as retreat routes, cutting off supplies and communications. This was the reason for the Eastern Army's sudden disappearance. When the main force of the Eastern Army finally managed to engage the elusive coalition forces at Zichuan, both Rabo and Lin Bing felt a wave of relief wash over them, ordering the commencement of a formal battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the gleaming blades and spears reflected in the twilight. Accompanied by the thunderous clangor of armored cavalry, the rebel forces led by Lei Hong had arrived. Exhausted, the Zichuan family's troops were unable to withstand the onslaught of this fresh battalion. Rabo personally felled several retreating soldiers, while Lin Bing rushed to the front lines to rally the soldiers to continue fighting. Yet, the tide of defeat was already upon them, rendering all efforts futile. In the Battle of Zichuan, the Eastern Army suffered a staggering loss of 235,000 troops, including 3 red-clad captains, 23 standard-bearers, and 76 deputy captains, while the overall commander, Rabo, sustained grave injuries. Since the establishment of the Eastern Army, they had never faced such a catastrophic defeat, even against the elite demonic forces. Rebellion, like a snowball, grew ever larger, ultimately engulfing 21 of the 23 provinces in the eastern region. The insurgents attacked Valen with immense strength. Requests for reinforcements were made, yet our forces were stretched thin. Medicinal supplies were critically low, and the wounded could not be treated. Our arrows and stones had been exhausted. Today, we fend off the rebels with mere spittle, and tomorrow, we shall bleed. Today, the garrison's military police have already been dispatched. The cadet class from the Far East Military Academy has also been dispatched. We are now engaged in battle akin to a Boy Scout skirmish. Chief of Staff Luo provides cover while Deputy Commander Lin charges forward. Ultimately, a blood-written letter jointly signed by Lin Bing and Luo Bo states, "If reinforcements do not arrive within a week, we shall await our fate," which may involve collecting our remains. Luo Bo and Lin Bing recognize that the Valen Fortress serves as the most formidable barrier between the Far East and the imperial capital. Should Valen fall, 1,000,000 rebel forces will surge into the unguarded core of human habitation, a scenario that is absolutely intolerable to our family. On July 30th, 779, the command issued an order for Commander Sterling to immediately lead the newly restructured Central Army of 150,000 to reinforce the Valen Fortress, with Commander Fong Jing and the Black Flag Army following closely behind, as they are stationed at a considerable distance. Chapter 38 Confession. As the summer sun dipped below the horizon, Zichuan Shoshu reclined languidly on the hammock strung between the trees in front of his home, sipping on a chilled Coca-Cola while gazing at the fiery clouds painting the sky. He relished this rare moment of leisure, his spirits soaring, when inspiration struck him, prompting him to compose a poem. The setting sun bleeds, the clouds like silk. Looks like a giant pancake. Roger interjected from the map below. "My lord, whether you choose to scold or berate us, we can endure it all, but could you show us some mercy and refrain from poetry?" Zichuan pleaded. "Indeed, we too are born of parents, and though unfortunate to serve you as subordinates, we accept our ill fate. But must you subject us to your verses as well? This is too much. Yes, there should be limits to bullying. Please do not disturb me. I believe I hear the sound of hoofs. My lord, do not change the subject. On such a hot day, who would ride a horse aimlessly?" Before the words could settle, a rider clad in civilian attire appeared at the end of the street, galloping past them without pause. A red-feathered arrow struck the doorpost of the Zichuan Ning residence. Accompanied by a loud call, "Yilimi," the four sprang to their feet, watching the rider's silhouette gradually fade. Zichuan's face turned pale. "This is a summons for the family's reserve forces." Zichuan Shoshu commanded loudly, "Roger, Lichuan, Zichuan, mount your horses and continue to relay the summons." "Yes, my lord." The three hastily mounted their steeds, while the servants equipped them with the red-feathered arrows, prepared for every household. With a flurry, they galloped off in 3 different directions at breakneck speed. The commotion had drawn Zichuan Ning out, who gazed at the shrinking figures of the three. Anxiety etched on her face as she asked Zichuan Xiushu, "Brother, what has happened?" Looking down, she spotted the red-feathered arrow on the post, her complexion paling instantly. "A summons?" Zichuan Xiushu nodded silently, feigning ignorance to the anguish reflected in Zichuan Ning's eyes. Later that evening, Sterling paid a visit. Zichuan Xiushu welcomed him with calm composure. "I shall depart for the Far East tomorrow," Sterling stated bluntly. Zichuan Xiushu frowned. "Is it truly that dire?" "More dire than you imagine. Valen is on the verge of falling, and the family's reserve forces have yet to be fully mobilized. I meant to say, your taste is appalling. Your socks are on the wrong feet. Enough of this nonsense. You didn't come here to fill the air with foul odor. So why have you sought me out tonight?" Zichuan Xiushu already knew the answer in his heart. "I wish to see Cadden." Zichuan Xiushu fell silent. "Ashio," Sterling pondered. "You are about to lead hundreds of thousands of troops to the Far East to battle the demon race. Yet you come to meet the demon princess just before the conflict. Does this align with your role as a commander? Are you not concerned your subordinates will mutiny upon discovering this? Do you not fear the Central Command will accuse you of treason? And when you meet Cadden, what will you say to her? 'Oh, Cadden, greetings. Tomorrow, I shall go to slay your uncles and aunts. Grant me a bit of romantic encouragement, perhaps a kiss?' She clung to your thigh, weeping fervently. No, no. Consequently, your heart softened, and you found yourself in the Far East, witnessing the demonic tribe's relentless onslaught. Akin to a pig being butchered, Sterling displayed a pained expression, a striking contrast to his granite-like visage, rendering him remarkably poignant. Zichuan Xiu's heart melted immediately. "Very well. I shall grant you 15 minutes. Sterling grasped Zichuan Xiu's hands in gratitude, unable to resist a brief kiss. "Oh dear, I do not possess such inclinations. If a Ning sees us two odious men in this manner, misunderstandings may arise." "Ah, Ning, you have arrived. Do you know where Cadden is?" "Do not widen your eyes so much. This is merely a customary expression of camaraderie among men." In the spacious reception room, Sterling and Cadden sat, while Zichuan Xiu, Zichuan Ning, and Bai Chuan observed them intently, munching on sunflower seeds and whispering amongst themselves. "Look, the gentleman is blushing. Indeed, Cadden is as well. Shoo, do not disturb them. Let us listen to what they are saying." Sterling remarked, "I say, Ashio, did you not promise me 15 minutes? "Indeed. I said I would grant you 15 minutes to meet Cadden, and here he stands before you. True, Cadden is indeed present. Yet I feel this room has become rather cramped, unable to accommodate so many. I believe it is ample, aside from you and Cadden. There are merely a few of us. The room is quite large, capable of accommodating everyone. Do not delay further. A minute has already passed. But why are they here?" "Oh, Bai Chuan was simply bored. Long Chuan seeks to learn some charming techniques, and Roger wishes to witness any passionate moments. As for my sister, Ning, why have you come?" "Oh, the Tokyo love story aired its finale tonight, and with no romantic novels to indulge in, I settled for this, hoping to witness some confessions." "Ah, Sterling, how can you twist my ear like that? It hurts terribly." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Once Zichuan Ning exited, Sterling turned to Roger with concern. "Roger, I heard you have been feeling unwell lately. You should rest well." Roger replied, "Not at all. I have always been in good health. My stomach never aches." "Oh, it indeed hurts terribly." "Very well, I shall rest. Please cease your assault." "Long Chuan, you." "My lord, you need not say more. I suddenly recalled a matter of utmost importance that requires my immediate attention. Please allow me to take my leave." "Oh, Long Chuan, attend to your affairs as you see fit." "Bai Chuan, do you not wish to take on a daring role on the battlefields of the Far East in the future?" "My lord, you misunderstand. I am suddenly beset with a severe headache. Please excuse my rudeness as I take my leave." Once they all departed, Zichuan Xiu expressed his discontent. "I detest these individuals. Always obstructing others' affairs, how infuriating. All right, Sterling, now that only our comrades remain, feel free to express whatever you wish." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, and Zichuan Xiu found himself unceremoniously ejected from the reception room by his own comrades. A profound silence ensued. Sterling cleared his throat softly and said, "Cardan, oh no. I should address you as Your Highness Cardan. How have you been lately? Tomorrow, I shall journey to the Far East to engage in battle, though not against your nation, but rather to quell the rebellion within my own family. Therefore, I wish to see you tonight. I believe you might understand my intentions after all this time. I have been quite taken with you, Cardan, since the very first moment we met. My lineage is not noble. I come from humble beginnings. However, I believe my earnings could suffice for two. I am aware that you are a princess of noble birth and would not deign to regard someone like me, who possesses nothing but a broken sword. I came here tonight merely to catch a final glimpse of you and share a few words. You have remained silent. Are you weary? Have I taken up too much of your time? Well, the night has grown quite late. You should retire early. We shall remain friends. Ha ha. Do not fret over me. I am not at all disheartened. Ha ha. All right. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself, should you encounter any troubles. Confide in Asio. I have instructed him to look after you well, so do not be afraid. As Sterling rose, filled with sorrow and disappointment, he heard a soft voice behind him. Sir, the battlefield is fraught with danger. Please take care of yourself. He doubted his ears and turned around in ecstatic disbelief. Cardan. You. In the empty hall, Sterling slowly knelt, raising his arms high. Oh God, bless me. Such happiness. I fear I do not deserve it. Yet, in their bliss, neither Sterling nor the bashful Cardan noticed that the once intact window had acquired several small holes at some point. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, Hey, Chuan, have you had enough? It's my turn now. Roger replied, Oh, by Chuan, you too are a girl. What do you think Cardan meant by those two sentences? Did she agree or not? Zichuan Xiu urged, Come on. Grab her shoulder and gently press her down. With a commanding gaze, let your strong arms captivate her. Chuan interjected, My lord, you have lost. I told you there would be no passionate scenes today. You did not believe me. Hand over the money. Zichuan Ning admonished, Brother. Spying on Brother Sterling and Sister Cardan in such a manner is quite inappropriate. It is unethical. Zichuan Xiu retorted, Nonsense. You have been peeking through a hole without blinking while lecturing me on morality. On the night of August 1st in the year 779 of the Empire, the Great Rebellion in the Far East raged fiercely. The Zichuan family has suffered the loss of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, while nearly 30 million civilians in the Far East endure the agonies of rebellion. The family's most steadfast stronghold, the Valen Fortress, stands on the brink of collapse, as a million ruthless insurgents prepare to invade the core of the family's homeland, ready to unleash havoc upon the innocent. From the highest-ranking commanders to every humble soldier and civilian, the palpable anxiety has robbed them of sleep. In the midst of this turmoil, one of the three heroes of the Zichuan family, Sterling, the commander of the Central Army, experiences the happiest moment of his life. Chapter 39. The Great Victory of Valen on August 2nd. In the year 779 of the Empire, the capital awakened early, for today marked the departure of Commander Sterling, leading an army of 150,000 to reinforce the Valen Fortress. Grand Marshal Zichuan presided over the send-off, offering wine and tribute. The soldiers of the Central Army were primarily the children of the capital's residents, and over 1 million citizens lined the streets to witness the imposing military spectacle, striving to catch a glimpse of their loved ones within the ranks. Mothers grasped their sons' hands, tears cascading down their cheeks, while newlywed wives clung tightly to their husbands. Overwhelmed with sorrow, a chorus of lamentation filled the air. Commander Sterling was the center of attention, as the Grand Marshal and all members of his entourage accompanied him several kilometers from the city. Finally, after much insistence from Sterling, the Grand Marshal, with a reluctant yet affectionate grip on his hand, said, Sterling, this is where I must bid you farewell. Know that your family awaits your victorious news day and night. Li Qing has also come. Would you not wish to exchange a few words with her? Sterling had already spotted Li Qing among the farewell procession, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. My lord, I bear the weighty responsibilities of the nation. At this moment, it is inappropriate to indulge in personal sentiments. I beg you to convey my regards to Li Qing. Alas, though it is said that a man must forget his family for the sake of his country, Sterling, you are being rather unfeeling. How resolute you are? Zichuan Ning remarked, puzzled, turning to Cadden. Cadden, shrouded in a delicate veil, gazed intently at the crowd surrounding Sterling, gently shaking her head. Given my status, approaching him at this moment would only place him in an awkward position. A warm tear fell onto Zichuan Ning's hand, and she widened her eyes, peering through the veil at Cadden's exquisite visage. You were crying. Beside them, Zichuan Xiu sighed silently, reflecting, since ancient times, behind the dust of war lies the tears of women. Even someone as exceptional as Sterling cannot escape this truth. As Zichuan Xiu pondered deeply, he suddenly exclaimed, Brother, your hand, why is it resting inappropriately near the ladies? That area. Oh. I merely saw her in such distress and wished to offer some comfort. A resounding slap echoed as a furious woman turned to face Zichuan Xiu. Rogue. Attempting to take advantage of me while my husband fights valiantly for the nation alongside Commander Sterling. Is there no justice left in this world? Her words ignited the fury of the crowd, who began to close in, fists clenched and ready for confrontation. Ha, ha, ha. Everyone, please allow me to clarify. This is clearly a misunderstanding. I have always considered myself the most ardent defender of my family's noble legacy. Ha ha. How could such a thing occur? Allow me to explain. It was entirely an accident, a consequence of the intricate interplay of time, space, atmospheric currents, the Earth's magnetic field, and gravitational forces. Just moments ago, my hand inadvertently encountered the prominent portion of this lady's lower back. It was a twist of fate, truly. It's not something for which anyone can be blamed. Ha ha. Oh dear, do refrain from striking. And Ning, Kadan, where are you two going? Hurry. Assist me in clarifying this matter. Oh, we were merely passing by, unfamiliar with this rogue. Please, feel free to do as you wish. Ungrateful wretches. Oh dear. Do not kick there. It is quite painful. Help. On August 6th, the battle for Fort Vallon reached its most critical juncture. After days of relentless assault, the insurgents finally breached the sturdy walls of Vallon, and hundreds of thousands of rebels surged through the opening, their voices raised in a cacophony. At this moment, the city was in total mobilization. There were no reserves left to defend the breach. Deputy Commander Luobo and Lin Bing gazed at the overwhelming tide of rebels outside the fortress and exchanged bittersweet smiles. At this stage, it was indeed a desperate situation. They had resigned themselves to the notion of sacrificing their lives for their country. Lin Bing raised her sword, lamenting. The only regret I hold is not witnessing the demise of the fiend, Lei Hong, who took the life of our lord. How unjust is fate. Luobo grasped her hand firmly. Wait. At this point, what more is there to wait for? Surely, you do not intend to confess your feelings now? You foolish woman. What nonsense is this at such a time? The movements of the insurgents are peculiar. The two deputy commanders, who had anticipated their inevitable demise, exchanged glances before simultaneously exclaiming, could it be that reinforcements have arrived? So soon? Their hearts surged with emotion as their hands clasped tightly together. To the northwest, an army appeared. It was a human army. My lord, reinforcements have arrived. The cavalry is here. The numbers are unclear. My lord, I can see the banners. It is the Central Army. The Central Army has come. It is Lord Sterling. Indeed, it is Lord Sterling's troops. Long live the commander. Long live the Central Army. Long live Lord Sterling. As if to affirm their words, the cavalry emitted a deafening roar. Yurim. Without a doubt, this was the battle cry of the Central Army charging forth. Luo Bo and Lin Bing, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, how could they arrive so swiftly? Upon departing the imperial capital, Sterling had concentrated the most mobile cavalry units into 10 cavalry divisions and 20 infantry divisions. He believed that reinforcements were as urgent as fire. And disregarding the objections of his subordinates, he ordered the Corps Deputy Commander Qin Lu to lead the infantry onward, while he himself hastened with the cavalry day and night to reach Vallon. This endeavor resulted in a remarkable forced march. He covered the distance from the imperial capital to the far eastern Vallon in just 4 days. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Sterling observed that the insurgents, in their haste, had disordered their formation. He immediately commanded, charge the entire army. However, a staff officer voiced dissent. My lord, the disparity in numbers is significant, and our forces are weary from the long journey. Would it not be wiser to rest in Vallon before planning our next course of action once the main army arrives? Sterling, our troops have recently arrived, and their morale is soaring. The rebel forces have besieged Vallon for over 10 days without success, losing their momentum. Moreover, their ignorance of our strength has instilled fear and chaos within their ranks. This presents a rare opportunity. The rebel camp hastily retreated, and in their confusion, they managed to deploy only 6 infantry formations primarily composed of half-orcs to resist us. If we can stall Sterling's forces momentarily, our army can regroup and arrange itself strategically to launch a powerful encirclement. Thousands of formidable half-orcs wielded their massive hands, issuing ferocious cries. The Central Army roared, Yurim. The sound of thundering hooves echoed as the well-ordered lines surged forward like a dark wall pressing rapidly against the half-orcs. A volley of arrows was unleashed. The front line of half-orcs fell, struggling and shrieking in agony. Both the rebels and the eastern troops observing from the city walls were astonished. Why does Sterling's army consist entirely of archers? How can an archer unit charge while simultaneously shooting? As the charging troops closed within 100 meters of the rebels, Sterling's clear voice resonated across the battlefield. Front line. Switch to spears. In a swift motion, the galloping cavalry of the Central Army seamlessly transitioned from bows to long spears. The precision and unity of their movements underscored their status as the elite of their lineage. executing such a flawless maneuver at full speed, instilling dread in the rebels. The cavalry lowered their bodies, their spears extending 1.5 meters beyond their mounts. The rear cavalry continued to fire arrows, further inflicting casualties and chaos upon the rebels. The two armies drew closer, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. A thunderous roar erupted, Urim. Simultaneously, the opposing side cried out, "Wow! Wow!" The bloodbath commenced. With immense force, the cavalry easily pierced the tough bodies of the half-orcs with their long spears, some even skewering 2 or 3 at once. The second line of half-orcs retaliated with wooden clubs and iron rods, bringing cavalrymen crashing to the ground. The cavalry behind them switched to sabers, cleaving the half-orcs in two. In an instant, hundreds of human soldiers fell to the ground, their distant loved ones forever out of reach, while thousands of half-orcs were pierced and slain. The following troops remained calm and undaunted, continuously charging into the fray as the melee began. Stirling's forces held a decisive numerical advantage, and their weaponry far surpassed the rebels' wooden clubs and shovels. To counter the half-orcs' brute strength, the human soldiers often fought in formations, 3 against 1 half-orc, executing organized assaults against the disorganized foes with seamless coordination. The rebels, hastily assembled, struggled to withstand the test of cooperation and courage in this chaotic battle, resulting in their individual efforts faltering within 5 minutes. The 6 half-orc divisions were scattered, fleeing in all directions. With a sharp whistle, Stirling commanded the disordered troops to form a majestic square once more. There was no need to concern themselves with the fleeing forces. They charged toward the enemy's stronghold. The remaining individuals hesitated, torn between obeying the officer's commands to form ranks and withstand the onslaught, or following the example of others and fleeing. Before they could reach a decision, the cavalry surged into their midst, shrieks of terror echoing around them, and thus, the moment of indecision vanished. The Serpent clan cried out, "Run!" The half-orc shouted, "You cowards! I shall flee too." The dwarves proclaimed, "We surrender. We yield." Meanwhile, the dragons strode away in silence. The only organized force among the rebels was Lei Hong's division, but they had departed 3 days earlier to confront the 2 provinces in the far east that had not succumbed to rebellion, Dea and Ilabat. He could scarcely fathom that hundreds of thousands of dissenters could be so thoroughly routed by fewer than 50,000 cavalry. On August 11th, a messenger, nearly exhausted from his frantic ride, arrived in the imperial capital, heralding jubilant news. Valen has achieved victory. 71,000 enemies slain, 116,000 captured. The rebels in retreat by 100 kilometers, and Lord Stirling is in hot pursuit. The Valen fortress remained unscathed. In response, Commander Zichuan Sanqing ordered a 5-minute moment of silence for the valiant soldiers who had faced adversity. The command post announced the formal appointment of Stirling as the commander of the Central Army, removing the interim title. Once the silence concluded, a night of revelry erupted among the million-strong populace. Each mention of Stirling's name ignited cheers from the masses. Long live! In the taverns, toasting to the great victory and wishing for Lord Stirling's longevity, glasses clinked 3 million times. The sales of beer, flowers, firecrackers, amulets, and colorful balloons in the capital soared, significantly boosting effective demand and leading to a remarkable rise in the economic index, which had languished since the previous year. That very evening, astute booksellers rushed to publish the biography of the great General Stirling, My Stories with Stirling, an unavoidable disclosure, and Stirling, descending from the pantheon. Journalists, eager to showcase the advantage of newspapers over books, swiftly penned articles such as the General Stirling through Friends' Eyes, interviews with neighbors of the great Stirling, and my dining experience with Stirling. One teacher from Stirling's kindergarten claimed that his urinating posture foretold his future greatness. Another, Miss Lou Mailey, a former classmate, asserted, "I did not fall in love with him." However, on the night of August 11th, 779 of the imperial calendar, a different piece of news went unnoticed. Buried in the lost and found section of the Imperial Evening News, in light of the tense situation in the Far East, the command post plans to dispatch Reserve Deputy Commander Zichuan Shou to Mozov, Kixin, and Anqing provinces to assemble reserve soldiers and establish a response army, to be designated as the Shou Battalion. Chapter 40. The establishment of the calligraphy camp on the 13th day of August in the year 779 of the imperial calendar. Under the scorching sun, a group of individuals set forth from the imperial capital, burdened with the mission of rescuing their family from dire straits. Their destination was the heartland of their family, the provinces of Mosov, Shijin, and Anqing. "My lord, it is sweltering," Must we endure such heat while on our journey? My lord, does President Liufeng harbor a grudge against you? Why else would he assign you such a grueling task of rallying the militia, dragging us along with you? You needn't voice your complaints. That fool isn't even listening. Look at him, grinning like an idiot at the imperial capital daily. My lord, what could possibly bring him such joy? Oh, Zichuan, look, I made the front page. It has been years since I last graced the headlines. Let me see. According to a certain close friend of the esteemed General Sterling, he has been an exemplary student since childhood, consistently earning accolades and scholarships, and has long harbored the noble ambition of serving his family. This sacred ideal has illuminated his path, empowering him to surmount any obstacles and ultimately become a renowned general. General Sterling's journey inspires us all, demonstrating that determination leads to achievement. Ideals are the beacon and compass of life. He serves as a paragon for countless ambitious youths. My lord, I do not see your name mentioned. Oh, that certain friend is indeed me. But my original words were quite different. I told the reporter that Sterling was a mischievous child, often skipping classes to play Street Fighter with Dilling. When he lost, he would evade payment and run off. He relied on Dilling to cheat on exams, but Dilling was no better, resulting in both of them failing year after year. The teachers would often scold them. You both make the same mistakes. How did it end up like this? 2 days later, the group arrived at the capital of Shijin province. They were warmly greeted by Deputy Commander Jin Chang of the Provincial Reserve Armed Forces. Jin, in his 30s, appeared dignified and articulate, and upon first meeting Roger and Zichuan, they felt an unsettling familiarity and disdain towards him. His smile bore a striking resemblance to that of someone they disliked. May I inquire about the current status of the Reserve Militia Assembly, Deputy Commander Jin? Oh, Lord Zichuan, rest assured, our province never neglects national defense. We conduct weekly training sessions and maintain military discipline. Everyone is spirited and confident, ever ready to heed the family's call and rush to the battlefield, fervent and unyielding. Zichuan Xiu interjected. I am asking how many individuals have already assembled? Since we learned of the turmoil in the Far East and the despicable ruffians ravaging our family's sacred territory, I have been filled with righteous indignation and fervor, longing for wings to fly across the vast expanse to confront the rebels in a decisive battle. However, alas, I am but a family guard official, bound by duty and unable to leave my post without command. Thus, I can only channel my fervent passion into the demanding preparations of the reserve forces, demonstrating my unwavering loyalty to my family through tangible actions. I understand your noble patriotic sentiments, esteemed official, but just how many reserve units have been assembled? Thanks to the tireless efforts of all members of our preparatory military department, we have made significant strides in the mobilization of reserve forces, achieving remarkable results. Of course, as mortals, we are not without our flaws and shortcomings in our endeavors. Yet we must recognize that this is akin to the relationship between 9 fingers and 1 finger. Achievements and contributions are paramount, the mainstream, the overarching concern, while flaws and deficiencies are secondary. But just how many units have been assembled? Jin Chang hesitated for a moment and whispered into Zichuan Xiu's ear. Zichuan Xiu leaped up. Is that all? Huh. A wise person such as yourself should surely comprehend the arduous nature of our preparatory military department's work. Our office funds are severely lacking. Welfare cannot be distributed. Bonuses are uncertain, and even the reimbursement for meals is limited to 30 times per person per week. It is indeed a strenuous situation. Yet, in such challenging circumstances, the diligent staff of the preparatory military department have exemplified a spirit of tenacity. Achieving such accomplishments is truly commendable. Nevertheless, it is rather insufficient, isn't it? I have long heard of Lord Zichuan's military knowledge. A wise individual like yourself must understand the principle that quality outweighs quantity in warfare. Although our assembled forces may be that number in quantity, we possess an absolute advantage in quality. 100 elite soldiers triumph over 1,000 mediocre ones. The average age of our assembled soldiers is 31. In terms of structural composition, we have a scientifically balanced mix, experienced veterans seasoned by the battlefield and bold young warriors unafraid of challenges, an absolutely elite force. If that is the case, then, esteemed official, let them train. Just as Jin Chang was about to take his leave, Zichuan Xiu called him back. Pray tell, are you not the current vice banner officer? Oh, I was initially in the reserves, but joined active duty after the Far East incident. My lord, you. I too transitioned from the reserves. The two exchanged knowing smiles as if they had found kindred spirits, each seemingly acknowledging the other's less-than-noble status. Zichuan quietly remarked to Roger, Do you not find this vice banner officer reminiscent of someone? Bai Chuan was taken aback. Why are there so many elderly gentlemen with canes, their teeth long gone, queuing up? Look at that one. He requires assistance to walk and collapses after taking just a few steps. Jin Chong explained. Old Wang's heart condition has flared up. Allowing him to rest for a moment will suffice. My lord, please observe. These are all seasoned veterans, rich in combat experience. Some have even participated in the great campaigns against the Liufeng clan, led by the 4th Generalissimo. They are invaluable treasures of our Zichuan family, revered and esteemed. Roger was also astonished. And over there, a group of young lads, none appear older than 15. Hey, kid, don't come near me. My trousers are not for you to wipe your nose on. Jin Chong, behold our future young warriors. Though they may appear somewhat inexperienced, after enduring the trials of battle, they shall undoubtedly emerge as valiant fighters. The youth possess boundless potential. They must never be underestimated. Changchuan, with a furrowed brow, I fear they cannot withstand even a single skirmish. Is the average age of 31 you mentioned truly reflective? Are there any genuine young men in their 20s or 30s? Jin Chong seems deeply offended. How could you, Lord Changchuan, utter such words? Look, there is indeed a robust man among them. He is precisely 30 years old. The crowd follows his gaze. A one-armed man sits on a stool. Removing his prosthetic leg, Zichuan Shou turns to Jin Chong. Might you be mistaken, good sir? We are not here to establish a retirement home, nursery, or hospital for the wounded. Upon returning to their quarters, what shall we do, my lord? The command center has set the assembly deadline for September. We are running out of time. My lord, I propose we order that wretched Jin Chong to complete the recruitment within a week. These infernal bureaucrats, they cannot be relied upon. It seems we must devise our own solutions. My lord, what are you writing? Zichuan Xiu, Bai Chuan, come here. Did you bring the ultra-short skirt? The following day, the streets and alleys of the capital of Jisan province were adorned with alluring advertisements featuring Bai Chuan in a remarkably short skirt, an unparalleled opportunity. Men must not let this slip away. Sign up for the Ziyizing travel group. Young gentlemen are warmly encouraged to participate. A 3-day tour of the imperial city. Marvelous historical sites await to delight your senses. All transportation and accommodations are complimentary. No fees whatsoever. You doubt this? Yet, it is indeed the truth. Seize the moment. Hesitation may lead to a lifetime of regret. Please bring valid identification and contact us. Address: Room 123, Fengshi Hotel. Contacts: Zichuan Xiu, Roger, Changchuan. In less than 3 days, Zichuan Xiu flawlessly fulfilled the task assigned by the command office to assemble the reserves, leading the most formidable army of the family towards the imperial city with great fanfare. This operation, historically dubbed the Great Jisan Scam, resulted in a perplexing outcome for historians. Throughout his lifetime, the Radiant King and his 3 loyal ministers never set foot in Jisan province. Whenever they encountered someone from Jisan, Chief of Staff Chang Chuan would suddenly find urgent matters to attend to. Bai Chuan would suffer from a sudden headache, and Roger, the military affairs chief, would hastily flee. While the Radiant King would merely respond, "What lovely weather today," and discreetly exit through the back door. This day, recorded in history as the 18th of August in the 779th year of the Empire, marked the first successful recruitment operation of the Ziyizing. This auspicious date heralded a promising future for this army. Well, I propose we name this unit Roger's Death Squad. What do you think? Ugh, calling it Roger's Death Squad is more fitting. Of course, we shall name it the handsome Changchuan Brigade. This flamboyant fellow is utterly distasteful. Bai Chuan, which name do you prefer? Neither. I think Bai Chuan's Rose Army sounds delightful. Truly, such a tasteless suggestion. My lord, what is your opinion? Oh dear, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to them, Zichuan Xiu had already begun inscribing a large character Xiu on the flag. All right, from now on, our army shall be called the Ziyizing. I have a premonition that this unit will undoubtedly. Oh dear, what are you doing? Defiling the military flag is a grave offense. The grand flag of the Ziyizing, preserved in the Family History Museum, is a precious artifact for historical research. It is specifically noted, Roger's Death Squad. The dashing Changchuan, Xiu Roger, is a lecher. The flamboyant Changchuan, Zichuan Xiu, is a fool. The beautiful Bai Chuan says. Chapter 41, The Tiger of Zichuan following the Battle of Valen. Commander Sterling of the Central Army did not await the arrival of the infantry forces led by Deputy Commander Qin Lu. Instead, after ensuring the wounded were properly cared for, he promptly took command of 30,000 cavalry, advancing rapidly towards the epicenter of the rebellion in Yun province. His speed was almost recklessly audacious. Inciting widespread panic within the imperial capital, let there not be another Chishui Beach. The once formidable Zichuan army of 300,000 had suffered a catastrophic defeat at Chishui Beach in Yun province, nearly annihilating their ranks. Urgent messages from the general headquarters and command post repeatedly caught up with Sterling, urging him to exercise caution and adopt a steady approach. They perceived his bold incursion into the heart of the storm, a rebellious province with such a meager force, as tantamount to courting death. The family could not endure a second Chishui Beach disaster. In the capital, only Zichuan Xiu and Di Lin understood Sterling's intentions. First, the rebellion in the Far East had escalated with alarming rapidity, rendering the once formidable 1 million-strong Far Eastern army seemingly collapsed overnight. Sterling surmised that within the rebellious provinces, substantial forces of border guards and defense troops remained, albeit immobilized by the encirclement of insurgent civilians. Should he manage to unite them, even a modest coalition could yield a formidable armed force. Secondly, the provinces of Daya and Ilabat still lay under the control of the Zichuan family's garrison. The inhabitants of these provinces were predominantly human and remained steadfast against the upheaval instigated by other races. However, from captured rebels, it was learned that the insurrectionist leader, Lei Hong, had dispatched 15 divisions to confront them. From both a military strategy and humanitarian perspective, Sterling felt compelled to rescue the 5 million loyal residents besieged by rebellion in these two provinces. Each time the startled rebels paused to rest and eat, Sterling's cavalry would swiftly emerge, their sabers flashing like lightning as they plunged into the midst of the unsuspecting insurgents. Despite their numerical superiority, the disheartened rebels, in the wake of such a crushing defeat, would abandon their meals and scatter in panic. Sterling's cavalry did not pursue those fleeing. Instead, they concentrated on eliminating the few who dared to stand their ground. Such fools were few in number and soon ceased to exist. The same sequence of events repeated itself multiple times, leading the rebels to develop a conditioned reflex at the mere sight of Sterling's cavalry. They became accustomed to certain patterns. The best time for an attack was before breakfast, when the air was fresh and spirits high, conducive to long-distance running, and beneficial for appetite and overall well-being. By lunchtime, the situation was more chaotic. They could endure the presence of 5,000 human cavalry brandishing their sabers, while hundreds of thousands of bizarrely diverse rebel forces clutched their bowls and fled in all directions, some even managing to eat while on the run. They resolutely opposed Sterling's nighttime ambushes. The rebel soldiers proclaimed, "This is the most inhumane of endeavors. Our bellies are filled to the brim. Yet we must dash about the mountains. Just imagine the agony." Such scenes often unfolded during the pursuit. As they ran, a half-orc would suddenly halt, clutching its stomach, rolling on the ground and wailing that it had succumbed to appendicitis, leaving the pursuing cavalry in fits of laughter, nearly toppling from their steeds. If it occurred merely during meal times, it would be one thing. But the reality was that Sterling exhibited remarkable courtesy and concern for the rebels. He would greet them with a good morning in the morning, inquire about their well-being at noon, invite them for afternoon tea in the afternoon, and bid them good night before they retired for the evening. Even in the dead of night, he would check in on them to ensure they slept soundly, albeit his method was rather brusque. Thousands of sabers swung about, conveying familial affection and camaraderie. Sterling's assaults became increasingly frequent. Oftentimes, as one battalion departed, another would already be in sight, resulting in numerous exhausted rebel soldiers opting for capture rather than further flight. The remaining rebels pondered, did Sterling's troops never tire? He divided his 30,000 cavalry into 6 contingents, each comprising 5,000 men, launching successive attacks. Thus, each battalion maintained ample stamina during their onslaught. And he specifically instructed them not to annihilate completely, allowing the rebels a chance to escape. Leveraging the mobility of his cavalry, Sterling kept his main force within 10 kilometers of the fleeing rebels, despite their frantic attempts to evade capture. The notion of a weaker army pursuing a stronger enemy while simultaneously dispersing its own forces contravenes military doctrine. Had this strategy not been orchestrated by the illustrious Sterling and met with success, it would have drawn universal condemnation from military theorists and historians as sheer folly. Now, they could only sigh an acknowledgement of a miracle and scramble to find theoretical justification for Sterling's extraordinary prowess, inevitably. Seasoned historians would arise to assert that such outcomes were destined to occur, providing their rationale. Sterling himself understood that this relentless pursuit, though seemingly perilous, was, in fact, secure. Amid such relentless harassment, even if the rebels wished to devise traps or ambushes, they were powerless to do so. The coalition of various races suffered from numerous raids and disturbances daily, unable to eat or rest, their numbers and morale waning with each passing day. They had neither the time nor energy to lay traps, preoccupied solely with fleeing. It was as though a dazzling new star was rising in the distant eastern fringes of the realm. Under its radiant glow, from the easternmost kingdom of the demon race's demon fortress to the western capital of the Liufeng family. From the imperial capital to the rebel encampments in the far east, the common folk, people across the continent, in myriad languages, emotions, and expressions, echoed the same name, Sterling, the Tiger of Zichuan. Chapter 42. The Reserve Militia in early September of the year 779 of the Empire. In response to the conscription order from the command center, the first contingent of 200,000 conscripted reserve troops from 56 provinces gathered in the imperial capital, preparing to embark for the battlefields of the Far East. The reserve officers and soldiers hailed from diverse provinces and regions, each speaking with peculiar accents and dialects. Sporting fearsome beards and dressed in a myriad of styles, the urban poor soldiers appeared tattered, resembling beggars. The young gentlemen donned opulent tailcoats, exuding the elegance of gala attendees. The rural gentry wore rusted armor that seemed so ancient it could be mistaken for stolen artifacts from a museum. With steeds that were eligible for retirement in a senior care home, even Zichuan Xiao once spied an elderly man laboriously hauling a 50-kilogram machete. Prompting a malicious thought, what could he possibly use that for? Even if it were for self-harm, he would surely lack the strength. They marched under a variety of terrifying banners during the inspection ceremony, names such as the Grim Reaper's Death Squad, the Skeleton Revenge Army, and even a contingent from the province of Liufeng, dubbed the Annihilation Volunteer Corps. In terms of appearance alone, they outshone the frontline soldiers 100-fold, and their confidence surpassed that of the frontline warriors 1,000,000 times over, prancing about with their staffs, disdainfully proclaiming, "Those lowly peasants of the Far East do not warrant the effort of our noble hands. With just a flick of my cane, I could dispatch them all." President Liufeng had always considered himself a cultured and patient individual. His daily routine now revolved around inspecting the ragtag conscripted troops from every corner of the land, after each crooked infantry formation passed before the reviewing stand. The barren parade ground was left littered with a multitude of shoes, trampled underfoot by the soldiers in the rear during drills. However, on the 10th of September, when the militia from Zichuan province sauntered past the reviewing stand in casual attire, puffing on cigars, their demeanor reminiscent of leisurely strollers, even the saint could no longer contain his frustration. Their flags were painted haphazardly, resembling talismans for ghost catching, requiring a magnifying glass to decipher what appeared to be the character inscribed upon them. Who was that elderly man with a pale countenance? He looks strangely familiar. Are you really that foolish? Do you never watch the news? That is President Liufeng, a prominent figure. President, please smile. Good. Okay. Oh, everyone look. The president can smile. When he smiles, his nose even twitches. How curious. Look, look. He can even speak. His lips open and close like a fish gasping for air. Hey, where are you going? This is a rare opportunity. I'm going to get the president's autograph. Suppressing his ire, Liufeng calmly inquired of Zichuan Xiao. Could you kindly inform me what those individuals below are? He gestured towards the militia, as if indicating a pile of dog excrement on the sidewalk. Zichuan Xiao stood tall, providing the president with a succinct and utterly accurate response. Humans. Then he swiftly fled through the back door. The composed Liufeng did not erupt in anger on the spot. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the Inspector General Dilling, who was nearby observing the parade, and then raised his gaze skyward, as if engaging in conversation with the divine rather than addressing Inspector General Dilling. What measures shall the Inspection Bureau take regarding the evident dereliction of duty displayed by Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiao in the recruitment of the militia? Dilling smiled, took a sip of strong tea, and replied nonchalantly, "A man of character, I appreciate that." He then stood and departed from the review ground, deliberately ignoring the fact that Liufeng's complexion had turned the color of liver. Zichuan Ning offered him a cup of hot tea. The television news reported that our esteemed commander Liufeng suddenly suffered a hypertensive episode and fainted during the military parade. This has nothing to do with you, right, brother? The weather is quite sweltering. The commander has high blood pressure and is overworked. He ought to take better care of his health. Zichuan Xiao feigned concern, inwardly beseeching all the deities she knew, whether they were faithful or otherwise, may they bestow their blessings. And it would be best if the commander fell gravely ill and departed this world. Bai Chuan hurriedly entered. "Sir, there is trouble." Our soldiers have revolted again. How long will this continue? Last Monday, they complained about the poor rations, and on Wednesday, they grumbled about the lack of striptease performances. They have already revolted twice. Now they are being well-fed and enjoying spicy food, and they can even attend nightly performances, yet they still dare to threaten rebellion? Oh, sir. They claim that the dancers lack the proper allure. These rascals, how dare they suggest that I perform such dances? They deserve punishment. Zichuan fumed, yet suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. However, I must admit, these rascals do have discerning taste. Sir, I implore you, when you utter such grandiloquent statements, please refrain from drooling. It lacks any persuasive power. Oh, I became overly agitated at the thought of our family's quest for peace. In any case, I shall endeavor to meet the demands of those brave warriors who are about to go to battle for our country. What more do they desire? They also requested that Miss Zichuan Ning join in the dance. Sir, are you well? Inform my brother Dilling. Summon the gendarmerie from the inspection bureau to suppress this group of lewd rascals and eliminate them entirely. 2 weeks after the Battle of Valen. Following Sterling, the family leader Ming Hui led a formidable legion from the family's western border, the Black Flag Army, through Valen Fortress to quell the unrest in the Far East. Originally, the command was to be entrusted to Fang Jing, but due to sudden illness, he could not lead the army. Thus the command fell to Ming Hui. Commander Luo Minghai would have gladly flown over to lash out at Ming Hui. However, Ming Hui firmly stated, if we were to suffer defeat again due to reckless ambition, who would bear the responsibility? No one could shoulder such a burden, thus Ming Hui continued to dawdle with even greater justification. In the battle against the terrifying onslaught of the relentless wind and frost, he maintained an undefeated record through his cautious demeanor and swift movements. Now, it appears he aims to elevate this spirit of prudence to its utmost. Every hilltop could potentially house a rebel stronghold, every thicket might conceal lurking foes, and every road could be fraught with traps. Even turning over a mere stone by the roadside could unleash 2 or 3 elusive rebel soldiers, grinning wickedly at him. However, this does not imply that Ming Hui is idle. Upon encountering a dozen lost stragglers retreating from the city of Valen, he boldly declared, we are facing a main force of 200,000 rebels. When a sentry was bitten by a snake hidden in the grass. The following day, Ming Hui had the audacity to report to the command, a massive assault by the Serpentine tribe. Our forces have suffered grievously. We must halt our advance for reorganization. Eventually, the command center found themselves in a state of bemusement upon receiving Ming Hui's reports. On the first day, we vanquished 1 million serpents. On the second day, we defeated 2 million half-orcs. And on the third day, 3 million. In contrast, the victory at Valen by Sterling seemed almost trivial, as the total number of all races in the Far East, multiplied by 2, would not suffice to match the casualties Ming Hui inflicted within a fortnight. Yet still, 5 million rebels remained, obstinately obstructing his advance. In this light, Sterling's battle reports appeared significantly more credible, evoking profound emotions and tears from all who heard them. Chapter 43. I came, I saw. I retreated to the esteemed leader of the family, President Luo Minghai. Our forces have arrived at Chishuitan in Yun Province on September 15th. The acting commander of the Central Army, Sterling, and the family's military historian, Tang Chuan, have poignantly remarked on Chishuitan. It was here that the Zichuan family lost 230,000 loyal and valiant soldiers. The 2-century dominion of the Zichuan family over the Far East, the glory and aspirations of 7 generations, and their claim to supremacy over the Sichuan continent were irrevocably shattered the moment Lei Hong's army appeared on the plains of Chishuitan, trampled mercilessly by the hooves of warhorses. The defeat at Chishuitan precipitated the decline of the Zichuan family's power, serving as the catalyst for a series of subsequent calamities. Chishuitan stands as a fateful turning point in the Zichuan family's journey from strength to weakness. Sterling was profoundly struck by the scene before him, a battlefield that resembled a hellscape. At the foot of the mountains lay a vast expanse, littered with the remains of warriors clad in shattered armor. The family's most esteemed Far Eastern armored cavalry met their end in this desolate wilderness, whether driven by hatred or a desire for display. The victors of the Battle of Chishuitan showed no compassion, leaving the vanquished unburied. Several kilometers away, the air was thick with the unbearable stench of decaying corpses. Countless shattered weapons stretched towards the horizon, while a tattered flag stood at an angle against the setting sun, fluttering in the evening breeze, still faintly revealing the remnants of the Far Eastern forces. Chapter 44. The greatest expert. Upon seeing the pallid visage of Zichuan Ning, the visitor chuckled heartily and remarked nonchalantly, I was merely jesting. Yet you truly lack a sense of humor. Before Zichuan Ning could regain her composure, the guest set down her teacup. Adopting a serious demeanor as she spoke, "You must be Miss Zichuan Ning, correct? I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I am Liufeng, the Deputy Commander of the Eastern Forces, and I urgently seek an audience with Lord Zichuan Xiao. I would be grateful if you could convey my request." Rising to her feet, Zichuan Ning instructed her attendant to awaken Zichuan Xiao, murmuring to herself, "Now I understand why the Eastern Forces have resorted to rebellion." Upon encountering Liufeng, Zichuan Xiao instinctively sprang to attention and saluted. During the Eastern era, he had always held immense respect for Liufeng, his spirited and candid superior. Liufeng returned the salute, saying, "You need not stand on ceremony, Lord Xiao. We share the same rank as deputy commanders. There is no need for such formality." Despite the equal rank, a significant disparity existed among the deputy commanders. Liufeng, as a powerful deputy commander of a vast army, commanded hundreds of thousands of troops and oversaw millions of citizens, akin to a regional lord. In contrast, Zichuan Xiao was uncertain if he would even receive his salary the following month. Zichuan Xiao earnestly declared, "You shall always be my superior, regardless of the circumstances." Liufeng clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "It is commendable that you remember your roots." She then got straight to the point. "I require your assistance to rescue Luobo. He is in dire straits." During the Eastern Rebellion, Luobo and Liufeng had valiantly defended the Wayland fortress against a million-strong insurgent army, clinging to hope for reinforcements amidst their desperate situation. Just as they seemed on the verge of despair, the Central Army and the Military Law Investigation Team arrived, tasked with investigating the defeats at Chishui Beach. In an effort to spare others from blame, Luobo selflessly assumed full responsibility for the failures. Despite the protests from the officers of the Eastern Forces and the outcry from the soldiers, the military judges unceremoniously seized the severely wounded Luobo from his hospital bed, escorting him to the imperial capital for a military tribunal. Liufeng promptly followed the military law team to the imperial capital, seeking to rescue Luobo. However, following the death of Commander Guangxing, the Eastern Forces had lost its most influential and respected figure within the family decision-making circle. In indignation, Liufeng lamented, "The Eastern Forces now resemble an orphan child, neglected and unprotected, subject to the whims of anyone who wishes to take advantage." The situation worsened upon discovering that the case was being manipulated from behind the scenes by President Luo Minghai, leading to a pervasive reluctance among others to intervene. In desperation, Liufeng suddenly recalled that Luobo had a subordinate, Zichuan Xiao, who frequently pilfered alcohol and who also served as a deputy commander in the imperial capital. Although it was rumored that he was not faring well, this was a case of desperate measures, and she thought it worth a try. Zichuan Xiao's countenance darkened. Luobo had been his direct superior during the Eastern era. When Yangming was sought to harm him, it was Luobo, along with Guangxing and other Eastern Forces leaders, who had sheltered him during his youth. He had risen from a disgraced exile to a senior officer of the flag rank within a mere 6 years, owing not only to his own abilities but also to Luobo's significant mentorship. It can be said that, aside from the deceased commander Guangxing, Luobo owes him the greatest debt of gratitude. He resolutely declared, "Lord Luo has shown me immense kindness. I shall exert myself to the fullest." Some responded with cold sarcasm, 300,000 have perished, and Luobo bears no guilt? Perhaps it is you who are culpable? Worry about your own fate. A particularly vile individual, grinning maliciously, leered, "What connection do you have with Luobo? Why toil for that decrepit old man?" He then surveyed Liufeng's captivating figure with a lecherous gaze, inching closer. "Vice Commander Lin, I feel a deep affinity with you. If you would only agree." Regarding Luobo's affair, before he could finish, Liufeng's stiletto heel had already struck his face. In the days that followed, it was the first time she had heard such unwavering support, albeit from a relatively powerless subordinate, yet it provided her with considerable moral encouragement. Zichuan Xiao and Zichuan Ning gazed in astonishment as Liufeng's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Zichuan Xiao, perplexed, stammered, "My lord, you." He found himself at a loss for words, though Zichuan Ning did not comprehend the underlying reasons. She understood Liufeng's emotional state. She had thwarted her elder brother's probing and subtly offered her a handkerchief. Liufeng accepted it, dabbing at her eyes. Quickly regaining her composure, "I apologize, the wind has stirred up some dust." Zichuan Xiao and Zichuan Ning nodded in unison, accepting this clumsy excuse. Liufeng shifted the conversation. "Ah Xiao, Luobo has not misjudged you, nor has Commander Guangxing. He held great expectations for you. When speaking of the late commander of the Far East, Lin Bing's expression was one of profound admiration tinged with an indescribable melancholy. At that moment, Zichuan Shou began to speculate within her own sordid thoughts. The relationship between Lin Bing and Guangxing might transcend the mere bounds of superior and subordinate. I remained by his side until his last moments, Lin Bing continued. Zichuan Shou thought to herself, indeed, at that juncture, he mentioned you, expressing that only you could secure the stability of the Zichuan family for a century. Zichuan Shou beamed with delight, yet modestly replied, that is merely the commander's misplaced affection. How could it be so? Her face, however, radiated pride, signaling to Zichuan Ning, her expression unmistakably conveying, look at how they speak of me. Lin Bing nodded. I too deem it improbable. By that time, the commander's mind was not entirely clear. Zichuan Ning stifled a laugh. The commander further remarked that after his demise, it is likely that Yang Minghua would become uncontrollable. Fearing you would not be able to contend with him, he stated, if that day truly comes, entrust the box to Zichuan Shou, so she may find its rightful owner and eliminate Yang Minghua. These were the commander's exact words. I do not grasp their meaning, but he claimed you would understand. Lin Bing presented a small black box, adorned with a golden iris pattern, a clear indication of its antiquity, a relic from the once mighty Lin dynasty of the glorious empire, which had flourished 2 centuries prior, symbolized by the iris. Zichuan Shou received it with both hands, profoundly shaken by its significance. In the final moments of his life, Guangxing remained preoccupied with the overarching interests of his family, contemplating how to sustain the lineage of the Zichuan clan. This unwavering loyalty deserves profound admiration. Yet, the unpredictability of life often defies expectations. Amidst the chaos of the imperial capital, the triumph of Zichuan Sanqing and the swift downfall of Yang Minghua were events even someone as astute as Guangxing could scarcely foresee. After Lin Bing departed, Zichuan Ning, unable to quell her curiosity, seized Zichuan Shou and bombarded her with questions. Who did the esteemed lord ask you to find? At that time, when Yang Minghua held sway over the political landscape, who could dare to assassinate him? This box, could it be an artifact? Who was its master? Zichuan Shou carefully stored the box, but overwhelmed by Zichuan Ning's persistence, she could only utter 4 words, Zhuo Jiaming Wang. Zichuan Ning gasped in astonishment and immediately fell silent. Throughout history, the realm has seen countless heroes emerge, each leaving their mark for decades. In the tumultuous history of the Sichuan continent, every generation has birthed formidable martial artists. The illustrious Zichuan family has consistently produced a paramount master, just as the recent Lei Sun was celebrated. In this light, Zichuan Shou, along with Sterling and Dilling, who collectively vanquished Lei Sun, could each be regarded as a third of the foremost master. Similarly, the Liufeng family, which has contended with the Zichuan clan for centuries, boasts its own champion. Zichuan Shou once jested that, over the centuries, all the top masters could form a regiment. However, amidst these exceptional talents, only one has garnered unanimous recognition across the continent. The Li family's premier master, Zhuo Jiaming Wang, a master whose lifespan exceeds 300 years. Zhuo Jiaming emerged during the twilight of the Guangming Empire, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. At the tender age of 21, he was appointed as the national teacher by the last emperor of the empire, Lineage, who held him in great esteem and even conferred upon him the title of Wang. Zhuo Jiaming, grateful for the empire's recognition, pledged his loyalty. Yet, the relationship between Zhuo Jiaming Wang and the Guangming dynasty soon soured. The true reasons for this rift remain shrouded in mystery. Some speculate that the empire's marshal, Liu Danyin, harbored jealousy towards Zhuo Jiaming Wang's favor and orchestrated his downfall. Others firmly believe that a scandal involving a stunning consort of Lin Zhenyi played a role. This narrative is the most legendary and widely accepted, as tales of heroes and beautiful women captivate audiences. Still, some argue that no such incident ever occurred, and all parties maintained amicable relations. Nevertheless, one historical fact remains indisputable. While the pivotal battle of the Blue River determined the fate of the Guangming Empire, the empire's mightiest master, Zhuo Jiaming Wang, was fishing 10,000 miles away on the Jiaxi coast. The last emperor, Lin Zhenyi, along with the empire's marshal, Liu Danyin, and 500,000 troops, perished in the Blue River battlefield. A week after the battle, a young man clad in white stood at the gates of the victorious demon army. When the demon commander, Yun Long, received the report with a smile, he nonchalantly ordered, "Kill him." In an instant, 3,000 demon soldiers lay slain upon the ground. When the mighty Zhuo Jiaming entered the command tent with great strides, the valiant Yun Long maintained his composure. "Such a formidable warrior, may I inquire your esteemed name?" The human race is in decline, its fortune exhausted. Why not join our divine clan to forge a prosperous future together? Wealth and glory at your discretion. He spoke in the language of the demon race. Zichuan furrowed his brow and candidly admitted, I do not understand. The 100,000 demon soldiers present fell silent, none daring to intervene. A demon officer fluent in the human tongue meticulously recorded the events, preserving them in the demon race's annals, known as the divine canon. However, when Lin Jianyi's 7-year-old daughter, Lin Fengxi, desperately sought him out amidst a life-threatening pursuit, she implored, Uncle Zhua, we are at our wits' end. Please help us. Zichuan gazed deeply at the innocent girl for a moment before responding, very well. This unexpected decision left everyone astounded, and the rejected Ming Lin fumed. I cannot comprehend. The Lin family possesses neither wealth nor power. Zichuan must be a perverse pedophile. Upon hearing this, Zichuan merely scoffed coldly. A week later, Ming Lin met an inexplicable demise within the heavily guarded confines of his own castle, devoid of any wounds or discernible illness. The opportunistic Zichuan Yun seized the moment to annihilate the Ming Lin family and claim their territory. On the continent, the militarily weak yet economically prosperous Lin family stood resilient. Everyone knew that behind the Lin family loomed the unparalleled prowess of Zichuan. Of course, over the centuries, there were those unafraid of the ominous. The fourth-generation patriarch of the Liufeng family, Liufeng Rue, observed the Lin family. Devoid of an army yet possessing the most fertile lands at the continent's center and vast wealth. Unable to resist temptation, he ordered an attack on the Lin family. The Liufeng army effortlessly invaded the virtually defenseless Lin family stronghold at Hichio. Zichuan, too, dispatched Liufeng Rue without difficulty. His successor was Liufeng Rue's brother, Liufeng Li, whose motto was, the meat consumed shall never be regurgitated. He refused to withdraw his troops from Lin territory and summoned the elite crusader knights of the Liufeng family to guard the royal palace. Ultimately, Liufeng Li also perished. With half of the over 7,000 knights, representing the pinnacle of the Liufeng family's magical and martial prowess, slain and the other half grievously injured. A week later, the Liufeng family welcomed its third patriarch, Liufeng Di. His ill fortune led him to be coerced by his kin into assuming the scorching mantle of leadership. I would rather die than bear this title, he declared. The elder ministers and nobles of the Liufeng family unanimously insisted, even in death. You must first take on this role. His inaugural proclamation was, withdraw the troops from Huqiu immediately, fearing that he might delay by a mere second and invoke the wrath of the formidable Zichuan. From that moment forth, no one dared to provoke the Lin family again. This incident solidified Zichuan's unassailable position as the preeminent master of humanity. Though this tale transpired over a century ago, it remains one of the continent's most classic and legendary stories. After that, Zichuan Wang departed from Huqiu, wandering the world aimlessly, his whereabouts unknown to all. Yet, everyone firmly believed that he was alive, faithfully upholding his promise, silently serving as the guardian deity of the Lin family. Whenever there was a hint of disrespect towards the Lin clan, one would have to prepare to face an unparalleled sort of legendary prowess. Zichuan cautiously inquired, after all these years, is the elder still alive? Zichuan nonchalantly replied, he should still be alive, right? That old ghost still owes me a mountain of gambling debts. He can't just die like that. Zichuan was left speechless. However, Zichuan was troubled, reflecting on his earlier exuberance and how he had boasted about rescuing Luobo. Currently, the most powerful figure in the capital was undoubtedly General Zichuan Sanqing, but Zichuan shook his head, confident that Zichuan Sanqing harbored feelings for him that mirrored his own. As for Commander Luo Minghai, Zichuan merely stuck out his tongue, not even bothering to entertain thoughts of him. Gazing at Zichuan beside him, Zichuan shook his head again. Although Zichuan was the family's future patriarch, no one, not even Zichuan himself, regarded the 17-year-old acting general as someone of consequence. Commander Sterling of the Central Military was undoubtedly a commendable choice. He was an old friend who had recently achieved great merit, earning the trust of the general and wielding significant influence over Zichuan Sanqing. The unfortunate caveat was that he was engaged in combat thousands of miles away in the Far East, far from the fires that needed quenching. Among the other members of the command, only Fang Jing had a connection with him. Regrettably, he was ill and recuperating at home, absent from the capital. After much contemplation, Zichuan could only identify one person. He enjoyed the general's utmost trust, wielded power like the sun at its zenith, held the reins of oversight, and military tribunal matters fell within his jurisdiction. More importantly, He was also a good friend of Zichuan Xiao, Inspector General of the family, Lin. Chapter 45. Confidential in the imperial capital. When it comes to the level of security and protection, the Long General's residence ranks first, with the imperial forest following closely behind. It is no wonder, as he has so many enemies that even he cannot keep track of them. It was Lin Xiaojia who opened the door. Her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao, it's you." Zichuan Xiao gazed at her enchanting beauty. The youthful radiance of her girlhood now enhanced by the glow of womanhood. His eyes then fell upon her slightly protruding abdomen, revealing her pregnancy. A wave of emotion surged within him, a blend of reality and dream, awakening and slumber. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Ahem, sister-in-law." The complexity of his feelings was beyond description. Zichuan Xiao politely responded, "No need, I'll just wait in the living room." Lin Xiaojia shook her head, playfully gesturing towards the living room, her expression one of mischief. Following her gaze, Zichuan Xiao noticed a plethora of guests already seated, their uniforms adorned with glimmering insignias, indicating their high-ranking family status, yet none were familiar to him. With a bitter smile, he conceded, "All right." He offered a courteous nod to the guests in the living room and followed Lin Xiaojia into the study of the imperial forest. Oblivious to the disgruntled expressions of those behind him, murmuring about how they had waited so long, without even a cup of tea, while he strode confidently into the study. Inside the study, Lin Xiaojia invited Zichuan Xiao to sit, while she personally brewed tea and served pastries, a task usually delegated to servants. Zichuan Xiao remarked in surprise, "So many guests. Is it always like this?" In his memory, this seemed inconsistent with the aloof and proud demeanor of the imperial forest. "Oh, what do they want with my brother?" Lin Xiaojia scoffed, her expression one of disdain. "Who knows? Probably trying to curry favor and make connections. Ever since he became that ridiculous inspector general, he hasn't had a moment's peace. Visitors are never-ending." Although her words were laced with complaint, her expression radiated satisfaction. A wife always hopes her husband wields power and earns respect, doesn't she? Zichuan Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment, fully aware that Lin Xiaojia's comments were not directed at him, yet he was indeed there to seek connections. Lin Xiaojia remained oblivious to his discomfort. To be honest, those corrupt officials are impossible to shake off. They're quite bothersome. You, our old friend, never come to visit. Even Sterling has dropped by several times. Yet you have yet to grace us with your presence. It's not like before, and you needn't worry about young Minghua knowing." Zichuan Xiao found himself at a loss for words. As Lin Xiaojia seemed unaware of the conflict he had endured with the imperial forest during the Blood Night in the capital, he chuckled lightly, "I've been busy, but I'm here now, aren't I? Enough about that. Ah, Xiao, you're not a child anymore. You must be nearing 20, right? I heard from the imperial forest that you still don't have a girlfriend. That is not good. If you have someone in mind, let me know, and I'll help you find her." Zichuan Xiao longed to say, "I wish to find someone like you." However, the words that escaped him were, "I'm not planning on that just yet, sister-in-law, so you needn't worry." Lin Xiaojia gazed at him with a sly expression reminiscent of the youthful charm of her girlhood, which caused a pang of pain in Zichuan Xiao's heart. "I understand you have a prototype in your heart, with high standards that make it difficult to find the ordinary." He lowered his voice to ask, "Is it that young lady in Ning, the former chief Esprotji? If you feel too shy to speak, I can certainly intervene on your behalf." Zichuan Xiao inadvertently sprayed his tea across the room, coughing incessantly as he hastily waved his hands. "Absolutely not. I appreciate your goodwill." At that moment, someone entered and whispered something in Lin Xiaojia's ear, prompting her to frown slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zichuan Xiao said, "Sister-in-law, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can wait here." As Lin Xiaojia exited the study, she closed the door behind her with a casual flick, demonstrating her utmost trust in Zichuan Xiao. Behind a photo on the desk, a poem pinned by Sterling read, "The flowers bloom in spring, and youth flourishes." The handwriting was robust, and beneath it were the signatures of Zichuan Xiao, Sterling, and Dilling. Each of them possessed an identical photograph. But Zichuan Xiao was taken aback by Dilling's reverence for this particular image, as it was prominently placed at the center of the desk. A wave of warmth surged within him. Zichuan Xiao refrained from sifting through the documents on the table, rising instead to draw back the curtains and gaze upon Dilling's garden. The light from the study spilled into the garden, and from a distance, he noticed two figures engaged in conversation. One was indeed Dilling, while the other surprised Zichuan Xiao. It was Fang Jing, the commander of the Black Flag Army. He gently lowered the curtains, yet the frantic expression on Fang Jing's face was indelibly etched in his memory. Why was he here? Was he not supposed to be recuperating at home due to illness? Dilling slightly inclined his head and addressed the gathering. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. My apologies. However, I must attend to some urgent matters assigned by the chief tonight. The crowd promptly acknowledged his words, indicating that their own affairs were of little urgency. Exclaiming that the chief's business took precedence, they soon took their leave. Dilling offered Zichuan Shou an apologetic smile, saying, "There is little I can do." Zichuan Shou jested. "Indeed, the Inspector General bears the weighty responsibilities of the nation, tirelessly attending to myriad affairs." Dilling shook his head. "It was manageable before, but these days are exceedingly hectic. The main issue is with the militia we gathered. Their discipline is appalling. They spend their days drinking, brawling, and even engaging in theft and harassment, creating utter chaos. The crime rate in the capital has surged fivefold compared to last month, and whenever soldiers are involved in criminal activities, the Ministry of Justice invariably forwards those cases to our inspection hall for handling." Zichuan Shou, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "We must hold their commanding officer accountable. How can they lead their troops this way?" Dilling replied with a calm demeanor, "Well said. The most notorious offenders belong to a unit known as the Shou Brigade. Half of the drunken brawls and harassment incidents can be traced back to them. Tomorrow at work, I will summon their commander for questioning." Zichuan Shou fell momentarily silent. Hesitant to speak further, Lin Shoujia, listening from the side, was doubled over with laughter. Dilling embraced her gently and placed a soft kiss on her. But Lin Shoujia bashfully pushed him away, exclaiming, "No, no. A Shou is still here. You, as the elder brother, are leading the younger astray. What is there to fear? A Shou is not a stranger. Moreover, what scene has he not witnessed?" Zichuan Shou exclaimed from the side, "Oh dear, I cannot endure this. I am so innocent. I cannot withstand such a spectacle. Damn it, stop pretending to be pure with me. Were you not the one who lent me those Riska books in our youth?" Lin Shoujia listened with delight from the side. "You two take your time chatting. Let me prepare some food and drink for a Shou." "Has he eaten?" Dilin replied. "He has." Zichuan Shou interjected. "He has not." Dilin advised her. "Remember, you only need to use a single pair of chopsticks later." Zichuan Shou immediately responded, "Right. I am accustomed to using a spoon and knife and fork." The food and drink were soon arranged, and Dilin told Lin Shoujia, "All right, you should hurry downstairs. There is no need to stay here with us, lest someone claims to be drunk after just half a glass of beer and takes advantage of my wife." Zichuan Shou protested, "Do you not trust me at all?" Dilin replied without hesitation, "I do not trust you at all." Lin Shoujia smiled brightly. "It has been a long time since I have seen Dilin so happy. You two continue, and call me if needed." As they watched Lin Shoujia exit the study, smiles faded from both their faces. Dilin slowly said, "Did you see that?" The question seemed nonsensical, but Zichuan Shou immediately understood he was referring to the earlier conversation with Fong Jin in the garden. He shook his head vigorously. "No, I did not see anything." The inquiry shifted from a question to a statement of certainty. Zichuan Shou had no choice but to admit, "Yes, I saw it." Glancing around, he speculated. Could it be that 300 assassins are lying in wait after the feast, ready to strike at a signal from the host? Dilin laughed heartily, smashing his cup down with a clang, and smilingly remarked, "The assassins have rather dull ears, a Shou. I can see you are troubled." Zichuan Shou candidly confessed, "Indeed." Dilin gazed at him and gently asked, "Luo Bo?" Zichuan Shou was astonished by Dilin's sharp deduction, retorting, "You knew?" Dilin chuckled, "How could I not know? The order for his arrest was signed by me. That Lin Bing woman has bothered me more than a dozen times, but I simply ignored her." Zichuan Shou directly inquired, "Is there hope?" Dilin pondered for a long while before slowly uttering a few words. "I will do my utmost." Zichuan Shou could not help but ask, "Really?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Indeed, Dilin's cold laughter followed. "One must be honest in this world. I have only lied to you once, and it seems you shall never forgive me for it. Such matters cannot be explained." He could only raise his cup to toast Dilin. They clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Dilin exhaled a breath of wine. In this world, possessing little strength means that even pulling a blade of grass from the ground is an insurmountable task, let alone surviving. He turned to Zichuan Shou. "My strength lies in my ruthlessness." Zichuan Shou listened quietly, knowing that Dilin's words were not only meant for him, but also for himself. "The heights I have attained today are paved by the corpses of hundreds of thousands of families and millions of demonic beings. In the Far East, the mere mention of my name, the Shura King, Emperor Lin, silences even the children." As Emperor Lin spoke, he took a vigorous drink. a clear indication that these sentiments had been bottled up within him for quite some time. Upon seeing Fang Jing and me together, do you find it peculiar? Zichuan Xiu nodded in affirmation, yet refrained from inquiring further. With a cunning glint in his eye, Emperor Lin posed a question. Recently, an event that should not have transpired did occur. What do you suppose it was? A hint. It is a significant matter. Zichuan Xiu felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. Who was the one being swayed? An ominous premonition surged within him. Emperor Lin replied calmly, while searching Yang Minghua's residence. I discovered a loyalty letter penned by Fang Jing to Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, impossible. That night, Fang Jing had over 10,000 Black Flag Army soldiers lying in ambush outside the city. However, my troops seized the city first, and seeing no other option, he discreetly withdrew. Zichuan Xiu continued to shake his head, unwilling or unable to believe that his esteemed mentor, a valiant and magnanimous warrior, Fang Jing, could indeed be a lackey of Yang Minghua. Emotionally, he preferred to believe that it was Minghui who had been compromised. In truth, we should have recognized this at that meeting. 2 senior officers of the Black Flag Army had perished, yet the hot-tempered Fang Jing did not confront Yang Minghua directly. Instead, he sought the intervention of the Eastern Army Escuingxing. Such behavior was highly unusual, but in the heat of the moment, none noticed the oddity. Reflecting on Fang Jing's conduct that day, Zichuan Xiu was beginning to accept Emperor Lin's assertions. Why do you not expose him? This matter is extremely confidential. Even Luo Minghai is unaware of my reasons for revealing him. Zichuan Xuanqing is merciless toward those colluding with Yang Minghua. If I were to disclose this, many heads would surely roll. Would it not be better for those heads to remain in place, serving my interests? Zichuan Xiu widened his eyes at Emperor Lin. Are you blackmailing him? Did he acquiesce? He had no other options. Emperor Lin empathized. I understand your deep respect for Fang Jing, but he has chosen the wrong side. He cannot blame anyone else. The world is not a playground, and there are no second chances. This applies to everyone. Emperor Lin's words seemed laden with meaning, prompting Zichuan Xiu to press further. Does this apply to everyone? Zichuan Xiu abruptly interrupted Emperor Lin. This scrambled egg is quite good. You should give it a try. Emperor Lin gazed intently at Zichuan Xiu. You were already aware, weren't you? This soup has turned out salty. Ever since she joined you, Lin Xiujia's culinary skills have diminished. How did you come to know? Zichuan Xiu let out a sigh. She is neither a distinguished general nor of noble birth. How could she, at such a young age, become a vice flag officer and conveniently be assigned to my side? Furthermore, the pretty boy has never set foot on a battlefield and knows nothing at all. Yet he is somehow entrusted with a staff position. It is evident that someone orchestrated this behind the scenes. Emperor Lin chuckled. I have indeed underestimated you. It appears you have been aware all along. Do you require my assistance in handling this matter? I can ensure it is executed swiftly and without a trace. As he spoke of handling the situation, he revealed a set of pristine teeth, his smile tinged with a hint of menace. Zichuan Xiu, with an innocent and unblemished demeanor, inquired, What do you mean by handle? What is there to handle? Lin replied, I almost forgot that you abhor taking lives. There is another method. I could expose them as remnants of Yang Minghua, and you could protect them, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to you henceforth. Zichuan Xiu shook his head, asserting, regardless of their past, on that fateful night, they severed ties with Yang Minghua through their actions and atoned for their sins. If I were to expose them, even if I were indifferent, they could not serve under me with ease. I would then lose exceptionally talented subordinates. At present, their sole identity is that of my direct subordinates. He paused and gazed intently into Lin's eyes, declaring, the most loyal subordinates. This was undoubtedly a warning, cautioning Lin against any further disturbances. Lin remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. I am not as capable as you, Xiu. Zichuan Xiu sincerely replied, Brother, I have always taken pride in you throughout my life. Luo Minghai is singularly focused on my demise. I must cultivate my own strength to ensure my survival, employing every means necessary. Although I am confident I will not falter before him, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Who can truly say? If that day were ever to come, I would entrust Lin Xiujia and her unborn child to you. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of emotion. Lin, understanding his aversion to political strife, did not press him into joining through the weight of their long-standing friendship. Though he could be ruthless towards others, his feelings for his own were profoundly genuine. Zichuan Xiu downed the contents of his cup, pledging a solemn vow. I promise you, brother, as long as I draw breath, I shall not permit Lin Xiujia and her child to suffer even the slightest harm. Chapter 46. Tales of the Far East, May 7th, 776, Far East Military Academy. Attention, dear students. We shall commence our lesson now. Please take your seats. Over 50 newly appointed standard-bearer officers from various legions sat upright, attentively listening to the lecture delivered by the 16-year-old deputy standard-bearer instructor, Zichuan. Today, I shall elucidate the principles of warfare, swift as the wind, slow as the forest, raging like fire, immovable as a mountain. What does this mean? Quite simply, it suggests that when you find yourself retreating, you must do so with the swiftness of the wind, seeking refuge within the trees. However, should the enemy set those very woods ablaze, then you must remain immovable as a mountain and accept your fate. Do you all comprehend? Excellent. Let us proceed to the next phrase. Warfare is a matter of utmost importance to the state, the realm of life and death, the path of survival and extinction. This signifies that combat is, indeed, your lifeline. Without battles, your positions may be in jeopardy. Next month, you may receive only 40% of your salary. Our esteemed commander is a benevolent ruler, reluctant to witness your unemployment, which is why he often engages in playful banter with the opposing Liufeng family. Therefore, do not misconstrue his good intentions. Should any of you inadvertently obliterate the Liufeng family, your livelihoods will be irrevocably lost, and I shall have words with him. The standard-bearer officers whispered among themselves, "Who is this fool lecturing us? Was he not specially appointed by Lord Guangxing to teach at the Far East Military Academy? It is rumored they are related, knowing he is a simpleton. Why would they select him to teach this tactics theory course? Instructor, may I inquire about the 6 types of terrain mentioned in our texts? Tongxing, Guaxing, Zhixing, Ixing, Xinxing, and Yuanxing? What do they signify, and what specific requirements do they entail during combat?" A commendable question, timely and insightful. Do not fret. Such a straightforward query is well within my grasp. The essence of the question is precisely that. You see, it is indeed quite simple. Do you now grasp the meaning? Not at all. Zichuan, I fear I am rather dim-witted. This question eludes my understanding. In a hushed tone, he added, "Dinner at Jintai this week. Sterling, do not rush. Take your time." Zichuan whispered, "You would be better off pursuing a different line of work. Tonight, I shall treat you to street-side fried noodles." "Teacher, I suddenly realize that I still do not comprehend." Sterling murmured, "Discounted price, 5 dinners at Jintai Hotel." "Sterling, I am confident you can manage." Zichuan whispered back, "You are extorting me. 3 servings of fried noodles, no extras." "Teacher, I find myself feeling rather dizzy and unable to recall anything." Sterling insisted, unwavering, "I am indeed extorting you. After all, you were quite deceitful last time. For dinners, plus drinks." "Sterling, you are merely too anxious. Please, relax." Zichuan whispered, 3 dinners could be arranged at Jintai, but you must supply your own beverages." I feel I might faint, teacher." Sterling rolled his eyes, ready to collapse. Zichuan swiftly supported him, shaking him vigorously. Wake up, hold on." Sterling, in a hushed tone, he remarked, "You are relentless. Jintai it shall be." Indeed, it can be said that the response was somewhat acceptable. The key points were largely addressed by that student. "Do you understand?" Zichuan turned to Sterling, his expression grave and stern. "Sterling, I am profoundly disappointed in you. To deliberate so long over such a simple question is unacceptable. In the heat of battle, when you hold the fates of countless soldiers in your hands, do you truly wish for your enemy to grant you such an extended moment of contemplation?" Overwhelmed by shame, Sterling bowed his head, expressing his heartfelt apologies for failing to meet Zichuan's expectations. Zichuan's frustration escalated. What is genius? Genius is the culmination of 98 points of diligence coupled with 2 points of inspiration. You, relying on your fleeting cleverness, neglect your studies and squander your potential. When do you intend to return that copy of Playboy to me? Such behavior will never forge greatness. Now, follow me to the office for some serious reflection. The rest of you, feel free to study independently. As the 2 exited the classroom, a conversation ensued. "No, you have it wrong. Last time, it was said that you were suffering from hemorrhoids, and I had to escort you to the infirmary. If this continues, I might go bankrupt. Where is Dilling? He hasn't attended class today. He is out collecting protection fees." In a secluded alley, several junior cadets from the Far East Military Academy huddled together, fearfully gazing at the strikingly handsome Dilling as he approached with a smile. "Good afternoon. Everyone, have you enjoyed your afternoon tea?" One brave soul spoke up. "Dilling, we already paid last week." Before he could finish, Dilling's military boot connected squarely with his face. Handing the cadet a napkin to clean the blood from his nose, Dilling said amiably, "Did you relieve yourself last week? Do you intend to do so again this week?" The last collection was in memory of the 125th anniversary of His Royal Highness Prince Yaolin's passing, while this time, it is to celebrate the 253rd birthday of the esteemed Lord Zichuan. The nature of these occasions is fundamentally different. As a cadet from a noble family, do you not feel immense joy for this momentous day? Do any of you possess even a shred of patriotic fervor? Such sentiments deeply disappoint me. Dilling's fists cracked ominously, clearly conveying his fervent nationalism and his disappointment in the lack of patriotism displayed by the cadets. At that moment, Sterling and Zichuan Xiu appeared around the corner of the alley. The cadets, seeing salvation, cried out, "Help! Instructor Xiu, Dilling is extorting us." "Dilling, are you bullying new students again? It seems I must take serious action against you," Zichuan Xiu declared, filled with righteous indignation. "Do not fear, students. If Dilling dares to harass you again, report it to me at the office, and I shall flay him alive. Remember, you must report it." As he spoke, Zichuan Xiu quickly led Sterling away, their pace brisk. Dilling, eyeing the despondent cadets, chuckled, "Let me share a secret. I have been flayed by Instructor Xiu more times than I can count. Enough of this chatter. Now is the time to demonstrate your patriotic fervor through action. I have a particular disdain for those lacking in patriotism." In the peach orchard behind the campus, Dilling found Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, presenting each of them with an ice cream cone. Zichuan Xiu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Is this all?" Dilling responded, "There is nothing we can do. The economy is in a downturn, and even being a rogue is unfeasible. The protection fees are not forthcoming." Sterling, while devouring his meal with great speed, mumbled, "I don't think what you're doing is right. It's wrong to bully the juniors." Dilling shot him a glance and retorted, "If you think it's wrong, you don't have to eat. Aren't you always the fastest to finish?" Sterling immediately fell silent and swiftly polished off the remainder of his food. Jihai Restaurant is the most upscale and also the most exploitative establishment near the Far East Military Academy. Sterling and Dilling swaggered in, declaring, "Today, we shall pluck the iron rooster. Make sure to serve the best dishes." Zichuan Xiu followed behind, his face a clear canvas of deep distress, resembling the visage of a people oppressed for 3 millennia. After their hearty meal, Dilling, contentedly patting his belly, exclaimed, "It's been ages since I've felt this good. I find dining on Xiu's food particularly fulfilling. It tastes exceptional." Zichuan Xiu plunged his hands into his pockets and then withdrew them, wearing an expression that was hard to articulate. He inquired of Dilling, "Pray tell, Rogue Dilling, what are the usual methods for dining without paying?" He claimed he hadn't brought anything, yet aside from his wallet, there was indeed something else in his pocket. Zichuan Xiu turned out his trouser pocket, revealing a large hole just the right size for a wallet to slip through. Sterling, astonished, remarked, "Didn't your wallet fall out the last time we paid? It seems your wallet has a knack for disappearing, always at the most opportune moments." Zichuan Xiu defended, "This is not the same. The last time was feigned. This time it genuinely fell." The three exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Method 4. Dilling stood up abruptly, knocked over a plate of sweet and sour fish, and angrily hurled a bottle of wine to the ground, exclaiming, "Is this food meant for humans or pigs? I've never tasted anything so horrendous. Call the chef out." Zichuan Xiu cried in agony, clutching his stomach, "Ah, I'm suffering from food poisoning." Sterling nonchalantly stepped aside to avoid being hit by the shattered glass. At that very moment, the greatest turning point in the fate of the Zichuan trio occurred. On September 16, 779, at Dilling's residence, Inspector General Dilling smiled and said, "I still remember when Lin Xiujia came out wearing a chef's apron. You were utterly mesmerized, drooling more than when you were eating sweet and sour fish." Zichuan Xiu protested, "The one drooling the most certainly wasn't me. Weren't you also the one who just smashed the plate, and then immediately feigned a gentle demeanor, asking, 'Miss, did you cook this dish? The flavor is truly extraordinary. I wish to eat your cooking for a lifetime. Would you consent?' You really treat flattery as amusing." Dilling laughed heartily. "What do you know? Girls love flattery. The more sentimental, the better." The most despicable is Sterling, who immediately turned traitor. "Miss, let me tell you, neither of these two are good people. They want to eat without paying. Only I am the good one." It infuriated us both. Zichuan Xiu could not help but smile. Indeed, it nearly resulted in the emergence of the Zichuan Family Brawl Championship that very night. Zichuan Xiu inquired, "What do you believe to be the decisive factors influencing the outcome of the battle?" Dilin shook his head, I am uncertain. Would you care to hear my advice? Speak on, came the reply. Under no circumstances should you stray beyond a 3-day journey from the Zichuan fortress. Remain ever vigilant and prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Lin's expression turned solemn. Upon glancing back, he realized that the once brightly illuminated Lin residence was now shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, leaving one unable to discern its depths. 2 days later, an event occurred that left the populace of the imperial capital in bewilderment. The Inspector General, His Excellency Lin, unexpectedly deviated from his usual demeanor, fervently promoting the case against the former vice commander of the Far East Army, Liufeng. Adopting a posture of stringent inquiry, he sternly proclaimed, "This time, I shall ensure that several heads from the commander's office roll, so that Luo Minghai may comprehend the might of Lin." He even declared his intention to personally serve as the prosecuting officer in the military tribunal. "I shall see who dares to defend Luo Bo." The news swiftly reached the ears of His Excellency Luo Minghai, the commander-in-chief. After a mere few moments of contemplation, he promptly reversed his stance, ardently advocating for Luo Bo, and even volunteered to serve as his defense attorney in the military court presided over by Chief Justice Zichuan. The military tribunal convened as scheduled, transforming into a showcase primarily for Commander Luo Minghai. He articulated his arguments with eloquence, each word resonating powerfully. The defeat at Chishui Beach was attributable to factors beyond human control. Despite the tide of retreating soldiers, we managed to safeguard the Zichuan fortress. Vice Commander Luo Bo upheld the dignity of a distinguished general, deserving of merit rather than blame. How can a family, having rendered services to the state, fail to reward its heroes, instead shackling them in chains? Is this not a source of dismay for the millions of soldiers at the front? His passionate oration garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience, including Lin Bing and other officers of the Far East Army, further inflating Luo Minghai's pride as he cast glances around him. In stark contrast, Lin's performance left many, including Zichuan Sanqing, profoundly disappointed. His speech was disjointed and stammering, his arguments contradictory, even failing to clarify whether Luo Bo was guilty of negligence or miscommand in the indictment. He was thoroughly dismantled by Luo Minghai, leaving him utterly defeated. Consequently, when Zichuan Sanqing declared Luo Bo not guilty, Lin resembled a vanquished rooster, his head hung low as if he could scarcely remain standing. Luo Minghai cast a disdainful glance at Lin and, brimming with self-satisfaction, graciously accepted the congratulations of his subordinates, reveling in his triumph over the detestable Lin. So elated was he that he indulged in an extra bowl of rice that evening and, breaking his usual restraint, partook in wine. Chapter 47 Farewell Alas. From where did you hear such words? Zichuan Xiao was taken aback, his expression betraying the fear of a secret being uncovered. My lord, please do not feign ignorance. We have inquired thoroughly with Miss Zichuan Ning. You are indeed the 5th disciple of the illustrious master Zhuo Jiaming, the foremost human expert, having received his profound teachings. You are well versed in the art of ripple, the lightning blade, the thunderous kick, iron head technique, the 9 swords of Dugu, the Buddha's palm, the sunflower scripture, the divine turtle shockwave, and the super scion 3rd generation. In short, your prowess is beyond compare. Sighing, Zichuan Xiao lamented. Did I not advise a Ning repeatedly not to speak of such matters outside? He understood well that women, much like children, respond best to repeated admonitions. Do not utter a word. Evidently, the effect was immediate. Scarcely a day passed before Roger and his companions arrived, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. Moreover, as rumors spread, they proliferated, becoming increasingly vivid until it solidified into the notion. Zichuan Xiao is a direct disciple of Zhuo Jiaming. Alas, at this juncture, I must concede. Indeed, I am the 5th disciple of Zhuo Jiaming. Rest assured, my lord, we shall keep this under wraps. They exclaimed. However, we have a small request. Oh, I see. You 3 wish to learn martial arts from me. Zichuan Xiao realized with clarity. The trio nodded eagerly. You must understand, this is no simple matter. Bai Chuan produced a sizable stack of cash, while Roger displayed an array of adult magazines. Zichuan Xiao sighed. What can I do when you persist like this? Very well, since your sincerity is evident, I shall impart to you the most profound techniques of our Zhuojia sect. 2 days later, within the confines of the Xiao character camp, the 3 samurai were engaged in their studies and exchanges. Bai Chuan began reciting the internal cultivation methods, enunciating each word distinctly, and Bonami Hong. What is this? Roger queried. Are you foolish? This is the five-character mantra of Buddhism, Long Chuan retorted. Bai Chuan continued, Linbing Doja Jiezhen Liu Qian. What is this? Roger asked again. This is the nine-character mantra of Taoism, Long Chuan explained, praising. Commander Xiu truly possesses profound knowledge, integrating the strengths of both Buddhism and Taoism. Bai Chuan sang, left 3 circles, right 3 circles, twist your neck, wiggle your hips. Rise early to exercise. Roger turned to Long Chuan. What is this again? Do not ask me. Long Chuan replied. Bai Chuan continued. Alibaba is a joyful youth. Roger. Long Chuan. Cheese wa ba mai, Jin facg. Qing Long Chun Yuan, Bai Hu Ju Ding. All is free, only great enlightenment. I love Liufeng. An air Lu, attentive to every detail. Seemingly in motion, yet still. Perceiving the subtle, the body is nowhere. Sincere for eternity, we strive continuously. Because of love, we love. Thank you for your love. I shall love you for 10,000 years. Supreme and resolute. Evil dissipates. As he concluded, Bai Chuan struck forth with a palm, causing a resounding crash as a large hole appeared in the wall. Roger stared in astonishment. Incredible. It truly enhances one's abilities. Bai Chuan exclaimed indignantly, that fool. He has to recite the incantation with every strike. It's utterly bothersome. There is no more torturous martial art than this. Who says otherwise? Roger and Chang Chuan retorted in unison, their expressions resembling that of near tears. Compared to ours, yours is rather manageable. Li Qing, the internal affairs officer of the commanding office, stepped into the station of the show character camp and immediately spotted Roger. He was crouched like a frog, facing the rising sun, mouth agape, murmuring as if reciting an incantation. I am a foolish donkey. I am a foolish donkey. I am a foolish donkey. Roger, what are you doing? I am a foolish donkey. Please do not disturb me. I am practicing, absorbing the sun's vital energy. I am a foolish donkey. Once perfected, I shall be invincible in the world. Li Qing stuck out his tongue. May I ask where Commander Zichuan is? I am a foolish donkey. Go through the main entrance, turn right. I am a foolish donkey. The door has a picture of a naked woman posted on it. Thank you. Li Qing expressed his gratitude and proceeded inside, only to hear Roger's voice booming behind him, echoing for miles. I am a foolish donkey. Chang Chuan, what are you doing now? He was sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed, tongue hanging out, panting heavily, one foot propped on a power pole, resembling a certain type of mammal. Chang Chuan's scholarly face flushed crimson as he hastily scrambled to his feet. Oh, this is currently the most popular natural therapy. At that moment, Bai Chuan walked past, eyes forward, murmuring to himself, eating grapes without spitting out the skins, not eating grapes yet spitting out the skins. 1 is 1, 10 is 10. 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Do not confuse 1 for 10, nor 10 for 1. The two stared dumbfounded as Bai Chuan walked away. Chang Chuan chuckling awkwardly. Bai Chuan plans to switch to stand-up comedy lately. Upon seeing Li Qing enter, Zichuan Xiu warmly welcomed him. As Li Qing was a close friend of Zichuan Ning, and their camaraderie had always been strong. At their first encounter, Li Qing remarked, Xiu, when did the Xiu character camp transform into a mental asylum? Zichuan Xiu replied, where is such a thing? At the very least, I consider myself quite normal. Li Qing's expression was one of a smirk. Someone who reads an adult magazine first thing in the morning dares to claim normalcy. Zichuan Xiu quickly shoved the Zhangchuan pavilion beneath him, clearing his throat. Li Hongyi, what brings you here? Li Qing's smile faded. Zichuan Xiu, I come bearing orders from the commanding office. Please gather your subordinates so I may read the orders. Why did you snatch my orders? Do not tear it apart. Do not tear it apart. Alas, she lamented, as an imperial envoy, your actions leave me feeling quite humiliated. The Xiu character camp is to depart immediately for the Guluan fortress, awaiting Commander Fong Jing's command. Strange. Wasn't it said that the newly recruited militia would have a month of training? We have only had 2 weeks. Moreover, we have not received all the necessary equipment. And several squadrons are lacking even the winter tents. This is the intent of the president, with the superficial justification being the urgent situation in the Far East, necessitating support for Sterling. The underlying reason, however, stems from the wishes of the vice commander in the imperial capital, who lamented to Liufeng, saying, as long as the Xiu battalion remains, the imperial capital will never know peace. Drive those beasts away. Xiu, do you know how the citizens of the imperial capital perceive your troops? Zichuan Xiu replied earnestly. The citizens exclaim with heartfelt admiration as they witness the valiant Xiu battalion marching by, majestic and imposing. The righteous army truly lives up to the standards set by Lord Zichuan, disciplined and unparalleled in conduct. Li Qing smiled. You truly have a knack for fabrication. You are well aware that the current sentiment is the three scourges of the imperial capital, flies, rats, and the Xiu battalion. Li Qing rose to take her leave. Well, that concludes this matter. If anything remains unresolved, attend to it promptly. For the incomplete equipment, feel free to consult me. You should know that the logistics department is sparing no expense to expedite your departure. You might as well take this opportunity to extort a little more from them. Additionally, I have a letter for Sterling that I would like you to deliver to the Far East. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. He had always known that Sterling's affections lay with Princess Catan, and he had forgotten that, in terms of status, Li Qing was indeed Sterling's fiancée. Remember, it must be personally delivered. He quietly accepted the letter, responding affirmatively, while internally lamenting, women truly lack insight. Thinking that a journey to the Far East is akin to a stroll in one's backyard, oblivious to the vast battlefield spanning nearly 100,000 kilometers. And how uncertain it is to guarantee a meeting with Sterling in such an expansive area. He escorted her to the entrance of the station. Li Qing turned back, gazing deeply at him with significant intent. For Ning, take good care of yourself. Zichuan Xiu felt a jolt within, yet maintained his composure. Indeed, for the sake of the family's future, one must prioritize self-preservation. Li Qing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his response. But she said nothing further and departed. Today marks Zichuan Ning's birthday. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. He had merely purchased flowers to complement his conversation with Zichuan Ning, never realizing that today was indeed her birthday. Observing Zichuan Ning joyfully embracing the bouquet, he found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly the right moment for such a discussion? Catan emerged from the room. Let me see. Who still brings flowers as birthday gifts? Roger, Baichuan, and Chanchuan also arrived to partake in the celebratory gathering, proclaiming, "We come for friendship and blessings." Yet, Zichuan Xiu could see through their facade. They were merely drawn by the promise of free delicacies. Baichuan gifted a music box, while Roger and Chanchuan, two men perpetually broke by month's end, combined their efforts to present a bag of sunflower seeds. Zichuan Ning was in high spirits, sincerely expressing gratitude for every gift she received. Zichuan Xiu was well aware of her noble lineage and her elevated tastes, which rendered most things unworthy of her attention. The banquet was lavish, leaving the rustic guests from the Far East in awe. Catan remarked with a smile, "This rivals the royal feasts of our past." During the meal, Zichuan Ning raised a toast to Zichuan Xiu, wishing her brother success in his endeavors and a safe return. It was then that Zichuan Xiu realized that Li Qing had informed Zichuan Ning about his impending expedition. Silently, Zichuan Xiu downed his drink, and the others joined him. Even Catan and Baichuan, who typically abstained from alcohol, found their cheeks flushed with color. The conversation inevitably gravitated towards the conflicts in the Far East. Thanks to his friendship with Li Qing, Zichuan Ning was privy to numerous updates on the situation. For instance, the command center intended to establish a unified command for the Far East, but the selection of a supreme commander remained unresolved. Based on their achievements, both the command center and the chief were inclined towards Sterling, yet his lack of experience as a commander posed concerns. If he were to lead, it would be challenging to manage the seasoned strategist Ming Hui, who was of equal rank. The only suitable candidate above both Sterling and Ming Hui seemed to be President Luo Minghai. At this juncture, several military officers from distinguished families chuckled, knowing well that Luo Minghai's ignorance of military matters was notorious. Chanchuan shared a humorous anecdote about Luo Minghai during a command operation. As the cavalry from the Liufeng family charged towards the headquarters, Luo Minghai remained seated, silent, and composed. His unwavering demeanor instilled courage in his subordinates, who managed to repel the enemy's assault. It was only after the jubilant cheers of victory subsided that Luo Minghai discreetly summoned a subordinate to inquire, "Did we win or lose?" Though the joke was not particularly amusing, laughter erupted among the listeners. Catan discreetly tugged at Zichuan Xiu's sleeve, prompting him to step out into the corridor. Catan handed Zichuan Xiu a letter, saying, "Please deliver this for me." The recipient was none other than Sterling. Zichuan Xiu nodded numbly, a sigh escaping his lips, yet he resolved firmly, "Could you please call for a Ning?" Catan gazed at him with a teasing glimmer, jesting, "Ah, are we to share secrets now? Very well, I shall summon her." Before long, Zichuan Ning appeared, her face flushed, whether from the wine or other reasons remained uncertain. "Brother, what is so mysterious?" she inquired. Zichuan Xiao smiled without replying. Just a moment. With a swift motion, he drew his military knife and hurled it towards the corridor door. The blade effortlessly piercing through the wood, eliciting startled gasps from Roger and Chan Chuan behind it. Zichuan Ning then realized they had been eavesdropping, doubling over in laughter. Zichuan Xiao took a moment to ensure no one else was listening, breathing deeply as the ensuing conversation would require courage. The night sky was clear, adorned with countless twinkling stars, as if innumerable curious eyes were peering down upon the world. A refreshing breeze swept through, awakening the inebriated. "Brother, you seem rather unwell tonight." Hardly speaking at all, Zichuan Ning remarked, her tone noticeably clearer. Zichuan Xiao slowly began to speak. "Ning, I still remember how you were terrified of the dark as a child, always crying, your tears flowing incessantly. When your father, Lord Yuanxing, was about to leave, he entrusted me with your care, yet your brother proved to be quite the disappointment, often requiring your care instead. Brother, we are family. Why speak such words? You have always protected me in secret. How could I not be aware of it? I recall that year when chaos erupted in the capital. My father was absent, and the ferocious mob stormed the residence of the Grand Chancellor, scattering the guards in fear. I was terrified, crying on my bed, while you, only 8 years old, held your sword and stood guard by my side through the night. I remember sneaking a glance from beneath the covers, and your silhouette looked so valiant." Zichuan Ning giggled. "But I think your rolling posture was quite impressive too." Zichuan Ning widened his eyes. "We have always been good siblings." Not comprehending his meaning, Zichuan Xiao sighed and shifted his approach. "Ning, in a couple of days, I will be heading to the Far East, and I may be gone for quite some time." Zichuan Ning calmly replied, "No matter how long it takes, I shall wait for you." Her eyes sparkled like stars. Gazing at Zichuan Xiao's handsome face, "I will wait for you." Zichuan Xiao, in despair, felt as if he could perish from the weight of her obliviousness. He stammered, "Yes, we are good siblings. Of course, you will wait for me. However, while waiting, one might engage in other pursuits, such as, well..." Zichuan Ning looked at him, puzzled. In her memory, this charming elder brother had never displayed such awkwardness. Zichuan Xiao gathered his courage. "For instance, perhaps you should venture out more and meet some boys your age. I have noticed you seem to lack friends of the opposite sex, which is rather unusual for a girl of 17 or 18. Zichuan Ning exclaimed, "But I have plenty of male friends, like Brother Sterling, Roger, and Chan Chuan. They all play with me quite well." Zichuan Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated. "I don't mean to say that all boys are your friends. Oh, no. What I mean is that not all non-friends are that kind of friend." Struggling to articulate, he finally thought of a fitting example. "For instance, those kinds of friends are akin to those two, Cadnan and Sterling, who are so infatuated." Zichuan Ning's eyes widened. "Those kinds of friends?" Zichuan Xiao affirmed. "Those kinds of friends. Are you suggesting I seek out such a friend?" Zichuan Xiao lowered his head, falling into silence. Cadnan stared at him, wordlessly, her gaze shimmering with an indescribable expression, as if she were on the verge of tears, her slender form beginning to tremble. Zichuan Xiao, with a heart of stone, pretended not to notice. He suddenly found himself deeply interested in the roses in the garden, turning to study them intently. The oppressive silence seemed poised to endure until the end of time. Just as Zichuan Xiao was about to turn around, footsteps echoed behind him, gradually fading away. Along with them, the initial spark of love between him and Zichuan Ning also receded. He turned to face the darkness. The white dress was slowly vanishing, and suddenly, he recalled a word that perfectly encapsulated the expression on the young girl's face as she departed: poignant. He let out a self-deprecating smile and remarked, "Zichuan Xiao, you are a rogue who deserves to descend into hell." Raising his gaze to the heavens, he felt as if a pair of watchful eyes lingered among the distant, luminous stars. These eyes, imbued with an air of authority, seemed impervious to the passage of time, their intensity undiminished as they bore down upon Zichuan Xiao. He could almost hear the thunderous roar echoing in his ears. "Lin He, know thy place. Gold plating is never pure gold." The corners of Zichuan Xiao's mouth twitched as he acknowledged, "Indeed, I am acutely aware. How could a mere orphan, lacking lineage and paternal ties, ever be worthy of such illustrious ancestry? I comprehend that the surname Zichuan is but a gilded veneer upon my being, and with the slightest touch, one can reveal the cold brass beneath. Despite being treated as family, I remain an outsider to the Zichuan name. Otherwise, why would you hastily send me, a mere 9-year-old, to the far-off military academy upon witnessing my bond with Zichuan Ning? If I truly possessed the bloodline of this family, Would Jiang Mingwa have dared to seize me without a command? With my talents, how could the position of family patriarch ever fall to Zichuan Sanqing? Gold plating is never pure gold. My lord, the distant star, is this outcome truly what you wish to see? Suddenly, the starlight transformed, resembling the tear-filled eyes of a maiden. Forgive me, and Ning. Today marks your 18th birthday, heralding the commencement of the most exquisite youth of a woman's life. How many years of beauty can a woman truly possess? I do not wish for you to squander this precious time in vain waiting. Farewell, and Ning. Forgive my hardened heart. When your gaze is no longer confined by my presence, you will discover that the world holds far superior men, worthy of your love. When the day arrives that you rightfully assume the role of patriarch, you will understand my heartfelt intentions. When you and your beloved step into the sacred halls of matrimony, I shall be far away, bestowing my blessings upon you. In that moment, will you still remember the one who once cherished you? It is not merely a promise made before the ailing lord of the distant stars. I shall silently watch over you from afar, waiting for your first call. I will come, regardless of the mountains and rivers that separate us. My beloved girl, may you remain ageless and blissful. As for me, I shall forever guard you, even if it costs me my life without regret. That night, the 8,000 soldiers of the Xiu regiment departed for the Eastern Front at midnight. Zichuan Xiu left without disturbing Zichuan Ning, merely leaving behind the expenses for his year-long stay and the room key on the table in the drawing room, quietly exiting her estate. Glancing back, he found Zichuan Ning's room shrouded in darkness. With a sigh, he urged his steed onward, leaving behind the place he had called home for over a year, unaware that the curtains in the darkened room had been discreetly drawn apart, revealing a pair of bright eyes that followed his upright figure until his deep blue officer's uniform faded into the ranks of light brown soldiers. Zichuan Ning whispered a prayer. God, on my 18th birthday, my wish is to keep my brother Zichuan Xiu safe. Tears fell like rain. Chapter 48. Ambush in the Jungle. The warning of the scout transformed into a scream in the blink of an eye, as a rudimentary spear pierced through his warm chest with deadly precision. The onslaught of spears fell like rain, and cries of anguish echoed through the ranks. The besieged soldiers of the Central Army swiftly gathered, forming a defensive circle. Shield-bearers, armed with knives and shields, instinctively positioned themselves at the outermost edge, their square shields coalescing into a protective ring. Bowmen crouched low behind the shields, retaliated by launching arrows into the depths of the dense forest. Despite the relentless barrage of spears, the soldiers sheltered behind the shield wall remained unharmed. The commander of the troop, the valiant knight Dukra, bellowed, "Fifth Squad, advance. Bring those treacherous scoundrels to justice." A contingent of 30 soldiers wielding sabers responded with a resounding cry, "Yurim." They charged fiercely into the thicket. Originally cavalry, they could not mount their steeds in this jungle skirmish, yet their ferocity remained undiminished. During the charge, 3 soldiers fell to arrows, but the others bravely closed in, encircling a dozen half-orcs to engage in combat. The half-orcs resisted with equal determination, disregarding the cries of Wasalivalu, "Surrender and live." They fought valiantly with rudimentary spears against the sharp sabers, and in the rain-soaked, muddy jungle, blood was spilled on both sides, accompanied by screams and the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Neither side retreated. A soldier, his arm severed by a blade, switched hands to wield his weapon anew, while another, with a shattered shoulder, grit his teeth and pressed on. One central soldier, his leg broken, rolled in the muck yet continued to swing his saber, targeting the legs of his foes. The archers, responding to the chaos, began to draw their bows, preparing to advance. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as hundreds of half-orcs surged from the surrounding thickets, brandishing spears and clubs, closing in with ferocity. The soldiers quickly reformed their circular defense, and brutal hand-to-hand combat ensued on the periphery of their formation. Dukra's mind raced. They were caught in an ambush. He shouted, "Fifth Squad, rally towards the main force." The soldiers of the main troop strained to reach them, but were impeded by hundreds of traitors, resulting in fierce clashes where blood was spilled every second. The two groups stood no more than 30 meters apart, able to see and hear each other, yet unable to bridge the gap. It was evident that if the main force could not provide support in time, those unable to form a defensive line would suffer devastating losses. Realizing the ambush was faltering, a tall half-orc commander let out a series of urgent cries, and in an instant, the once menacing horde of half-orcs scattered like startled prey, vanishing into the underbrush as abruptly as they had appeared. The sounds of battle ceased, and the deep autumn jungle returned to a haunting silence, broken only by the chirping of birds, the rhythmic dripping of rainwater from the trees, and the soft groans of the wounded lying on the ground. The pale sunlight of the autumn afternoon filtered weakly through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the vibrant green moss, the puddles of standing water, and the youthful, pale faces of the fallen. The soldiers gasped for breath, their fingers still tightly gripping their weapons, muscles taut, and bloodshot eyes scanning for the next adversary. Unable to fathom that the harrowing battle had finally come to an end, Duke was the first to regain his composure. Bellowing orders, "What are you standing there like wooden stakes for? Help the wounded brothers with their bandages. You lot, chop down a few small trees to prepare stretchers." The soldiers, as if awakening from a dream, promptly retrieved medical supplies to dress wounds, checking the fallen to see if any still lived, hoping to capture a prisoner. Duke suddenly recalled, who had the audacity to rush forward and save our brethren. Several archers pointed to a young soldier, who was glancing around. It was him. "He saved our brothers. He deserves commendation." "It was me," the young soldier said shyly, flashing a smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, the only clean spot on his mud-splattered face. Though not tall, he exuded a sense of determination, his gaze sharp yet steady, his uniform soiled beyond recognition. His cap lost amidst the chaos, as he surveyed the surroundings in search of something. "Well done, lad. Splendid work. You are not from our unit, are you?" "No. I just passed through here." "You must be the commanding officer." Duke's anger flared. "Has your superior taught you nothing?" "When addressing a superior, you must show proper respect, be direct and succinct." "Yes, sir." "Certainly, sir." "Do it again." The young man, with a good-natured smile, stood at attention and replied, "Yes, sir." "Now that sounds like a soldier. Tell me your name, rank, and unit designation, and I shall recommend you for commendation." "That would be most kind of you, sir." The young man beamed. "My full name is Sterling Zichuan, affiliated with the Central Army. My rank is Commander of the Central Army, a member of the Command Office, and a member of the Supreme Military Advisory Committee. When do you intend to recommend me, sir?" "Sir, you have been disobedient again today," chided Deputy Chief of Staff Tang Ping, his tone reminiscent of a doctor scolding a child refusing to take medicine. "You were supposed to inspect the troops' defenses. How did you end up at the front? What if something were to happen?" "Indeed," echoed Deputy Commander Qin Lu. "The division commanders below are protesting, saying, 'We welcome Lord Sterling to inspect our sector, but could we please ensure he doesn't constantly charge to the front? If anything were to happen to him in our area, we cannot bear the consequences.' Sir, everyone knows of your indomitable prowess, but as the commander of the corps, your responsibilities differ from those of a soldier. We are tasked with strategizing, planning, and commanding." All right, I understand." Sterling hastily shifted the topic. "Today, I inspected the 3 divisions of the left wing. The Liufeng division's defenses are quite commendable, and their trenches are well dug. However, the Wonha division is lacking. From top to bottom, they seem entirely oblivious to their duties. I wandered for quite some time without encountering a single sentry to question me. Their trenches resemble mere ditches, too shallow to conceal anyone. There was even a rather incompetent captain leading over 300 men, intent on charging into the Weidu forest to confront the rebels. Did I not issue a decree forbidding incursions into the forest during pursuits?" At this point, Sterling's demeanor had grown exceedingly grave. Qin Lu hurriedly clarified. "The Wonha division was originally a cavalry unit, adept at offensive maneuvers but not at defense. Their officers are accustomed to attacking. I will promptly address this matter with Wonha. We can no longer afford to advance. Our casualties have been too severe. That cursed forest has claimed enough lives." Sterling sighed, his tone shifting to one of stern authority. "The lack of discipline falls squarely on Wonha, and he must bear the consequences. Inform him that he has been demoted from Red Banner captain to captain while still retaining command of the 3rd Division. Tell him that should he dare to err again, he should report directly to the military tribunal." Tang Ping then seized the opportunity to inform Sterling, "The acting commander of the Black Flag Army, Ming Hui, has arrived and is currently awaiting you at the headquarters." Sterling's face lit up with joy. Ming Hui's arrival signifies that the formidable Black Flag Army is in the vicinity. The Central Army, which has fought valiantly in isolation, can finally catch its breath. In the rudimentary command post fashioned from planks and branches, the highest-ranking commanders from the family in the Far East convened. Sterling raised his hand in salute. "I salute you, my lord. I am ordered to hold our position." The officers of the Black Flag Army exchanged glances, a barely perceptible smile tugging at their lips. Is this the demeanor of the family's premier elite force? They are hardly better than a band of beggars. The meeting between these 2 high-ranking military factions was, in principle, a moment of significant historical import. However, Ming Hui marred the atmosphere with his boisterous declaration. "Sterling, Does the Central Army never eat? We have traveled a great distance and are utterly exhausted. Yet we have not been offered a morsel since our arrival. Sterling offered a wry smile, quickly apologizing. My sincerest apologies. The men below are unaware of proper etiquette. I shall immediately arrange for meals for Lord Ming and our esteemed guests. The deputy commander, Qin Lu, displayed a look of discomfort as the logistics overseer. His motto was, life is negotiable, but provisions are not. Witnessing Sterling's resolute orders, he hurriedly descended to instruct the preparation of food. Steaming bowls of rice soon appeared, prompting several Central Army officers to avert their gaze, striving to conceal their covetous expressions from their guests. The aroma of the rice was an overwhelming temptation. Ming Hui inquired with curiosity, Sterling, aren't you eating? Sterling explained, we have already dined with the troops below. Please, my lord, enjoy your meal. Ming Hui chuckled, Sterling. It seems you two have learned to scavenge down below. The provisions there are indeed decent, but without any dishes to accompany the rice, how can one swallow it? Sterling, you are rather stingy, hiding away all the good food. I understand that life at the front is arduous, and I do not expect fresh poultry or fish. But surely you have some cured meats to offer? The masters exchanged glances, and ultimately, Sterling let out a wry smile and said, I apologize. But perhaps we can wait for another day until we can procure some game like the point rabbit to send to Lord Ming. Ming Hui indeed felt hunger gnawing at him. After grumbling a few words, he immersed himself in his meal, not forgetting to impart wisdom to Sterling. If soldiers do not eat well, their morale will falter. Thus, in warfare, the issue of supplies is paramount. Sterling, you have much to learn. The implication was clear. I have tasted more salt than you have rice. And the command is currently in the process of selecting candidates for the Eastern War Zone. You, my young friend, are still wet behind the ears. How can you compete with me? The officers of the Central Army displayed indignation when the situation was dire. The Central Army did not have the luxury of gathering supplies before charging into battle, remaining deep behind enemy lines where supply lines were frequently severed. Meanwhile, Ming Hui's Black Flag Army not only arrived late, plundering the provisions of the provinces along the way, but also evaded direct confrontation with the enemy. Now standing on the sidelines to make sarcastic remarks, Chief of Staff Tang Ping could no longer contain himself. I have perused the battle reports from Lord Ming Hui. Your esteemed unit has claimed the lives of 7 million enemies within a week, exhibiting unparalleled valor and remarkable achievements. A chorus of laughter erupted among the Central Army officers, their teeth gnashing at Ming Hui's inflated claims. If the rebels have been vanquished entirely, what accolades remain for us? Ming Hui nonchalantly wiped his mouth and replied, Oh, not at all. There are no great accomplishments here. It is simply service to my family. He appeared oblivious to the sarcasm in his words. Sterling waved his hand, halting Tang Ping's further jests. Long before, during the battles in the west against Liufeng, he had encountered Lord Ming Hui's impenetrable demeanor. Realizing that mocking him was akin to striking iron armor with a matchstick, utterly inconsequential. Otherwise, he would not have fled faster than a rabbit at the mere sight of Liufeng. Upon finishing their meal, the meeting commenced immediately. Sterling briefed Ming Hui on the situation of the Central Army. When the Central Army departed from the imperial capital, they numbered a total of 150,000 troops, comprising 50,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry. After enduring fierce battles such as the Valen Campaign, the Great Pursuit in the east, and the ambush in the Weist Forest of Yun Province, they had suffered nearly 50,000 casualties, particularly among the cavalry, now reduced to fewer than 20,000. The army was devoid of logistical cavalry and had almost entirely lost its rapid mobility, with soldiers exhausted and severely injured. Therefore, he requested Ming Hui to allow the Black Flag Army to temporarily assume the defense of the Central Army, granting them time for rest and recuperation. Ming Hui rested his chin on his hand, listening intently, his lips moving slightly. This matter is quite difficult. Lord Sterling, you must understand. Our Black Flag Army was originally a secondary defensive force for the Lin family, and our soldiers lack combat experience. I fear they may struggle to bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, our troops have traveled a great distance and require rest as well. Moreover, we are not local inhabitants of the Far East, and the unfamiliar environment has taken a toll on us. Many have suffered from gastrointestinal distress, severely impairing our combat effectiveness. Furthermore, we have recently been deprived of fresh fruit supplies, much to the dissatisfaction of all. As Ming Hui enumerated these grievances, a surge of anger welled up within Sterling. Was the Black Flag Army not affected by the local conditions? Were the Central Army troops natives of the Far East? Over half of our forces have already contracted dysentery. You lament the lack of fruit supplies while we are left to subsist on wild vegetables. You claim a lack of combat experience. Does that mean the Central Army was born skilled in warfare? Furthermore, this notion is utterly absurd. Hadn't the Black Flag Army participated in several battles against the Liu family? Sterling quelled his ire and inquired, however, the command has ordered Lord Ming to reinforce us. What are your plans for this reinforcement? Oh, before my arrival, the staff presented me with a plan, which I believe is feasible. Come, let us examine the military map. Ming Hui gestured over the map. Here lies the Wisdu Forest, where the main force of the rebels is situated. This blue line represents your army's defensive line, and we intend to establish our defenses along this red line, fighting alongside you to eradicate the rebels. Upon seeing this, Sterling was almost driven to expletives. The red line of the Black Flag Army's proposed defenses was nearly entirely behind the Central Army's blue line. While he spoke of fighting side by side, in reality, it was merely a guise for hiding behind the Central Army and conserving strength. However, he quickly regained composure. Ming Hui was not his subordinate, and he held no authority to issue commands. Any orders would have to be relayed through a superior or the Zichuan command, but the distance to the imperial capital was thousands of miles. The exchange of documents would take weeks at best. Moreover, whether the command or Zichuan would even endorse his suggestions was uncertain. Even if they were inclined to issue orders, Ming Hui could present his own justifications. After all, everyone was a member of the command, and he had that right. The protracted correspondence could lead to an interminable delay. Yet, the Central Army, in dire need of respite, felt as if time was crawling. Each day, hundreds of soldiers were lost to non-combat related causes such as illness and hunger. Those who still stood could barely do so, their bodies gaunt and emaciated. Sterling had no choice but to negotiate amicably with Ming Hui. But regardless of how he appealed to emotion, reason, or offered promises, Ming Hui remained as slippery as a glass marble, resolutely unyielding. This matter is indeed challenging. Sterling's confidence waned, and a troubling thought crossed his mind. Once Ming Hui finalized his arrangements, he could simply lead his troops away one dark and stormy night, leaving the rebels to confront Ming Hui directly. However, he dismissed the notion, knowing he would never undertake such an action. What if that scoundrel Ming Hui followed suit and fled? Who would defend the Wisdu Forest? After finally subduing a few provinces, should the rebels break forth again and spread throughout the Far East, who would bear the responsibility? Sterling found himself at an impasse with Ming Hui. He could hardly detain him. The remaining Central Army officers sat in despondent silence, their brows furrowed in worry. Sterling, with a strong spirit, addressed his subordinates, "It's nothing. The battle continues as before, and we must still eat." The orderly brought forth the evening meal, a large pot of thin vegetable soup, barely revealing any trace of the ingredients. Ideally, the soup should have contained some grain. But today's ration had already been consumed by Ming Hui and the others, leaving everyone to subsist solely on vegetables. Sterling ladled himself a bowl of soup, discovering only a few strands of wild greens within. He smiled wryly, contemplating that the secret to surviving on vegetable soup was simply to drink the broth vigorously until one's belly felt full, only to feel hungry again after a brief visit to the latrine. Before Sterling could mask his discomfort, Ming Hui leaned in to inquire, "What special provisions do you have, Sterling?" Upon taking a glance, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is what you're eating?" Sterling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendered speechless. Tang Ping muttered softly, "What else can we eat? Today's rations have all gone to you." Ming Hui fell silent, taking a long moment before responding, "Get me a bowl." He too ladled some soup, and, upon tasting it, grimaced at the unpleasantness. Setting down the bowl, he fixed Sterling with a piercing gaze, demanding, "How long has this been going on?" The intensity in Ming Hui's eyes was a stark contrast to the jovial bureaucrat from moments before. "Why has this not been reported? Who is behind this? Luo Minghai? Why not inform the commander-in-chief about him?" It dawned on him that Luo Minghai, envious of Sterling's outstanding achievements, must have orchestrated such a scheme to undermine him. After a prolonged silence, Ming Hui finally spoke. "Sterling, you are commendable, but I, too, am a man of honor. Though it has been difficult to voice my concerns for some time, for a week or two, our Black Flag Army can manage this. You should withdraw and take a rest." Sterling, filled with joy, bowed deeply. "Your honor, Ming Hui, is commendable on behalf of the Central Army and all its soldiers. I express our gratitude." 3 days later, the Black Flag Army took their positions, relieving the Central Army of their defensive duties. The 100,000 Central soldiers, who had been embroiled in relentless combat since the onset of the Far East conflict, finally found a moment to breathe as they retreated to the province of Dea for much-needed rest. Chapter 49. The journey. Everyone observed as Zichuan meticulously sketched a long oval on the blackboard, adding a small circle atop it to represent a head, and affixing 4 stout lines to symbolize limbs. After a moment of contemplation, he felt unsatisfied, so he adorned the small circle with eyes, a mouth, and a nose. Finally, with a sense of relief and satisfaction, he clapped his hands and addressed the soldiers. This is a half-orc. It is imperative that you recognize this as our enemy. From now on, if you encounter something resembling this, do not hesitate to strike. The soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Why does it look like a tree to me? Who said it looks like a tree? It clearly resembles a candied hawthorn. It bears a striking resemblance to Commander Roger. No wonder he is so fierce. He must be masquerading as a half-orc. Indeed, the more I look at it, the more it resembles him. Let us teach him a lesson. He bullied me last time. At that moment, the half-orc, seasoned by countless battles, was imparting his combat experiences to the recruits. There was a time when I stood alone, with 3,000 demon warriors to my left, 3,000 to my right, and 10,000 before me. Behind me, not so many. Roger, there weren't that many. You must be mistaken, interjected Kawa in a pragmatic tone. I counted at the time, and I distinctly remember there were only 9,895. The enemy howled and charged, claws and fangs bared. Heh, if you were in such a situation, you would surely wet your pants. The youth of today lack courage indeed. Kawa remarked, adopting a tone of a seasoned veteran. But someone like me, a battle-hardened soldier, fears nothing. At that moment, I leisurely lit a cigarette, hardly glancing at those demon soldiers. I can't recall what brand it was. Kawa, do you remember? Look at your memory. Weren't you smoking 555 that day? Oh, right. Then I blew a perfectly round smoke ring at them, barely batting an eyelash, and gestured with my middle finger, signaling, come at me all at once. So I won't have to exert myself. Sighing, Kawa lamented, Roger is always like this, behaving uncivilly. You should not emulate him. A nervous recruit promptly inquired. And then what happened? What transpired next? Then those little rascals charged at me, and I, unfazed, simply. And then Roger, utterly unconcerned, was swiftly dispatched by the demon warriors, his body torn asunder, intestines and brain matter strewn across the ground, left to rot, while a few passing ants compassionately assisted in the retrieval of his remains, reducing him to nothing but a bleached skeleton nestled among the grass. One could still find it there today. Unbeknownst to them, Captain Zichuan of the Shio battalion had arrived, coldly observing from the side. My lord. Roger and Kawa quickly sprang to their feet to salute the soldiers of the Shio battalion. Though valiant in street brawls throughout the imperial capital, cherished indulgence and revelry far more. Marching under the scorching sun was an ordeal they found utterly unbearable. Oh dear. I am utterly exhausted. I have never endured such hardship. The sun is excessively fierce, threatening to damage my pristine skin. Truly, horse riding has proven to be exhausting, leaving my thighs abraded. Consequently, they protested, threatening a mutiny, believing such tactics would intimidate the soft-hearted commander Zichuan Shio, who had previously found this strategy infallible. Despite Zichuan's repeated, well-meaning warnings that Commander Shio had been in a foul mood lately, urging them not to provoke him, they remained obstinate, posting their grievances and resolutely refusing to leave Stav City. That very night, Zichuan Shio's deep voice echoed, the mutinous squad is assembled here, I presume? Zichuan, Roger? And Chanchuan nodded nervously, afraid to utter a word amiss. A chilling laughter escaped Zichuan Shio, sending shivers down their spines. You shall wait here. He alone opened the camp gate and stealthily entered. The night was shattered by a cacophony of screams and wails, piercing the silence of the city, awakening children from their dreams, who wept in fright. Mothers hastily comforted their little ones. Darling, be quiet. If you continue to cry, I shall send you to the Shio camp. The children immediately fell silent. The soldiers involved in the mutiny trembled in fear, unable to shield their ears from the harrowing sounds, which seemed to penetrate their very souls. After much deliberation, they hastily climbed out of bed and secretly tore down their protest notices. Half an hour later, all cries abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence that sent chills through the air. The door creaked open once more, and Zichuan Shio emerged quietly, stating nonchalantly, they have fallen asleep. He dusted off his hands and departed. One soldier, gasping for breath, managed to crawl out and reported, Sir, just now, a creature resembling Commander Shio attacked us. My comrades, Before he could finish, he coughed up blood and fainted. Zichuan shouted, "Medic, quickly!" Roger whispered, "Did you see?" Provoking a heartbroken Commander Xiao leads to this fate. Chuan, shaken by the sight of the wounded soldier, began to pray fervently. "Oh God, please help that foolish lad find a girlfriend, or we are all doomed." Amen. The three echoed in unison. Before dawn on the second day, the soldiers gathered automatically. Advancing in formation, their rallying cries resounding and military songs soaring. Wherever Zichuan Xiao went, the soldiers engaged in animated conversations, exclaiming, "Oh, I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy." Indeed, riding was exhilarating. The more they rode, the more they relished it. I believe that covering a mere 100 miles in a day is too little. 300 miles would be more fitting. In the realm of rogues, power is defined by the size of one's fist. Given that Zichuan Xiao's fist could overshadow the combined might of over 50 others, he was undoubtedly the unquestionable leader. The band of rogues, gathered nearby, reveled in their amusement, relishing the cries of the suffering, declaring, "Our commander is indeed a lion. Whoever mistreats his lamb shall not escape his wrath." As the march passed through major cities, Zichuan Xiao generously granted the soldiers extended leave, prompting cheers of "Long live Commander Zichuan." As they rushed to bars and dance halls, their applause genuine. There was no superior more considerate than Zichuan Xiao to be found anywhere. Zichuan, exasperated, protested, "Sir, the command center has ordered us to proceed to the Golan Fortress for instructions. But are we not already en route to Golan Fortress? Yet, the timing. They merely ordered us to go without specifying when we should arrive. But what about military regulations? The Grand Inspector, Emperor Lin, is my elder brother. What have you to worry about?" Thus, the conversation concluded. Zichuan cursed, "Utterly foolish. Let us see how you meet your end." Roger lamented. Ever since Commander Xu was jilted by Miss Ning, he has transformed his sorrow into something else. Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Commander Xiu is quite inconsiderate. He has good connections yet does not take me along." During the day, numerous individuals, both men and women, approached Zichuan Xiu, their expressions furtive, their glances askew, resembling clandestine figures engaged in illicit dealings. They would shut themselves in his quarters for prolonged periods, eventually slipping away through the back door. Each time the Xiu battalion set out, a mysterious entourage trailed behind, a long line of horse-drawn carriages, following day and night, matching the pace of the army and halting when they halted, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Moreover, with each city they passed, more joined the throng, ultimately swelling to over 3,000 individuals and nearly 1,000 carriages, resembling a grand procession. Zichuan's curiosity piqued. He approached Zichuan Xiu, who bashfully confessed, "I'm terribly sorry. During those nights, I was financially constrained and promised to repay them once I received my salary. They are merely following to collect their debts." Before he could finish, Zichuan's saber had already swung in response. Chuan scoffed at Zichuan Xiu's explanation, asserting, "Zichuan is an ignorant fool, unversed in these matters. We are all men. Do you think such tricks could deceive me, the experienced Chuan? Consider this. How many days have elapsed since we departed the imperial capital? In such a short span, has Commander Xiu truly accrued debts for over 1,000 nights? Is he a superhuman?" Roger suddenly realized. Indeed, how could anyone possess such extraordinary prowess? What do you imply? It is evident that there exists but one possibility. Chuan, filled with indignation, thought, he must be secretly hoarding Viagra. How outrageous, and not even sharing a bit with me. On the 6th of October in the year 779, over 8,000 cavalry from Zichuan arrived at the Golan Fortress. At the foot of Golan City, a mounted messenger delivered an order to Zichuan Xiu. The letter stated that Commander Fang Jing, appointed to lead the militia reserves, directed Zichuan Xiu to refrain from entering the city and instead proceed directly to eliminate the remnants of the rebel forces in the province of Gadisa. Chapter 50. The suppression of bandits at Zichuan. As one travels eastward from the Golan Fortress, the ravages of war lay bare the once resplendent beauty of the Far East, now marred by desolation. The front lines have advanced, and in the throes of fierce combat, tranquil villages have erupted into infernos, thriving cities have been reduced to ruins. Verdant forests have turned into lifeless wastelands, and fertile fields have morphed into barren deserts, littered with bones. Along the roads, throngs of refugees and beggars shuffle westward, a cacophony of despair. Among them are individuals from various ethnic backgrounds, predominantly women, children, and the elderly. They are gaunt and hollow-eyed, scarcely acknowledging the passage of the human army, merely lowering their eyelids before surging towards the soldiers of Zichuan in desperate pleas for sustenance. At times, The soldiers must wield their whips to navigate through the throngs. For these individuals, the grand proclamations of the United Ethnic Armies, Far East Independence, let us build our own homeland, or the promises of the Zichuan family, quell the rebellion, restore peace, hold no significance. Their sole desire is for a mere 100 grams of bread to survive another day. Without it, they face death. As the Sterling forces advanced, Sterling himself wept for the plight of the refugees, striving to relocate them to areas west of the Valen fortress, where the ravages of war had not yet reached, offering a semblance of hope for survival. However, with military duties pressing upon him, he found little time to address the crisis. Consequently, a significant number of refugees remained homeless and destitute. The ambitions of Lei Hong have wrought such calamity upon the Far East. Officers from the Far East, including Roger and Zichuan, wore somber expressions as they learned from the refugees that their homeland, including areas like Minsk, had been laid to waste, and their families' fates remained uncertain. Zichuan, upon witnessing the refugees' suffering, wept uncontrollably. Ultimately, Zichuan Shou resolved to allocate a portion of the military rations to provide relief to the destitute. Though this act may have been deemed foolish and insufficient to address the underlying issues, no one opposed it. Witnessing the joy on the refugees' faces as they received food brought a measure of solace to their hearts. Just 3 weeks prior, the Sterling forces had engaged in fierce combat with Lei Hong's insurgents in the province of Gadisa, resulting in the retreat of Lei Hong's troops, who abandoned over 30,000 corpses in their wake, with a considerable number of defeated soldiers scattering into the depths of the forests, refusing to emerge. Many of them devolved into bandits, seizing opportunities to ambush supply convoys and postal carriers while avoiding confrontation with the formidable Zichuan family army. These mountain bandits were numerous and elusive, often retreating into the treacherous depths of the woods at the sight of approaching troops. Commander Feng Jing, stationed at the Galan fortress, was at his wits' end due to this predicament. With no surplus of regular royal troops available, he turned to Zichuan Shou, who was familiar with the terrain due to his origins in the Far East, and dispatched Zai Yizing for assistance. On the very day of entering the province, a messenger arrived bearing urgent news. A band of half-orcs had just ambushed a supply convoy, requesting immediate reinforcements for Zai Yizing. Zichuan Shou promptly led his troops to the scene, arriving only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the half-orcs vanishing into the distance, leaving behind a chaotic wreckage of the convoy. Despite the cavalry's relentless pursuit, the half-orcs sought refuge in the dense forests, prompting Zai Yizing to encircle the entire woodland without a breach. Brothers of the United Army, your paths have converged to a dead end. Surrender forthwith. The royal forces extend clemency to captives, so cease your hiding. Roger stood alone before the dense thicket, bellowing with all his might. Yes, shout louder. Tell them that those who emerge shall be fed. Those who do not will face dire consequences. And remember, switch to the language of the half-orcs. They cannot comprehend your words in this tongue. Behind him, at a distance, Zichuan Shou concealed himself behind a shield, nonchalantly grooming his nails while offering encouragement to Roger. Zichuan and Chuan engaged in earnest conversation. It is said that the half-orcs' handmade throwing spears are exceedingly sharp, capable of piercing a man clean through. Indeed, their strength is formidable, and it is rumored that their spears are coated with venom, sealing the fate of those who bleed. Let us commence a prayer for Roger's soul. Behind the trio, thousands of soldiers from the Shiozi camp held their breath, observing Roger's audacious stance while murmuring amongst themselves. Look. Look. Commander Roger's complexion is growing paler, as white as that of a deceased pig. In this pleasantly cool autumn, he is drenched in sweat, trembling as if from the cold. His voice, so faint, seemed to echo with a tinge of despair. Commander Shou, perhaps you could send 2 more brothers to stand beside me, to lend an air of authority. I feel rather isolated here. The thousands of soldiers resolutely shook their heads in unison. Zichuan Shou reassured Roger. Do not fear. Though we stand afar, in spirit we stand with you. Without a moment's hesitation, he added, No need. My hearing is quite acute. He turned to Zichuan and Chuan. Can you hear it? Should you move a bit closer? The two immediately affirmed that they could hear distinctly. Step closer to the woods and shout louder, Chuan whispered to Zichuan. That evening at dinner, Roger somehow irked the master. And the next day, the master went to buy him 20 life insurance policies, naming himself as the beneficiary. After nearly 20 minutes of shouting, a rustle emerged from the woods, and a band of half-orcs wielding javelins and clubs charged forth, hollering, Waigiri Waigiri. Kill. Zichuan Shou bellowed. Charge. Roger, you lead the way. He gave Roger a firm kick, propelling him to the forefront. As the two sides drew near, Zichuan Xiu called out, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Do you not see that we number in the thousands?" Behind them, a cacophony of shouts erupted. "Run! Save yourselves!" The uproar grew thunderous, then gradually faded into the distance. The 8,000 soldiers of the Xiuzi camp vanished like smoke, leaving only a faint silhouette on the horizon, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The wind carried whispers of, "Flee! Run quickly!" Only Zichuan Xiu and his 3 subordinates remained, encircled by dozens of menacing half-orcs. Both parties were taken aback by the scene, and it took a considerable time before one of the half-orcs spoke, using the human tongue. "Do you want us to surrender?" "No, no, no." Zichuan Xiu hastily lowered his saber. "I meant to ask if you accept surrenders. But didn't you just shout kill without mercy?" "That was him." Zichuan Xiu, Lichuan, and Chanchuan simultaneously pointed at Roger. "It has nothing to do with us." "Ha ha ha, Guangming Xiu, it's been so long since we last met. And you remain as mischievous as ever." A burly half-orc stepped forward from the crowd, his dark face adorned with a broad smile. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in delight. "Old Liufeng." Before he could finish his sentence, he was enveloped in the half-orc's embrace. The two exchanged playful jabs. "You old rascal. Why did you abandon your studies to rise in rebellion?" "Ah, you have no idea. After you left, a new military commander took over. He and the Lord have made life unbearable for us. Despite the calamity we faced, they still demand exorbitant taxes. Those who cannot pay are beaten. Several young men have already been grievously injured. We had no choice but to resort to this." Zichuan Xiu frowned upon hearing this. "Are the villagers all right?" "Not particularly. Only the elderly, women, and children remain at home. There is no one to tend to the fields. The men have all gone out, and many have perished. For instance, 2 children from the Mu Di family died outside Valen City, and the men from the Sam family are also gone. Of the 4 children from the Drew family, 3 have perished, and 1 has gone missing. We still don't know if he is dead or alive. Look, many from the village are here." Upon closer inspection, Zichuan Xiu indeed recognized numerous familiar faces. He offered a bittersweet smile and greeted everyone, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. When he was ordered to leave the stationed village of Blue, the villagers were so disheartened, weeping as they escorted him for dozens of miles. Little did he expect to see them again on the battlefield. After a long separation, the reunion was filled with emotion. Yet it was interrupted by Roger, who called out, "Excuse me, gentlemen, after you're done reminiscing, could you please lower me from this tree?" Roger was suspended from a tree by the half-orc soldiers, having received a dozen lashes, and was barely clinging to life. Liufeng shook his head, saying, "You wish to let such a fellow live? According to our Zoi customs, those who flee in battle must be hanged." The half-orcs identified themselves as the Zoi tribe. Zichuan Xiu sighed. "The human head is not like a vegetable. Once severed, it does not regrow. Besides, I cannot command half my troops to hang the other half." Liufeng laughed heartily, his wide mouth splitting into a grin. "This is the first time I've encountered such a Zichuan army. If all Zichuan troops were like you, it would be splendid. But with soldiers like you, if you were to face Sterling, a single squadron could obliterate your thousands." Intrigued, Zichuan Xiu inquired, "Have you engaged in combat with Sterling's forces? How was it?" The half-orcs shook their heads in unison, their faces reflecting lingering fear. It was terrifying. "They are not human. They are the reincarnation of war gods." For over 10 minutes, they spoke of Sterling's tale, and a half-orc even broke into song about him. Strangely, amidst these bizarre legends, Zichuan Xiu sensed an unusual affection from the various races of the Far East towards their destroyer, Sterling. "You see," Durun concluded, "how could we possibly triumph against such a deity?" This implied that the Zoi people were indeed courageous, yet when faced with a divine adversary, a defeat could hardly be held against them. Indeed, how could we hope to prevail? A group of half-orcs lamented in unison. Baichuan stifled a laugh and remarked, "If that's the case, why not simply follow Lord Sterling instead of rebelling?" "Ah, if only we could keep pace with you, Sterling, that would indeed be a splendid endeavor." They chuckled. However, an elder interjected, "Our Zoi people face dire consequences if we dare to even meet Lord Sterling's gaze. Yet, I have heard that Lord Sterling is a commendable commander, one who does not ravage the villages of the Zoi." Ignoring the ongoing debate among the youth, Zichuan Xiu turned to Durun and inquired, "So, what are your next plans? Will you continue to rebel and wage war?" "Our clan will send increasing numbers of troops to the Far East." The half-orcs erupted in jubilation, and Durun embraced Zichuan Xiu tightly, causing her to gasp for breath. Her face flushed with embarrassment as Baichuan averted his gaze, unwilling to witness her discomfort. Once the merriment subsided, Zichuan Xiu suddenly recalled a pressing matter. However, I currently lack the time. I must oversee the cleansing of this area. Dirun thumped his chest and declared, Bright Xiu, you are the true friend of our Zoi people. Without question, I will assist you. All Zoi are one family. I am well acquainted with the people here and familiar with the terrain. The following day, the Xiu character camp resumed its efforts to eradicate the bandits. Liufeng had not spoken falsely. Indeed, the nearby half-orcs were well acquainted with one another, sharing a somewhat distant familial bond. Zichuan Xiu treated the surrendering rebel soldiers with great kindness, offering them a bowl of rice without asking any questions. These soldiers, having lived in constant fear since their defeat, had been hiding deep in the mountains, subsisting on leaves and roots. Now, with a fragrant bowl of rice in hand, they were nearly moved to tears. The rebels were genuinely famished in certain areas. Some staunch rebels who refused to surrender were met with Zichuan Xiu's command to prepare a large pot of meat soup. As the aroma wafted through the air, the soldiers promptly emerged from their hiding places, exclaiming, waxily, I surrender. Even large contingents of rebels journeyed from other provinces, eager to surrender to the resplendent Xiu. By the end of the week, Zichuan Xiu was astonished by his own achievements. He had accepted over 70,000 rebels, nearly 10 times his own force. Baichuan was deeply concerned about the situation. Such a vast number of rebel captives could pose a threat. Should they resist, they could overwhelm the Xiu character camp in less than an hour. Determined to fulfill her duty of guidance towards the Navi young man, Baichuan approached Zichuan Xiu. My lord, may I share a joke with you? She inquired. Zichuan Xiu, surprised, replied, Oh, how rare it is for you, Baichuan, to indulge in such humor. It ought to be a rather stimulating joke. Ignoring his comment, Baichuan began. During a battle, a soldier from the Eastern Army shouted, Captain, I've captured a demon prisoner. The captain responded, Well done. Bring him over. The soldier replied, I can't. He is about to take me away. Zichuan Xiu erupted in laughter. That joke is quite amusing. Baichuan then prompted him, My lord, after hearing this joke, do you feel any reflections upon it? Do you not think it bears a striking resemblance to our current predicament? Baichuan continued her tirade, fool, utter fool, super fool, super fool. Meanwhile, Ch Kawa, who oversaw logistics, expressed his concerns to Zichuan Xiu, stating, Due to the overwhelming number of people, our food supplies can only last for another week. Zichuan Xiu immediately commanded, Summon all captains and above. We shall convene the first military meeting of the Xiu character camp. Chapter 51. The prosperity of Zichuan Xiu. According to the formal military organization of the family army, 10 individuals constitute a small squad, 50 form a medium squad, and 500 make up a large squad. A cavalry division comprises 10 large squads, totaling 5,000 men, whereas an infantry division contains 20 large squads, amounting to 10,000 men. The Xiu battalion possesses over 8,000 cavalry, which barely suffices to establish 2 cavalry divisions. However, due to the clamorous demands of Roger, Baichuan, and others, who insisted on their status as samurai and claimed that they should at least hold the rank of division commander, Zichuan Xiu had no choice but to organize the Xiu battalion into 3 divisions. The first division with 3,000 men, commanded by Roger, the second division, also with 3,000 men, led by Changchuan, and finally, Zichuan Xiu's direct division, headed by Baichuan. Thus, everyone was pleased. Though Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized that he still had only 3 subordinates, with little change in his situation. During the inaugural military conference of the Xiu battalion, Zichuan Xiu astonished everyone with his remarks. Baichuan could hardly close his mouth. My lord, what did you just say? What was it? Roger interjected. My lord, what do you mean by that limited liability company? A so-called limited liability company refers to a modern organizational structure for capital, wherein the company's assets are divided into equal shares. The company assumes limited liability for its debts based on its assets, and shareholders are liable only to the extent of their respective shares. After deducting statutory reserves and public funds, profits are distributed according to the number of shares held, with each share receiving a corresponding dividend. Do you understand? The 3 men chorused, We do not understand. Zichuan Xiu sighed and said, Then I shall simplify it. It is merely a means of swindling money. First, choose a pleasing name, for instance, Zichuan Xiu International Universe Unlimited Investment Industrial Group. Devise an enticing scheme. I have discovered a great treasure in the Far East, but I lack the funds to excavate it. Find a gullible investor to swindle. If you give me $1, I will return 10 to you in a year. And then file for bankruptcy. Once the money is secured, flee quickly. This is what a limited liability company entails. The division commanders and squad leaders suddenly grasped the concept. If you had explained it this way from the beginning, we would have understood. Have you not always operated in this manner? Only Chuan voiced dissent. My lord, where in this desolate wilderness can one find wealthy fools? All that resides here are refugees. And even if we stripped them bare, we would not uncover a single coin. Zichuan chuckled mischievously. Do not worry, I have already identified my fools. Did you not see that long line of carts behind us? What have we to fear regarding a lack of provisions? As the Xiu battalion marched. Upon reaching each city, Zichuan promptly sought out the local merchant associations. Proclaiming a profound truth, the civil war in the Far East is an excellent opportunity for wealth accumulation. Consider, if you will, the prolonged conflict in the Far East. Historically, the region has relied on the importation of salt, grain, medicine, and everyday necessities through familial strongholds, but now these essential supplies are undoubtedly scarce. Moreover, the Far East is rich in gold, diamonds, magical crystals, and quartz, yet the ongoing civil strife has hindered trade, resulting in a substantial accumulation of brilliant gems. Imagine, should you be among the first to venture into the Far East for commerce, the profits would be extraordinary. The merchants salivated at the prospect, yet quickly regained their composure. The war-torn zones are fraught with peril, not to mention the provinces controlled by insurgents, even in areas occupied by family forces. Bandits abound in alarming numbers. Without a division-sized military escort to safeguard their passage, would they not be walking into a den of wolves? Zichuan laughed heartily, proclaiming, I am Zichuan, the commander of the elite Ji regiment. My forces are numerous, boasting 3 divisions, sufficient to ensure the safety of your goods. He refrained from disclosing the exact number of troops in a division. A merchant inquired, Ji regiment? I have not heard of it. What do they trade? Could they be a newly formed militia? Those fellows are unreliable. Zichuan retorted with indignation, impossible. The Ji regiment has a storied history, renowned for its formidable combat prowess, impeccable discipline, and exceptional loyalty. It is one of the family's premier fighting forces. Gentlemen, while you may not be familiar with the Ji regiment, you must have heard of the immortal battalion led by Lord Stirling and the iron-blooded gendarmerie commanded by Lord Dilling. Surely? The merchants whispered among themselves, nodding in agreement. Both Lord Stirling and Lord Dilling are celebrated generals. Their names are indeed thunderous in our ears. However, Lord Zichuan At this juncture, Zichuan produced a photograph featuring himself alongside Stirling and Dilling. Gentlemen, behold. If your eyes are not deceived, you must recognize these 2 esteemed figures. A fine steed does not associate with a clumsy mount, naturally. One who stands beside such illustrious generals must also be a person of merit. Entrusting your modest fortunes to a contemporary general capable of sharing a frame with Lords Stirling and Dilling, one of virtuous character, noble ethics, and sincere disposition, what could you possibly have to worry about? Through this ruse, Zichuan had charmed countless merchants into willingly investing their funds or personally transporting their goods, of course, with a requisite protection fee. At this pivotal moment, Zichuan felt it was time to provide the merchants with some assurances or perhaps a glimpse of impending profitability. Thus, amidst the sounds of firecrackers, and with the unanimous agreement of the inaugural military conference of the Ji Regiment, the Ji Regiment International Cosmic Infinite Equity Investment Corporation Group was officially established. Zichuan addressed the merchants, stating, to adapt to the vastness of the Far East market and the complexities of its fluctuations to meet diverse market segmentation demands, achieve industrialization and internationalization, comply with market economy requirements, and enhance our risk resilience, profitability, and technological innovation capabilities, we must pursue a path of diversified operations. The merchants were utterly amazed, praising Governor Zichuan for his business acumen, insight, foresight, and his remarkable ability to envision and explore new markets. Roger, feeling bewildered, hastily inquired of Zichuan, what did you just say? Zichuan replied, what I mean is that one scheme is insufficient. We must concoct several more. Moreover, fireworks are quite expensive. Establishing a single company for a bundle of firecrackers would be a tremendous loss. Thus, that very day, they proceeded to establish Roger Grain and Oil Food Company, Limited, Baichuan Cosmetics Company, Limited, Changchuan Diamond Acquisition Company, Limited, Rogers Hat Company, Limited, Changchuan Trouser Development Investment Bank, Baichuan Skirt Technology Consulting Company, Limited, Baichuan Underwear Import and Export Trading Company, Limited, which was later renamed Beautiful Baichuan Import and Export Trading Company, Limited. Due to objections from the parties involved, Chuan Lecherous Financial Industrial Company, Limited, and Roger Foolish Trust Investment Company, Limited. In total, 56 companies were founded. The signs of these companies were affixed to the gates and walls of the Zichuan encampment, eventually occupying all available space, leading them to nail the sign of Roger's Far East Gourmet World to the men's restroom door and the sign of Zichuan Fragrance Perfume Manufacturing Company, Limited, to the women's restroom door. Roger assumed the roles of general manager, legal representative, chairman, and executive director for 21 of the companies, while Chuan was associated with 19 companies, and Zichuan with 16. Consequently, they joyfully addressed each other as general managers and chairman. Zichuan employed a sealed contract method, holding shares in every company, ranging from 100 to 51. The half-orcs, coveting a piece of the action, sent to Liufeng to negotiate, requesting a couple of companies for themselves. Zichuan immediately acquiesced, establishing Alibaba and the 40 Thieves Company, Limited, and Zoe Angel Company, Limited, and granted them exclusive agency rights for the Zichuan Company, Limited. In their hometown of Waga Province, with the old rule intact, Zichuan held 70 of the shares, leaving the remaining 30 for them. My lord, could you reiterate what you just said? Oh, it's quite simple, Zichuan. The fundamental relationship among our companies is as follows. Roger Trade Company, Limited, is owned 47 by Roger's Hat Company, Limited, and 38 by Zichuan Skirt Technology Consulting Company, Limited. Roger's Hat Company has further absorbed 10,000 shares of Roger's Gourmet City through financing. However, both are controlled by a company named Chuan Trouser Investment Development Bank through a share exchange mechanism. Yet, Chuan Trouser Bank is a team controlled by Roger Foolish Trust Investment Company, Limited, which is essentially a shell company for financial purposes, primarily aimed at dealing with the tax authorities. Its main financial support still derives from Roger Trade Company, Limited, though its tax liabilities are reflected on the accounts of Chuan Trouser Bank. Is that not clear? You understand now, do you not? Shirakawa felt dizzy, finally comprehending a singular truth. She would never grasp it, no matter how many millennia passed. Roger entered, inquiring, My lord, why does my company only have 19 branches now? Just the day before yesterday, there were 21. Zichuan Xiu nonchalantly replied, I dissolved 5 branches yesterday afternoon. Roger exclaimed, Oh, so this is what you meant by economic recession. However, 21 minus 5 should still leave us with 16. My lord, do not underestimate my intellect. I can still count. That is because I established 3 new branches yesterday. Zichuan Xiu retorted. Then, Chuan stormed in, exclaiming, My lord, this is disastrous. 2 of my companies and a bank have been absorbed. How could this happen? Zichuan Xiu inquired. Chuan gasped for breath, explaining, The situation is as follows. A wild dog appeared from nowhere and snatched my briefcase, resulting in my companies being absorbed. On October 20th, the Xiu Corps began its advance into the depths of the Far East. Along the way, the Zichuan Royal Army was alarmed, sounding the alarm as they spied an astonishing number of rebel troops advancing toward the Diya province, and noted that large factions of rebels were gathering in the Yun province. Beacon towers were ignited one after another. When they timidly arrived to intercept, Zichuan Xiu confidently emerged, declaring, Brothers, you have worked hard. I am Zichuan Xiu, commander of the Xiu Corps, and these are my captives. The soldiers of the other units gazed in astonishment at the formidable rebel battalion, which was still armed. Seizing the moment, Zichuan Xiu continued, Gentlemen, you have been out for quite some time, have you not? Do you yearn for the delicacies of home? How long has it been since you savored the taste of fine wine? Surely, dry bread is difficult to swallow. Do you not find life here rather inconvenient and burdensome? Welcome to the Xiu Corps. Life on the expedition was inherently arduous, and in this desolate place, even toothpaste was hard to procure. The Xiu Corps offered them gourmet food, exquisite wine, new clothing, shoes, and daily necessities. Of course, the prices were somewhat elevated, but the soldiers' pay was substantial. The fear of having nowhere to spend it in the wilderness led to widespread knowledge among the royal families of the Far East. The Xiu Corps boasted the finest food, the most exquisite wine, the most diverse goods, and the most thrilling entertainment in the entire region. In no time, visitors arrived in droves, especially on payday. Naturally, there were demands that the Xiu Corps could not fulfill. Some officers from other units discreetly approached Zichuan Xiu, asking, Is there any work available with the flower girls? However, merely profiting from the soldiers and officers was insufficient for Zichuan Xiu. He also dispatched a multitude of captured rebels to various villages for promotions. On October 25th and 26th, there will be a grand merchandise exhibition on a certain hillside. As he anticipated, the entire province was stirred, with thousands of half-orcs, snakefolk, elves, and dwarves arriving, carrying their own diamonds, gold, and crystal stones to exchange for essential goods such as salt, medicine, food, and fabric, creating an unprecedented spectacle. In the mining regions, as the uprising had ousted the previous owners, the miners, free from taxation on their fines, brought baskets full of diamonds to barter for daily necessities. At last, the supreme commander of the Far East Theater, Ming Wei, learned of the matter when one of his officers lamented that 3 months' salary had been lost in a single night at a certain Longchuan entertainment world. Infuriated, he promptly penned a letter to chastise Zichuan with righteous indignation. The times are arduous. The family must unite as one to weather the national crisis. While the soldiers at the front are sacrificing their lives and battling fiercely, you, Zichuan, who have benefited from 2 generations of national grace, in this moment of peril, only think of your petty gains, disregarding the greater family interests, and have even resorted to treachery against your comrades, colluding with the enemy using strategic resources. Take heed. Should you not repent, beware of the ruthless hand of military law. The conclusion of the letter bore several trembling drops of ink, revealing the depth of Ming Hui's agitation while composing it. Consequently, the business of the Xiu battalion flourished, steadily advancing deeper into the heart of the Far East, establishing branches and offices across various provinces. Among the troops engaged in combat in the Far East, the Xiu battalion was the envy of all others. While soldiers in other battalions subsisted on meager rations and dirty water, the officers and men of the Xiu battalion dined on steak and fine wine. Other units were clad in tattered and shabby attire, while the Xiu battalion boasted polished and immaculate uniforms, their health and vitality apparent. This was solely due to the numerous supply trucks that trailed behind the Xiu battalion, laden with fresh and delectable provisions, driven by an increasing number of profit-seeking merchants. Furthermore, the Xiu battalion distributed substantial stock dividends each month, filling the soldiers' pockets with cash. The entire battalion revered Zichuan as if he were a deity. Of course, there were moments of loss. One day, in the Lunling province, a gang of Serpent Clan raiders attacked the transport convoy of Roger Trading Company, Limited. Zichuan was furious, marking a heavy entry in the external expenditure of the accounts, and then summoned Roger to berate him thoroughly. Consumed with indignation, Roger gathered his subordinates and announced, "This month, everyone's dividends are withheld." The Serpent Clan rebels finally understood the true essence of thuggery, but the ordeal was not over. Another shareholder of the Xiu battalion, Ming Wei, enraged by the reduced dividends, dispatched a battalion of infantry to obliterate their lair, setting it ablaze. The few Serpent Clan survivors who narrowly escaped encountered a wrathful group of half-orcs, armed with javelins and spiked clubs, who identified themselves as managers of Alibaba Company, and systematically skinned the remaining serpent warriors. As the news spread, the entire rebel and bandit factions of the Far East began to caution one another. Never provoke the Xiu battalion. With eyes fixed on the glimmering silver, the golden sands, and the dazzling diamonds, Zichuan rejoiced, stuffing them all beneath his bed, feeling an unparalleled comfort in slumbering atop such a heap of wealth. Chapter 52. The Banquet of the Aristocracy. On October 5th, Sterling led the Central Army away from Yun Province, entering the province of Dea. Both Dea and Alia provinces were predominantly inhabited by human residents. When the Great Rebellion swept across the Far East, the provincial governor, Gulen, displayed the demeanor of a distinguished general, remaining composed amidst peril. He recruited local residents to form a provincial defense force of nearly 100,000, coordinating with the nearby Alia province's garrison. Although their forces were insufficient to quell the rebellion, their defensive capability was adequate. Ultimately, these 2 provinces became the only regions in the Far East untouched by the ravages of war, allowing the populace to sustain their livelihoods. As a high-ranking official commanding the army, Sterling was met with grand receptions from local defense officials. Everywhere he passed, families welcomed him, offering lavish banquets and festive displays of fireworks and flowers, all eager to witness the formidable array of the royal army. The sight was filled with the sycophantic smiles of various officials. Moreover, upon arriving at each locality, local nobles, gentry, and officials fervently invited the Central Army commander, an esteemed general of notable accomplishments and favored by the commander-in-chief, to feasts, treating him with warmth as if they were lifelong friends. They implored him to honor them with his presence and grant them the favor of his company. Sterling, known for his amiable disposition, was reluctant to offend anyone. often finding himself half-invited and half-pressured into these gatherings. However, having grown accustomed to simple rations on the front lines, he struggled to cope with the extravagant banquets filled with delicacies, and his stomach could scarcely bear the indulgence. Within 3 days, he began experiencing severe gastrointestinal distress, a plight that befell not only him but also the officers of the Central Army, from the deputy commander to the division leaders, who succumbed one after another at the feasts. These officers, hailing from the imperial capital, were now starkly aware of the opulence of the aristocratic lifestyle in the Far East. Upon reaching the provincial capital of Dea, Sterling's condition showed slight improvement, yet a summons arrived with relentless urgency. The provincial governor Gulen, esteemed official Lu Zifeng, governor of Iliya province Liufeng, esteemed official Luo Linshuang, along with provincial officials and nobles, had extended an invitation for a welcoming banquet in honor of the appointed envoy for pacifying the rebellion, Commander Sterling, and his esteemed generals. Sterling, weary of the insipid company of those insincere officials, inquired of his chief of staff, Tang Ping, "Is it possible to decline?" Tang Ping shook his head, responding, "My lord, although their titles are merely ceremonial, our supply lines depend heavily on the provinces of Dea and Iliya. Furthermore, the Gulen family is a prominent lineage in the Far East, with 9 members among the governors and high officials of the 23 provinces. Both Gulen and Luo Linshuang are members of the Elder Council. It is known that even the late Commander Gushing treated them with utmost respect. We cannot afford to disregard this courtesy." With a wry smile, Sterling conceded, "Understood. It appears we must not offend them. Let us prepare to attend together." The local officials and nobles displayed impeccable etiquette, standing in a formal line outside the grand entrance of the residence, awaiting the arrival of Sterling and his party. Sterling felt a profound unease. Before he could utter a word, several bundles of firecrackers erupted simultaneously with a cacophonous crackle. A throng of people, akin to flies drawn to refuse, swiftly converged around him, their faces beaming with smiles and their voices laden with greetings. "Your Excellency, the journey must have been arduous. Your Excellency, may your victories be numerous and your name renowned. Your tireless efforts on behalf of the populace are deeply appreciated, and the people of the Far East are grateful. Young Master Sterling, with your lofty ambitions, the future undoubtedly holds boundless prospects for you." As the host, Gulen introduced Sterling to the other attendees of the banquet, the high-ranking official from the Dea province, Lu Zifeng, a gaunt old man who reminded Sterling of the dried meat rations stored within the army's supplies. Although Lu was significantly older than Gulen, for reasons unknown, he seemed to regard Gulen with utmost deference, frequently glancing at Gulen's expression even during brief exchanges, leaving Sterling perplexed. Logically, the provincial governor and high-ranking officials were of equal standing, merely managing military and civil affairs, respectively. Then there was the pale-faced young high-ranking official from the Iliya province, Roland Chuan. Sterling greeted him amiably. "Good day, Lord Roland." Roland eagerly boasted, "Perhaps you are unaware, but in terms of lineage, Lord Rominghai is my distant uncle." Sterling scrutinized this young man, who reeked of aristocratic arrogance, and sighed, replying, "Greetings to the distant nephew of Lord Rominghai." Among these individuals, the only one who struck Sterling as somewhat agreeable was the governor of the Iliya province, Illinan. He was middle-aged, robustly built, dignified, and his demeanor was decisive and composed, exhibiting courtesy and propriety. In stark contrast to the sycophantic attitudes displayed by the other officials, Sterling found Illinan to be quite refreshing. He embodied the essence of a soldier, albeit with a faint, sinister smile perpetually gracing his lips. In addition to them, there were several officials of the red-clad nobility and high-ranking governors from the occupied provinces, who had come seeking refuge in the Dea province due to the turmoil and decay plaguing their own territories. After a flurry of bows, gestures of respect, greetings, handshakes, and embraces, everyone finally took their seats. Gulen raised his voice, proclaiming, "Today, we host a welcome banquet for Lord Sterling and the esteemed generals of the Central Army. Please, feel free to enjoy." At the lavish feast, Sterling abstained from any alcoholic beverages, maintaining a demeanor of humility and approachability as he conversed with the nobles. He engaged in lively discussions, encouraging the gentlemen to partake in drinks, eloquently sharing insights about the customs and climate of the Far East, yet refraining from mentioning the current state of warfare. When someone praised his victories, he merely smiled and shifted the conversation. The attendees were utterly captivated by the presence of this foremost general under the current commander-in-chief. During the meal, when the topic of the ongoing rebellion arose, All present expressed their collective disdain for the rebels' shameless treachery, betrayal, and ruthless cruelty, lamenting the dire situation. The governor Liu Hai, who had fled from the border provinces, lamented the loss of his once mighty army of nearly 80,000, which included 7.5 brigades of half-orcs and 3 brigades of snakefolk. The sudden rebellion had led to a catastrophic defection, stripping him of the strength he needed to confront the insurgents, forcing him into a disgraceful retreat. The assembly echoed their condolences, exclaiming in unison how shameless and treacherous the rebel rabble was. "Is he not correct?" one questioned. Liufeng, startled, quickly retorted, "It is nothing. I have spoken out of turn." Sterling, with a smile that belied a razor-sharp wit, pressed, "Oh, is it that Lord Liufeng is reluctant to share with me?" Unable to bear the tension, Liufeng leaned closer and whispered, "When Liu Hai fled here, he brought with him a retinue of concubines numbering a full company. And his cargo held enough gold bars and diamonds to fill several carts." Sterling furrowed his brow, murmuring, "How could a mere garrison officer possess such wealth?" Liufeng replied quietly, "His army may be nominally 80,000, yet in truth, it comprises less than 30,000. The salaries of those over 50,000 soldiers have found their way into his pockets. Even those 30,000 soldiers receive only a third of their due wages. Were I among his ranks, I would surely rebel." Sterling was taken aback. "Siphoning off military pay?" Liufeng nodded solemnly, and Sterling's expression darkened as silence enveloped them. An elder noble wept, perplexed by Liu Hai's inexplicable kindness towards other races, providing them with meticulous care, yet they displayed such ingratitude by rising in rebellion. Liufeng scoffed. Addressing Sterling, "Indeed, his attentiveness is remarkable. In his domain, even brushing one's teeth incurs a tax." Another voice chimed in, lamenting the former commander Guangxing, who had perished. Though it seemed improper to speak ill of the dead, he had faltered in his resolve, failing to be sufficiently stern with the lowly, always favoring them while oppressing us nobles. Had he been harsher, perhaps we would not face such turmoil today. Lord Sterling, your decisive actions against the rebels are commendable. A stark contrast to that coward Guangxing. After this praise, all eyes turned to Sterling, whose expression remained noncommittal, leading the assembly to realize that the flattery had fallen flat. The sycophant, sensing the awkwardness, forced a chuckle and hastily returned to his meal, avoiding eye contact. Sterling quietly inquired, "What manner of person is this?" "Do not speak further." Sterling interjected sternly, interrupting Liufeng as he surveyed the elegantly dressed, gracious, and affable pillars of society before him, feeling an indescribable wave of discomfort and nausea. The lively chatter, laughter, and conversation at the table abruptly ceased, leaving the guests bewildered by Sterling's sudden outburst. Countless furious gazes turned toward Liufeng, as if to say, "You fool, how dare you provoke Lord Sterling?" Realizing the abrupt silence, Sterling recognized his lapse in decorum, forced a smile, sampled a dish, and remarked, "This chicken is somewhat salty." The atmosphere became lively once more as everyone expressed their unwavering support for Lord Sterling, each person affirming, indeed, this chicken has certainly become too salty." Their expressions were earnest and grave, as if they had just grasped the significance of Lord Sterling's vital instructions. Some even took it upon themselves to summarize the situation in a report-like manner, outlining the reasons for the overly salty chicken. As the host, Gulan observed keenly, it was evident that Liufeng had been whispering with Sterling, and for some reason, Sterling had lost his temper. Initially, Gulan had felt a tinge of jealousy towards Liufeng for being able to sit beside Sterling and engage in close conversation. However, he now felt a sense of schadenfreude. "Ah, Liufeng, you sly fellow, your flattery has surely backfired this time." Sterling was both amused and exasperated, never expecting that a casual remark would lead to such a commotion. Two attendants then approached, carrying a pot of what resembled a mound of white tofu. Liufeng exclaimed in surprise, "Is this it?" He turned to Gulan with a cold smirk. "You really are quite generous." Gulan, maintaining an air of modesty, replied, "It's nothing much. Lord Sterling is a person of great stature, well-traveled and experienced. We, from the remote Far East, have little to offer, and this is merely a token of appreciation from us humble folk." Sterling, intrigued, inquired, "Is this dish considered precious? How could I possibly accept such a gift?" Both Liufeng and Gulan replied in unison, "Not precious at all." Liufeng added ominously, "The ingredients are quite easy to find these days." Gulan, with a beaming smile, remarked, "As simple country folk, we have little of value to present, just humble home-cooked fare. Please do try it." Seeing the situation, Sterling realized he must be the first to taste it, Otherwise, no one else would dare to pick up their chopsticks. With a smile, he said, "Then I shall not hold back." He scooped a spoonful and savored it, discovering it to be truly delectable, smooth and tender, delicious without being greasy. The accompanying officers from the Central Army also tasted it and voiced their approval, though none could identify the ingredients that created such a delightful flavor. Gulan enthusiastically declared, "If you find it palatable, my lord, I shall ensure that during your stay in our province, I will deliver a portion to you every day." Sterling hastily declined, saying, No, that would be too much trouble." Yet, his curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "What exactly is this made from?" "It resembles tofu. Yet it is more tender. It resembles an egg, yet it is far more delicious. How can I not discern it? In truth, this pot contained merely the brains of a dozen or so half-beasts. Am I not correct, Lord Gulan?" Yilin Ning said coldly. Having thoroughly grasped Sterling's character and knowing that Gulan was about to be in trouble, Gulan chuckled. Merely using half-beast brains would not yield such exquisite flavor. "I have also added the brain matter of serpentine and elven creatures. My lord, please do not refuse. Let me send it to you daily. Or perhaps I should write down the recipe for you." The ingredients themselves were not rare, as we had plenty of slaves and captured many prisoners. The key was the preparation. Freshness was crucial. One must strike the skull open while the creatures are still alive and use a specially crafted spoon to extract the fresh substance. "My lord, is your expression not quite right?" Sterling, his face pale, stood up and asked, "Where's the restroom?" The officers of the Central Army, including Tang Ping, had hastily rushed to the door, retching violently. A soldier from Gu Lan's guard hurriedly entered the banquet, leaning close to Gu Lan's ear to whisper a few words. Gu Lan's expression changed dramatically. Without uttering a word, he followed the soldier out. Startled, Sterling inquired, "Which unit are they from?" They refused to disclose their affiliation, but judging by their attire, they appeared to belong to the garrison of Dia City. A sense of dread enveloped Sterling. The garrison of Dia City? That would mean they are under Gu Lan's command. What could he be plotting? He regretted his earlier complacency in attending the banquet without bringing his own guards. Now, calamity loomed unexpectedly. He rose and scanned the room. Where is Governor Gulan? The guests collectively searched, yet Gulan was nowhere to be found. Sterling felt a jolt of shock but maintained a facade of calm, stating, "It is of no concern. Deputy Commander Qin Lu remains at the main camp. Once he senses something amiss, he will surely come to our aid." Upon hearing Sterling's words, the guests exhaled in relief, feeling reassured. However, Chief of Staff Tang Ping remained troubled. Even if Qin Lu detects the anomaly and rushes here, it would take him at least half an hour. If Gulan were to strike immediately, the mere 10 or so officers of the Central Army present could not possibly withstand until reinforcements arrive. Yet, amidst the tension, one individual continued to eat heartily, savoring his food and drink with audible delight, Governor Yilin Ning of the Ilya province. Chapter 53. Just as Sterling gazed coldly at Yilin Ning's triumphant smile and said, "Follow me," he turned and strode towards the corridor outside the dining hall. Yilin Ning was taken aback and hurriedly rose to follow. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Yilin Ning, alarmed, quickly protested, "My lord, this has nothing to do with me. As a family official, how could I possibly engage in such treasonous acts? Moreover, the soldiers are under Gulan's command. How could I possibly give them orders? Furthermore, it seemed that Sterling paid no heed to Yilin Ning's defense. He turned with a smile and inquired, "The mutiny you orchestrated? Why pursue such actions?" "My lord, I merely happened to learn about Gu Lan's unstable forces. It was just a wild conjecture. Not something to be taken seriously. Merely a coincidence?" Sterling smiled. "You just happened to be seated beside me, and coincidentally smiled while others spoke, allowing me to see it perfectly. You inadvertently revealed much to me. Is it truly so coincidental? You are well aware of their affairs, and even more ironically, Gu Lan's troops are on the brink of mutiny, and he himself remains oblivious, yet you possess prescient knowledge." With a smile, Sterling added, "Your Excellency, my friend Dilling once imparted a memorable phrase to me. Once is a coincidence, twice is a happenstance, but the third time is a malicious event. Now, as the orchestrator of this malicious event, Your Excellency Yilin Ning, what are your intentions? You may speak freely now." Yilin Ning's complexion turned pale. "My lord, I truly harbor no malicious intent. You merely wished for, first, that the Far East originally had 3 vice-commanders, and with Lei Hong's betrayal, one vacancy arose. Second, that vice-commanders have traditionally been promoted from the ranks of the Red Flag, and among the 23 provinces of the Far East. Only your Ilia province and Gulan's Dia province remain unfallen, making your accomplishments the most distinguished. Third, should Gulan's subordinates incite a mutiny, even if quelled, it would inevitably displease me, thus eliminating his eligibility to compete with you, ensuring that the lucrative vice commander's position would securely fall into your hands. Is this what you were contemplating, Your Excellency Liufeng? Sterling maintained a gentle smile, yet his words struck with piercing precision. Liufeng was left in disarray, realizing that this seemingly benevolent young commander, who appeared solely focused on warfare and somewhat oblivious to politics, possessed such profound insight. The saying a gentleman can be deceived with integrity was utterly inapplicable to him. Liufeng had always prided himself on his shrewdness. Yet standing before Sterling felt akin to being an exposed infant, thoroughly stripped bare in less than a second. While he foolishly reveled in the belief that he had this inexperienced youth under his thumb, in the face of such an adversary, the only and best course of action was to speak the truth. My lord, I confess that I indeed harbored thoughts as you described, foolishly yearning for the position of vice commander of the Far East. My lord, Liufeng interrupted his speech. Do you consider what I just said to be slander? Sterling remained silent, gazing at him. My lord, I must confess that my motives are indeed base. I yearn for promotion and wealth. I deliberately seek to capture your attention so that you might remember me, hoping you would mention me in the council meeting. I believe Liufeng is a commendable individual, worth considering for the position of deputy commander. I admit, in comparison to the late Eastern commander, Gu Inqing, who was incorruptible and took nothing, I fall short. Likewise, I cannot hold a candle to Governor Lin Wei, who perished valiantly defending Minsk. I confess, I too have indulged in some embezzlement, perhaps inflating the roster by 15 soldiers. Otherwise, the salary of the red-robed soldiers would be woefully inadequate for social expenses. I am also fearful for my life, often hiding behind the soldiers during battles, shouting, "Brothers, charge forward." I acknowledge all this. However, Liufeng displayed a grimace of loathing compared to the scoundrels inside that room. Even my excrement would be 100 times cleaner. My lord, do you doubt me? Do you require evidence? Simply put, the mere presence of those rascals is proof enough. They have forsaken the populace, abandoned the army, and surrendered the territory to flee. Governor Lin Wei is dead. Commander Li Qi of the punitive army is dead. 300,000 Eastern soldiers have perished, and over 1 million innocent civilians have lost their lives. Yet why do these culprits remain here, living in luxury? They are the architects of this calamity. They have oppressed the people mercilessly, leaving half-beasts destitute, barely clothed, wielding only tree bark for modesty, and still demanding taxes. Those who cannot pay are beaten mercilessly, crying out in agony. They are nothing short of beasts. Indeed, beasts, as you have already witnessed. The act of consuming human brains is but a triviality to these fiends. Some matters are so grotesque that merely hearing of them sends shivers down one's spine. And I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest I tarnish my own tongue or frighten you, my lord. Now, they have incited public outrage. And as the flames of rebellion rise, they hastily flee in light carriages, accompanied by escorts, carrying their fortunes in their numerous wives. Abandoning the defenseless populace to be slaughtered by the rebels in their place, they commit sins yet force the innocent civilians and soldiers to bear the brunt of their misdeeds. In the eastern provinces, once bustling with life, now, my lord, if you were to visit, you would find nothing but skeletons, devoid of any living soul. Sterling listened quietly to Liufeng's impassioned discourse, waves of emotion stirring within him. Drawing from his own observations along the way, he recognized the veracity in Liufeng's words. Indeed, merely gazing upon Liufeng's flushed face, one could discern that what he spoke could not be falsehood. He replied calmly, "There are still commendable officials among us." Aside from Governor Lin Wei, did not Governor Gulan also remain steadfast at his post and not flee? Ha, ha. Liufeng laughed exaggeratedly. Gulan. He is even more shameless than the others. If he were truly so devoted to his duties, would his subordinates have the audacity to incite a rebellion? Liufeng subsequently informed Sterling, when the rebellion erupted in the Far East, Gulan became flustered and issued an absurdly extreme order to exterminate all non-human races within the Dia province, under the pretext of fearing they might become allies of the insurgents. A highly respected division commander within the garrison led a resistance against this order, asserting to Gulan that should such an atrocity be executed, it was likely the internal uprising would precede the external insurgents' advance. Sterling smiled, remarking, "Well said. What is the name of this commander? I commend his courage and discernment. Where is he now? Has he come tonight? Please introduce me." Liufeng shook his head. "My lord, he has already perished." Sterling was taken aback. Did he fall in battle against the insurgents? This matter is rather clandestine. The outside world remains unaware. Currently, the garrison outside is under the command of Gat, and I am curious to see how Gulen will account for the absence of their former leader. After a prolonged silence, Sterling posed a pivotal question. How did you come to know this? My lord, before Gulen took action against Garcia, he inquired if I would send some men to assist him, as he was hesitant to employ his own garrison. I declined. Prior to the garrison's mutiny, they also reached out to my troops, suggesting a joint operation between the forces of the two provinces to amplify their strength. Perhaps my treatment of my subordinates has not been entirely unkind, as they too refused and informed me. You were fully aware of Gulen's impending mutiny and chose not to inform him? Sterling gazed intently at Liufeng, posing one final query. Why have you divulged so much to me? Are you not, like them, the governor of the Far East? The soldiers automatically saluted in unison. Lord Sterling, we pay our respects to you. Sterling returned the gesture. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. A leading officer stepped forward, inquiring, where does the Lord intend to go? Sterling replied calmly, I believe I am under no obligation to explain myself to you, am I? The soldiers behind parted to create a pathway, and the officer bowed, gesturing for Sterling to proceed. The Central Army officers following Sterling sighed in relief. It's over. We can finally leave. Yet, Sterling halted. I wish to know what you all are doing here. A group of Central Army officers anxiously stamped their feet behind him. What are we waiting for? Why are we still here? Quibbling. The officer raised his voice slightly. My lord, this does not concern you, does it? You should leave promptly while we still have the ability to manage our subordinates. Sterling interrupted him. I am a member of the commanding office and a member of the highest military council. It can be said that I possess the authority to inquire into matters occurring within the family's territory. Has the Dea province ceased to be a domain of the Zichuan family? Are you no longer soldiers of the family? The officer frowned, and the soldiers behind began to stir uneasily. Their discontent was directed at Gulen's actions, yet they harbored no intentions of rebellion. The officer, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, My lord, I have already reported to you. We are awaiting the surrender of our commander, Lord Garcia. You should depart quickly, my lord, as we hold you in great esteem and wish to prevent any offense to your esteemed personage. Sterling interrupted him once more. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I, Sterling, am merely an ordinary soldier of my family, unworthy of such lofty titles. May I inquire what your plan is if Lord Gulen refuses to yield your commander? The officer resolutely replied, Then we shall continue to wait until he concedes. Sterling felt a profound shock. The commander he had never met, Lord Garcia, possessed such remarkable charisma that even in death, his subordinates remained fiercely loyal, willing to instigate a mutiny for his sake. Given time, such a man would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset to the family, a potential leader of great promise, if only he were still alive. With a sigh, Sterling stated, Lord Garcia is already deceased. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by a murmur among the soldiers. Ellen Ning, in the back, tugged at his hair in frustration. How could this news be revealed at such a moment? If the enraged soldiers lose control, the consequences will be dire. The officer, incredulous, could hardly believe the pronouncement. How is this possible? How could it be? Lord Garcia was such a good man. Upon seeing Sterling's grave expression, he grasped the truth. It was indeed real. A burly man, unexpectedly, crouched down, weeping bitterly, while the soldiers lamented, Lord Garcia is gone? What shall we do now? Who will lead us? Who will protect the province of Dea? Curse that Gulen! Someone cried out. Bring Gulen out to be killed. In an instant, the sentiment spread. Yes. Charge in. Slay Gulen. The soldiers, filled with righteous fury, drew their blades, ready to rush forward. Stop! A thunderous shout echoed like a storm, immediately halting everyone in their tracks. Sterling stood firm, like a mountain, blocking the entrance. Do you comprehend what you are doing? You are inciting rebellion. Soldiers, you have lost a respected and beloved commander. The family has lost an exemplary officer, and we share in this sorrow. I understand your emotions. But do you realize what you are about to do? If you charge in, and your blades are stained with blood, you shall become traitors, despicable and ruthless traitors. We are all soldiers, unafraid of death. Yet, there are fates worse than death. Should you fall in battle, your distant relatives will mourn for you, weep for you, and cherish your memory, but they will also visit your grave annually, laying holy flowers and proudly proclaiming, My noble husband, my dear son, he sacrificed himself for his country. Standing before God and the homeland, with a clear conscience, your son will take pride in your surname, standing tall before the world. But if you die as traitors, Who will remember you? Who will grieve for you? Your bodies will be denied a sacred burial, left to rot in the wilderness, feeding wild dogs. Your name may bring disgrace upon your entire family. Your kin shall find themselves shamed before neighbors and relatives, unable to raise their heads in dignity. Soldiers, reflect deeply and exercise restraint. Sterling's resonant words reverberated like thunder, causing the mutinous soldiers to halt in their tracks, attentively listening. One soldier cried out, "Shall we not avenge Lord Garcia? Did he not die in vain?" With solemnity, Sterling replied, "May the spirit of Lord Garcia endure eternally." Soldiers, I solemnly assure you, the unjust shall ultimately meet their demise. This is my promise to you, as commander of the Central Army. The soldiers wavered, yet it was the tearful officer who rose to address Sterling. "My lord, you promised us." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as bloodshed was averted. Officers from the Central Army, including Tang Ping, approached to reproach Sterling for his recklessness, questioning what would happen if matters went awry. Sterling smiled, assuring them that no harm would come, for he understood the sentiments and emotions of the soldiers. Eilening gazed at Sterling in awe, his eyes wide. Just moments prior, Sterling had stood alone against a throng of soldiers. That image of his commanding presence, fierce aura, and dignified demeanor had indelibly etched itself into Eilening's mind. Suddenly, a thought emerged within him. This man is destined to rise above all others. Sterling's smile abruptly faltered as a group of officials from the Far East emerged from their hidden vantage points. Leading the way was the elusive Gulan. Approaching with a sycophantic grin, he exclaimed, "Ah, Lord Sterling, that was truly perilous. Thankfully, your righteous demeanor overwhelmed those vile ruffians. It stirred my blood to the point where I nearly joined you in battle. Alas, I arrived too late, and you single-handedly drove them away. Truly a display of unparalleled bravery." The crowd of officials chimed in enthusiastically. "Indeed, truly the bravest of this age." The officers of the Central Army exchanged disdainful glances, silently questioning, "Where were you all just moments ago? Now you emerge to boast." Sterling remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Eilening could no longer tolerate their shamelessness and interjected sarcastically, "Your timing for emergence is impeccable." Gulan, unabashed, retorted, "I had intended to join Lord Sterling sooner, but my stomach betrayed me. I was unwell and had to seek the restroom." Fortunately, Lord Sterling displayed unmatched valor, battling against 1,000 foes. Before he could finish, a large contingent of troops surged forth from the end of the street. Gulan's complexion turned pale. "Oh no, my stomach, oh dear, it troubles me again." "My lord, please wait, I shall return shortly." As he turned to flee, Sterling's powerful hand seized his shoulder, rendering him immobile. With a smile, Sterling reassured him, "Governor Gulan, do not panic. Discern the flag. My troops are arriving." Although Gulan's countenance was typically bold, he could only offer a sheepish grin, rendered speechless. The deputy commander of the Central Army, Qin Lu, arrived with a division of infantry, smiling as he addressed Sterling. "I heard that some restless soldiers surrounded the governor's mansion, so I came to take a look. It seems everything is just fine. Perhaps my presence was unnecessary." Sterling smiled in response, saying, "Who says your visit was unwarranted? Allow me to introduce you. This is Governor Gulan of the Daya province. This is the esteemed official Lu Zichuan. This is the distinguished official Luo Lichuan. This is His Excellency Governor Lu Hage. This is the esteemed official Tangua. And this is a noble from a respected lineage." He warmly introduced each individual to Qin Lu, who, astonished, beamed and hastily shook hands with them. Finally, Sterling added with a smile, "These individuals are the elite of our Far East. Qin Lu, do you comprehend their significance?" Qin Lu, bewildered by Sterling's implication, replied earnestly, "Yes, I understand." "Good." Sterling's smile faded, replaced by a chilling aura. "Apprehend all of them." In an instant, around 10 high-ranking officials were seized, leaving Sterling somewhat at a loss regarding their fate. Seeking counsel from his subordinates, a cacophony of opinions ensued, leaving Sterling himself quite perplexed. He wrote to inquire about the perspectives of Imperial Lin and Zichuan. Upon receiving the letter, Zichuan was taken aback. He was acutely aware that Gulan and his associates lacked genuine talent, yet the influence they represented was formidable. Engaging with him would undoubtedly embroil Sterling in considerable trouble. Sterling, however, dismissed Zichuan's concerns, though Gulan and the others are indeed guilty. Some of their transgressions do not warrant death. Furthermore, they deserve the right to a fair trial, to be subjected to legitimate judicial proceedings, where charges are established and penalties clearly defined, thus garnering the acceptance of the populace. To execute them secretly would be no different from the clandestine assassination of Garcia. Sterling admired Imperial Lin's approach, which was markedly more formal. He dispatched a military judge accompanied by a battalion of military police to ensure Sterling handed over the prisoners. Delighted by their arrival, Sterling presented the military judge with a detailed indictment, a laborious compilation of evidence and witness testimonies he had painstakingly gathered over sleepless nights. "Your Honor," he said, "this document contains individual charges against them, including desertion, embezzlement, murder, and dereliction of duty. Please ensure it is presented for the court's consideration and read aloud during the trial." The military judge, courteous and composed, assured him, "Rest assured, Your Excellency. The military court will conduct a formal trial in accordance with the law, ensuring fairness and justice, and the accused will receive their due punishment." He politely took his leave, escorting the prisoners away. Yet, at the first bend in the road, within a grove just outside Dea province, Gulen and the others were hanged from the trees. Observing Gulen's legs swinging in the air, the military judge, covertly an elite guard of Imperial Lin, produced Sterling's indictment and set it alight, inquiring of his subordinate military police, "Who among you requires a light for smoking?" Subsequently, the judge hastened towards the Valen fortress, presenting himself as an envoy of the Inspector General, and was promptly granted an audience with Commander Fong Jing. In a secluded chamber, two individuals engaged in a confidential discussion. Soon after, Gopula took his leave discreetly, while the accompanying military personnel were left behind as a daring vanguard, dispatched to the front lines by Fong Jing. The following day, Fong Jing composed a report. The provinces of Dea and Yaliya had suffered an assault from unidentified rebel forces. The military and civilian populace united in resolve, bravely combating the enemy and ultimately repelling the insurrectionists. The governor of Dea, Gulen, alongside the esteemed official Lu Zifeng and the division commander Garcia, as well as 13 other high-ranking officials, displayed extraordinary valor during the conflict, leading from the front and selflessly advancing despite peril, tragically sacrificing their lives in the process. The troops mourned deeply, shedding tears for their fallen comrades. It was recommended that the command center formally acknowledge and honor these distinguished individuals with promotions and commendations. Attached was a list of the fallen heroes and the circumstances of their sacrifices. The report was promptly submitted, and Lu Minghai swiftly presented it to Zichuan Sanqing for review. Zichuan Sanqing, with heartfelt admiration, remarked, "Who dares to claim that the officials of the Zichuan family are cowardly? Who asserts that our lineage lacks heroic figures in this era? This stands as undeniable evidence. Though the times are fraught with difficulties, as long as our family's officials retain this indomitable spirit, as long as we possess such gallant warriors, there exists no mountain insurmountable, no river uncrossable. These are indeed rare and outstanding officials, deserving of substantial rewards to inspire future generations and to uphold justice." The concept of justice is the very foundation upon which the Zichuan family was established. "What say you, Dilin?" He turned his head towards Dilin, who was just then reporting on the activities of the Supervisory Bureau. Dilin humbly bowed his head. "Noble words, Your Highness, indeed resonate. Let the righteous deeds be recognized, and the wicked face their due retribution. This is the essence of justice's manifestation." Chapter 54. The Joint Conference. Gopula understood that Dilling was preparing to depart for the so-called Joint Report meeting. This gathering was proposed and presided over by Zichuan Sanqing, allegedly aimed at enhancing communication and understanding between the command department and the supervisory office, reducing friction, fostering unity, and collectively overcoming challenges. However, in Gopula's view, Zichuan Sanqing was merely pouring oil on the flames. He had no intention of allowing peace between the command department and the supervisory office. If one were to confine Rominghai and Dilling in a room together, they could easily devour each other alive without the need for seasoning. What could such individuals possibly discuss regarding collaborative efforts? For this reason, the procedure of each joint report meeting always adhered to a predictable pattern. 1. Everyone takes their seats. 2. Zichuan Sanqing delivers an opening address. The situation is dire. Everyone must set aside personal grievances and prioritize the greater good. 3. Rominghai presents his report. 4. Dilling delivers a biting remark. "You're as clever as a pig." 5. Rominghai retaliates with a scathing retort. "Shameless cross-dresser." 6. A heated exchange ensues. 200 words omitted here, generally expressing a willingness to engage in some improper and illegal physical relations with the direct female relatives of one another, all under the guise of possessing a compassionate heart that does not disdain the other's age or appearance. 7. As tensions escalate, in a display of utter disdain, Participants spit at each other across the wide conference table. All are skilled practitioners of internal martial arts, with ample lung capacity. Their saliva flies swiftly and powerfully, though accuracy often falters, with much wasted on Zichuan Sanqing. 8. Provocations are exchanged. You dare to make a move against me? What if I retaliate? You dare to make a move against me? What if I retaliate? A philosophical inquiry akin to the chicken or egg dilemma, capable of cycling indefinitely. 9. Zichuan Sanqing pounds the table in anger, scolding, "Your antics are utterly disgraceful." Accompanying his words, a throng of elite guards bursts in, wielding batons and indiscriminately striking, regardless of rank, whether president or inspector general, isolating both parties in a chaotic melee. 10. Each receives a reprimand and is compelled to reflect deeply on their conduct. Yet, Dilling was well aware that Gopula was a spy placed beside him by Zichuan Sanqing. The two maintained an unspoken understanding. Whenever Dilling had clandestine dealings, he entrusted them to Gopula, placing immense trust in him. In turn, Gopula understood precisely how to fulfill Zichuan Sanqing's tasks, frequently consulting Dilling when composing secret reports. "My lord, how should this character be written? I do not comprehend. Could you assist me?" "No need, my lord. In such circumstances, I should be by your side. Otherwise, it would be too unnatural." Gopula implied, "As your personal guard, I am known outside as Dilling's shadow. In such a circumstance, I find myself regrettably absent from your side. Should the discerning Zichuan Sanqing fail to locate me, he may grow suspicious and pursue my whereabouts, which would certainly complicate matters." After a brief contemplation, Dilin comprehended the implication behind Gopula's words and offered a comforting pat on the shoulder, signifying, "You've worked hard." Upon observing the accompanying personnel, Gopula noted several individuals who appeared frail and emaciated, and remarked to Dilin, "My lord, should we not bring along some sturdier individuals?" To which Dilin replied with a smile, "Gopula, do you recall our last meeting? Luo Minghai deliberately provoked us, and one particularly revolting fellow spat with great abundance and distance, causing us considerable embarrassment. Today, we must exact our revenge." Gopula, taken aback, hesitated, questioning how these seemingly weak individuals could possibly avenge their humiliation, stammering, "Are they particularly skilled at spitting?" "Not quite," Dilin whispered conspiratorially in Gopula's ear. "They are all afflicted with tuberculosis." As both parties took their seats, Luo Minghai and Dilin instinctively positioned themselves at opposite ends of the room, separated by a row of officials from the commander's office and another row from the inspection bureau, creating a clear barrier akin to two insulating layers that distanced the positive and negative poles represented by Luo Minghai and Dilin. Zichuan Sanqing presided over the meeting at the head of the table, gazing at the assembly with a blend of authority and benevolence, resembling a patriarch observing his two obstinate sons. Dilin furrowed his brow upon spotting the former commander of Zichuan Xiao, Deputy Commander Gashong, among the officials from the commander's office. Gashong was renowned for her administrative prowess. Her absence had been notable in previous meetings, yet this time, Luo Minghai had brought her along, suggesting that he indeed intended to conduct a serious discussion. Dilin sighed, realizing that if this were the case, his pre-prepared strategies would be rendered obsolete. Meanwhile, the officers from the inspection bureau chimed in unison. The situation in the Far East has reached a critical juncture. Luo Minghai cast a fierce glare at Dilin, exclaiming, "Dilin, in the presence of His Highness, you should rein in your subordinates." Luo Minghai's anger was palpable, with veins visibly bulging on his forehead. Known for his stoic demeanor, he had become even more circumspect since assuming the presidency. However, when confronted by Dilin, all pretense of composure evaporated. Dilin possessed an uncanny ability to provoke ire, with his unique elongated, aristocratic accent, coupled with an air of indifference that conveyed, "What can you do about it?" He could incite even the most stoic of individuals to rise in anger. Zichuan Xiao had remarked upon this previously. Zichuan Sanqing intervened to mediate. All right, Dilin, let your subordinates maintain their decorum. Luo Minghai, please continue reading." The officers from the inspection bureau chuckled heartily, while those from the commander's office exchanged resigned smiles. Ever since Ming Hui, under Luo Minghai's strong recommendation, had assumed command of the Far East Theater, the situation had reached a critical peak every Tuesday and Thursday, inevitably leading to demands for increased troops, supplies, and funding during these pivotal moments. Luo Minghai, on October 7th. Ming Hui's report stated, "At this critical juncture, if we do not receive reinforcements, even a single division, our front lines will collapse." Zichuan Sanqing, displeased, retorted, This individual is threatening us again. Convey to him, no. Zichuan Sanqing commended. Well said. It should be this way. However, why did you subsequently send reinforcements? This was prompted by another report from him claiming, at this crucial moment, if I could have just one division, I could bring the rebels to their knees. Dylan scoffed from the side. It's merely a change of phrasing, and yet he has deceived you. Zichuan Sanqing, with a hint of reproach, added, indeed, Luo Minghai. He only requested one division. There was no need to withdraw 3 fully organized divisions from the Western Front. He had submitted 3 identical reports in total. Dylan chuckled derisively, gazing at the ceiling with an expression that seemed to convey a silent mockery, which infuriated Luo Minghai even more than spoken words would have. Zichuan Sanqing, stifling a laugh, shook his head in exasperation. The Far East is truly a bottomless pit. We have dispatched over 60 regular divisions and nearly 200,000 militia, expending hundreds of billions in military funds, yet we still see no signs of an end. It is indeed challenging. Dylan, having spent time in the Far East, what is your perspective? We must find a way to form new militia divisions, Your Highness, Dylan replied, fully aware that Luo Minghai was responsible for the militia's establishment, deliberately passing the difficult question to him. Zichuan Sanqing frowned. I see. Military matters are urgent. Is it possible to establish a couple of mercenary divisions? That would expedite the process, and their combat capability would surpass that of ordinary militia. Zichuan Sanqing concurred. Gushan spoke succinctly, articulating a dozen detailed figures effortlessly, earning her reputation as the most capable official in the command center. As Dylan listened to Gushan's concise report, his thoughts wandered. The relationship between Gushan and Luo Minghai held significant implications. Gushan was renowned for her talent and forthrightness. Anyone she deemed unworthy, regardless of their rank, would find themselves publicly admonished. On one occasion, due to a disagreement, she audaciously chastised her direct superior, Luo Minghai, in front of others, leading to a heated exchange that left bystanders pale. Yet, despite this, Luo Minghai continued to support Gushan, even defending her during an incident of miscommunication in the recent turmoil in the capital, and was now advocating for her to succeed the position of Chief of Staff. If this were indeed the case, she would be the first female member of the command center. Dylan pondered, setting personal grievances aside. One must admit that Luo Minghai possesses the qualities of a statesman who values talent, excelling in civil administration and logistical military affairs. And he is not particularly greedy or power-hungry. His leadership as commander is not lacking, at least superior to his predecessor, though regrettably, he is in opposition to me. Lost in thought, he heard Zichuan Sanqing pose a question to Gushan. So, according to your assessment, it is unwise for us to establish a new mercenary force at this time? Dylan smiled wryly, guessing silently. No wonder. Even with the vigorous endorsement of Minghai, her temperament makes it exceedingly difficult for her to ascend to the position of Chief of Staff. Indeed, Zichuan Sanqing was displeased and remained silent. Minghai hastily shifted the topic. Your Highness, the Chief Commander Minghui has a large-scale military operation plan awaiting our approval. Codenamed Blue Moon, it is projected to mobilize nearly 400,000 troops, encompassing the entirety of the Black Flag Army as well as the Central Forces, with an additional 20,000 from the militia. Such a monumental endeavor cannot be undertaken unilaterally by Minghui. He seeks Your Highness's guidance. If executed successfully, it holds the promise of concluding the Eastern conflict by the end of this year. As anticipated, Zichuan Sanqing's attention was immediately piqued. Oh, what plan is this? Do enlighten me. Minghui's strategy was as follows. The core and diehard factions of the Eastern rebel forces had predominantly congregated in the vast jungles and mountainous regions of Yunnan province, attempting to break out. Both Minghui and Sterling's troops had deployed defenses along the forested periphery of Yunnan to intercept them. As the royal forces primarily originated from the family's heartland, they faced significant challenges in the forested areas, leading to considerable casualties. Minghui proposed a bold maneuver to feign defeat, luring the rebels to the Sancha River plain, where the Blue River intersects with the Gray Water River. The Black Flag Army would then cross the river, demolish the bridge, and establish defenses on the opposite bank, rendering the rebels incapable of pursuit. The Central Forces and the militia commanded by Fang Jing would then encircle the rebels from behind. With the Sancha River plain bordered by water, the rebels would find themselves trapped, and within a month, they would be compelled to surrender out of starvation. Eliminating this core group of rebels would significantly ease the unrest across the eastern region. Before Emperor Lin could finish listening, he understood the implications and let out a cold chuckle. Truly, This plan is a testament to Ming Hui's ingenuity. He proceeded to explain to Zichuan Sanqing, Your Highness, I believe this plan is fundamentally unjust. Once Ming Hui's forces cross the river and destroy the bridge, the rebels will undoubtedly struggle to pursue. When the rebels find themselves cornered at the Sancha River, desperate for survival, they will inevitably resort to a desperate last stand. At that moment, it will be the central forces, entrenched in open ground with no fortifications, who will bear the brunt of the rebels' fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, Ming Hui will merely need to leisurely set up defenses on the opposite bank, casually cheering, Go, Sterling. This arrangement is exceedingly unfair to Sterling. Before Zichuan Sanqing could respond, Roaming High interjected, Commander Sterling is well aware of the broader implications and has consented to this plan. Emperor Lin retorted, That is precisely because Commander Sterling understands the arduous nature of this task, embodying loyalty and dedication to the nation. Your Highness is a benevolent ruler, deeply considerate of your subordinates, and surely would not agree to let Sterling shoulder such a burdensome task alone. How can that be alone? Is there not the militia under Fong Jing's command assisting in the defense? Roaming High scoffed. Roaming High, a single division of mine could easily scatter your 10,000 militiamen. Your Highness, while the militia may be labeled as auxiliary defenders, the brunt of the responsibility will undoubtedly fall upon Sterling's shoulders. Poor Sterling's forces have been in continuous combat, suffering heavy casualties in numerous battles. We cannot allow only the capital's youth to bear the bloodshed, Your Highness. The Sterling forces are tasked with luring the enemy. Why not assign this mission to Ming Hui's troops? Dimlin, how dare you assert that Ming Hui has reported false information? With your limited understanding of military affairs, you presume to speak. Is it merely the killing of a few innocent civilians that has emboldened you? Enough of this. Zichuan Sanqing slammed the table. Silence, all of you. Dimlin and Luo Minghai bowed in apology for their disrespect. Zichuan Sanqing exhaled deeply. I shall not let these two rascals drive me to my wit's end. He turned to Gashan. Gashan, what is your perspective? Everyone was taken aback. Zichuan Sanqing had just exhibited dissatisfaction towards Gashan, yet now he deliberately sought her opinion amidst the assembly of high-ranking officials and generals. Dimlin, however, grasped the underlying truth. Among those present, either they belonged to Luo Minghai's faction or his own. Only Gashan remained unaffiliated, rendering her stance the most objective and impartial. Her words were reasonable and devoid of bias, garnering silent agreement from both disputing parties. What you imply is, my lord, the commanders of the Far East Front, Ming Hui, Sterling, and Fong Jing, are seasoned veterans, well-versed in military matters, not inept individuals. Our responsibility lies in ensuring logistical support, while the execution of operations should be entrusted to the experts. Inform them that the objective is to conclude hostilities swiftly and to act accordingly. I believe the three commanders, being on the ground, will know how to manage the situation without our excessive elaboration. This statement is sound. Dimlin, do you have anything further to add? Observing that Zichuan Sanqing's mind was firmly made up, it was inappropriate for Dimlin to counter. He bowed and said, Your Excellency Gashan speaks wisely. I hold great respect for her insight. Internally, he lamented, how could a mediocre figure like Luo Minghai possess such an exceptional subordinate? She advocates for him without revealing a trace, her reasoning above reproach. Why can't I find someone like her among my own ranks? Very well. This matter is settled. I hereby approve the implementation of the Blue Moon Plan, and I shall have the documents hastily drafted and dispatched. Furthermore, Gashan, you must take charge of the military supplies. This is indeed a critical moment, and we cannot afford any slip-ups, lest all our efforts be in vain. It is rare that today's meeting has proceeded so harmoniously and successfully. This is how it should be. One must consider the larger picture. At that moment, Li Qingqi from the Ministry of Internal Affairs hurriedly barged into the conference hall. Interrupting the ongoing meeting while the chief was speaking was quite discourteous. As everyone reacted in astonishment, she leaned in to whisper something in Zichuan Sanqing's ear. What? Zichuan Sanqing exclaimed in shock, immediately rising before sitting down again. His facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, it was evident that he had received alarming news. Facing the inquisitive gazes of his subordinates, Zichuan Sanqing articulated each word carefully. The Elder Council, as informed by Chairman Xiao, has convened the triennial Elder Review meeting earlier this year, commencing next Tuesday. Luo Minghai and Dimlin simultaneously cursed. Damn it. This marks the first instance of a consensus reached between the family president and the inspector general. Zichuan Sanqing's expression was grave. It is indeed unfortunate. Misfortunes seldom come alone. With our resources dwindling and troubles mounting, We must act without delay. Immediately relay the orders. Urgently inform Minghui the Blue Moon plan must be executed before the Elder Council convenes. At the Far East Vallon Fortress, Fang Jing received an urgent dispatch that spanned 800 miles. Upon opening it, he erupted in anger. What the hell? The Elder Council is convening again. Minghui, upon receiving the letter, merely uttered one expletive, damn. He then passed the letter to Sterling, saying, take a look. Those scoundrels are causing chaos in the capital. Sterling silently perused the correspondence, remaining quiet. He raised his gaze to the heavens, observing the ominous clouds gathering, aware that a tempest was imminent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is it truly the heavens that conspire against my Zichuan clan? Chapter 55. The Elder Council. The historical origins of the Elder Council are as follows. A formidable figure, Zichuan Yutai, forged the foundation of the Zichuan clan through a life steeped in valor and military exploits. In his twilight years, both his mental acuity and physical vigor waned, rendering him increasingly incapable of shouldering the burdens of leadership. Yet, his obsession with power proved insatiable. He obstinately refused to abdicate, despite his clouded judgment, and insisted on meddling in affairs, issuing commands with erratic fervor. His moods fluctuated wildly, and at the slightest provocation, he would bellow, kill him, execute him, drag him out and behead him. Such extravagant decrees led to the untimely demise of countless close attendants, and occasionally, even the esteemed officials of his clan. The illustrious General Minglan had just returned victorious when, during an audience, he inadvertently soiled the beautiful carpet of the Grand Chancellor's residence. Zichuan Yun, akin to a child whose toy had been damaged, erupted into a fit of rage, repeatedly shouting, kill him, execute him. Thus, the celebrated general met an inexplicable end, leaving behind a parting admonition to his son, ensure your shoes are impeccably clean. Even more tragically, upon awakening the next day, Zichuan Yun inquired about Minglan's absence, lamenting, why has he not come to see me? I have awaited him for so long. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, realizing he had entirely forgotten the previous day's orders. As time progressed, Zichuan Yun's memory deteriorated further. The loyal nobles dreaded receiving messages from Zichuan Yun that began with, old friend. It has been far too long since we last met. Do come in and chat with me. To comply with such a summons was fraught with peril. Should he have forgotten his prior commands, he might unleash a tirade, accusing them of being assassins plotting against him. Conversely, to decline the invitation risked inciting his ire, as he would perceive it as a blatant disregard for his wishes, demanding their immediate demise. Under the weight of his formidable reputation, none dared to oppose him. The officials and nobles alike lived in a state of trepidation, enduring each day as if it were a year, harboring an unspoken desire. If only Zichuan Yun would pass on swiftly. Ironically, fate conspired against their wishes. Despite his frail health, suffering from summer colds and winter heat strokes, Zichuan Yun clung to life, ultimately reaching the age of 98. Many who longed for his demise succumbed to mortality themselves before their wish could be fulfilled. As the old king departed this world and the new king ascended, the nobles united in a coup, declaring, power must not be concentrated solely within the Zichuan lineage. Otherwise, our lives, status, and fortunes remain at peril. In a moment of reasoned discussion, Zichuan Yun acquiesced to the nobles' demands, agreeing to reform the political structure of the clan by establishing the Elder Council. This council would comprise representatives from various provinces, predominantly drawn from the ranks of the aristocracy and wealthy landowners. It was agreed that the Elder Council would possess the authority to oversee the clan's administrative operations, amend any orders deemed inappropriate by the Grand Chancellor, and, when necessary, impeach and replace him. To ensure the continuity of the clan's lineage, Zichuan Xing added a stipulation, regardless of impeachment or replacement. The individual occupying the position of Grand Chancellor must possess Zichuan blood. The nobles consented to this condition. Historians of future generations predominantly regard the Elder Council as a sharp, magical sword suspended over the heads of those in power, successive leaders and presidents, imparting to them the awareness of a higher authority looming above, perpetually reminding them to remain vigilant and reflective, lest they engage in reckless acts. The council has played a crucial role in balancing the powers of the leader, preventing bureaucratic corruption, upholding the right path, voicing the sentiments of the populace, enhancing the degree of democratization, and preserving familial rule. In times of crisis, it has also significantly contributed to the maintenance of family heritage. For instance, following the death of Zichuan Yuanqing in battle, The Elder Council abolished the antiquated tradition of father-to-son succession, establishing Zichuan Sanqing, the brother of Zichuan Yuanqing, as the leader, while designating Zichuan Ning as the primary heir. Despite the lofty accolades bestowed upon the Elder Council by posterity, the contemporaries harbored no gratitude towards it. The prevailing sentiment was one of disdain, labeling the council members as a swarm of bothersome green-headed flies. Even the renowned General Sterling, upon learning of the council's convening, expressed a lamentation that such a gathering at that moment was a dire omen for the Zichuan family. The convening of the Elder Council was indeed a matter of national significance. The astute Zichuan Xing, in an effort to thwart the potential manipulation of the council by ambitious individuals and to safeguard his descendants' rule, pondered deeply, how could the Elder Council both exert constraints on power and supervision without undermining the leader, thus avoiding the establishment of a secondary power center? A remark from one of his advisors struck him. "My lord, historically, the efficiency of meetings is inversely proportional to the number of participants. To ensure effective decision-making, the number of decision-makers should not exceed 50. Enlightened by this insight, Zichuan Xing promptly resolved that each Elder Council would consist of 5,000 members, requiring the attendance of 4/5 of the elders for a meeting to be convened. Furthermore, any resolution would necessitate the approval of a majority among the attendees, and any proposal for the impeachment of the leader would require the consent of 3/5 of those present. Such a loosely structured and slow-moving decision-making body would undoubtedly struggle to pose a threat to the concentrated and swift authority of the leader. Yet, with prudence, Zichuan Xing decided to add a stipulation. The leader would also be a member of the Elder Council, wielding 10 votes. In early December of the year 779 of the Empire, the 78th full assembly of the Zichuan family convened ahead of schedule, originally slated for August of the following year. Chairman Xiaoping of the Elder Council remarked that, given the recent rebellion of Yang Minghua and the numerous upheavals in the Far East, it was imperative for the council, representing the vast interests of the Zichuan family citizens, to act rather than remain passive observers in this pivotal moment of historical turmoil. The elders in attendance echoed this sentiment, with 5,000 voices affirming the need for action, resulting in the swift passage of the initial days of the meeting. In contrast, the perspective from the capital was one of disdain. They are merely bored and restless, unable to remain idle at home. This time, the typically audacious individual dared only to confide such thoughts in a hushed tone to Gapra. Not only he, but even the once domineering Yang Minghua, during the height of his power, dared not offend or contradict the Elder Council. The Elder Council, being the highest institution of the family with supreme decision-making authority, has in reality gathered the noble and powerful representatives from 79 provinces of the family. In both political and economic realms, they wield immense influence, capable of determining the family's fate. Even the current Grand Chancellor, Zichuan Sanqing, rose to prominence with the council's substantial support, compelling respect from all quarters. The elders unanimously agreed. There must be some underlying scheme. A proposal emerged to conduct a thorough investigation into the expenditures of the Military Affairs Office and the Logistics Department, two notorious spenders, to uncover the truth. After 2 consecutive days of voting, the resolution was passed. Chairman Xiao announced that henceforth, all assets and funds of the Logistics Department and Military Affairs Office would be seized and frozen, awaiting inspection by the Elder Council. A committee to oversee the investigation of these departments' assets was established, appointing 10 elders as committee members responsible for this task, until the investigation is completed. The 2 departments would be unable to resume operations. The Elder Council was abuzz with excitement. They harbored no deep-seated animosity towards the Military Affairs Office or the Logistics Department. Rather, it was the infrequency of the council's meetings, held only once every 3 years, that had left them largely ignored. Now, having finally grasped power, they sought an opportunity to test the efficacy of their newfound authority, akin to a child eagerly anticipating rain to showcase their splendid new rain boots, even wearing them on sunny days if necessary. The elders were impatient to witness the outcome of their inaugural exercise of power. The council was seething with indignation. How dare anyone openly challenge the dignity and authority of the Elder Council? It is important to note that even Grand Chancellor Zichuan Sanqing treats them with utmost respect. Such an affront was more egregious than the execution of 100,000 people, more detestable than the combined grievances of Liufeng, Yang Minghua, and the entirety of the Eastern rebels. Following a swift investigation, the nefarious female villain was identified as Gashan, currently the director of the administrative office, who also managed the logistics department during wartime. The elders promptly initiated a voting procedure. passing an emergency resolution to remove Zichuan from all her positions and dismiss her from service. The decision was made in less than 8 hours. Additionally, a committee to investigate Zichuan's crimes was established, with orders for President Liufeng to immediately attend the Elder Council for questioning, demanding an explanation of how he managed his subordinates. Should his explanation prove unsatisfactory, they would dismiss him as well. Liufeng arrived post-haste, fully aware that this esteemed assembly was not to be trifled with. He wholeheartedly supported the Elder Council's decision to remove Zichuan from her position, for once the meeting concluded, he could easily reinstate her. With deep regret, he expressed his dismay at having failed to recognize that Zichuan was a deeply concealed femme fatale, having lain beside him for so many years. Fortunately, the esteemed elders, with their keen insight, had seen through her disguise, purifying the ranks of the family as civil servants. He extended his gratitude on behalf of the commanding office. Applause thundered as the elders sang praises. President Liufeng is indeed a person of great stature. However, Liufeng shifted his tone. Indeed, Zichuan is guilty beyond redemption, yet behind her lurks an even greater traitor. This individual is ruthless, slaughters the innocent, and harbors insatiable ambition, stained with blood. We may overlook these atrocities, but what is truly intolerable is his constant fabrication of facts, maliciously defaming and slandering our most esteemed elders. This we cannot endure. It is certain that Zichuan's actions were orchestrated by him. As the leader of the Luo family, I was filled with indignation and sorrow at hearing such wild and malicious words, restless through the night. Yet, due to this man's overwhelming power and influence, I find myself powerless to bring him to justice, which fills me with guilt. Liufeng hesitated. This may not be prudent. After all, he is my colleague. Outsiders may misinterpret the situation, thinking I relish speaking ill of others behind their backs. Speak up. Speak up. You must not shield him. Faced with mounting pressure, Liufeng had no choice but to relent. If you insist, then I must disclose. That scoundrel's name is D. Lin. Immediately, the elders established the Blood Night Crimes Investigation Committee, the Far East Massacre Crimes Investigation Committee, and the D. Lin Corruption and Bribery Investigation Committee, among 21 others. Over 400 elders joyfully took on committee roles. Finally, there was something to do. The elders issued a summons, demanding D. Lin appear before the council for hearings. D. Lin attended the hearing punctually. Far from the image of a brutish scoundrel, he was dressed simply yet neatly, comporting himself with grace. The elders were quite taken with him. He possessed handsome features, a gentle tone, and spoke softly, even blushing and lowering his gaze when conversing, exhibiting a shyness more akin to that of a girl. Could this truly be the bloodstained thug described by Liufeng? D. Lin's words were convincing. He sincerely stated, "This truly has nothing to do with me. Consider this. Zichuan is an official of the command office, while I am the head of the supervisory department. The command office and the supervisory department have always been at odds. How could I possibly instruct Zichuan to commit such heinous crimes?" This argument appeared somewhat reasonable. Yet, why does President Liufeng unequivocally accuse you? A blush appeared on D. Lin's youthful face. Could we not discuss this? It pertains to the private matters between Liufeng and myself. The elder's curiosity was piqued. No, you must tell us. D. Lin hesitated, his lips moving without sound, before finally revealing, "I fear, if I speak, Liufeng will have me killed." The elders collectively assured him, "We, the entire council, will stand up for you." After much persuasion, D. Lin finally hesitantly hinted to the elders, "Have you ever noticed Liufeng's gaze? Did you see something rather peculiar within it? Have you noticed that when Liufeng mentions my name, his entire demeanor, expression, and tone of voice undergo a transformation?" D. Lin nodded solemnly. "You have guessed correctly. Is it truly so?" "Indeed it is. Liufeng is a perverse sadist. He is homosexual," D. Lin asserted firmly. "He harbors an aberrant affection for me, subjecting me to repeated sexual harassment. He even made a series of shameless demands, threatening me that if I did not acquiesce, he would retaliate and make my life miserable." The elders gasped. The so-called shameless demands are. D. Lin gathered his courage, blushing as he spoke. He wanted me to ride a hobby horse with him. Oh, and there were candles involved. Oh. He even suggested being tied up and whipped, kneeling to plead with me, saying, "Your Highness, punish me." He also proposed engaging in a urine-drinking game. Oh. The elders listened, entranced, each exhibiting expressions of wistful envy. D. Lin's tone shifted, naturally. As a respectable man, with a virtuous wife at home, I could never consent to partake in such depraved acts. From that moment on, he harbored resentment towards me. seizing every opportunity to retaliate. He even sent his subordinate, Zichuan, to insult the esteemed elders, falsely accusing me of orchestrating it. The elders suddenly understood. Indeed, Zichuan is clearly a subordinate of Luo Minghai. How did we not realize this sooner? Looking at Di Lin's exquisite countenance, now flushed with anger and sorrow, they were convinced. The assembly encouraged Di Lin. Do not fear. Speak freely. The elders will stand by you. If Luo Minghai dares to lay a finger on you, we shall have him castrated. With the encouragement and support of the assembly, Di Lin, who had long been subjected to Luo Minghai's sexual harassment and intimidation, mustered the courage to inform the justice-seeking elders. Luo Minghai not only possesses a morally corrupt and decadent lifestyle, but he also frequently seeks out underage girls to play emperor games. At night, he revels in donning sailor skirts and applying rouge, wandering through parks asking passers-by, "Friend, are you lonely?" Furthermore, he is utterly incompetent in his official duties. During the early stages of the Eastern Rebellion, he rejected Di Lin's reasonable proposals and willfully turned a blind eye to the growing insurrection in pursuit of his nefarious objectives. Let us ponder. What exactly is Luo Minghai's aim? Di Lin spoke with profound implication, his gaze piercing as he inspired the elders. Indeed, what could it be? The elders engaged in fervent debate, and after an extensive 5-hour discussion, they ultimately concluded. Clearly, Luo Minghai is a remnant of the great traitor Yang Minghua. He has inherited Yang Minghua's wicked ambitions, colluding with the Eastern rebels, utilizing the chaos of rebellion to divert the family's main military forces to the east, severely undermining the family's strength and waiting for the opportune moment to, like Lei Hong, publicly raise the banner of treachery against the family. Simultaneously, he exploits his presidential position to amass followers, brazenly embezzling the family's funds in preparation for future rebellion. The recent Zichuan incident serves as a signal. Di Lin, however, found it difficult to believe. While I can accept the accusations against Luo Minghai of embezzlement, bribery, harassment of women, engaging in BDSM games, and voyeurism in female changing rooms, the claim that he wishes to rebel, I doubt he is quite that malevolent. The elders were incensed. Di Lin, fundamentally, you are far too trusting of others. A wolf of ambition lurks within the command center, and as the head of the inspection bureau, you remain utterly oblivious to it. This is negligence. Faced with the elders' earnest admonitions, Di Lin lowered his head in shame, confessing, there is nothing to be done. My inherent kindness leads me to perceive others as benevolent as myself, rendering me frequently deceived. The esteemed elders, with their discerning insight, have unveiled the true essence of Luo Minghai's wickedness, exposing this wolf of ambition. What a boon for the nation. The meeting extended into the night. As the elders hastily passed resolutions to establish the Luo Minghai Sexual Harassment Case Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Rebellion and Conspiracy Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Corruption and Embezzlement Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Moral Decay Investigation Committee, right down to the Luo Minghai Spitting Incident Investigation Committee and the Luo Minghai Defecation Without Wiping Investigation Committee, among a total of 61 committees. Over 1,300 elders jubilantly assumed their roles as committee members. The elders who were not elected appeared somewhat dejected. Yet Chairman Xiao Ping reassured them, do not rush, take your time. There will be bread, there will be cream, and new committees will emerge. When Di Lin wearily exited the elders' council chamber, night had already fallen. Copula, waiting outside the door, approached him, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Di Lin's eyes. What is with that expression? Di Lin immediately sensed something amiss. It's nothing, sir. However, what you mentioned earlier about Luo Minghai wanting to engage in some playful activities with you, is it true? Di Lin, in a fit of anger, struck him with such force that he flew across the street, gripping his collar fiercely, and warned, if you ever utter a word about this again, I will kill you. His handsome visage was suffused with a murderous intent. Copula dared not draw a breath, nodding slightly, swallowing 2 teeth along with his blood. As the highest-ranking officials of the family, the president and the inspector general, became embroiled in a protracted legal battle within the elders' council, the subordinate officials emulated their example, rushing to the council to accuse their adversaries. Each day, a steady stream of individuals arrived at the elders' council to lodge complaints, and the elders busily engaged, forming countless committees. Soon, the number of elders proved insufficient, necessitating that a few of them serve on multiple committees concurrently. In no time, litigation became the order of the day in the capital. Acquaintances greeted each other with inquiries. Have you filed your complaint today? Everyone became both plaintiff and defendant. Take President Liufeng, for instance. He found himself serving as a plaintiff in 71 committees while simultaneously facing charges in 83 others. Each day, he received a thick stack of subpoenas, filled with a myriad of grievances. And he bellowed in frustration, "Why must both the Committee for Protecting the Mental and Physical Health of Underage Girls and the Committee for Promoting Breastfeeding summon me as a defendant?" All day long, he found himself tirelessly shuttling between one committee after another, leaving him with little energy to manage the affairs of the command office. The sole source of solace lay in the fact that Dilling was in an even more dire predicament, facing a staggering 156 accusations from various committees. So overwhelmed was Dilling that he scarcely had time to visit the restroom. Under such circumstances, officials of all ranks within the family were preoccupied with court appearances, hearings, debates, and accusations, neglecting their official duties, which left the functioning of various departments paralyzed. The only department that managed to maintain some semblance of operation was the logistics division, led by Zichuan. She understood that her department's work was crucial for the sustenance and welfare of hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front lines, making it an indispensable lifeline that could not afford a moment's interruption. Despite having been dismissed from her position, with the support of her subordinates and the tacit protection from Liufeng, she valiantly upheld the situation. Ultimately, the elders discovered that Zichuan, this obstinate woman, was still clinging to her post. A decree was issued, and she was promptly confined to the detention center of the Ministry of Administration to see what tricks she might still conjure. 2 weeks later, the legal turmoil reached its zenith. Even the central military commander, Sterling, who had long enjoyed a reputable standing among the populace, found himself implicated. The plaintiffs were a group of half-beasts, serpent folk, dwarfs, and elven representatives who had journeyed thousands of miles from the Far East. They tearfully petitioned the elders, exclaiming, "We are the most loyal subjects of the family. Although there have been some unfortunate misunderstandings with the royal army, it was entirely unintentional. Such lamentable misunderstandings. Our grievances were solely directed at the local nobility. Yet our hearts are devoted to our benevolent lord, the Grand Duke. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, our illustrious Grand Duke's radiance warms the earth and comforts our hearts. The sun may one day lose its brilliance, but we, the diverse races of the Far East, will forever cherish the Grand Duke's grace. We wish our most revered Grand Duke a long and prosperous life." What was I saying? Wait, let me check my notes. Yes, we have experienced some minor misunderstandings with the royal army, and we have recognized our errors and sincerely repented. Just look at our tears of contrition. The representatives strained to hold back their tears, and in their efforts, produced a loud sneeze and a rather resounding flatulence. In any case, who among mortals is without fault? We repeatedly urged that everyone let go of past grievances and reconcile. We merely strayed momentarily from the path. We have sincerely repented. Please witness our genuine tears. Yet, there is this Sterling, relentless in his pursuit, trailing us day after day with merciless fervor, inflicting upon us a veritable bloodbath. We have clearly stated, we shall not return. We do not wish to fight. Let there be no misunderstanding. We of the Far East are the bravest, and it is not that we fear Sterling, but rather that we respect our Grand Duke and wish to avoid conflict. However, in his quest for glory, he continues to hound us without relent. In summary, it is all Sterling's fault. If only he had not resisted, or rather, if he had not deliberately provoked us, none of this would have occurred, and peace would have swiftly returned to the land. We can no longer endure this situation. We beseech you, esteemed elders, to advocate for us, the loyal subjects of our humble families. Swiftly punish that Sterling and let us all reconcile, joining forces to transform the Far East into a splendid paradise. The rebellious factions of the Far East seek negotiations. The elders, troubled by the ever-escalating military expenditures, are filled with elation. After a day and night of discussions, the Council of Elders reached a temporary ceasefire agreement with the representatives of the rebels. The council issued military orders to the Far East. All troops of the family army in the region must maintain their current positions and refrain from any proactive attacks against the rebels. All await further instructions from the council following the results of the discussions with the rebel representatives. Chapter 56 Reunion Congratulations and Prosperity, Boss Xiao. I hear your fortunes have been flourishing lately. Haha, mutual congratulations. By Chuan, swiftly served tea to Boss Sterling. How has business been of late? Have you struck it rich? With a snap of his fingers, Zichuan Xiao summoned a row of soldiers clad in dark suits, donning white patent leather shoes and designer sunglasses, who bowed in unison to Sterling, greeting him warmly. Good day, boss. Zichuan presented a business card to Sterling, bowing respectfully. Please take good care of our company's affairs. Sterling glanced at the card, which was densely packed with titles such as chairman and general manager from numerous companies. He was astounded, struggling to comprehend how one individual could encompass so many roles. What does this www.ziyazing commerce company even signify? Haha, Sterling. After spending too long on the front lines, you become quite outdated. What era are we in? The E-era. What does these stand for? How should I know? Everyone just says it. In this business world, if you don't have a com, how can you show your face? Although I must admit, I don't quite grasp the meaning myself. Don't misunderstand, that's what Zhang Jiahui said. What? You don't even know who Zhang Jiahui is? Haha, Sterling. You truly are behind the times, though I must confess, I don't know who he is either. Once the subordinates departed, only Zichuan Xiao and Sterling remained. Sterling, what brings you here? Isn't the Central Army still on the front lines? If you're not there, who commands the troops? Those fellows are utterly infuriating. Yet, what can we do? After all, institutionally, they are. His voice trailed off as he observed Zichuan Xiao rummaging through a trash bin, retrieving a bucket filled to the brim with discarded papers, each bearing the same urgent notice as his own. This is. Sterling chuckled. So prosperous now? I've heard your business has grown significantly. Could you do me a favor? Absolutely. What kind of relationship do we have? If you need to borrow money, just ask for 3 or 5 dimes. Sterling shook his head, not alone. Recently, that bunch in the imperial capital has been causing chaos, and we are nearly out of supplies. I would like to purchase 100,000 kilograms of rice. Minghui referred me to you, saying your service is both swift and excellent, with delivery to our doorstep. Not an issue. Zichuan Xiao's eyes sparkled at the prospect. The price will be based on military supply rates plus 10. A 20 deposit is required, and delivery will be made within 15 days to your specified location. For any delays, a penalty of 3 per thousand of the contract amount will apply. You must settle the payment in full within 10 days post-delivery, with an additional 3 per thousand for any overdue days. As for the delivery terms, do you prefer FB or CIF? Sterling felt overwhelmed, honestly admitting. I don't understand any of this. Haha, it's even better that you don't. Oh, what I mean is, as long as I understand, that suffices. Come now, do you have a check on you? Let us secure the deposit first. And please sign below this contract clause stating that I have fully understood and agreed to the terms. Yes, just write Central Army Commander Sterling. Don't forget the date. Okay. Sterling, in a moment of confusion, unwittingly signed his name under the direction of Zichuan Xiao. Zichuan, satisfied, blew gently on the ink. I told you, Sterling. You should have entrusted the supply matters to us long ago. Look at Minghui. Has he already given us full authority over his supply needs? We manage it far better than the logistics department, and the provisions for the Black Flag Army are significantly superior to those of your Central Army. Moreover, the logistics department is quite content with this arrangement. They have been preoccupied with their own frivolities in the Elder Council lately, leaving them little time for actual work. What else with that look? Do you suspect I'm deceiving you? We've known each other for ages. How could I do that? Zichuan quickly concealed the contract from Sterling's view and shifted the topic. What's the situation at the front lines lately? Sterling sighed deeply. A ceasefire. We have lost our last chance to swiftly conclude the Eastern War. It was Sterling who spoke first. What news is coming from the imperial capital? I can't even get my hands on a newspaper. It's as outdated as you said. The usual, Zichuan replied. The general keeps urging everyone to work hard. Meanwhile, Diling and Liufeng are at each other's throats. Their quarrel now revolves around, to fight or to negotiate. Just look at Diling's speech in the Elder Council. Zichuan handed over a newspaper. Liufeng proposed that we extend mercy to the rebels in the east as if it were a family favor. Diling immediately rebutted. The victors may extend mercy and earn respect. However, when the vanquished speak of mercy, they only invite scorn. Sterling glanced at the newspaper, puzzled. But we haven't been defeated, have we? Dilling's point was that after suffering several defeats at Zichuan and elsewhere, the family's dignity and authority had been irreparably tarnished. If we were to surrender simply because we could not win, it would provoke mockery from all corners. The nobles from the eastern faction strongly supported his stance, advocating for severe repression and punishment of the rebels to maintain noble dignity. Conversely, the nobles from the family's interior merely wished for an expedient into the war to alleviate the strain of military expenses. Liufeng represented the pro-peace faction. The discord between the two sides escalated, with Diling vehemently denouncing Liufeng as a traitor and spy for the rebels. They nearly came to blows within the Elder Council. Sterling frowned. Dilling should not behave in such a manner. Whether for war or peace, both positions stem from a sense of duty, aimed at saving the family. It is merely that they tread different paths. Zichuan secretly chuckled at Sterling's naivety. What duty is there? Liufeng Hai's sole reason for advocating negotiations is to oppose Dilling. If Dilling were to propose peace tomorrow, Liufeng Hai would undoubtedly retort, no. To uphold our family's dignity, we must fight to the bitter end. Now, Sterling, having seen so much. What are your thoughts? Sterling smiled. I am but a soldier. Such matters should not concern me. Those issues fall within the realm of politicians. My duty is to wait for the Elder Council or the General to issue directives. If it is war, we shall continue to fight. If it is peace, we shall withdraw. Obedience is the essence of a soldier's duty. After some contemplation, Sterling added, the army is the sword in the hands of the nation. If this sword develops its own consciousness, it will overshadow society itself, which is an exceedingly perilous situation. Zichuan Xiao savored Sterling's words and smiled, responding, here you go again. I am not inquiring about the opinions of Central Army Commander Sterling, but rather the perspective of my old friend Sterling regarding the current situation. After considerable thought, Sterling slowly replied, I am not well versed in politics, nor do I hold any interest in the dignity of the nobility. However, in a scenario where two political factions possess such vast divergences in interests and each wields formidable armed forces, I find it hard to believe that peace can be attained through mere negotiations. Even if it were possible, it would be a hollow peace, difficult to sustain over time. Ultimately, the resolution must come from the contest of strength on the battlefield. It may seem contradictory, but I believe that true peace can only be achieved through war. Perhaps you are reluctant to witness bloodshed and fratricide, but I must assert that for our family to unify the Far East and ascend to greatness, sacrifices must be made. Zichuan Xiao felt a deep respect. He had not anticipated Sterling's profound thoughts amidst the chaos of frontline military affairs. Xiao, what is your perspective? Sterling listened intently, smiling as he replied, I have stated before, whether through war or peace, it is all in pursuit of our family's objectives. We merely tread different paths. I would not quarrel with you over this. However, do exercise caution in front of Emperor Lin. Our elder brother possesses a fiery temperament. I understand. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, Li Qing and Cadden have asked me to deliver messages to you. Just a moment, let me find them. After a lengthy search, Zichuan Xiao finally uncovered the two letters amidst a heap of toilet paper. Here you are, take them. Trembling, Sterling accepted Cadden's letter and reverently kissed the envelope. As he opened it, before even reading the contents, he kissed the letter itself, only to be struck by sudden confusion. The paper bore signs of having been soaked. He was all too familiar with Zichuan Xiao's habits and pressed him, confess. Did you peek at it? What is the meaning of this dampness? The day the letter was written, there had been tears streaming down, each crystalline droplet soaking the pristine paper. Sterling sighed in understanding and began to read the letter. To His Excellency Sterling, this is my first time composing a letter in human language. Please forgive any inadequacies. How do you fare? The Far East is characterized by high and frigid terrain. I urge you to take care of your health. Since our parting, I have been well. There is no need for you to worry about me. Miss Ning has been very considerate of me. The other day, I visited a temple where they say the deities specifically protect warriors heading into battle. Miss Ning informed me that she often prayed there for the safety of His Excellency Zichuan, and her prayers proved effective as he returned safely. Now, I am there praying for you, just as Miss Ning prayed for His Excellency Zichuan, hoping you will return safely soon. I wish for my prayers to be heard by the deities, just as Miss Ning's prayers were, and that the deities protect you as they did His Excellency Zichuan. In my opinion, if the nefarious Lord Zichuan can receive the favor of the divine, then you, sir, being such a virtuous individual, are even more deserving of divine compassion. Sterling let out a deep sigh as he finished reading Cardan's letter. His piercing gaze scrutinized Zichuan Xiao, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Have you truly not peeked? Have you genuinely not? Then why is there a tear on the envelope? That was a mouse's doing. Why is the tear so neat? It must have been a mouse with dentures. And what of the numerous dark handprints on the letter? And that substance? Yellowish with a hint of brown? Roger, clutching his throat, sir, please take care of your health in the frigid climes of the Far East. Changchuan, speaking in a gruff voice, Roger, I pray for your well-being. If the wicked Lord Zichuan can find salvation for his soul, then you, Roger, a man of such virtue, are even more entitled to descend into hell. Roger exclaimed loudly, My Lord Sterling, I must expose the truth. The yellow stains on that letter came about when, during a visit to the lavatory, the esteemed gentleman found himself without fresh newspapers, so he took the letter along, chuckling as he read, only to laugh so heartily that the letter fell into the latrine, and it took considerable effort to retrieve it. He need not elaborate further, for the room was soon filled with the cacophony of a violent struggle and the anguished cries of Zichuan Xiu. "Save me. Someone please. Roger. You scoundrel. Help." And Ning. Cardan burst into the living room like a gust of wind, her face flushed with excitement. "I heard some news on my way to pray." Suddenly, she froze. The figure seated in the living room, turned towards her, was none other than Sterling. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned, at a loss for words amidst the overwhelming joy. How much Sterling had changed. In just a few months, he appeared considerably aged. The scorching sun of the Far East had darkened and roughened his complexion, etching the marks of time onto his youthful visage, his temples already flecked with gray. Weary and haggard, and he was only 25. A wave of tender compassion surged within Cardan, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, she had become the staunchest defender of the Zichuan family, a hero of great renown, yet her only wish for him was a safe return. "Oh, divine one, you have finally heard my prayers." She composed herself and offered a deep bow to Sterling. "It has been a long time, my lord. Your presence is even more splendid than before." Sterling likewise bowed earnestly. "My lady, you remain eternally radiant, a beauty that never fades, like a bouquet of fresh flowers." He presented her with a bouquet of blooming red roses, his gaze filled with boundless tenderness and affection. Unable to contain herself any longer, Cardan accepted the flowers. Tears streaming down her face, yet she managed to voice her sentiments. "Flowers wither, beauty fades, of all earthly things, only courage is everlasting. You possess boundless courage. You are the most beautiful," Zichuan Ning quietly observed from the sidelines, her heart swelling with joy as she witnessed the long-awaited reunion of the lovers. Yet, she found the situation somewhat amusing. Both parties were undeniably infatuated with one another, yet they insisted on maintaining a facade of solemnity and decorum, an amusing lack of candor. Just as her curiosity piqued, she noticed Sterling's piercing gaze and Cadden's enchanting eyes fixed upon her, their expressions soft yet resolute, conveying an unspoken message. "Miss Zichuan Ning, you are undoubtedly beautiful and charming, but if you could kindly assist us by stepping outside, you would truly be magnificent." With a light chuckle, Zichuan Ning took a step toward the doorway. Sterling and Cadden silently regarded her, their eyes brimming with profound thoughts yet unuttered words. Just as she crossed the threshold, she was startled to find the door gently closing behind her, sealing off her view of the room. The last image she beheld was Cadden leaping into Sterling's embrace, the two of them locked in a fervent hug. Cadden radiated bliss. Zichuan Ning concluded within her heart, Sterling possessed all the virtues of manhood. He was upright, courageous, tender, loyal to love, and destined for greatness. Such a man was worthy of Cadden's every devotion. Yet a wave of melancholy washed over her. Why would one choose to love a man devoid of integrity, bravery, tenderness, fidelity and love and ambition? The sky stretched endlessly in a cerulean expanse toward the distant east, to the land where her beloved fought. "I miss you, Xiu. Do you know of my longing from afar?" Chapter 57. Happiness on the 10th day of December in the year 779 of the Empire. As Commander Sterling entered the hallowed hall of the Senate accompanied by the esteemed Patriarch Zichuan Sanqing, a wave of fervor surged through the assembly. The senators rose in unison to extend their warm welcome, and the applause echoed for several minutes, punctuated by resounding cheers. "Hail to our undefeated general! Long live! Long live!" The collective gaze of millions converged upon Sterling, as both familiar and unfamiliar senators approached to shake his hand in admiration. "I am Wuqi from the province of Jisan, honored to witness the grandeur of our foremost general today," one senator proclaimed. "I am a senator from the Far East, and I express my gratitude to Lord Sterling for punishing the shameless rebels and upholding our family's dignity. Lord Sterling, your illustrious achievements have brought honor to the family banner, and on behalf of the Senate, we thank you." The presiding chairman Xiao announced with a resonant voice. "Step up to the platform, Lord Sterling, so all may see you. Please share a few words with us." Faced with such a grand reception, Sterling felt a profound unease. After all, he had entered alongside the Patriarch. To receive such accolades while the Patriarch remained unacknowledged seemed a disservice to him. Furthermore, higher-ranking officials such as President Luo Minghai and Inspector Dilling were present, making it impolite for him to speak first. Sensing Sterling's discomfort, Zichuan Sanqing smiled and encouraged, Go on, Sterling. This is not merely for you. It symbolizes the collective respect for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the Eastern Front. You represent them, and rightfully so. As the crowd erupted with cries of come up, Sterling. Share your thoughts with us. Sterling reluctantly bowed to Zichuan Sanqing, feeling embarrassed as he murmured, Your Highness, I apologize for my impertinence. Zichuan Sanqing, smiling, patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. It is with great honor that I stand before this sacred assembly of family senators, witnessing the esteemed presence of all noble lords, listening to your sagacious discourse, and observing how you wisely formulate family policies that determine the fate of our great lineage. To partake in this process and offer my humble insights fills me with immense pride, and I am deeply grateful for this opportunity. Applause swelled like a tide. Earlier, I was met with the senator's warm welcome, for which I am profoundly thankful. However, the honor bestowed upon me is perhaps excessive. I, Sterling, am merely a soldier unworthy of such accolades. If there is any merit, it rightfully belongs to the unparalleled dignity of Patriarch Zichuan Sanqing, to the strategic acumen of President Liufeng, and to the valiant struggle and selfless dedication of the soldiers at the front. As for myself, I have simply managed to avoid significant errors, which hardly warrant such esteem. The clouds of war cast a shadow over the sky of the Zichuan family. Where shall we go from here? What fate awaits the Zichuan family? To fight or to reconcile? To survive or to perish? These matters rely heavily on the discernment of the esteemed elders present. The future of our family rests within your hands. I implore all of you to unite in strength and purpose, to act wisely for our family and for the millions who trust and follow us. As for myself, I can only say that the family army has always remained loyal to the family, to the commander, and to the council of elders. We are prepared to execute orders. Whether in war or peace, we shall obey and carry out our duties with utmost precision. Trust that the army remains the most faithful sword in the family's grasp, ready to unsheathe at a moment's notice to defend our interests, staining the battlefield with the blood of our enemies. As Sterling concluded his brief speech, the hall erupted with resounding applause and cheers of well done. He wished to step down, yet the applause compelled him to remain on the platform and acknowledge the crowd. Though humble, he felt an overwhelming pride. Can there be a more glorious moment in a soldier's life? Lin smiled at Sterling, giving him a thumbs up in approval. He felt genuine joy at Sterling's acclaim, not solely because Sterling was his dear brother, but also because his success would irk Liufeng. In his mind, Lin calculated, the military currently has 3 powerful generals at its helm, with Fang Jing having secretly aligned with him. With Sterling's rise, only Ming Hui remains on Liufeng's side, and that unreliable turncoat, the so-called king of escape, is hardly dependable. Of course, given Sterling's character, he would never overtly engage in the political strife with Liufeng, but for now, he would at least maintain a stance of benevolent neutrality. When the struggle escalates and a choice must be made, he would undoubtedly lean towards Lin's side. How unexpected it is that I have unwittingly established a position of advantage within the military. A thought crossed his mind. Why not assist Sterling in seizing the presidential position from Liufeng? This is not an impossible endeavor. Sterling possesses renown and military achievements, enjoys the support of the military establishment, and is beloved by both the populace and the council of elders. Even Zichuan Sanqing holds him in high regard. If successful, it would deliver a devastating blow to Liufeng. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he chuckled to himself. Sterling has also learned the art of political oratory. His earlier speech, seemingly impassioned and eloquent, ultimately conveyed nothing. In the pivotal matter of advocating for war or peace, he had never revealed his stance. When did he become so astute? Who taught him? What Lin and the assembled elders failed to realize was that the architect of Sterling's speech was none other than Princess Cadden from the Demon Clan. The previous night, Cadden had repeatedly advised Sterling, "Remember, dear Sterling, politics is the art of speaking nonsense. A skilled politician can eloquently speak for 5 hours without conveying any substance. To avoid making enemies, no matter what questions arise tomorrow, you must never provide a definitive answer." Sterling chuckled and inquired, "What if someone poses a rather simplistic question to me, such as asking what 1 + 1 equals?" As night descended, the day's conference had finally concluded. Sterling and Dilling emerged from the venue together, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Dismissing their accompanying attendants, they strolled through the autumn streets of the imperial capital. Sterling remarked, "At last, it is over." Dilling smiled, "It has merely concluded for today. We must return tomorrow. Exercise a bit more patience, brother. You seem somewhat unable to contain yourself today. I could hear the sound of your fist cracking from quite a distance. Sterling chuckled softly. Is that so? I must have appeared rather intimidating. Those elders from the province of Roxon were visibly pale with fright. However, they were indeed being unreasonable. Dragging in half-meter-high ledgers from the logistics department, leafing through them item by item to interrogate me, from weaponry to food supplies. They asked me, look. It clearly states here that the logistics department supplied the Central Army with 50,000 bundles of arrows at the beginning of September. How can you claim there are none now? I replied. All of them were used against the rebels. One of them had the audacity to respond. Where? In what location? Which rebels were targeted? What are their names? Where were they struck? Is there a doctor's certificate? Did they provide you with a receipt? No. Without these necessary proofs, how can we ascertain you haven't embezzled this batch of supplies? Dylan continued to smile. Patience is key. Have you not heard that when a genius first appears in this world, there is a characteristic that helps us identify them? All the fools unite to launch an attack against them. Yet, they do not intend to oppose you personally. They are all elders from the pro-peace faction, whereas you are regarded as a hero by the pro-war faction. They merely seek to undermine you in order to weaken the pro-war forces. If you were to explode in anger, you would be falling right into their trap. Sterling calmed himself. I understand. What is the current stance of the council? Are we for war or peace? Regardless, we must devise a strategy swiftly. Hundreds of thousands of troops are waiting in the Far East. The daily military expenditure amounts to billions. Dylan shook his head. You see. The council has traditionally been divided into two factions, the Far Eastern loyalists and the inland aristocracy. The power of the Far Eastern nobles used to dominate the council. But many of them perished during the rebellion, and their vast territories and wealth were obliterated. Consequently, the strength of the Far Eastern faction has significantly diminished, allowing the inland nobility to seize the opportunity to claim those positions and strive for control of the council, while the Far Eastern faction fiercely retaliates. They are currently at an impasse. This struggle between war and peace is a crucial battlefield for their power play. Dilling did not mention that it was also a pivotal battleground in his own contest with Roaming High. Sterling began to comprehend and asked, why then do they not hold a vote? The outcome could be determined in a single afternoon. Dilling smiled. Political struggles are quite similar to battles. They too require tactical strategy. A vote would be akin to a decisive confrontation where life and death hang in the balance. For instance, take Sterling, who, in a situation of uncertainty and stalemate, would not commit all his forces to a desperate battle. Sterling shook his head and replied, I would patiently wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw, anticipating the arrival of our reinforcements. Meanwhile, I would dispatch units to harass and lure the enemy, causing them to disperse their strength, and then strike at their flanks and rear until we establish an advantage. Only then would I be willing to deploy our main forces to decisively crush them in battle. Dylan nodded in approval, saying, the principle remains the same. Within the Senate, both sides are currently avoiding direct confrontation, awaiting reinforcements, such as swaying neutral factions, dividing and enticing the opposing side, and seeking to strike at their flanks. For instance, attacking you, Sterling, would effectively be an assault on the main faction's flank. It is only when one side is confident of having gained the majority that they will demand an immediate vote. Sterling understood, lamenting the loss of hundreds of thousands of troops and the expenditure of billions in military funds, and it all comes down to this. There was a thought he refrained from voicing. No wonder we possess the mightiest army on the continent, with generations of commanders as valiant as lions, and a plethora of renowned generals. Yet we are unable to conquer the West nor withstand the demonic forces in the East. Since the third generation of commanders, our family's territory has scarcely expanded. He turned to Dylan. Brother, I have a question to ask you, but I am uncertain. He paused, choosing not to continue. Sterling candidly admitted, indeed. However, I never contemplated the term filthy. That was your own wording. Dylan chuckled. Even among brothers, you remain so reticent. You are truly endearing. His tone shifted to seriousness. One of my reasons for opposing peace negotiations is my discernment of the rebels' complete lack of sincerity. When considered collectively, the rebels' request for a ceasefire is evidently transparent. Winter is approaching, and the lands of the Far East will soon freeze, rendering trench digging impossible. Without trenches in the open plains, the rebels become ineffective, their numbers insignificant against our cavalry prowess. They seek to delay until the spring rains turn the earth to mud, at which point our heavily armored cavalry would find themselves mired in the muck, awaiting their slaughter. For a nation so militarized and warlike, the loss of tens of thousands means little. They can readily replenish their ranks with millions should they choose. Moreover, Following any peace agreement, our clan would be further weakened. And when they return with an even stronger force to besiege Valen Fortress once more, what will we have to oppose them? Sterling felt a chill of realization and inquired. That was one reason. What is the second? Dylan declared proudly. Rebellion is the gravest of crimes, utterly unforgivable. Perhaps the nobility of the Far East is cruel. Or perhaps the officials are greedy. But we must ensure that all citizens understand, regardless of the rationale, the path of rebellion leads only to death. If we are to pardon the Eastern rebels today, we shall inevitably confront a second, a third, and even 100th rebellion from the East tomorrow. The entire Zichuan family would crumble, much like the once glorious Empire of Light. Sterling shook his head, asserting that it was impossible to eradicate millions of Eastern souls. Ultimately, we must extend forgiveness, but only after achieving victory. It is only through triumph that one can bestow grace. By forgiving them post-victory, we can demonstrate the family's benevolence and magnanimity, preserving the family's stature. However, if we hastily seek negotiations in the face of our current inability to suppress them, it would merely reveal the Zichuan family's frailty to the world, inviting even greater calamities. Sterling, you possess considerable influence. The elders hold you in high regard. Your words carry significant weight. When the time comes, you must side with me for the sake of the family's future. A conciliatory policy like that of Luo Minghai is untenable. Initially, Sterling had resolved to maintain neutrality, yet upon hearing the earnestness in Lin's voice, he found himself wavering. Recalling Cardan's advice, never provide anyone with a definitive answer. After much hesitation, he finally said, "Very well, if I must choose, I shall certainly stand by your side." This promise, albeit somewhat ambiguous, greatly pleased Lin. He understood Sterling's character, his word was his bond, and such a commitment was his utmost limit. This was already advantageous for Lin. As they conversed, they arrived at a fork in the road. Lin felt a genuine sense of relief and joy. Halting his steps, "What do you say? Shall we go visit your sister-in-law, Xiujia? She has been yearning to know how you and Xiu are faring in the East. Why not sample her culinary delights?" In times past, Sterling would have eagerly accepted such an invitation, yet today he politely declined. Perhaps another day. I have an engagement today." Surprised by the rejection, Lin scrutinized Sterling closely, then burst into laughter. Indeed. The moon descends upon the willow's tip, and lovers meet at dusk. I see now. Your radiant smile today was a sign of spring's arrival. How oblivious I have been. It seems you are caught in the throes of romance, forgetting all else. Lin sang each line with a melodious flourish, concluding with a playful flourish. Sterling's cheeks flushed, yet he feigned indifference. What nonsense. You mustn't speak so, elder brother. Very well, I shall refrain from such matters, Lin said, leaning in with a serious demeanor. Would you like my brotherly advice? Huh? What? After a moment, Sterling grasped the implication, raising a fist in jest, but Lin had already fled. Leaving behind a distant call, find a time to bring Li Qing over for dinner with your sister-in-law. We are all but family now, so why fear any embarrassment? As he watched Lin's retreating figure, a trace of melancholy clouded Sterling's eyes. Li Qing, how could he have nearly forgotten? He had a very virtuous fiancée. What was he to do? As Sterling briskly approached the designated pavilion in the park and beheld the elegant figure of Cadden, all his discontent and sorrows were instantly cast aside. To maintain a semblance of anonymity, Cadden had wrapped herself in a scarf and donned sunglasses. It was already early winter, and this attire did not draw undue attention. Sterling approached her from behind and suddenly enveloped her shoulders in an embrace. A voice floated in from behind, belonging to Zichuan Ning, who was perched on the railing of the pavilion, observing with keen interest. However, I am already over 18. Please, continue as if I am not here. Sterling had been so engrossed in Cadden that he had failed to notice her presence. Disappointment washed over him as he released Cadden and shot her a reproachful glance. Why did you bring this troublemaker along? Cadden's cheeks flushed crimson as she whispered. I didn't know the way. Sterling sighed in exasperation. His plan to meet Cadden privately was thwarted by Zichuan Ning's mischievous antics, which seemed to be inherited from Zichuan Xiu. I apologize for my tardiness. Have you been waiting long? He asked, holding Cadden's hand with tender affection. Cadden gently shook her head. Just a moment. That's a lie. Zichuan Ning retorted indignantly. He was late by an hour and 20 minutes. I've counted, on average. There's a mosquito biting me every 10 minutes, and now see 1, 2, a total of 9. Ignoring Zichuan Ning's complaints, Sterling turned to Cadden and asked, Are you hungry? Cadden shook her head again. Not hungry. I am hungry. Zichuan Ning interjected eagerly, but her words went unacknowledged. Are you thirsty? Sterling inquired. Cadden, accustomed to shaking her head, then nodded slightly. A little thirsty. Zichuan Ning, unwilling to be left out, chimed in. I'm thirsty too. Sterling led Cadden into a nearby beverage shop, with Zichuan Ning trailing behind. Would you like to drink? Coffee? Tea? Juice? He asked Cadden. I like juice. Cadden replied thoughtfully. Zichuan Ning jumped in. I love coffee, with sugar and cream. Sterling called the waiter over. 1 juice and 1 tea, please. Zichuan Ning smiled brightly. Sterling, you're so considerate, knowing that girls shouldn't tea consume too many calories. Tea is great, very light. Sterling couldn't tea help but acknowledge her resemblance to Zichuan Xiao, particularly in her audacity. Choosing to ignore her, he took a hearty sip from his tea, deliberately avoiding Zichuan Ning's gaze. With a tone of feigned grievance, Zichuan Ning exclaimed. Sterling, big brother, that is so unfair. It's quite impolite to treat a lady this way. Her sweet voice was almost unbearable. Sterling managed a strained smile, reminiscent of a campaigner addressing a crowd. How about this, dear little Zichuan Ning? You must be thirsty, right? Here, let big brother Sterling give you some money. Go buy yourself an ice cream across the street, all right? He counted out 1,000 yuan bill. Hurry along, keep the change. But the ice cream I want is very expensive. Zichuan Ning protested. Sterling added 1,000. All right, brother Sterling will give you the money. Go quickly, Zichuan Ning remarked. I've heard that this particular ice cream contains a rather mysterious recipe. Sterling added another 1,000. Zichuan Ning continued. I've also heard that the ingredients for this ice cream are imported from abroad, which makes it quite expensive. Sterling reached for his wallet again. However, after indulging, one still needs to purchase a handkerchief to wipe their hands. Sterling rummaged through his pockets. He intended to withdraw more, only to discover that his wallet was empty. He sighed, aiming, what exactly do you want? There must be a limit to this. Zichuan Ning giggled sweetly and adorably, that's rather excessive. I worry that you young ones, filled with vigor, might act impulsively and make grave mistakes. One cannot pluck unripe fruit. The consequences can be dire. Sterling muttered under his breath. I've already plucked it. What more do you want? Cadden, blushing fiercely, kicked him hard under the table. Zichuan Ning exclaimed, what? Sterling quickly corrected himself. I meant, if one cannot pluck, then I shan't. No need for your concern, as long as you are aware. I'm only looking out for your best interest. No need for thanks, just treat me to something to eat. Seeing that he could no longer evade her persistence, Sterling resorted to his last tactic, aiming. Someone from the Far East asked me to convey a message to you. Please don't get too excited. But the content of the message seems quite important. Alas, I've been feeling rather down lately, and it has slipped my mind. What should we do about this? As for how to brighten Sterling's mood, that was quite simple. Cadden chuckled, bending over. You're quite cunning, sire. How did you come up with such a ploy? Miss Ning was quite indignant, but upon hearing you mention His Excellency Zichuan, she immediately wilted. But does His Excellency truly have a message for Miss Ning? What had transpired between them? Sterling shook his head. No, I've never actually met His Excellency. But please, do not divulge this to Aining. Otherwise, this tactic will be rendered ineffective. What had truly occurred between them? Cadden cast him a glance, her expression complex. Sterling inquired. What is the matter? He was taken aback, realizing that Cadden could discern his lie from a mere slip of his words. And she seemed to piece together the truth as if she had witnessed it firsthand, among all the individuals he had encountered. If one were to consider sensitivity of reaction and intricacy of thought, it would be Imperial Lin above all. Yet now, it appeared that even Imperial Lin might pale in comparison to Cadden, the girl from the demon clan. A sudden thought crossed his mind. How fortunate that she was captured on our side. Had she been entrusted with responsibilities in the demon clan, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinary female general like Liufeng. Our Far Eastern army would face significant troubles in the future. We absolutely cannot return her to the demon clan. Then he found himself chuckling at his own overreaction. Cadden was his beloved. How could she ever be an enemy? Noticing Sterling's fluctuating expression, Cadden hurriedly said, I apologize, sire. I shouldn't have spoken so recklessly. Are you upset? Taking a deep breath, Sterling cleared his mind of various thoughts and replied with a smile, No, I did indeed speak untruths. That is my fault. After confiding in Cadden, I earnestly cautioned her, above all, do not speak of this to Annan. Now, let us divert our attention from their matters and focus on our own. Cadden, having been with us for quite some time, do you miss home? Cadden nodded. Indeed, I long for home, for my father and brothers. The yearning is quite unbearable. Yet, if that were to happen, I would no longer see you, and that would be even more distressing. Cadden's eyes widened in alarm. That is impossible. My father and brothers would surely slay you. They often declare that the divine and humanity cannot coexist. Sterling was taken aback, but Cadden offered him solace. Moreover, I have been captured for so long that my family must believe I am dead by now. Let them think so. They will only mourn for a while, and then it will be forgotten. I have also grown accustomed to life here. It is even a bit more comfortable than my home. Sterling was deeply moved, realizing the sacrifice this girl had made for him, forsaking her family and the lavish life of a princess for genuine affection. He softly assured Cadden, "Rest assured, I shall treat you well for all eternity. I vow, for my wife, Princess Cadden, I will be devoted to you. Should I betray this oath? Let me perish by 1,000 arrows." Cadden swiftly covered his mouth, her eyes sparkling with joy, although a shadow of worry crossed her face. Sterling immediately inquired, "What troubles you? Are you not happy?" "It is not that," she replied, "but I recall that I am of the divine lineage. You, however, are a high-ranking officer of the Zichuan clan. Should you marry me, it might hinder your prospects." Sterling smiled reassuringly. "I believe the issue is not significant. His Highness the Chancellor has always treated me well. I am confident he would consent if I implored him. What if he declines?" She pressed. "Then I shall resign," Sterling declared resolutely. "Over the years, I have saved a little. We could even open a bakery. I could make bread. You would be surprised at my skill in baking. You would manage the shop, and with your beauty, customers would surely flock to us." Sterling gazed at Cadden, his eyes filled with regret. "It would be unfair to you." Cadden gently kissed his cheek. Her face flushed as she softly protested. "How could that be? I am hardly attractive and clumsy. I would frighten away all the customers." Sterling continued, "What worries me most is that little rogue, a Shio, who would undoubtedly come every day to seek free food. We must resolutely drive him away." He mimicked a fierce kick, causing Cadden to burst into laughter. Cadden's heart swelled with sweetness as she chuckled. "In that case, they will surely say, 'What nonsense are these two old souls chattering about? This life, devoid of battles, intrigues, and fear, would you cherish it?'" Cadden feigned seriousness. "Let me consider this. If in the future we hire young and lovely waitresses, would you not flirt with them, O proprietor of the bakery, Sterling?" Sterling, equally solemn, rested his chin in contemplation. "You must also enlighten me on how beautiful they would be, O mistress of the bakery, Cadden. You have perished. And now behold as I take care of you." Haraha. Amidst the blossoms, a pair of lovers are enraptured in their sweetness, oblivious to the distant, chilling gazes that coldly fixate upon them. The following day, a report concerning the identity and origins of Cadden, as well as the circumstances surrounding his acquaintance with Sterling, was placed upon Roaming High's desk. In a frosty tone, Roaming High inquired, "Is the intelligence accurate?" A smile flickered across his otherwise somber visage. "The expenditure of 200,000 is justified. I must see the commander-in-chief immediately." After the routine briefing, Roaming High casually mentioned to Zichuan Sanqing, "Your Highness, I took a stroll in the park last night. Quite coincidentally, I encountered Commander Sterling, who appeared to be quite intimate with a young lady." Zichuan Sanqing smiled. "It has been a while since Sterling and Liufeng last met, hasn't it? They ought to have a proper reunion. Ah, youth is truly delightful, inciting envy in us old fellows." However, Roaming High interjected, "I do not believe that young lady resembles the Qingqi banner." "Oh." Zichuan Sanqing's demeanor shifted to one of greater seriousness. "Who might she be?" "I do not know. Your Highness, might you grant me permission to inquire further?" Zichuan Sanqing pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, you may investigate." His tone was casual, yet both understood the underlying significance of his words. Listening intently to the report, Zichuan Sanqing remained impassive, stating, "Well, it is not a matter of great consequence. Roaming High, you may leave now, but remember not to speak of this outside." Roaming High felt a twinge of disappointment, surprised by Zichuan Sanqing's nonchalance regarding such a significant situation. He was unaware that as soon as he exited, Zichuan Sanqing promptly instructed his attendant, "Please summon Liufeng at once." After more than an hour of conversation with Liufeng, Zichuan Sanqing's countenance was as cold as if touched by frost. Yet his words remained warm and inviting. "Please go and ask Commander Sterling if he is free tonight, and if he would be willing to spare some time to dine with this old fellow." Chapter 58. The confrontation. Sterling arrived punctually at the Grand Chancellor's residence, where Zichuan Sanqing greeted him warmly and ushered him into the dining hall. Sterling observed that, indeed, as Zichuan Sanqing had mentioned, it was a simple home-cooked meal. As he was the only guest present, The dishes, however, were quite sumptuous, which struck Sterling as peculiar, considering Zichuan Sanqing's usual demeanor. Li Qing, who served as an internal affairs officer, had once humorously remarked to him that their chancellor was the least extravagant among all his predecessors, implying that Zichuan Sanqing could readily spend 30 billion to arm a legion, yet would hesitate to add an extra fish to his own dinner. Your Highness, this is far too lavish. We cannot possibly finish all this, Sterling protested. Zichuan Sanqing, unfazed, replied, no matter, if we cannot finish. I shall continue eating at the next meal. He chuckled and added, come now, since you are a guest, do not be so reserved. Relax and eat heartily. Oh, you have truly suffered in the Far East, Sterling. Just look at yourself. In a few months, you have grown dark and aged. To serve the family is my utmost duty. I cannot accept such praise. Ah, did I not tell you not to be so formal? Sterling, this is your flaw. You are always too restrained. Tonight, you must refrain from addressing me as Your Excellency or Your Highness. Instead, consider me your elder and call me Uncle Sanqing. How does that sound? Initially anxious, Sterling felt a weight lift from his heart upon witnessing Zichuan Sanqing's amiable demeanor. With a smile, he replied, then I shall address you as such. As they settled down, Zichuan Sanqing continuously introduced various dishes to Sterling. This is the patterned Crucian carp from the West, which can only be caught for a few weeks each year and must be delivered alive to the imperial capital. It is a rare delicacy. He persistently served Sterling, who felt overwhelmed and somewhat uncomfortable, yet found it difficult to refuse the Chancellor's kind intentions, resulting in a meal that left him sweating profusely. After dinner, the two of them relaxed in the sitting room over coffee, engaging in casual conversation. Zichuan Sanqing inquired with concern about the situation in the Far East, particularly the morale and combat effectiveness of the various militia forces, which constituted more than half of the Zichuan royal army in that region. After some contemplation, Sterling candidly informed Zichuan Sanqing the militia primarily comprises armed nobles and peasants from various regions. Although hastily assembled, they possess a fierce spirit and a fearless disposition. Once they gain momentum in battle, they can hold their own against regular divisions. However, when they find themselves at a disadvantage and must defend, they tend to panic. I heard of an incident where a group of militia went to suppress bandits. Only a handful of half-orcs appeared to confront them. Yet our several thousand militia fled in terror. On another occasion, during the night in Fang Jing's camp, a militia soldier, plagued by a nightmare, shouted, demons. This immediately caused chaos as soldiers cried out, the demon race is upon us. Flee for your lives. In the darkness, they scattered like headless flies, confused and wailing, run, run. Fang Jing attempted to restore order, holding up a torch and shouting, calm down, gather around me, gather around. Yet the relentless tide of humanity could not be halted. Had it not been for his guards' desperate attempts at rescue, Fang Jing would have been trampled to death that very night. When dawn broke, it was discovered that hundreds had perished beneath the feet of their own comrades. It took Fang Jing a full week to regroup the scattered soldiers. Yet he had already lost several thousand, either having fled or been slain by rebels while isolated. Currently, the Wang family's forces in the Far East are divided into 4 contingents. My Central Army, approximately 100,000 strong. Minghui's Black Flag Army, also around 100,000. The various militias led by Fang Jing, numbering approximately 250,000, and the remnants of the original Far Eastern Army, which, after reorganization, still consist of roughly 110,000, albeit scattered, including the garrison at Warren Fortress and the defense forces in the provinces of Deya and Aliya. Among his commanders, there is a consensus that while Fang Jing possesses the largest troop numbers, his operational capability is the weakest, as he lacks even a single regular division. Should the rebels seek to exploit our vulnerabilities, they will undoubtedly target Fang Jing's forces first. Minghui and I both plan to deploy 1 or 2 divisions to bolster Fang Jing's troops as a supportive measure. Zichuan Sanqing listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, troops must be well trained. I've already arranged for 50,000 militia at Warren Fortress to undergo regular training. Sterling nodded in agreement. Your Highness is wise. Zichuan Sanqing then shifted the topic. Speaking of which, Sterling, you are not getting any younger. It would be prudent to expedite matters with Li Qing, wouldn't it? You are mistaken there, Sterling, Zichuan Sanqing stated gravely. Restoring internal peace and repelling external foes is a collective responsibility of the entire family. You cannot frame it as solely your burden. Do you believe that without you, we would be unable to quell the rebellion in the Far East? Sterling, feeling anxious, rose to bow. Yes, I was presumptuous. I hope your highness will forgive my folly. Zichuan Sanqing gestured for him to sit. Thus, do not bear the weight alone. A heavy burden should be shared by all. From your perspective, while loyalty to the family is indeed your duty, should the family truly wish to see loyal subjects suffer unduly and waste their youthful years? You propose to wait until after the rebellion is quelled, yet if negotiations falter, this battle is certainly one we may have to fight. Are we truly so naive as to wait another decade or more before considering marriage? That would be ludicrous. To be granted marriage and to preside over the ceremony is a tremendous honor. Under ordinary circumstances, Sterling ought to kneel in gratitude and acceptance. However, in that moment, Sterling's mind was in disarray, leaving him momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Zichuan Sanqing did not chastise him for his apparent rudeness, continuing to speak. At that time, once our statuses are established, we can find solace in our commitment to each other. Otherwise, Li Qing is a young woman. Could you bear to have her spend her youth waiting? Sterling, while slaying foes on the battlefield is indeed vital, nurturing the next generation for the family is equally significant. You and Li Qing are both exemplary individuals, steadfastly loyal to the family. I am confident that your descendants will also be exceptionally gifted and loyal. How much savings do you have at present? Is it sufficient to arrange for a wedding? If it is insufficient, I can contribute a portion. Li Qing hails from a prestigious lineage. We must not conduct this affair in a manner that is too humble, lest we do her a disservice. Sterling's mind was in disarray, yet one thought remained resolute. He must not concede. In a hoarse voice, he addressed the prince, Your Highness. I earnestly hope to postpone the engagement. The countenance of Zichuan Sanqing darkened. This was Sterling's first defiance of his wishes. Sterling, what is this attitude? Do you consider yourself of such high standing that Li Qing is unworthy of you? Having voiced his concerns, Sterling felt emboldened. I dare not presume so. Miss Li Qing possesses noble birth, exquisite beauty, and is both generous and capable. Zichuan Sanqing nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. Then what is it that you find unsatisfactory? No, I merely believe that with Miss Li Qing's exceptional qualities, she ought to have the option to choose a better match. I am but a mere warrior, of humble origins, lacking in status and wealth, and thus unworthy of such a virtuous wife. Zichuan Sanqing rose, articulating each word with precision. Sterling, do you wish to call off the engagement? Sterling clenched his teeth and replied softly, yes. Upon uttering those words, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he braced himself for the impending wrath. Yet, an unexpected calm enveloped the room, as Zichuan Sanqing's tone turned unexpectedly gentle. Sterling, is it that you do not favor Li Qing because you are enamored with another lady? Speak freely, and I shall advocate for you. Whomever it may be, simply name her. My lord. Sterling found himself perplexed by Zichuan Sanqing's intentions. Whomever it may be, simply name her. Indeed, his heart was already pledged elsewhere. Summoning his courage, Sterling confessed, the one I admire is Cadden. Zichuan Sanqing raised an eyebrow. The princess of the demon clan? In truth, he was well aware of Cadden's lineage. Yet he feigned ignorance. Sterling mustered the courage to recount the tale. Zichuan Sanqing listened intently, remaining silent as he paced the room. Eventually, he came to a halt at the windowsill and spoke slowly. I have grown old. Sterling, bewildered, interjected, My lord, you are yet to reach 60. You are still in your prime and full of vigor. How can you speak of age? Zichuan Sanqing disregarded his comment and continued, logically. Having lived so long and served as chancellor, one should be at peace with all matters. Yet, there is one concern that lingers in my mind. Sterling remained silent, observing Zichuan Sanqing, who appeared to have shed the mask he usually wore, revealing rare sincerity. From our ancestor Zichuan Yuan, who bravely forged the Zichuan lineage. To my brother's bloody struggle to uphold our legacy, the bloodline of the Zichuan family has weathered countless storms, enduring for 7 generations. The illustrious name of Zichuan must not perish from my hands. Otherwise, if the hard-won achievements of 7 generations are lost through my actions, I shall have no face to meet my elder brother or my ancestral lineage after my demise. Thus, I would go to any lengths, and every deed I undertake is solely to preserve the longevity of my family for centuries to come. The sins I have committed, I willingly bear alone. Even if I were to plunge into the depths of hell thereafter, I would speak of no regrets. Sterling spoke to console. Your Highness, you speak too gravely. Although the rebellion in the Far East is severe, familial discord does not pose a threat to our family's existence. I do not refer to the Far East. Zichuan Sanqing's gaze was piercing. In the decade following my death, the legacy of our family will be in its most precarious state. Zichuan Ning, being young and inexperienced, and as a woman, lacks the authority to suppress the multitude of opposing forces and intimidate the ministers. Ambitious generals and ministers, perceiving the instability of the young ruler, will undoubtedly harbor treacherous intentions. Local lords, witnessing the weakening of central authority, may be tempted to seize power for themselves. Just as my Zichuan family once rose within the bright empire, who can predict that there will not be a second or third Zichuan emerging, carving out their own realms and declaring themselves kings? At that time, Zichuan Ning, without military support or the backing of the civil officials, relying solely on her frail womanhood, how could she contend with the treacherous ministers and rebels who infiltrate both court and country? Sterling listened in horror, then sought to reassure Zichuan Sanqing. I believe your highness is overly concerned. The officials and subjects of our family remain loyal and honorable, wishing for your highness to enjoy a long life. Yet, should the mountains crumble and the earth shake, I am confident that those loyal to the family will hold Miss Ning in the same esteem as they do your highness, remaining steadfastly devoted to her. Zichuan Sanqing shook her head. Sterling, you think too highly of people. While I am alive, they certainly behave well. Just wait until I am gone. I still recall how the treacherous rebel Yang Minghua appeared exceedingly loyal during my brother's lifetime. So, your highness suggests, Zichuan Ning, as a woman, requires a formidable man to wield the regency and protect her. He should be like a sharp sword, instilling fear in the treacherous ministers, deterring them from acting rashly. Only then can Zichuan Ning navigate the perilous initial decade of her governance in peace. This individual must possess both talent and courage to intimidate the ministers, as well as loyalty. Otherwise, the opposite effect may ensue. Sterling, whom do you think would be most suitable for this task? Zichuan Sanqing smiled. I believe Luo Minghai would remain steadfast. However, he has a fatal flaw. His lack of military understanding leads to a deficiency in support from the armed forces. He appears capable now, but that is only because I am backing him. Once I am gone, you will be unable to cope. Sterling pondered. My lady. What of Inspector General Dilling? He is capable and strong, well-versed in military affairs, decisive and resolute before he could finish. Zichuan Sanqing waved her hand to interrupt. I acknowledge Dilling's abilities, but his excessive bloodshed and numerous enemies would make it difficult for him to command respect. He is not a suitable consideration. He held back a thought. Sterling, have you ever observed the look in Dingling's eyes? They burn with an insatiable ambition. I have never witnessed such an unabashed yearning for power. How could I possibly entrust my niece's life and the fate of my family to such a power-hungry maniac? The only reason I have allowed him to live is that I require him to counterbalance roaming high. Before my demise, I must eliminate him. Otherwise, he will pose the greatest threat to the Zichuan family, far more perilous than Yang Minghua. But who should I assign to carry out this task? Roaming high would undoubtedly relish the opportunity, and then Sterling and Zichuan Xiu would weep and wail for their elder brother, engaging in a futile struggle with roaming high. This would be the most favorable outcome, allowing them to entangle themselves below, thus securing my niece Zichuan Ning's position and ensuring the enduring fortune of the Zichuan family. Over the past 2 centuries of trials and tribulations, has the Zichuan family not navigated such storms before? In another 200 years, we shall continue in the same manner. Then Sterling suggested Fong Jing and Ming Wei. Zichuan Sanqing chuckled, saying, how could I possibly trust the fate of our family to that cowardly king of escape? Sterling laughed as well, then added, there is a person. He is unwaveringly loyal to Miss Ning, possessing both wisdom and valor, a capable warrior. I believe if he were to wield the regent's power, it would be most fitting. Oh, who is this? Zichuan Xiu. Remarkably, he shares a deep affection with Miss Ning, and once they marry, Zichuan Xiu could assume the role of regent prince as her husband, commanding the leadership. As they become one family, there would be no contention for power. Their descendants would naturally inherit the position of commander, ensuring a smooth transfer of authority and the continuation of our bloodline. Moreover, if Zichuan Xiu were in power, both he and Dinglin would fully support this arrangement, eliminating the current discord between the leadership and the inspection office, fostering unity and harmony, bringing us closer to the day when my family dominates the continent. What do you think, Your Highness? Previously, Zichuan Sanqing had scoffed at Sterling's suggested candidates, but at this moment, he felt a flicker of excitement. Particularly the notions of preserving the family lineage and conquering the continent were indeed enticing. Becoming the sovereign of the realm had been the dream and glory of 7 generations. However, he quickly regained his composure. Zichuan Xiu was far too cunning, too inscrutable. Everyone has their goals. Dinglin seeks power, Roaming High desires Dinglin's head, and Sterling aims to serve the family and Princess Cadden. Those with objectives have actions and intentions that are easier to discern. Yet, I do not understand what Zichuan Xiu desires. He forsook the chance to enter the leadership in order to plead for a traitor. He shows no interest in women, maintaining a distant yet cordial relationship with Zichuan Ning. What is it that he truly wants? Dinglin is dangerous, yet he remains somewhat transparent. But Zichuan Xiu eludes my understanding. Is he timid and fearful? In those days, he dared to lead 800 cavalry straight into the formidable encampment of the Flow Wind West Mountain. He courageously infiltrated the heart of the demon army to assassinate the commanding general. He audaciously executed the foremost expert of his clan on the spot within the central military camp. He risked being cut down by numerous blades to persuade the rebellious officers of the central army. Sterling was unable to successfully plead for Zichuan Xiu. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I have listened to the chief's explicit instructions. Indeed, I believe you are exceptionally suitable, Sterling. All the blood surged to Sterling's head as he unsteadily rose. My lord, no, your highness. Such a heavy responsibility and honor. How could I, Sterling, dare to accept it? Sterling, sit down and hear me out. Zichuan Sanqing's demeanor grew even more benevolent. I have full confidence in your character and loyalty. Your military achievements are illustrious, and with your background in the ranks, the military will undoubtedly support you vigorously. In the civilian realm, your reputation is impeccable. You are known for your integrity and righteousness, and the populace holds you in high esteem. Even the esteemed elders, those fastidious old gentlemen, speak of you in glowing terms. Moreover, you are a close brother to Di Lin and Zichuan Xiu. They will also support you in wielding power. Just consider, who else meets so many qualifications but you? Sterling's mind buzzed with thoughts. Though he was principled, he was not so lofty as to be devoid of desires. As a magnificent vision of a resplendent future unfolded before him, he felt his breath quicken and his heart race, a wave of dizziness washing over him. In time, you will serve as president and commander of the Central Army, wielding command over the family's elite forces, safeguarding the capital. With you in command, internal traitors and rebels will think twice before acting recklessly. Externally, you are the most renowned general of my family. Under your esteemed name, who would dare to offend us? So, Sterling, for the family, for me, will you not agree? Stirred by emotion, Sterling trembled as he spoke. I hail from humble beginnings. Such a lofty position should not be something I dare to aspire to. However, since the chief places such heavy trust in me, and I have received such great favor from the family, I can only dedicate myself wholeheartedly, even to the point of death, to repay the family. Zichuan Sanqing clapped his hands in approval. Now I can rest easy. With you shouldering this great responsibility, even in death, I will have no regrets. With such loyalty, I believe my niece, Zichuan Ning, will also treat you well. In the future, your Sterling family will surely share in the rise and fall alongside my Zichuan clan. Thriving together, your descendants, along with those of Li Qing, will extend through generations, enjoying wealth and glory. Suddenly, Sterling felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Pale-faced, he replied, Your Highness, regarding what you mentioned about my union with Li Qing, I truly find it difficult to agree. I have already pledged my eternal devotion to Cadden. Zichuan Sanqing regarded him gently. I bear no prejudice against Princess Cadden. I believe she must also be an extraordinary woman to have captured your heart. I do not insist that you marry Li Qing. Within the family, whichever maiden you fancy, I will certainly support your wishes. However, you absolutely cannot marry Cadden. Why, Your Highness? Zichuan Sanqing sighed. Sterling, why can't you understand? Wake up. The demon clan stands as our formidable adversary, a bitter enemy. As you are destined to become the leader of the ruling council, commanding the entire family's military forces, marrying their princess would utterly tarnish your reputation. How would you earn the respect of your people then? The Eastern forces would be the first to dissent. Consider this. Your life experiences starkly contrast with those of Cadden, and your lifestyles differ significantly. Although you may not yet perceive it, cohabitation would inevitably lead to discomfort. Love and marriage are vastly disparate. Moreover, given your character and status, where would you struggle to find a suitable match? In fact, if you so desire, I could even betroth Annan to you. Then, you would be the husband of the Chancellor, a dignified regent standing above the masses. Reflect on this, Sterling. A man should prioritize his career and the state. Romantic entanglements are but fleeting wisps, ephemeral in nature. What holds greater significance? A woman from the demon clan, or your future legacy and achievements that will echo through the ages? You are a wise man, Sterling, capable of making a judicious choice. Sterling's complexion turned pale, alternating between crimson and ashen, as two conflicting thoughts waged a fierce battle within him. The alluring words of Zichuan Sanqing reverberated in his ears, a monumental legacy. One person beneath, yet above countless others. And before him, Caden's tear-filled eyes appeared. In that moment, he felt as if the world were spinning, his head pounding with agony. Your Highness, I have made my decision, Sterling declared, rising to bow deeply, his voice hoarse. I will marry Caden. His tone conveyed an unwavering resolve. Zichuan Sanqing leaned softly against the chair's back, silently gazing at him, her eyes devoid of anger. Only sorrow for the prince's generous affection. Sterling felt immensely grateful. I sincerely apologize for disappointing you, Your Highness. I hope you can pardon my obstinacy. But please believe that my loyalty to the family will remain steadfast. As always, Zichuan Sanqing raised a hand to interrupt Sterling, wearily closing her eyes. A silence enveloped them. After a long pause, she finally opened her eyes and gently asked, Is your mind truly set? Are you really resigning? Yes, I deeply regret it, Your Highness. However, I shall not abandon my duties. If you permit, I intend to resign after quelling the Eastern Rebellion and then marry. I will not put you in a difficult position. Zichuan Sanqing's expression was one of confusion, as if she were listening intently, yet not absorbing a word. Finally, she sighed with a sense of melancholy. The plans of man often fall short of those of heaven. You may leave now, Sterling. In that moment, Sterling realized for the first time that the Chancellor had become an elderly man burdened by insurmountable responsibilities. In that instant, he appeared significantly aged, exhausted, breathless, his expression weary. The lines on his face slackening, and the age spots becoming increasingly pronounced. A feeling of compassion welled up within Sterling. What a heavy burden this old man bore. He had initially hoped to share in the load, only to find himself heartlessly declining. Sterling was enveloped by a profound sense of guilt. Your Highness, please. Leave, Sterling, Zichuan Sanqing reiterated for the second time. A thought flickered in Sterling's mind. The elderly man before him appeared so frail and solitary. He bowed deeply, sincerely proclaiming, I take my leave, Your Highness. Please take care of your health, for it is a blessing to all the people. The affairs of the world have their own destiny. Please do not overexert yourself, Your Highness. Zichuan Sanqing majestically opened a drawer and retrieved a small black leather box. Take this. Sterling, puzzled yet compliant, accepted it and opened it to reveal a diamond-studded blue jade bracelet, exquisitely crafted. Though he was not an expert, he recognized the value of such an item. Present it to Caden. I understand your financial constraints. Her status as a princess necessitates a worthy token of affection. It wouldn't do her justice otherwise. Your Highness, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. Do not concern yourself. This bracelet was originally meant as a gift for Liufeng on your wedding day. And now it shall serve the same purpose for Caden. Consider it an old man's blessing for you both. May you enjoy a life filled with happiness and companionship. Sterling wished to refuse, but found himself choked with emotion, unable to voice his protests. There is no need for sorrow. I understand that everyone has their own fate, and it cannot be forced. As you suggested, once the conflict in the Far East concludes, you shall resign and marry. I shall not attend your wedding. After your marriage, remember to distance yourself from the capital. Your kindness is too great, and this place is ill-suited for you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sterling's tears cascaded down his cheeks as he wept openly. Your Highness, he collapsed into Zichuan Sanqing's embrace, his sobs echoing through the air. Zichuan Sanqing held Sterling's head tightly, whispering, I have always wished that if you were my son, if I had a son like you, how wonderful that would be. How truly wonderful. Tears streamed down his own face, each droplet falling onto Sterling's dark, thick hair. Chapter 59. Year-end. The winter of the year 779 in the Empire arrived particularly late. It was not until December that the first wave of cold swept over the Valen fortress, rolling from east to west, engulfing the entire land. Within 10 hours, temperatures plummeted below zero, yet the first snowfall remained elusive. Instead, thunder resounded, and a lightning bolt struck down 2 guards stationed at the front of the Grand Hall, severing the flagpole. Subsequently, torrential rain descended. After 3 days and nights of relentless downpour, the skies finally cleared, revealing a splendid rainbow in the east, juxtaposed with a colossal cross appearing on the western horizon. The citizens of the imperial capital were engulfed in fear, and rumors proliferated, all convinced that this calamity was a consequence of profound sins committed by certain individuals, inciting divine wrath. Debates ensued regarding the identity of the sinner, with differing opinions from figures such as President Roaming High and Inspector General Dilling. In a flash, temples and churches of all sizes, along with various religious groups, flourished. Monks, priests, nuns, pastors, sisters, mullahs, Taoists, prophets, and leaders all proclaimed, "It is the greed, ignorance, and lack of faith among the citizens of the imperial capital that have provoked the ire of our God, Buddha, Lord, deities, and saints, or whatever one may call them. They are enraged, and their wrath shall descend upon the earth to cleanse all sins. Repent, you sinners, for your transgressions weigh heavily upon you, heavier than your wallets. Only through sincere belief in us can you find salvation. As for how to express your devotion, at this moment, a pure maiden clad in white appeared, holding a donation box. Come, everyone, lay forth your sincerity. Remember, the stingy shall never enter paradise. It has long been declared, the wealthy's attempts to enter heaven are as futile as a camel passing through the eye of a needle. Our deity truly possesses foresight. Wealth is the emblem of sin. It is the devil's bait to tempt humanity. The sole path to salvation is to let us bear these sins for you. Do not misinterpret our intentions. We serve the divine wholeheartedly. Having long forsaken worldly pleasures, we are here to atone for you with our years of ascetic discipline. To doubt us, the messengers of the divine, is to doubt the divine itself. You are destined for hell." As Dilling passed each street corner, he observed individuals in bizarre attire gesticulating or wailing, proclaiming, "God saves humanity. Those who believe shall be saved." On one street, two divine messengers, competing for territory, were breathlessly hurling accusations at one another. "You are the devil. God will annihilate you. Divine wrath shall punish you." After exchanging insults for some time, their deities seemed either oblivious to their calls or preoccupied as they lingered in silence. Consequently, the two resorted to punishing each other in place of their gods, engaging in a public brawl. A large crowd gathered to witness this spectacle of divine conflict. Initially, Dilling assumed these individuals were mad. However, he soon realized, with a cold smirk, that this was a tremendous profit for the prevailing religions, yet a profound loss for the intellect of our nation. A bearded monk of the Taoist sect suddenly emerged from the shadows, confronting Dilling. "Friend, would you care to hear the divine will of God?" The guards of Dilling saluted the monk with a mixture of reverence and fear. Enraged, the monk pursued, shouting, "You godless wretch! You devil! You shall burn in the fires of hell! You are cursed!" His voice thundered, spittle flying, as the guards crossed themselves in terror, hesitant to approach. Dilling's thin lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with a sinister light, exuding an aura of lethal menace that pressed against the monk's throat like an unsheathed blade. The monk's complexion paled, and in that instant, he comprehended the grave reality. This man was indeed capable of murder. Overcome with fear, he lost control, his trousers dampening. He fled in a frantic scramble, crying out, "Devil! Devil! Oh God, save us!" Dilling's laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained. "Ha ha! Just a jest, my friends, a jest. Ha ha!" The guards, however, turned pale, a shared thought emerging in their minds. Perhaps this was no mere jest after all. As if to validate the ominous portent, on December 21st, a bloody incident erupted in the imperial capital. The cause was rather simple. Within the Double Dragon Bar, several intoxicated military officers caused a ruckus, engaging in a brawl with patrolling gendarmes. The precise reason for the altercation became irretrievable, as the original participants were rendered mute, witnessing the tide of battle turn against them. The gendarmes, outnumbered, defended the bar's entrance while sounding the alarm. Down with Dilling's lackeys. Both sides called for reinforcements, escalating the chaos. 20 minutes later, a contingent of police arrived, intending to restore order. In later inquiries, they claimed to treat both factions impartially, attempting to calm the fray while selectively striking the gendarmes on the back of their heads with their clubs. This was hardly surprising, as the police were under the orders of their superiors, aligned with the military. However, Dilling's subordinates were not pacifists. They retaliated immediately, and the brawl intensified. At this juncture, the military enjoyed numerical superiority, yet Dilling's forces, emboldened by valor, began to gain the upper hand, seemingly on the verge of securing a decisive victory over Liufeng. Just then, a horde of raucous malicious soldiers, drawn by the promise of chaos, rushed to the scene. Their favorite pastime was indeed brawling, and upon witnessing the grand spectacle of conflict before them, they became electrified, ignoring the cause or rationale, joyfully joining the fray as if their very lives depended on this battle. The militia soldiers alternately shouted, "Long live the commander," aiding the military against the gendarmes. Then down with Liufeng, as they turned to clash with the military officers and police, and at times they would suddenly cease their cries, engaging in conflicts amongst themselves. What began as a clearly defined confrontation devolved into utter chaos with their involvement. The local ruffians of the capital, seizing the opportunity, joined in the chaos. They shouted, "We adore our president," as they smashed the windows of roadside shops and burst into homes, plundering them mercilessly, while simultaneously proclaiming, "Long live the empire." They coerced passers-by into surrendering their wallets and took advantage of women. The decent citizens and homeowners, unwilling to be victimized, rallied their neighborhood committee, chanting, "Long live Liufeng! Long live the empire! Women and children, stay indoors. Men, arm yourselves to defend our streets." The men, intimidated yet resolute, responded to the call, arming themselves with kitchen knives and iron pans, trembling as they resisted the invaders. The flames of conflict spread from the commercial district to residential areas, and then to the parks, where two opposing religious leaders urged their followers to engage in a holy war against the infidels. The two largest gangs in the capital seized this rare opportunity to settle their scores, with hundreds of mobsters clad in black suits and sunglasses wreaking havoc. Bloodshed ensued. Dozens of shops were set ablaze, illuminating the night sky of the capital with a fiery glow. The rioters, reveling beside the burning ruins, drank to their heart's content. Chaos reigned, with officers battling military personnel, and both factions uniting to assault the police and the ruffians. Residents above hurled flower pots down, causing injuries to those below, while the latter retaliated by igniting entire buildings in vengeance. Within half an hour, Liufeng received reports of the uprising in the capital. Upon entering the meeting room, he heard Dilin solemnly address Zichuan, "Your Highness, my subordinates are law-abiding citizens. This unrest is entirely due to Liufeng's indulgence of his subordinates, who provocatively instigated this incident. We have irrefutable evidence that they initiated the violence. Liufeng and his subordinates must bear full responsibility for the misfortunes of this night. I implore your Highness to severely punish their contempt for the law." Liufeng felt faint at these accusations. As usual, they engaged in heated debates, mockery, and insults before Zichuan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough. This is not the time to determine who is right or wrong. Our priority now is to quell this upheaval immediately." Liufeng shuddered at the thought. With a mere nod from Zichuan, Dilin would lead his 40,000 gendarmes into the city, reenacting a bloody night in the capital, and by dawn, all officials aligned with Liufeng would be slaughtered. Before Zichuan could speak, Liufeng interjected, "Your Highness, I believe those participating in the unrest include both military and civilian elements, and it would be unwise to deploy the gendarmerie. I suggest allowing the police force to handle the suppression of the riot. My subordinates are prepared to depart immediately." "You fool. This incident was instigated by your subordinates. How can you expect them to restore order? Preposterous. You clearly created this mess, and now I am graciously helping you clean it up, yet you dare to protest. Enough." Zichuan thundered once more. He turned to Liufeng. "Liufeng, are there any troops stationed near the capital that can be immediately deployed? Notify the 51st Division to march into the city at once, arm those cadets, and bring the sailors down from their vessels. Also, draw 5,000 men from the Imperial Guard to consolidate our forces. That should suffice. Dilling, gather your military police as well. They shall serve as reserves in case of insufficient manpower." "Yes, understood." The two men bowed in unison. On the night of the 21st, at 11 o'clock, illuminated by the flickering flames, sailors from the Vanya River silently surged into the capital through the western city gate. They braved a torrential downpour of bricks and torches, launching a silent assault on the rioting crowd. The resolute and valiant sailors, though outnumbered, engaged in a fierce yet hushed struggle against the mob, their black bayonets glimmering in the night. After a tense battle lasting several minutes, the sailors managed to disperse the throngs of rioters, who outnumbered them by several times. In the northern district of the city, the epicenter of the chaos, the melee involved not only ordinary citizens, business owners, thugs, and gangsters, but also numerous professional soldiers, amounting to nearly 100,000, jamming the streets to the point of impassability. The 51st Division South Infantry, with only over 4,000 men, would merely add to the turbulence of the fray, rendering their presence futile. The division commander, in a fit of whimsy, sought out several dozen bulls from outside the city, setting fire to their tails. The maddened herd charged into the masses, causing pandemonium as the streets erupted in chaos, swiftly clearing a path for a large contingent of the Imperial Guard to follow, who lashed out with whips, inciting screams of terror from the crowd. To commemorate that night of unrestrained revelry, an annual parade was established on December 21st, celebrating the event. For authenticity, dozens of bulls, with torches tied to their tails, would be set loose to run amok, while participants, reminiscent of that fateful night, would carry candles as they filled the streets. Time passed, yet the relationship between the command center and the inspection office grew increasingly tense, escalating to the point where their leaders required full armored escorts even for their daily commutes. Their subordinates stood at odds, erecting barricades in the streets, with conflicts poised to erupt at any moment. It became apparent that the enmity between Diling and Luo Minghai could no longer be tolerated. Otherwise, similar unrest could resurface at any time. Luo Minghai submitted a request to reassign Diling to the Far Eastern Front. In fact, prior to this, elders had already suggested that keeping a renowned general like Diling idle in the capital was a tremendous waste. He sought Dilling's opinion, who, with reddened eyes and a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Your Highness, I have done nothing wrong. Why must I be banished so far away?" With an expression of innocence, Zichuan Sanqing reassured him, "This is not banishment. It is a testament to the family's trust in you. The situation in the Far East is complex, and a senior officer is needed to oversee the battle. This is purely a matter of necessity. But Your Highness, I cannot bear to leave you," sighed Diling. "In the Far East, you can better utilize your talents to serve the family. Even in your absence, I find joy. Your Highness, since you have expressed such sentiments, I consent to journey to the Far East. However, there is a matter that weighs heavily on my mind." "Oh, please, do share your concerns." "My wife, Lin Xiujia, is with child and due to give birth imminently. As you are aware, Luo Minghai harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me, capable of any treachery, should he take advantage of my absence from the capital to harm my wife." The implication from the emperor was a request for Zichuan Sanqing to approve Lin Xiujia's departure from the capital alongside the troops, alleviating his worries. "Alas, Emperor Lin, your reasoning is flawed. Given her condition, how could she undertake such a long journey? Moreover, to expose her to the perils of war is hardly the act of a wise man. Do you doubt my capability at my age? Huh. I am old enough to be both you and Lin Xiujia's father." A sheen of sweat appeared on Emperor Lin's forehead. "Your Highness jests." Internally, he lamented the situation, fearing that his well-intentioned efforts might backfire. What to do? What to do? What to do? Very well, let it be as such. Emperor Lin, should you continue to hesitate, I might interpret it as a lack of trust in my judgment. Zichuan Sanqing's tone turned stern. Emperor Lin shuddered, bowing his head. "I shall comply." Sweat soaked through his heavy garments. On the 28th day of the 12th month in the year 779 of the Empire, Inspector General Emperor Lin led 40,000 garrison troops away from the capital towards the front lines in the Far East. On the first day of the new year in 780, in the mountainous region of the far eastern Liufeng province, a half-orc cavalryman thundered along the mountain path at dawn, arriving breathless at the encampment of the Xiuji battalion. Both man and steed drenched in sweat, he dismounted and, with precise human diction, addressed the bleary-eyed sentry. "Urgent dispatch from 800 miles. I must deliver it directly to Guangmingxiu." The Xiuji battalion had celebrated the new year with revelry throughout the night, and just as Zichuan Xiu had fallen into slumber, he was roused by Chuan. The general manager of Alibaba Corporation, De Luan, has urgent news. He quickly awakened, and within the correspondence, De Luan reported the emergence of a large, unidentified rebel faction in the Shajiao province, which had already dismantled 3 branches of the Xiuji battalion, incurring severe losses. Zichuan Xiu promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Sterling. Sterling regarded this intelligence with utmost seriousness. He penned a lengthy letter to Minghui, the supreme commander of the Far Eastern Theater stationed in Dusa province. In the letter, he expressed concern over the unusual movements of the rebels and urged for immediate reinforcement of defenses, advising the concentration of troops to guard against any sudden changes. Originally, a messenger was to deliver the letter, but Chief of Staff Tang Ping of the Central Army had business with Minghui, so Sterling entrusted the letter to him. However, Tang Ping ultimately failed to reach Minghui's headquarters, in the wild, less than 70 kilometers from Dusa province. He fell into an ambush set by the demon race's advance party. A sharp, powerful arrow pierced his lung, sending him tumbling from his mount. Lying amidst the frigid snowdrifts, Tang Ping coughed incessantly, blood staining his lips. Confronted by the encroaching dragon knights of the demon clan, he trembled as he tore Sterling's letter into shreds, scattering them to the winds over the snow-laden plains of the Far East. That very night, the flames of war painted the midnight sky crimson. The formidable demon army crossed the boundary markers between the demon kingdom and the Zichuan clan, led by the invincible demon god emperor himself, commanding a force of 417 battalions, totaling 132,000 troops. Over 700,000 rebels from various races of the Far East forged ahead as vanguards, clearing the path before them. Chapter 60. The collapse. The sky loomed gray. With rain and snow falling incessantly, the Eastern rebels had shattered the truce, reigniting the flames of war. They launched a sudden assault on the patrols of the royal family, then swiftly retreated. Eager to achieve merit, Commander Fang Jin led over 100,000 troops in pursuit. As the army advanced to the Moonbay Plain, snowflakes danced through the air, revealing a vast shadow on the horizon. Gasping for breath, the soldiers hesitated, peering ahead. What could that be? A thicket, perhaps? It appeared so. Yet it seemed to grow larger. An experienced soldier squinted, suddenly exclaiming, "It's still moving. That is no thicket. A grand army approaches us." The divisions emerged, forming ranks across the plain. Massive, orderly formations of steel coalesced instantaneously, covering the entirety of Moonbay Plain. Messengers galloped between the formations, shouting, "Prepare!" The infantry raised their spears in unison, a chilling gleam of cold steel shimmering above the ranks. The cavalry mounted, positioned on the flanks as a reserve for counterattack, their raised sabers gleaming like snow, resembling a dazzling ribbon. Snowflakes settled quietly upon the soldiers' helmets and shoulders, forming a delicate layer. The sound of thunderous hooves reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The dark mass of the enemy surged forward, akin to waves or a tsunami. The silhouette, reminiscent of a storm cloud, became increasingly distinct. The ominous formation, laden with long blades and spears, kicked up flurries of snow, swirling through the air. The might of the advancing army seemed to glide upon a cloud, as if demons from a legendary abyss had emerged, riding the clouds to devour all who dared obstruct their path. "Steady your positions," the messenger shouted. "First row, crouch." The soldiers lowered their spears, resting the shafts upon the ground, tips aimed forward, bending to face the enemy. Officers shouted fiercely in their ears, "Fight bravely for the honor of the Zichuan family." "Steady your positions," the messenger commanded once more. Obediently, the soldiers planted their feet firmly, gripping their spears tightly, hearts pounding fiercely. The teeth of the frontline soldiers clattered involuntarily, their faces pale. Behind them, the military officers directed the gendarmes to form a skirmish line, the glinting arrows aimed at the backs of the frontline soldiers. The enemy advanced at an astonishing speed. With each blink, they drew closer. The banners, like clouds, came into view, a dense array of blades, the fierce faces of cavalry, the mist from their nostrils billowing forth. As the troops surged forward like a tempest, a tidal wave of thousands, the wind gusted, parting the curtain of snow, granting clearer vision. Suddenly, a terrifying voice erupted within the ranks. "My God, that is not the rebels. It is the demon clan." Chaos erupted among the formations as soldiers, disregarding discipline, cried out, "It's the demon clan. The demon clan is upon us. Heaven help us, flee. We will perish." One by one, soldiers discarded their weapons and fled from the ranks, while the officers shouted vehemently to stop them. "Do not run. Whoever dares to flee shall be executed. Halt. I command you to stand still." With an impassive gesture, the military judge signaled, and the gendarmes began to shoot arrows. The fleeing soldiers fell one by one, shrieking in agony, yet their numbers continued to swell. A tremendous roar suddenly erupted, drowning out the commands. "Sima-Hylan, long live our emperor." The demonic soldiers howled in frenzy, "Olag, kill." There was no doubt. This was the battle cry of the demonic kingdom's army charging forth. The earth trembled, and the heavens seemed to collapse. Humanity felt an instinctive dread at the sight of the green-skinned, grotesque creatures of the demon race. They would not forget that 2 centuries prior, their ancestors had obliterated the once mighty civilization of the Radiant Empire. With fewer than 200,000, the demonic legion swept across the entire Western continent, leading to the demise of the last emperor of the Radiant Empire and leaving 500,000 royal soldiers dead on the banks of the Blue River. The demons, legendary for their cannibalism and fiery breath, embodied the most ruthless and formidable evil known to mankind. In an instant, the formations disintegrated, the soldiers disregarded orders, hastily discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. The disbanded troops surged forth like a torrent released from a dam, overwhelming the rearguard. The air was filled with cries of chaos. Run. Flee for your lives. People scattered in all directions, trampling over one another, weapons strewn across the ground. Banners abandoned in haste. In the blink of an eye, the entire army vanished without a trace. The demonic cavalry surged into the fleeing masses, jubilantly commencing a massacre. The jubilations of thousands of demons mingled with the dying screams of countless humans, both rising to the heavens. Fang Jing ceased his futile cries, realizing that no force could salvage the army's collapse. He quietly observed as his 100,000-strong army scattered across the plain, watching waves of retreating soldiers rush past him. Witnessing the demons' raucous laughter behind them as they commenced their slaughter, and seeing the banners trampled underfoot. What a disgrace it was, without having engaged in battle. His vast army had succumbed to panic. In comparison, what significance did the Redwater Beach hold? His captain, Ming Ku, breathlessly approached. "My lord, the demons are upon us. We must retreat." Fang Jing turned to glance at him, remaining silent, his gaze drifting away from the battlefield towards the vast sky. Ming Ku, believing he had not been heard, reiterated, "My lord, let us withdraw. Better to leave with our lives." Ming Ku lunged forward to grasp the reins. "My lord, where are you going?" Fang Jing smiled without responding, drawing his sword and swiftly severing the reins, urging his steed to gallop forth. His course was contrary to that of everyone else, charging straight towards the demonic forces. Ming Ku stood frozen in disbelief, watching the imposing figure of Fang Jing gradually vanish into the tide of retreating soldiers, the last smile etched indelibly in his memory. This was the final visage left behind by Fang Jing, forever revered in later generations as the loyal and brave commander. No one understood the meaning of his last words except for Dylan. The latter comprehended that Fang Jing had thus evaded a fate of disgrace at the hands of his own entrapment. Dylan muttered a soft curse, calling him a fool. Before removing his hat and standing still, gazing towards the distant east for an extended moment, Fang Jing was the first commanding officer to perish in the Sacred War. And he died like a true hero. 50 meters away, both he and his horse were riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine, yet he remained alive. Leaning against a great tree, valiantly combating numerous Sanaya cavalrymen, his body adorned with arrows. The demon soldiers recognized him as a high-ranking officer and initially intended to capture him alive. However, each demon that ventured within 5 paces of him fell to his sword, their bodies forming a circle around his position. Ultimately, realizing they could not approach him, the commander issued an order, and several spears simultaneously pierced his body, blood gushing forth. Fang Jing fell. A green-haired infantryman and a dark-skinned cavalryman, both eager to claim Fang Jing's head, rushed forward. Suddenly, Fang Jing rose once more, cleaving the green-haired infantryman in two with a single stroke, before collapsing for the final time. The cavalryman, now devoid of competition, rejoiced, carefully severing Fang Jing's head and hanging it alongside a string of severed heads from beneath his saddle. In the ensuing 3 days, the Zichuan family suffered devastating losses. The various Zichuan armies, caught in a period of peace negotiations and thus lax in their vigilance, faced relentless and catastrophic assaults. At the stroke of midnight, almost simultaneously with the Sentinel's alarm, the Demon Dragon cavalry swiftly penetrated the western camp of the Black Flag Army, unleashing a massacre upon the startled Zichuan soldiers. Unarmed and in disarray, the soldiers fell to sabers, spears, arrows, trampling by their own comrades, engulfed in flames, or drowned. By the time the first rays of sunlight broke through, the western camp was strewn with corpses. Over 20,000 had perished without a single survivor. The militia found themselves surrounded by the demons. Stripped of their fighting spirit and realizing escape was futile, they promptly surrendered. After disarming them, Prince Cardon commanded the demons to behead them all. Amidst the mountain of corpses, the Sanaya soldiers reveled in jubilant cheers and merriment, tossing severed heads like balls, playfully draping the bloody entrails around each other's necks in mockery. Within the span of 3 days of warfare, the Zichuan family lost 240,000 soldiers, with an additional 110,000 surrendering, most of whom were also slaughtered, with only those fortunate enough to surrender to General Yun Qianqiu spared. The 600,000-strong army, painstakingly assembled by the Zichuan family, the result of tireless efforts from the command staff, was reduced to ashes in an instant. At this juncture, the only segment of the family's main forces that had not suffered catastrophic losses was Sterling's Central Army, which, due to its strategic positioning, had fortuitously evaded the first wave of the demon onslaught. Despite the incessant harassment and surprise attacks from the demonic vanguard, Sterling had already consolidated his forces for vigilant defense, resulting in minimal losses, with only a few reconnaissance units sustaining casualties. Chapter 61. The turmoil. Someone opened the window, and the first rays of morning sunlight mingled with the crisp, post-snow air, filling the room. Stirred from his slumber, Sterling immediately lifted his head from the table and inquired of the newly arrived deputy commander of the Central Army. Is there any news? Due to several nights of sleeplessness and anxiety, he appeared haggard, his eyes bloodshot. Qin Lu shook his head. Undeterred, Sterling pressed on. What of Lord Mingwei and Lord Fajing? Is there truly no information regarding their whereabouts or the main forces of both armies? Rising to his feet, Sterling began to pace back and forth, his mind racing with thoughts. How many of the demon clan have truly arrived? What are their intentions? Are they seeking to seize the Far East? Or do they aim to impede our military actions against the Eastern rebels? Or is it merely a whimsical fancy of the great Demon King after his midday slumber? Where lies their main force? What direction do they intend to attack? 3 days of war have passed, and we remain utterly in the dark, blindfolded while enduring blows. Even more troubling is our ignorance of the whereabouts of our own allies. Sterling could not help but exclaim, I demand a living demon. Even just one will suffice. This is disastrous, he thought. Everything is in disarray. Gathering his spirits, he asked, Is there any word from the Shou division? My lord, the entire contingent of the Shou division has vanished without a trace. Their encampment has been reduced to a desolate wasteland. It is feared that Lord Zichuan Shou has. Do not speak carelessly. A Shou is astute and capable. Surely nothing has befallen them. Qin Lu, realizing his gaffe, hastily replied, Indeed, let us hope all is as you say, my lord. Taking a deep breath, Sterling cast aside his worries for Zichuan Shou. Very well. Qin Lu, we can no longer afford to wait idly. We must proceed to the Dusha province to rendezvous with the theater command. What say you? My lord, in my humble opinion, the safest course of action would be to retreat immediately to the Valen fortress. That is our best option for safety. Sterling shook his head. We have not received orders to retreat. To abandon our allies and flee would surely land us before a military tribunal in the future. Let us set forth immediately to the Dusha province. In the morning light, the war horses neighed against the wind, accompanied by the clanking of weapons and the rumbling of carts as the Central Army advanced eastward, marching along the vast highway of the Far East. Sterling beheld a scene he would never forget. An endless throng of people, like a great dragon, surged from the east, flowing continuously towards the west. Everyone knew the brutal demon clan was approaching, and the only path to survival lay in heading westward into the Valen fortress. Carriages laden with numerous boxes jostle past, while some individuals, breathless, struggle under the weight of their entire possessions. Others traverse the icy terrain unburdened, yet a destitute elder trudges along, guiding 2 sheep with faltering steps. A woman, one arm cradling a child, wrestles with heavy luggage as she painfully navigates the frigid snow, stumbling and falling. The child wails in her embrace, and she sobs softly. Countless passers-by brush past, yet not a single soul offers assistance. The profound suffering wrought by war has rendered hearts selfish and numb, each gaze reflecting bewilderment and vacancy. Having lost their homes, their lands, and their loved ones, what fate awaits us? Beyond the civilians, many soldiers are present, severely injured. A soldier lies on a stretcher at the roadside, crying out, Mother! Mother! A comrade, limping on a crutch, curses as he hobbles along, abandoned by his fellows. A soldier, covered in mud and blood, sits in the snow, desperately pleading, I am from the 71st Division. Does anyone know where our forces are? Please, take me away. My leg is broken. I implore you. As people march past him, none pause to lend aid. Until his voice fails him, he weeps silently, clutching at the grass peeking through the snow, struggling like an insect to inch forward. The Central Army moves through the crowded road, weaving through disorganized vehicles, fleeing soldiers, and civilians, advancing in a disciplined formation, their presence a stark contrast to the chaos around them, resolutely heading eastward. Wherever they tread, the despondent are stirred to life. Some cheer, well done, Central Army. Yet others maliciously shout, beware, brothers. Don't be deceived by the officials. They're sending you to your deaths. Sterling inquires among the defeated soldiers, receiving a cacophony of responses. Yes, my unit was crushed at Saga. We were defeated in the Minsk region. Our banner has fallen. Commander Fongjing? We don't know. We heard he might be dead or captured, but we've never seen him. Mingwei? We've heard he has also perished, but we're not certain. Our forces were encircled by the demon horde. Only a handful of us managed to escape. Who has time to concern themselves with such matters? As for the numbers of the demon army, opinions vary widely. Some assert that there are multitudes, claiming to have witnessed a line of demons stretching for dozens of kilometers. Others scoff, suggesting it's merely a few squads, frightened soldiers exaggerating their fears. Some even recount seeing the demon king himself, a terrifying figure towering over 4 ordinary men. With a head the size of a grinding stone, eyes ablaze, and a gaping maw large enough to swallow a living person whole. Whispers of various rumors circulate. Some say that the royal family at the front has been entirely annihilated, and both Fang Jing and Ming Hui have been slain. Others claim that Ming Hui has commenced a major counteroffensive, launching an attack along the Grey Water River, causing the demons to retreat in panic. Ultimately, it was a wounded soldier who informed Sterling that Ming Hui's Far Eastern Command had retreated from Dusha Province to the capital of Aleya Province, Ibn City. After thorough questioning and verification and discussions with his staff, Sterling deemed the credibility of this intelligence to be quite high. He promptly ordered his forces to change direction towards Aleya Province. 2 days later, Sterling's troops entered Ibn City, which was similarly rife with chaos and disorder. A large influx of fleeing soldiers from the Dusha front poured into Ibn, creating a relentless din of human and vehicular traffic, resembling a tumultuous mess. The structure of various units had been shattered. The square was filled with panicked soldiers and civilians, all exclaiming, "The demon forces are right behind us." Yet, no one took on the responsibility of commanding the city's defense. People scurried about like headless flies, engaging in aimless Brownian motion within the city. The entrance of the Central Army caused an uproar throughout the city. Upon learning of Sterling's arrival, Governor Eilening of Aleya Province hurried to meet him. "What is the situation?" Sterling inquired without preamble, immediately following up with, "Are Lords Ming Hui and Fa Jing here? Where are the demon forces?" Eilening appeared weary and utterly spent, responding, "Lord Sterling, this situation is dire, truly dire. Your arrival is most fortunate. Lord Ming Hui is in the town hall. Would you like to see him?" "Yes. Lead the way." Sterling decisively dismounted and navigated through the crowd of people and wounded soldiers into the town hall. In one of the rooms, he encountered Commander Ming Hui of the Far Eastern Theater. At first glance, it was evident to him that Ming Hui had completely collapsed. He was huddled in a corner, shoulders trembling, face buried in his hands, silently sobbing. His attire was in tatters, exuding an unpleasant odor. The once refined and spirited Commander Ming Hui had utterly crumbled. The deputy commander of the Black Flag Army explained to Sterling, "Lord Ming Hui attempted suicide 3 days ago, but was prevented. Since then, he has been like this, isolating himself and refusing to eat or engage with anyone." Sterling approached gently, saying, "Lord Ming Hui, it is I, Sterling." After calling his name 3 times, Ming Hui finally responded, slowly lifting his head. His complexion was ghastly pale, tears and mucus covering his face, eyes hollow and filled with terror. He gazed at Sterling as though he were a stranger, remaining silent. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Sterling asked, "My lord, what is the current status of your forces? Do you know the whereabouts of Lord Fa Jing? How many demon forces are there in total?" Turning to him, he inquired, "Is the Western camp still operational? Are all troops accounted for?" "The Western camp has been overrun by the demons. For divisions have been utterly decimated. We have lost communication with all units. Numerous forces we were aware of have been defeated," Ming Hui lamented. "As for Fang Jing and his troops, the militia has completely collapsed. Those who were not defeated have fled. We questioned a fleeing soldier yesterday and confirmed that Fang Jing's militia at Moonbay has indeed been annihilated, with casualties amounting to over 100,000. As for Fang Jing, there are rumors that he has been killed in Moonbay, while others claim he has been captured. The truth remains elusive." Sterling felt his legs weaken with each passing moment. He had sensed that the situation at the front was dire, but he never anticipated such a catastrophic defeat. The entire army had been annihilated, shattered in their advance. One commander lay dead, while another was rendered a mere shell of himself. He forced himself to regain composure and inquired, "How many troops have the demons deployed? Where exactly are they now? As for their location, we are equally in the dark." Sterling's pent-up rage finally erupted as he demanded, "You do not know this? What have you been doing all this time? Only now? When the demons have breached our defenses, do you realize their presence? And you do not even know their numbers?" The officer, trembling with fear, swallowed hard. "My lord, you are aware that prior to the rebellion, the Eastern Army had stationed a formidable number of half-orc and serpent divisions along the border, specifically to monitor and scout for demon incursions. Now, they have all defected to the side of the demons, leaving us blind. only discovering their approach when they are upon us. Our current forces are merely those drawn from the heartlands of their families post-rebellion, unlike the original Eastern Army. They lack combat experience against the demons. In the face of this sudden encounter, chaos ensued, resulting in significant losses. Even Lord Ming is in such a state. And the command center has descended into utter disarray. We are at a loss for what to do. At this juncture, Yilan Ning, who had been silently listening, interjected, "My lord, I believe this is not the time for self-reflection. I would like to seek your guidance. Should we defend our province or retreat? We await your directive." Yet with Lord Ming in such a condition, Sterling pondered for a moment, suppressing his ire, and instructed Qin Lu, who had accompanied him, prepare paper and pen to record. Once Qin Lu was ready, Sterling spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. In light of the severely deteriorated mental and physical state of His Excellency Ming Hui, the former commander of the Eastern War Zone, I, Central Army Commander Sterling, deem it inappropriate for him to continue in this role. According to Clause 2 of Article 32 of the Operational Regulations, as the highest-ranking family officer present, I shall assume the responsibilities of His Excellency Ming Hui and command all family forces within the Eastern Territory. Sterling. Year 780 of the Zhuan Na Empire, January 8th. Sterling continued, "This order shall be issued in triplicate. One copy is to be retained by the Central Army. One shall be preserved by the former Eastern Command, and one shall be delivered to the Command Office. Does anyone contest this order?" All present, including the Black Flag Army officers and Yilan Ning, shook their heads in unison. "No, we are willing to obey Commander Sterling's orders." At this moment, Sterling's willingness to take command and bear responsibility brought immense relief and joy to them. "Very well. Listen closely." Sterling turned to the Deputy Commander of the Black Flag Army. "What is your name?" "I am Lan Chi, and I hold the rank within the Black Flag Army." "Listen well, Deputy Commander Lan. I hereby appoint you as the acting commander of the Black Flag Army." Lan Chi was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. "I am grateful for your trust, my lord. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and strive." Lan Chi. "How many troops does the Black Flag Army currently have?" "Sir, we have lost contact with the various divisions below, and only the command's guard squad remains. You must immediately take the guard to the streets and announce my orders. Gather all scattered soldiers, regardless of their original units or ranks, and integrate them into the new forces. You shall appoint the commanders of these new units. Once organized, seek out Illinon for weapons. By nightfall, I want to see no idle souls on the streets. Those who defy orders shall face immediate execution. You also have the authority to command my military law team." Overwhelmed by Sterling's resolute tone, Lan Chi offered a firm salute. "Yes, sir," and turned to leave. Qin Lu understood Sterling's intent. It was a so-called escort, but in reality, it was a forced transport. He called out, and several burly guards entered. Sterling kindly addressed Ming Hui. "Lord Ming, please proceed." Ming Hui's eyes widened in terror as he softly pleaded, "No, please," pressing himself against the filthy wall, as if he felt safest there. Unable to bear the sight, Sterling signaled, and the guards hastily lifted Ming Hui away. He cried out in despair, "No, I don't want to die. Please don't send me to the military tribunal." Sterling, expressionless, commanded, "Instruct them to treat Lord Ming with respect." He turned his head away, unable to witness Ming Hui's plight, as they forcibly carried Ming Hui away. The soldiers present could not help but feel a sense of melancholy for their fallen comrade. Everyone understood that this once prominent commander would never return. Waiting for him at Valen Fortress was the execution squad of the military tribunal. Sterling seated himself and inquired of Illinon, "How many troops do you still have under your command?" "Yes," Illinon responded clearly before promptly departing to execute the orders. By evening, the commotion outside the command center erupted with excitement. The reconnaissance team has captured a prisoner. A demon prisoner. Soldiers rushed over, eager to witness the spectacle, chattering. "Look at that furry head. Quite terrifying. My goodness. Look at those fierce eyes, those claws and those thick arms. And we managed to capture him. Who knows what horrors lie beyond?" Sterling was exceedingly pleased and praised Illinon. Among the officers of the garrison, a few understood the demon language and were tasked with interrogation and translation, while Sterling personally attended to oversee the proceedings. In truth, getting the demon soldier to speak was not a difficult task. He was already terrified, and with just a little pressure, he quickly agreed to cooperate. Question: What is your name? What position do you hold in the demon army? When did you enlist? Why did you join? This autumn, he replied. It was to respond to the command of his supreme divine emperor. Why did the demon army invade our Zichuan family? The divine emperor proclaimed that a great demon among humans, named Emperor Lin, was slaughtering our divine kin, causing rivers of blood to flow. The Zichuan family has suffered the loss of our beautiful flowers, and even the beloved princess has fallen victim to humanity. We must seek vengeance. Where do you hail from? What occupation did you pursue before enlisting? I am but a humble farmer from the Hujgilinson region. At this moment, Sterling, growing impatient, interjected, "How many troops have the demon clan dispatched this time?" He inquired about the number of his fellow soldiers. The response was uncertain. He explained that recruitment had commenced in the spring of the previous year. In their village, 1 out of every 5 men had enlisted, and the numbers were even greater in the cities. Sterling pressed on. Is the Demon King accompanying the troops? Is he present among them? The answer came swiftly. The king is indeed present. Taking a deep breath, Sterling rose and declared, "There is nothing more to discuss. Continue your inquiries." As he exited the room, his mind buzzed with clarity. The intentions of the Demon Kingdom for this operation were evidently premeditated. They had coldly observed the Zichuan family and the Eastern rebels depleting their forces, waiting until the Zichuan family's national strength and military power had significantly waned. They chose the coldest winter, when the Demon King, renowned as invincible, would lead an all-out assault, striking with overwhelming might to swiftly annihilate the Zichuan family's main forces. The timing, strategy, and tactical execution were flawless, with no room for error. The demons, previously thought to be simple-minded brutes, had displayed an unexpected cunning this time. Sterling calmly inquired, "How many troops do we estimate?" "Gather all the scout leaders. I wish to question them in person." The inquiries took merely half an hour. The situation was dire. Large contingents of demon forces had appeared across Yun Province, Minsk Province, Saga, Dusa, and even deep into Vag Province. The operational map revealed 2 menacing black arrows deeply penetrating the heart of the eastern territories, with a red zone representing the provinces of Yaya and Dalia caught precariously between them, akin to an egg in an iron grip, liable to be crushed at any moment. But why had they not directly attacked the central army stationed in Alia province, which was so close? After a moment's reflection, Sterling deduced the answer. The demon clan intended to execute a pincer maneuver, aiming to engulf the hundreds of thousands of human soldiers and civilians trapped within the encirclement in one fell swoop. Sterling exclaimed, "This city cannot hold any longer. Liufeng, you must lead your people and organize the evacuation of the residents from the provinces of Alia and Dea overnight." Liufeng protested, "My lord, I command fewer than 30,000. Evacuating so many millions will take at least 2 or 3 weeks. The demons will not grant us mercy. Move as swiftly as you can. Save as many as possible. The central army shall provide cover for you." Liufeng pondered, "But that is insufficient. The central army consists of merely 100,000. And the demon forces have such a vast front to advance upon. How can we withstand them?" Yet sensing the deep anxiety and urgency in Sterling's hoarse voice, he refrained from further questioning and promptly set about preparations. The relentless tolling of bells resonated throughout the night sky of the city. The officials of the Ilya province hastily began organizing the evacuation of the populace. Qin Lu approached Sterling and reported, "My lord, I have ascertained the location of the great Demon King's stronghold. His Majesty is currently residing in the Maple Leaf Danlan of Dusha." "Excellent. Now, summon all the division commanders at once. I have orders to issue." The division commanders exchanged glances, for the troops had only just settled after a long march, and the soldiers had yet to recuperate. Must they set off again so soon? Ultimately, it was the commander of the Wenha division who voiced the collective concern. "My lord, may I inquire where we are headed?" Sterling enunciated each word with gravity. "We are going to slay the great Demon King." With a resounding crash, someone toppled from their chair in shock. Chapter 62. The Demon Clan on the winding Far East Road in the Minsk province. An endless army advanced westward. This was the formidable Demon Clan's Ludi Legion, victorious in the recent Battle of Moon Bay. Flags fluttered like waves, glinting blades sparkled like snow, and spears rose like clouds. The new conquerors of the Far East exuded an overwhelming presence, their military bearing impressive. On a hillside near the road, Duke Ludi gazed upon his spirited troops. For a fleeting moment, an intoxicating sense of power filled his mind. Immense strength rested in my grasp. With this army, I shall obliterate the so-called indomitable fortress Valen. Trample the mighty empire beneath my feet, conquer the entire continent, and pile the corpses of humanity into towering mountains upon which I shall establish my unparalleled legacy. As if perceiving his thoughts, General Yun Qianxue smiled lightly and remarked, "What a magnificent army! Your Grace, you are truly remarkable. Though her words were complimentary, the ambiguous smile on Yun Qianxue's face left Ludi feeling quite displeased, unable to discern whether the elegant young nobleman was offering praise or mockery. Having risen from humble beginnings in the demon clan, Ludi felt a deep-seated inferiority when confronted with the cultured demeanor of Yun Qianxue, a scion of nobility. Consequently, he exaggeratedly flaunted his arrogance and rudeness, constantly showcasing his robust muscles and scars, projecting an image of a brutish man who scorned those delicate soft-bellied gentlemen. He sought to overshadow the elegance he envied yet could not emulate with his own crude demeanor. With his nostrils flared, Ludi huffed dismissively, seemingly ignoring Yun Qianxue's words. Yun Qianxue, an envoy, possessed a scholarly elegance infused with a soldier's vigor. Hailing from the esteemed Yun family, known for producing generations of renowned generals, he was regarded as a paragon among the noble class of the Demon Kingdom. His conduct reflected well upon his lineage, consistently acknowledged as a standout among his peers. His charm and poise even garnered admiration from the current Demon Emperor, who had pledged his beloved daughter, Cadden, to him. Had it not been for the unfortunate demise of Princess Cadden in a clash with the Zichuan army the previous year, Yun Qianxue would have been celebrated as a prince consort. Nevertheless, the emperor continued to favor him, bestowing upon him the title of General of the Elite Guard. Witnessing Ludi's rudeness, Yun Qianxue responded with a smile rather than anger. Prior to their meeting, the second Prince Kalen had informed him of Ludi's notorious reputation. He was known for 3 traits: rudeness, brutality in war, and Kalen had paused for effect. He is undeniably quite ugly. Now, upon closer inspection, Ludi's visage resembled that of a monkey with its furry face, cow-like ears, dog-like nose, goldfish-like eyes, goat-like horns, horse-like neck, and a bear-like bulky body, combined with a pig's cleverness. Yun Qianxue quickly turned his face away, striving to conceal the amused smile that threatened to surface. After organizing her emotions, Yun Qianxue spoke with solemnity. Your Grace, your recent victory at Moonbei has greatly enhanced the prestige of our divine race. And His Majesty the Divine Emperor is exceedingly pleased. Mentioning the exalted Divine Emperor, even the arrogance and rudeness of the Lu Emperor could not be overlooked. Considering the identity of the man before her, an esteemed confidant of the Divine Emperor, and a close aide to the infamous Mad Dog, she knew he was not someone to offend. The Lu Emperor feigned humility. All credit is due to His Majesty's benevolence. However, you annihilated the entire army of Zichuan, but allowed the enemy chieftain Fang Jing to escape, resulting in our army's incomplete victory. His Majesty is quite displeased. Remarking, the Lu Emperor is known for his competence. It is surprising to see such negligence. Enough said. Yun Qianxue observed with satisfaction as the Lu Emperor's face turned a shade of crimson akin to a monkey's rear. His fury evident despite the thick layer of fur he bore. In truth, her words were entirely fabricated to provoke him. The Divine Emperor had merely responded with a non-committal and had neither expressed overwhelming joy nor significant dissatisfaction. Yet, she mused, would this bear of a man dare confront the Divine Emperor? I have seen a headless corpse, Yun Qianxue stated matter-of-factly. That means, how can we present this to His Majesty as proof that it is indeed Fang Jing? It is possible that Fang Jing cunningly shed his uniform and had a subordinate wear it, thereby escaping in the confusion. Humans are inherently weak and despicable. Do you not often say this? Yet that is indeed. I know, and I believe. But how can you convince His Majesty to believe as well? Regardless of how furious the Lu Emperor became, Yun Qianxue maintained her placid smile, gently toying with the wildflowers in her hands. This only served to infuriate the Lu Emperor further. At that time, the severed heads numbered in the tens of thousands. Piled high, how could one possibly identify someone they have never encountered before among them? If this insufferably smug young man before me were not an envoy of the Divine Emperor but one of my subordinates, I would have severed his head by now. Seeing she had sufficiently toyed with him, Yun Qianxue leisurely remarked, in truth, there may still be a way. Oh? The Lu Emperor ceased his fury, awaiting her next words. But Yun Qianxue suddenly gazed skyward, then down to the earth, observing the small trees by the roadside and the wildflowers in the grass, remaining silent. Her expression clearly conveying 4 words. Come plead with me. The Lu Emperor reluctantly inquired, General Yulin, why have you ceased speaking? Oh. Yun Qianxue feigned realization that there was someone beside her, gazing dreamily at the blue sky. What a splendid day it is. The Lu Emperor chuckled awkwardly in agreement. Hee. Indeed. The scenery is quite lovely. Hee. Yes, it is indeed lovely. Yun Qianxue continued, lost in her own thoughts. In truth, this beautiful land of the Far East should have belonged to our divine race long ago. The vile Zichuan scoundrels have audaciously occupied it for far too long. Moreover, they have persistently resisted our divine army, a crime utterly unforgivable. Thankfully, His Majesty is a paragon of martial prowess, destined to sweep across the realm. The Zichuan rascals shall find no place to bury their dead. The glory of my divine clan shall eternally illuminate the entire continent, casting its light through the ages. The day of our unification draws near, and all my kin rejoice, expressing gratitude for the divine talents bestowed upon us, celebrating the everlasting reign of our sovereign. Suddenly, Yun Xinxue began to ramble, extolling the divine emperor's longevity while cursing the vile Zichuan scoundrel, her words excessively verbose and tiresome, extending for a full half-hour. Lu Di, standing by, could only chuckle nervously, desperate not to interrupt, while anxiously tapping his foot. Finally, seizing a moment when Yun Xinxue paused for breath, he hastily inquired, "Might I ask about the matter mentioned by General Yulin earlier?" "What did I say?" Yun Xinxue feigned ignorance. "Was it about my divine clan unifying the continent?" "Oh, no, a bit earlier, a bit earlier." "Ah, then it must have been about the despicable Zichuan thief. The end is nigh, is it not?" "Still a bit earlier." "A bit earlier. Then it must have been praising our sovereign's boundless longevity. Does your grace have any objections to that?" Lu Di was startled and quickly replied, "Not at all. I am your majesty's most loyal subordinate." "Indeed, his divine majesty would surely be pleased to learn of your grace's unwavering loyalty. My task is now complete, and I shall take my leave. I wish your grace triumphs in your endeavors and further accomplishments." With that, Yun Xinxue turned to depart. Lu Di, intentionally pausing, hoped for a response from Yun Xinxue, but to his astonishment, she appeared suddenly struck with folly, remaining silent. Left with no choice, Lu Di continued, "I hope the esteemed envoy might offer some guidance. I would be profoundly grateful." "Oh, is that what you meant? You should have said so sooner, had you not?" "I might have forgotten." Yun Xinxue feigned enlightenment, feeling a swell of pride within. "Finally, you have asked me for assistance." "Your grace." "The current dilemma lies in the difficulty of identifying Fong Jing's severed head. Am I correct?" "Precisely. However, what if we are discovered? This would be a grave offense against the emperor." "Huh. Your grace, you are mistaken. Consider this. Who in the palace has truly seen Fong Jing? The only one capable of recognizing his visage is the Marquis Ping Jing. As long as he asserts, yes, this is Fong Jing himself, who else would dare to dispute it? The Marquis Ping Jing? That cur?" At the mention of this name, Lu Di's voice dripped with disdain. "But how could he possibly assist me in deceit?" "Ah, your grace. You are again mistaken. Did you not claim that Fong Jing is indeed deceased? How can this be termed a lie? As a loyal subject, is it not our duty to please the emperor and ensure his tranquility? What you say is indeed valid, yet I have no acquaintance with the Marquis Ping Jing. How could he possibly aid me? Your grace speaks wisely. However, the Marquis has always held great respect for the second prince. Should the second prince intercede, I believe the Marquis would be inclined to oblige. The second prince, known as Quelled, the second son of the demon god emperor, was often lost in indulgence, acting erratically and extravagantly. The demon kin referred to him openly as the mad young master, while behind his back, they dubbed him the mad dog Lon. For reasons unknown, the young General Yun Xinxue, who boasts royal blood, has consistently been regarded with high expectations. Yet, he has gracefully declined the invitation of the demon Prince Cardon, instead engaging in a close camaraderie with the man often referred to as the mad dog, Quelled. Upon hearing Quelled's name, Lu Di exclaimed, "Mad dog Lon." Yun Xinxue's expression darkened, his gaze suddenly transforming into a chilling frost. Confronted by the other's icy stare, Lu Di felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Yun Xinxue swiftly suppressed his murderous intent, stating, "Lu Di, how dare you insult His Highness in my presence? A year ago, for such words, I would have demanded your blood spilled 5 steps away. Lu Di, feel free to act arrogant, but should we engage in combat, I would assuredly claim your head within 20 moves. However, His Highness has commanded, and now is not the time for your demise." Yun Xinxue smiled, saying, "What you have said, your grace, is indeed true. Although your acquaintance with the second prince is not profound, His Highness has long admired your martial prowess and sincerely hopes to forge a friendship with a hero such as yourself. He is willing to extend his hand in friendship, and having the Marquis of Ping Jing as witness is merely a trivial matter." Lu Di remained contemplative regarding Yun Xinxue's proposal. Though impetuous, He understood the gravity of deceiving the sovereign, especially with the current emperor being astute and wise, should any flaws be detected. Yin Qianxue, however, did not press him further. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "I did not expect the valiant Duke Lu Di to be such an upright gentleman. I am indeed most impressed. Since the general is disinterested in this significant achievement, let us consider it as though I have said nothing. I shall seek out General Ling Buxu of the southern route, as I have heard he has also slain numerous soldiers of the Zichuan army. And he would surely be interested." The effect was immediate. The thought of his hard-won victory being overshadowed by the silent Ling Buxu, who would claim the glory without a word, enraged Lu Di to the brink of explosion. He protested, "This is unacceptable. Lord Yulin, let us proceed as you suggest. As for the second prince, I kindly ask for your favorable words. Different fish require different bait. For that bear, it would be best to dangle a piece of honey before him." "Ah, your highness, your strategies are truly remarkable. Lu Di, once you surrender to this sweet temptation, this bear shall dance to your highness's every command for eternity." Indeed, Lu Di chuckled awkwardly, feeling that something was amiss. A twinge of sadness crept over him. Was he to stoop to the level of taming a mindless bear? He found little joy in such a scenario. In truth, commanding an army and engaging in a battle of wits against more formidable opponents was his true aspiration. Yun Qianxue gazed toward the distant west, silently praying, "Emperor Lin, before I cleanse my past shame, do not fall to another's hand. In such circumstances, it would be utterly unprincipled for your highness and me to engage in a stalemate without the combined strength of two. However, before I can vanquish you, I must first defeat Sterling, whose head shall serve as a trophy to embellish our fateful encounter. Please do not disappoint me, Emperor Lin." A cavalry messenger appeared hastily from the hillside, rushing straight towards us. Just as Lu Di's guards prepared to intercept, Yin Qianxue noticed the messenger's drenched visage, fraught with urgency. With a swift thought, she urged Lu Di, "My lord, let him pass." With a wave of his hand, Lu Di commanded the guards to stand down. The cavalryman dismounted, barely taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Urgent military intelligence to report, my lord." Lu Di grunted in response, "Speak." "The central forces of the human race have launched a massive assault, having forcibly crossed the Grey Water River, shattering our troops across 3 fronts and 7 teams. Baron Mui has fallen in battle. Currently, Sterling is advancing towards your majesty's location at Maple Leaf Dew." Both Lu Di and Yun Qianxue were taken aback, with Yun Qianxue hastily inquiring, "What is the strength of Sterling's forces?" "Sterling's military prowess is formidable. Captured reports suggest he has assumed command as the supreme commander of the Far East War Zone, leading an army of up to 500,000. Lu Di and Yun Qianxue exchanged a glance, each recognizing the fear mirrored in the other's eyes. Although the combined forces of the demon race and the rebels number over 2 million, in a bid to eradicate the human race's remaining strength, the highest military council of the demons, led by the grand strategist Wu Yu, had devised an unprecedented encirclement spanning 7 provinces. Their objective was the complete annihilation of the disheartened human troops gathered into Ya and Iliya, while the demon armies had already dispersed according to plan. Initially, they believed that the human forces were merely 50 or 60,000 and that, after the initial wave of assaults, they would be easily shattered. Yet, they had underestimated Sterling's formidable power. The scattered demon forces now faced the peril of being systematically dismantled by Sterling, who held the advantage of mobility in interline combat. Even more terrifying was the apparent aim of Sterling, to confront the Emperor. At that moment, the forces accompanying the Emperor numbered merely 20,000. If the Purple River Tiger were indeed as fearsome as the rumors suggested, Yun Qianxue remained silent, mounting her steed, her fervent battle spirit igniting within her like a blazing fire. "Purple River Tiger, you have not disappointed me. Come forth, you are mine." Seeing Yun Qianxue's eagerness to depart, Lu Di hastily inquired, "General Yulin, what about our legion? Shall we proceed as planned, or—" "My lord, commanding the legion is your responsibility. Please decide accordingly. The military situation is urgent. I must take my leave." Without hesitation, Yin Qianxue led a squadron of feathered cavalry galloping away, leaving a cloud of dust that choked Lu Di, inciting another round of his curses. Once Yun Qianxue's figure had vanished from view, Lu Di ceased his tirade and began to ponder his next course of action. Unlike the esteemed noble Yun Qianxue, Lu Di had ascended from the lowest echelons of the demon race to the esteemed ranks of Duke and Legion Commander through sheer ferocity, brutality, and unwavering loyalty to the demon god emperor. The use of intellect was not his forte, He was accustomed to obeying orders and executing them. However, the situation had drastically changed. With the divine emperor absent, both princes unavailable, and the grand strategist Xiang Wuyuan nowhere to be found, there was no one to whom Lu Di could submit. He was compelled to rely on the scant resources of his own mind to ponder. What should he do? Advance or retreat? Perhaps by some stroke of fortune, a moment of inspiration struck Lu Di. Was this not a divinely ordained opportunity? A magnificent chance to achieve merit. If he could vanquish the so-called #1 general of Zichuan who, then the credit for this accomplishment would undoubtedly be his alone. The slaughter of countless fleeing soldiers and innocent civilians paled in comparison to such glory. Moreover, if luck were to favor him further, Lu Di envisioned a scenario in his mind. The sterling army surged forward like a raging tide. That detestable pretty boy, Yun Xianxue, had been so frightened that he fled in terror, leaving the divine emperor unprotected and in a state of panic, calling out, "Whoever can assist me shall be greatly rewarded." At this moment, he would lead a formidable force, descending upon the scene as if from the heavens, driving back Sterling's troops. He would kneel before the emperor, proclaiming, "I, Lu Di, have arrived late to your aid. There is no need for your majesty to be alarmed. Leave all to me." The emperor would then rest easy, reassured. Indeed, it is Lu Di who remains the most loyal. He would elevate Lu Di to the rank of Prince of Lu Di, dismissing others like Yun Qianxue, Ling Buxu, and Xiang Wuyue as unreliable. You may eliminate anyone you find displeasing. The pressing question then became, whom should he eliminate first? Ling Buxu or Yun Qianxue? The dilemma was quite taxing. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them both. Lu Di's expression transformed, alternating between joy and rage, furrowing his brow and occasionally erupting into foolish laughter. The guards exchanged concerned glances. Could he have lost his mind? Who would be the unfortunate one this time? At last, Lu Di resolved. After all, the Valen fortress would not sprout legs and escape. There would be time to attack it later. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to protect the emperor was too precious to let slip away. He secretly admired his own cleverness. How astute of him to conceive such a brilliant plan. Once he achieved great merit, who would dare claim that Lu Di lacked intelligence? However, this plan must remain a secret. Should it reach the ears of other forces, they might attempt to steal his glory, and that would be troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, nearly all the commanders of the demon army had arrived at a nearly identical conclusion. This was indeed a rare chance for merit. Every tree in the maple leaf herb forest was crowded with eager demons, their eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for the appearance of Sterling. The proud warriors of the demon clan sighed deeply. "Sterling, why do you delay?" Lamenting like a widow mourning a husband lost for a decade. Consequently, the combined forces of the two provinces of Dia and Ilia, amounting to 400,000 human soldiers and civilians, managed to narrowly escape the encirclement, fleeing through the Valen fortress back to the safety of their homelands. On January 21st, 780, 300,000 civilians, the last group of refugees, entered the Valen fortress. Less than 10 kilometers behind them, over 20,000 Far Eastern garrison troops, tasked with the rear guard, were engaged in a strategic retreat led by Ling Busu, the first demon general to awaken his senses. In this battle, Governor Yilan Ning of the Ilia province in the Far East perished heroically for his country and was posthumously promoted to deputy commander by the commanding office. Most of his remaining forces retreated to the Valen fortress. Meanwhile, the Sterling Legion remained stationed in the Dusa province, over 1,000 kilometers away from the Valen fortress, drawing the attention of the demon forces. Within a radius of 50 kilometers centered around him, over 1 million demons and rebel forces had already congregated, with new troops arriving relentlessly day and night. Chapter 63, The Counteroffensive on the night of January 9th in the year 780 of the Empire. A blood-red full moon ascended from behind a barren grove, casting a flickering light reminiscent of war and conflagration upon the snow-laden ridges along the banks of the Grey Water River. In the dead of night, the demon troops stationed at the Wagga ferry on the western shore felt the earth beneath them tremble and sink, awakening them from their slumber in a state of panic. Barefoot and bewildered, the demon soldiers rushed from their tents, involuntarily issuing horrified screams. "Jealousy! Help me!" Like phantoms emerging from the shadows. A phalanx of 10,000 heavily armored cavalry charged towards them. The tightly packed black-armored riders resembled a wall of steel, akin to a torrent of blades and spears surging forth, their dark, ominous wings unfurling silently, evoking dread. The sharp, cracking sound of hooves echoed like thunder, resembling a whirlwind that swept through, annihilating all in its path. In the face of this terrifying wave of destruction, the demons' barricades, tents, and dwellings crumbled like paper. And the fleeing demon soldiers let out desperate cries, crushed to dust beneath the onslaught of this iron tide. The Sterling Legion initiated their counteroffensive. At dawn, the 10,000 heavy cavalry seized the Waga ferry, reducing the panicked remnants of the demon forces to mere fragments. Subsequently, alongside the fallen demons, 5 pontoon bridges were erected upon the surface of the Grey Water River, allowing the formidable infantry to swiftly traverse the expansive First River of the Far East. As dawn broke, the Sterling forces unexpectedly appeared at the base of Pi City on the eastern bank of the Grey River. From the lips of a captive, it was learned that a new demon force of over 10,000, comprising 3 teams, was en route to join Baron Mui in Pi City, expected to arrive that very day. Upon receiving this invaluable intelligence, Sterling impulsively kissed the filthy demon long-haired soldier, only to feel revulsion immediately afterward. Commanding, "Throw him out and execute him," he hastily ordered. "Extinguish the flames in the camp at once. Especially find a way to salvage the demon uniforms and armor from the supply depot." However, the captive had not spoken the truth. It was not 3 teams approaching, but the entirety of the Demon Oler Legion, comprising 10 teams. When they arrived at the foot of Pi City, they found nothing amiss. The city gates stood open, a few lethargic guards loitered below, and some sat atop the walls basking in the sun. Everything seemed normal, save for a thick, black column of smoke rising into the sky, the air heavy with the scent of charred flesh, though this was to be expected, particularly in regions recently seized by the demon army. Legion Commander Oler furrowed his brow. "That Mui fellow has played this game long enough, hasn't he? It is truly bloody, having slaughtered all the human captives. What are we to do for entertainment here?" He remained morose, failing to notice the demon soldiers guarding the gate who were comically exchanging winks and making faces at him. Because this place is the stronghold of the demon race, a territory belonging to their own kind, and due to the fact that since the commencement of hostilities, the invincible demon army has encountered no significant resistance, Oler committed the same blunder as Baron Mui, neglecting even the protocol of sending an advanced party to scout the city. Over 30,000 troops entered the city unguarded, their formation disheveled, soldiers chatting and laughing, with their weapons stowed away in their saddlebags, unprepared for any confrontation. As Oler's forces advanced into the city, nearly reaching the gates, a tragic scene reminiscent of earlier calamities loomed on the horizon. A patriotic demon captive, unable to bear the sight, shouted, "Lord Oler, there is an ambush." Just then, an arrow, seemingly emerging from nowhere, swiftly pierced his throat, producing a choking sound as he collapsed. From the battlements, a voice cried out in the demon tongue, "You damned humans dare to impersonate our divine race. Let us show you our might." The deputy commander of Oler's troops, a dim-witted individual, still mistook the situation for a misunderstanding, shouting, "Do not shoot. We are allies." His words only provoked a more intense hail of arrows and a chorus of mocking laughter. When he finally grasped the truth that they had been ensnared by humans, rage clouded his judgment. He bellowed, "Avenger Lord, exterminate them," forcing his already battered subordinates to scale the walls and launch an assault on the central forces. The only outcome was a grim toll of thousands of corpses left beneath the walls, having missed the chance to retreat. By the time he sensed the gravity of the situation, a tempest brewed behind him as a dark mass of heavily armored human cavalry emerged from the dense forest, charging forth like a tidal wave. In this battle, few of Oler's legion managed to escape, particularly the advanced forces that had already infiltrated the city. None of them made it out. In a single day, more than 50,000 soldiers of the demon race were annihilated across 2 divisions, yet Sterling remained unsatisfied. To maximize the shock effect on the demon race, he dispatched his troops to demonstrate their might, instructing them to display as many flags as possible. The quartermaster protested, "My lord, we do not possess that many military flags." Sterling, impatient, responded, "Who says they must be military flags? As long as it's a bamboo pole topped with a piece of cloth, that suffices." With that directive, by dusk, large human forces appeared simultaneously on several roads in the Dusa province. In the evening glow, the grand army marched forth, their presence formidable, horses galloping like dragons, soldiers clad in sharp armor, exuding a fierce aura. Above them, a sea of flags fluttered in the wind. The first department store of Eben City celebrates its first anniversary with grand discounts. Prices slashed, clearance sale, luxurious shampoos, dark and shiny, no dandruff. Say goodbye to pesky pimples. Pure white cosmetic series. The following day, as the sun ascended, Sterling's forces returned to their previous positions, meandering about with a multitude of advertising banners fluttering above. inciting trepidation among the demon race. Reinforcements were indeed on the way. Furthermore, intelligence indicated that a continuous stream of troops was approaching the residence of the demon god emperor in Maple Forest Danyi. The officers guarding the emperor were driven to madness by the fact that these armies would vanish without a trace as soon as they neared a certain distance, leaving them in perplexity. This only served to substantiate the nefarious intentions of these cunning humans. They must have already concealed themselves within some hidden grove, waiting for His Majesty's royal entourage to pass, poised to launch a sudden assault and coordinate with Sterling's forces entrenched in Pi City, executing a pincer movement. Is it not often said in the military treatises of mankind? Capture the ringleader first. By striking at the enemy's command center, one can induce chaos and disarray within their ranks, ultimately dismantling their peripheral forces one by one. This is the ABCs of military strategy. Oh, the tiger of Zichuan. You are truly deviously clever. Fortunately, we have seen through your ruse. Your scheme shall undoubtedly come to naught. The civil and military officials chorus their admiration, proclaiming in unison, our emperor is divine and unparalleled in the world. Sterling, the buffoon, has overstepped his bounds and dares to invade. He shall surely meet his demise. Amidst the chorus of praise, the mysterious strategist, clad in black and veiled, standing behind the divine emperor, sighed softly behind the mask, Your Majesty. What if it was Zichuan who approached? The demon god emperor turned his head. His voice a mere whisper meant only for Xiang Wuyue's ears. Even if the Prince of Ming were to personally arrive, I would still slay him beneath my steed. The emperor smiled faintly, his magnificent azure eyes deep and unfathomable like the vast ocean, enchanting and shrouded in the morning mist of winter, a beauty that rendered one entranced. Chapter 64. The Night Raid. In truth, the demon clan was overly apprehensive. No matter how reckless Sterling might be, he could not possibly launch an assault on the elite 20,000 palace guards of the demon clan with just the central army as a solitary force, especially when this formidable unit was backed by the so-called invincible demon god emperor of the continent. The reconnaissance troops reported to Sterling that a contingent of demon soldiers, numbering around 50,000, was approaching from 50 miles away. Initially, Sterling did not take this force seriously. Since it was not the full might of the demon god emperor attacking, he believed he could easily manage the situation. On the morning of January 13th, the army withdrew in an orderly manner from Pi City and moved westward. At this moment, the enemy's troops suddenly closed in, now less than 10 kilometers away, displaying an intent to launch a full-scale assault. The central army halted its retreat, forming a defensive formation on the Gray Plains, quietly awaiting the enemy's arrival. However, as the sun ascended to its zenith, the enemy forces became vaguely visible on the horizon, yet they remained stationary, refusing to advance. With a command from Sterling, the central army took the initiative to attack. The infantry formed a colossal steel phalanx, advancing methodically, while the cavalry on both flanks maintained the same pace as the infantry, slowly pushing forward. Sterling did not wish to squander precious manpower and time engaging in a direct confrontation. Rather, he sought to showcase the formidable presence of the central army, compelling the enemy to retreat. Indeed, upon witnessing the imposing formation of the central army, the enemy promptly withdrew. The central army proceeded to continue its westward retreat. But after covering less than 10 kilometers, the enemy reappeared, advancing once more. The central army turned around to prepare for an attack, only for the enemy to begin their retreat again. Sterling understood the enemy's objective. They were waiting for the opportune moment when the Sterling Legion attempted to cross the Grey Water River. It is well known among military strategists that a troop is most vulnerable when crossing a river. At this juncture, the forces are divided between the banks, unable to support one another, and the soldiers' morale is at its lowest. If struck by the enemy at this moment, the entire army would surely fall into disarray. To safely cross the river and retreat, the central army needed to eliminate this threat behind them. Several traps were laid, yet all were discerned by the enemy commander. Sterling was exceedingly vexed. It was not that his strategies were lacking, but rather that the enemy had exploited his urgent need to withdraw, grasping his vulnerability. Regardless of how Sterling varied his tactics, the enemy's simple strategy of delay proved effective against all his maneuvers. For the 100,000 soldiers of the central army, time was of the essence. Realizing this, Sterling felt an acute sense of urgency. On this very day, the sound of hooves and battle cries echoed from the opposite side, as a contingent of soldiers was hastening to join the enemy. Judging by their banners, they appeared to belong to the rebel faction, a perilous signal indicating that further reinforcements could arrive at any moment. An ambush. The guards rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, the enemy is launching a surprise attack." Who? Who is it? Yun Qianxue shouted sternly. Is it Sterling's troops? Internally, she found it hard to believe, impossible. I have clearly arranged for my forces to closely monitor the central army. Even if they moved a single squad, it could not escape my watchful eye. How could they dare to assault our camp? I don't know, my lord. They are coming from behind. Quickly, we must prepare. The enemy is approaching. Yun Qianxue leaped up and dashed out of the tent, only to witness flames soaring into the sky from the rear camp. Accompanied by a cacophony of terrified cries and alarmed shouts, the enemy has attacked the camp. The rear forces are doomed. In a state of urgency, Yun Qianxue shouted, "Prepare the horses for me, quickly." Yet amidst the chaos, locating one's steed proved to be a formidable task. The camp was enveloped in darkness, with soldiers colliding in confusion as they ran haphazardly, spreading increasingly dreadful news. The humans have killed everyone. They are coming. We are surrounded. Panic gripped the camp, and officers cried out for assembly. Gather, gather, rally to me. But they could not organize the troops, nor discern friend from foe. Groups of infantry collided with mounted soldiers in the inky blackness, the night resonating with their tumultuous cries. Yun Qianxue was accompanied by only a handful of guards as they galloped towards the source of the greatest uproar, determined to quell the escalating panic. They hurried through the darkness, where some were tripped by hidden fences and fell from their horses. "My lord, Takewi has been slain." Yun Qianxue bellowed in fury. "Who did this? The Sterling forces?" "My lord, it was not the central army. The attack came from behind us. It seems to be the subordinates of the Marquis of Pingjing." Yun Qianxue could hardly believe his ears. The Marquis of Pingjing. How dare he? Earlier that day, he had been elated to welcome the joint forces of the eastern races to rendezvous with the Feather Forest army, having arranged for them to encamp behind his own troops. Only to find, the thought was too incredulous. Had the Marquis betrayed him again? This would jeopardize not only the position of the second prince, who had staunchly supported him, but also his own standing, which now hung by a thread. At that moment, the stables were ablaze, illuminating the scene. And through the flickering light, Yun Qianxue glimpsed numerous human cavalry pursuing and slaughtering his subordinates. The Feather Forest army, roused from their slumber, bravely resisted the fierce onslaught of the humans. However, their defense was short-lived. Armed men against unarmed ones was little more than a massacre. Enraged, Yun Qianxue led several hundred assembled soldiers in a counterattack, but was soon repelled, having reorganized his troops twice, only to see them scatter again. The enemy surged like an unstoppable tide, crashing into the central camp, which had already been set ablaze. There was no stopping it. He began to retreat, and with each passing moment, his withdrawal grew swifter. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the demon forces could only rely on arrows for cover as they retreated. Teetering on the brink of a complete rout, Yun Qianxue regained his composure. Now was not the time to contemplate his and the prince's positions. The priority was to repel the attacking forces. His lips were bloody from biting them in frustration, his heart filled with a mixture of humiliation and fury. Marquis of Pingjing, you treacherous cur! How dare you ambush me and leave me in such disarray? In the darkness, a messenger called out, "Who is the lord of the Feather Forest?" "There is an urgent military report." "I am," he replied. "Speak quickly." The armored messenger rushed towards Yun Qianxue, proclaiming, "There is news that the Marquis of Pingjing has betrayed us." This announcement stirred a wave of unease among the demon soldiers. Yun Qianxue let out a cold snort. This news did not take him by surprise. That capricious little man would inevitably meet his demise at my hands. Suddenly, a doubt crept into his mind. Lord Yulin? How could a mere low-ranking demon envoy employ such refined language? In an instant, Yun Qianxue shoved a nearby soldier aside and leaped back. Almost simultaneously, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkness, and a glistening blade of white cut through the air like a dazzling bolt. The soldier was abruptly severed in two, as if he were a mere matchstick. Suspended in midair, Yun Qianxue had no time to rejoice before losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. As he attempted to rise, a chilling sensation coursed through his right shoulder, followed by an overwhelming wave of excruciating pain that engulfed his senses, eliciting a desperate scream. He had not evaded that dreadful strike. His entire right arm had been severed, blood gushing from the wound like a spring, and he writhed in agony upon the ground. The menacing figure of the envoy, clad in full armor, emerged from the shadows. He had not anticipated that Yun Qianxue could evade his lethal blow and advanced to deliver another strike. A soldier bravely lunged forward to intercept him. But the flash of the blade struck, and the soldier's head fell to the ground, Kicking aside the decapitated corpse, the envoy charged again, only to be ensnared from behind by another demon soldier, while two others brandished their spears in unison. The brilliant blade carved an almost perfect arc in the darkness, and an invisible wave of lethal energy shot forth, causing the spears to splinter and their wielders to perish. The envoy pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike that shattered the skull of the demon soldier gripping him, before executing a swift kick that sent the lifeless body flying. However, this momentary delay allowed the remaining soldiers to form a dense wall around the injured Yun Qianxue, brandishing shields and spears, creating a protective barrier against the envoy. The air rang with sharp cries, "Assassin! Protect the Lord!" Rapid footsteps surged from all directions. The envoy, filled with reluctance, cast a final glance at Yun Qianxue, now shielded tightly by his soldiers, before leaping into the enveloping darkness. The soldiers collectively exhaled in relief, their hearts still trembling. This assassin was truly terrifying. Some feigned bravado, shouting into the shadows as if to pursue, but were quickly halted by their officer. "Do not leave your posts. Protecting the Lord is paramount." Everything had transpired so suddenly, and just as abruptly it concluded. The demon, bisected, continued to struggle in the mud, his ghastly cries sending shivers down the spines of those who heard. It was only when his comrades could no longer bear the sight that one mercifully ended his suffering with a swift blow. At that moment, news arrived. The attacking forces had been repelled, and they sought the Lord's command on whether to pursue. Yun Qianxue, gritting his teeth against the searing pain as he bandaged his wounds, replied as calmly as possible, "No need. We shall withdraw immediately." This assault had inflicted grave losses upon him and his troops, leaving him too weary to pursue Sterling any further. At this moment, gritting her teeth and enduring excruciating pain, Yun Qianxue endeavored to remain conscious and command the retreat of her troops, yet tranquility eluded her. On the night of January 14th, 780, the young general of the demon race's Feather Forest Army, Yun Qianxue, was ambushed by an unidentified military force in the province of Dusa, suffering significant losses in both men and equipment. Subsequently, the general, known as the General of the Nguo, was gravely injured and left permanently disabled. As a trusted general of the demon god emperor, this incident stirred considerable turmoil. According to Yun Qianxue's own testimony, the attacking forces bore the insignia of the Far Eastern Racial Alliance's 571st Legion, with the representatives unmistakably being Far Eastern half-beasts, their banners and passwords verified without doubt. Enraged, the emperor's second son, the mad dog Kalen, wielded his sword in search of the Marquis Pingjing. Foreseeing the impending danger, the latter swiftly sought refuge under the protection of Prince Kadu, the demon race's crown prince. In the darkness, a troop advanced across the Grey River Plain, their destination the brightly lit central military camp. "Changchuan, my lord, you were the loudest earlier, shouting charge. Charge." "Roger." "Yet, as soon as the battle commenced, you vanished." "Fortunately, I was clever enough to escape, or else I would have been trapped." "Baichuan, Zichuan Xiao, you must provide us with an explanation this time. It always happens like this. When the moment is crucial, you disappear. We can no longer endure this. What are you wiping on my clothes? Your hands are dirty. What is that?" "Zichuan Xiao." "Ah, my apologies, everyone." The situation unfolded as follows. I suddenly experienced a terrible stomachache and had to find a secluded spot to relieve myself. "Baichuan, you took 2 hours for that. What on earth did you do?" "Zichuan Xiao." "Oh, while attending to that, I was quietly cheering for your valiant efforts from afar, praying for your safe return. All while straining and praying aloud, and finally, the divine heard my voice. Baichuan, scoundrel. Go to hell. Eat dirt, you cowardly wretch." "Zichuan Xiao, this is a long story, but Baichuan, you must promise not to get angry first." "Baichuan, hurry up, stop rambling." Zichuan Xiao cleared his throat. "The thing is, I forgot to bring paper, and without water to wash my hands, I had no choice but to. Do you understand?" "Ah, weren't you just promising not to get angry? You're such a liar. You, so despicable. I've never encountered such shamelessness before." "Ah, help?" On the night of January 15th, at the banks of the Grey Water River, the cavalry of the Xiao Battalion reunited with the Central Army. The two friends met once more, and Sterling's expression was grave, his first words being, "A Xiao, you should not have come." "Now, I cannot explain this to Miss Ning." "Zichuan Xiao, haha, brother, no need to worry. We've already lost that pesky follower. We'll cross the river overnight." "Sterling, you should not have come, a Xiao," he repeated, leading Zichuan Xiao up a rise, pointing to the opposite bank of the river. "Look, The hills and valleys are ablaze with torches, illuminating the banks of the river and the surrounding mountains. Countless fluttering banners dance vigorously in the night breeze. Moreover, in the distance, one can observe several serpentine lines of torches, extending endlessly, hastening towards the gathering. Their sheer multitude renders the stars in the heavens dim by comparison. Chapter 65 Prelude. The city of Pai was once a military outpost belonging to the province of Disa. However, this fortification pales in comparison to the renowned Valen fortress, which is lauded as the finest on the continent. The defensive structures here are rather rudimentary, but the fortress does possess the basic essentials of walls and a moat. Albeit the walls are neither particularly high nor thick, and the moat is shallow enough that even a child could not drown in it. On this particular dusk, ominous dark shadows began to emerge from the direction of the Greywater River to the west. The town rang its alarm bells, military horns sounded, cavalry readied their steeds, and infantry ascended the stronghold, all took their positions with urgency. The front lines fell eerily silent, save for the wind rustling the banners overhead. As the enemy forces drew nearer, they became visible to the naked eye. This was the initial wave of the demon army, equipped with longbows, spears, and swords. After crossing the Greywater River, they surged forth, arranging themselves into an elongated crescent formation that encircled the fortress of Pai from the west. The sight of the demon soldiers, like a dark forest, was intimidating, with countless fluttering banners obscuring the western sky and earth. Yet, this was merely the vanguard. A contingent of 100,000 Sanaya demon soldiers led by Prince Cardon, not the main force of the demon alliance with the eastern rebels. The enemy halted 3 kilometers from the city and began to set up camp. It was evident that the demon soldiers bore grotesque, menacing visages. A handful of demon cavalry approached the city, gesturing and shouting, making faces and brandishing their grotesque spears in an attempt to intimidate. One rider even dismounted to relieve himself in the direction of the fortress. Though Zichuan Xiu could hear their taunts distinctly, he chose not to repeat them. The cavalry, however, remained cautious, ensuring they stayed out of the archer's range. All trees near the city had been felled, a strategic move to facilitate future assaults and to construct the demon's encampment. Prince Cardon's forces worked tirelessly through the night, igniting countless bonfires that illuminated the camp, their clanging sounds echoing until dawn. The wooded area below the fortress was transformed into a barren expanse, while a considerable structure began to take shape 5 miles away, a small wooden fort. Though still dwarfed by the scale of Pai, showcased the remarkable speed and efficiency of the Demon Engineering Corps. Sterling forbade any offensive maneuvers, allowing the Demon Vanguard to complete their tasks uninterrupted. Throughout the night, reinforcements for the Demon Army continued to arrive. The 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and even the 100th battalions appeared in succession, their torches forming an ever-lengthening line of light against the dark horizon. This luminous procession seemed to stretch endlessly, merging with the distant sky, while the countless glowing points on the ground melded with the stars above, ultimately resembling a river flowing into the sea. As these myriad moving lights converged beneath the fortress of Pai, coalescing into a vast ocean of forces. As dawn broke, revealing the enemy forces in stark clarity, the sight was alarming. There was no semblance of formation remaining. In the morning mist, countless troops jostled together in a chaotic throng, making it difficult to discern one from another. The throngs of soldiers formed an endless queue, a dark mass stretching beyond the limits of the naked eye. This densely packed army resembled towering mountains, their formidable presence looming outside the castle of Pai, causing the entire fortress to tremble under the unbearable weight. The soldiers of the royal army held their breath, their hearts pounding in anticipation as they beheld the formidable might of the demon horde, whose fearsome visage and overwhelming numbers resembled an unfathomable ocean, with countless fluttering banners obscuring the sky above. Before them lay the greatest confrontation between humanity and the demon race. Since the dawn of battle, the invincible general of Zichuan had faced the strongest legion of the demon race, the entirety of the eastern rebel forces. Both sides were composed of masters of combat, each a formidable adversary to the other, and the impending clash promised to be a monumental struggle. On the demon's front lines, figures such as Prince Cardon, Duke Rudy, Sir Yun Qianque, and Count Beulah observed with cold detachment, their gaze fixed on the towering silhouette of Pai Castle shrouded in mist. In their hearts, they calculated, my most formidable opponent stands here. This is the final battle. Once I eliminate him, the path ahead will be clear. It was foreseen that this desperate struggle between the two armies would be both brutal and protracted. Yet, the outcome seemed all but certain. The Sterling Legion, bolstered by the forces of the Xiuji camp, numbered barely 100,000, while their adversaries commanded nearly the entirety of the rebel factions from the eastern territories, encompassing every militia from the remote Saga to the vast regions surrounding Valen. Additionally, the Demon Kingdom had dispatched its elite warriors from Demon Fortress, Senia, Gula, and Asuda, alongside countless soldiers emerging from every corner of the plains, valleys, forests, hamlets, towns, and farms. This could be likened to the grandest exhibition of races, as if all the nightmares of your had materialized before the eyes of the beholders. The lowly Senian demon soldiers, dark as the abyss, emerged, gnashing their teeth and shouting in a cacophony of fury. Though diminutive in stature, they exuded ferocity, brimming with energy and aggression, each harboring thoughts of a catastrophic massacre once the city fell, their bodies trembling with exhilaration. They are renowned for their brutality, ferocity, and foolishness, firmly believing that ignorance equates to strength. After all, matters requiring intellect are not for them to ponder. Those are the concerns of the higher-tier demon tribes. Towering half-orcs, adorned with thick fur, apathetically observe the demon soldiers' display while gnawing on their cornmeal breakfast, all the while engaging in fervent prayers. They are the most superstitious, fearing deities, lightnings, and all things incomprehensible. Compared to the demon tribes, their temperament is relatively gentle, provided no one provokes them deliberately. They hold a profound respect for the honor of warriors and their race. When engaged in battle, they charge forth with remarkable valor. Yet their enthusiasm wanes significantly after an hour, leading them to retreat with decisive swiftness. The serpent warriors possess heads akin to snakes, their upper bodies resembling those of humans with 2 arms, while their lower halves take on serpentine forms, tails writhing in the mud. Their squinting red eyes betray cunning and suspicion, and their speech emits a sharp, hissing sound as they flick their forked tongues, strutting about with a feigned solemnity that invites derision from others. In the Battle of Valen, the serpent army was among the first to flee, and their subsequent actions and encounters with Sterling have only served to affirm a singular truth. The serpents excel in the art of retreat far more than in combat. They now strive to demonstrate to other races that their valiant Buse warriors harbor no fear of a certain Sterling. Behold, we have arrived. Indeed, we even dare to vocally curse Sterling from less than 10 kilometers away and audaciously spit upon his name before stamping upon it. How remarkable! The dragonfolk soldiers silently appraise the city walls, weighing the strength of their future adversaries. It is said that their arm strength surpasses that of the towering half-orcs. Their limbs bear resemblance to those of humans, yet their heads are reminiscent, if one must compare, of crocodiles. However, the dragonfolk assert that they resemble dragons, mythical beings capable of soaring through the clouds. They claim descent from a union of dragons and humans, a lineage no one can verify, as dragons have never truly been seen. Yet when a dragonfolk gazes silently and grimly at you, their massive jaws parting to reveal sharp teeth, it is wise to heed their words, regardless of their content. Dragonfolk are taciturn, preferring not to engage with outsiders. They are resilient, formidable in battle, and exhibit remarkable unity. In combat, whether in offense or melee, they remain eerily silent, easily considering themselves the most fearsome tribe among the eastern races, albeit in limited numbers. The most terrifying elite force within the demon army is the mid-tier demons known as armored beasts. These imposing figures typically exceed 2 meters in height, their bodies covered in tough scales and hard shells, the defensive capabilities of which rival human armor. They possess immense strength, yet their intellect is no greater than that of lower-tier demons. Their superiority lies in their combat prowess. However, their drawback is a lack of speed, rendering their movement slow. Throughout the annals of warfare, humanity has come to recognize the formidable nature of this adversary. They excel in direct assaults, effortlessly breaching even the most fortified formations, rendering them the quintessential vanguard troops. Only the heavily armored cavalry of humankind can stand against them in open confrontation. Yet, at the pinnacle of the demonic hierarchy resides the high-ranking demons, often referred to as the royal lineage. Externally, the royal demons bear a striking resemblance to humans. Yet the terrifying powers they wield are far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. They epitomize a perfect amalgamation of strength and intellect. Almost every male offspring of the royal bloodline is innately skilled in martial arts without the need for training, possessing extraordinary comprehension abilities. Within the ranks of the demon royalty, it is not uncommon to encounter exceptionally adept warriors with remarkable agility and high intelligence, though they are also characterized by their ruthless nature, living for as long as 150 years. This is a dreadfully near-perfect race, Yet their reproduction is a challenge, resulting in their numbers being exceedingly scarce. Even during the most populous times in the demon kingdom, the male royals never exceeded 100, often embroiled in infighting. Making unity a rare occurrence, an unfortunate circumstance for the demons, yet a fortunate one for humanity. In addition to them, the military also comprises teams of dwarves. Witnessing these stout, bearded figures, barely reaching human waist height, wobble towards one is indeed a comical sight. However, one should not underestimate the axes and heavy swords they wield. Even the most resilient shields forged from steel would shatter under their blows. Additionally, there are countless elves, known for their amiable nature, serving in various armies as attendants, proficient in weapon maintenance and serving their masters. This is a conflict wherein nearly all races across the continent unite against humanity, and amidst their encirclement, the city of Pi resembles a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, swaying precariously as if it might capsize at any moment. At this juncture, not only do the demons hold this belief, but even the imperial capital harbors a dismal premonition, the besieged city of Pi, surrounded by the formidable forces of the demon clan and the rebellious military, is destined to become the final resting place for the 10,000 heroes and renowned generals of the Zichuan family. Upon the city walls, whether officers or soldiers, all gaze upon the unprecedented scale of the army, the surging sea of heads, the forest of blades and banners rising like clouds, their faces paling, as betraying expressions of dread, each mind preoccupied with the same haunting question: how much longer can I survive? This is a terrifying tempest, a trial of life and death. Existence and extinction, not only for the illustrious Zichuan family, but for each individual. Zichuan Xiao, without lifting his gaze, muttered to himself while drafting his will, I bequeath all my movable and immovable properties, debts, stocks, cash, and all assets to Ms. Zichuan Ning, totaling. He paused to contemplate, his demeanor mirroring that of the wealthy who have long lost track of their fortunes. 8 yuan and 50 cents. Sterling chuckled in disbelief. You are truly something. His tone shifted to seriousness. There is something I have kept from everyone. We cannot expect reinforcements. The family has suffered significant losses, and it is already commendable that we can barely hold the Valen fortress. It is utterly improbable that we could muster over 1 million troops to rescue us. Zichuan Xiao continued to write. Oh, I see. Will there be breakfast provided tomorrow? Sterling replied sternly. Do not jest. Promise me this. Should an opportunity arise, do not hesitate for our sake. Escape on your own. You came for my sake. And if anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to Miss Ning? Zichuan Xiao did not lift his head. Surely I am not the only one capable of breaking free, am I? And do you truly believe I could abandon you? Zichuan Xiao raised his head, casually stuffing the written will into his pocket. Yes, I have made up my mind. I shall donate my undergarments to the national treasury. Perhaps they will recognize me as a commander. Sterling forced a smile. Can you not be serious for once? We are discussing matters of great gravity. I am quite serious. Brother, Zichuan Xiao declared with solemnity and fervor, we are brothers, and thus we must face life and death together. I refuse to believe that a mere handful of demon clans can threaten us. Moreover, as a soldier of the Zichuan family, I must uphold our dignity. The enemy ravages our land and slaughters our people. My hatred for them runs deep. I am eager for battle, since they have come to us. How could I possibly retreat at such a critical moment? Brother, let us unite our hearts and bravely engage in this bloodletting, allowing these demons spawn to witness the might of the Zichuan triumvirate. Behind them, the soldiers of the Xiao battalion sang and danced, waving colorful banners emblazoned with slogans in the demon language. We surrender. Please treat the captives kindly. The divine race and the human race in harmony. Together, let us build a prosperous greater Far East. Long live the divine emperor. Long live the divine army. The 3 banner bearers sang in unison. Divine race, divine race. I love you just as a mouse loves rice. Divine race, divine race. I love you just as a patron loves a courtesan. Oh dear Roger, you fool. Did I not tell you to wait until the city fell before revealing these things? To bring them out so early? My lord, we are rehearsing. We must practice our movements. What if we are not prepared when the time comes? Well, you have a point, but your singing is truly dreadful. Our love for the divine race sounds more like a mockery than an ode. Perhaps we should change it to a poem recital? Let us title it The Rising Sun of the East. The divine race shall not fall. What do you think? Ah, Sterling, do not leave. I have not finished my thoughts. Where was I? Oh yes, we must fight to the end, unwavering and resolute. In the central command of the demon camp, a tall, regal figure clad in opulent attire, with a sinister countenance, sat deep in thought. Footsteps echoed outside the tent, hesitating before a timid voice inquired, "Your Highness, I hope all is well. I, Pingjing, have come. Enter." The royal interrupted impatiently, cutting off the greeting. The Duke of Pingjing entered with trepidation, immediately prostrating himself upon crossing the threshold, fervently kissing the shoes of the royal family, while uttering, "I humbly wish your Highness well." The royal, repulsed, withdrew their foot but did not command him to rise, instead admonishing, "Duke Pingjing, yes, yes, I am here. Your servant awaits your command. You have injured Yun Qianxue's arm, causing significant losses, and now my brother is armed with a knife, searching for you." The prostrate Duke Pingjing emitted a despairing wail. "Your Highness, I beseech you to see that it was not I who committed this act. I am wrongfully accused. Your Highness, save me. This is a shameless plot by the Zichuan army against me. It was my forces that were masqueraded by the Zichuan army. I have investigated, and the only remaining force of the Zichuan family in the Far East is the Sterling Regiment, which comprises no half-beast soldiers. They are entirely human. I must inform you, Duke Pingjing, that His Majesty is exceedingly furious, for Yun Qianxue is one of his most cherished generals, and you have rendered him disabled." Prince Ka Dun harbored an unspoken thought. If you truly had disposed of Yun Qianxue, that would be a different matter altogether. "I implore your Highness to convey my unwavering loyalty to His Majesty. This is entirely the enemy's provocation. I have already explained. Otherwise, do you believe your head would still be firmly attached to your shoulders? Thank you, your Highness, thank you. I am willing to toil for you. Serving as your humble beast of burden. Do not rejoice too soon. The matter is not resolved. I have provided an explanation. Yet my brother has his own perspective. My father is still quite hesitant regarding you, and you must demonstrate your loyalty. Indeed, indeed. I beseech your Highness to guide me towards a clear path." Prince Ka Dun abruptly lifted the door curtain, pointing toward the distant, towering Pai castle shrouded in smoke. "Bring me the heads of the Sterling soldiers. I shall grant you one day. Is that sufficient?" Duke Pingjing swallowed nervously, his throat dry as he replied, "Your servant shall surely accomplish this." Chapter 66 The Battle of Pai on January 23rd, in the year 780 of the Imperial Era. The armies of the demon race in the Eastern Rebel Coalition completed their encirclement of the city of Pai. Over 1 million troops converged from all directions, surrounding the city so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Numerous legions established their camps, preparing for a massive assault on the isolated stronghold. The highest commander on the front line for this siege was Prince Cardon, the royal heir of the demon race. He commanded not only the local forces of his kind, but also a significant number of eastern rebels under the command of the Marquis of Pingjing. Initially, to preserve his own strength, Prince Cardon intended for the siege to be executed solely by the eastern rebels, excluding the regular forces of the demon race from participation. However, recently, the Emperor of the Gods expressed impatience regarding the prolonged attack on the city of Pai. This compelled Prince Cardon to reconsider. If the eastern rebels could not capture the city within a day or two, he would appear utterly inept before the Emperor. Furthermore, leading such a vast army only to fail to capture a mere city would tarnish the reputation of the demon race's military might. Thus, he commanded all regular demon legions to prepare for battle, despite his belief that their involvement was unnecessary. The sheer force of the hundreds of thousands of rebels should suffice to overwhelm the small city. At dawn on January 24th, the horns of the demon and rebel forces sounded in unison, accompanied by the resounding calls of military trumpets and the rhythmic beating of drums. Countless soldiers unleashed a roar akin to a raging torrent, surging forward towards the city. The assault commenced, and the soldiers of the Purple River King's army felt the very walls and earth tremble beneath them. Even the battle-hardened veterans had never witnessed such a ferocious attack. As the morning mist began to dissipate, the defenders beheld the enemy's first wave of assault with wide-eyed astonishment. It was not the stalwart infantry of the rebels, nor the valiant cavalry of the demons, but rather a multitude of human captives. Most of these captives were civilians, elderly, children, and women, who had been unable to evade the demon forces. Many were young men, former soldiers captured in earlier skirmishes. They bore heavy sandbags on their shoulders, ordered to fill the moat, while the rebels and demon soldiers drove them forward with whips, bayonets, and sabers, urging them on. As they ran, they cried out in anguish, pleading, "Do not shoot. We are your own people." Their cries and lamentations rose to the heavens, evoking tears from those who heard them. The enemy hoped to use this tactic to cross the moat and undermine the morale of the defenders of Pi. The military officers overseeing the operation shouted fiercely, "Fire! Fire! Do not let them approach." Yet the soldiers hesitated, their arrows drooping in their hands. Unable to bear the thought of shooting at their own kin, unable to endure the brutality of the scene, several soldiers wept and attempted to abandon their posts, only to be mistakenly perceived as fleeing and ruthlessly shot down by the enforcing squad. Many voices cried out from the battlements, "Do not come closer. Run. Do not approach." Some captives hesitated momentarily, only to be met with ruthless slaughter by the demonic cavalry, leaving hundreds of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The remaining captives, gripped by terror, hurried forward. A commanding voice echoed across the battlements, "I order, fire the arrows immediately." All beheld the silent tears streaming down his face. The first arrow was loosed, followed by the second. The soldiers hesitated as arrows fell like rain, witnessing their compatriots cry out in agony and collapse. Even the steely-hearted enforcers shed tears. Yet, the enemy did not relent, driving wave after wave of captives onward, the moat turning crimson, gradually filled with sand and flesh. Stepping upon the bridge forged from blood and sinew, the coalition of the demonic forces and the rebels surged forward, their ranks closely packed. At the forefront were the formidable half-orc infantry, a select elite of 50,000 rebels chosen to lead the charge. The Duke of Pingjing understood that here he would face the fiercest resistance. The half-orcs, panting heavily, draped in rudimentary wolf pelts, wielded massive wolf-tooth clubs that roared through the air. Behind them stood the resilient Serpent Legion, comprising 100,000 vigorous warriors. Though they were not adept at open battle, they excelled in siege warfare due to their innate climbing abilities. Armed with pikes and spears, they prepared for close combat. Following them were another 200,000 allied rebels, a diverse assembly of half-orcs, serpents, dwarves, dragonkin, and even human traders. They were promised vast rewards. Should they breach the city today, each would receive a substantial bounty, while the first soldier to enter the city, be they rank and file or officer, would be awarded 100,000 gold coins and appointed governor of any province in the Far East. Furthermore, the one who claimed the head of Sterling would be titled a duke by His Majesty the Demon God. Upon hearing such tantalizing offers, the rebels' eyes glinted with fervor. Fueled by spirits, they rallied, declaring, "One's parents give birth to them but once," and surged forward with renewed vigor. In the distance, Prince Cardon's Royal Legion remained steadfast, their formation solid as rock. This elite force included 50,000 highly skilled palace guards, colloquially known as the armored beasts. Their naturally tough scales were as resilient as armor, impervious to blades, serving as the personal guard of the demon god, who had dispatched them to assist Prince Cardon in his campaign, hoping for a decisive victory. Hundreds of towering siege ladders approached the city, while the siege engines, originally prepared by the demonic forces for an assault on the Valen fortress, slowly advanced amid the throng. Prince Cardon believed that employing such powerful machinery would swiftly level the small town of Pi. An overwhelming multitude of soldiers crowded the vast plains beneath Pi, shoulder to shoulder, front and back, making it difficult to breathe. The leader of the Eastern rebels, Duke Pingjing, disregarded formations and strategies. He simply hoped to overwhelm Sterling with sheer numbers, burying them beneath a tide of warriors. Despite the overwhelming throng at the foot of the city walls, he relentlessly orchestrated the deployment of his troops, sending fresh battalions one after another, commanding the rear forces to push forward against those in front. In such fervent determination to advance, none could afford to hesitate. The soldiers below were packed so densely that the archers atop the walls needed not aim. They simply unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, volley after volley from row upon row of archers. Thousands of powerful bows creaked in unison, releasing a shower of arrows that rained down upon the heads of the rebel and demonic forces like a torrential downpour. In the once formidable moat, now filled in, countless warriors from the Far East fell, struck down by arrows, while equally numerous Sinian soldiers perished under the onslaught. Their corpses formed a small hill surrounding the city of Pi, yet they pressed on, leaping over the moat, charging toward the walls. However, a far more dreadful fate awaited them there. The incessant rain of arrows continued, while boulders tumbled down, crushing them into pulp, and scalding oil was poured upon their heads. The walls were slick and steep, nearly impossible to scale. When some managed to ascend, they were met with blades and spears that sent them plummeting to the ground. The crowd was so dense that siege ladders and other siege equipment intended for assault became ensnared in the throng, utterly immobile. Below the city, the fervent attackers grew impatient. Some resorting to climbing the walls barehanded, facing fierce retaliation from the defending archers and rolling stones, resulting in countless casualties. Treading upon the mountain of corpses, the first wave of serpent warriors finally reached the battlements, where the central military unit, the Wonha division, stood resolute, engaging in a desperate struggle. A melee ensued. Ferocious and bloody, as sharp weapons clashed and the two sides engaged in a brutal fight, their teeth gritted in determination, blood flowing freely. The battlements soon became a tableau of bodies, with combatants trampling over the wounded and deceased, and the air filled with relentless cries of agony. A detachment from the Ludi Legion also ascended to bolster the defense, tipping the scales of numbers in favor of the enemy, whose morale surged. One of the demonic soldiers even seized the banner of the Wonha division, triumphantly brandishing it to his comrades below, igniting a thunderous cheer from the demonic ranks. Wagera? Kill. In that moment, it seemed to all that the breach of the city was imminent, excitement palpable in the air. At that juncture, the cumbersome siege ladders and siege towers finally approached the walls. From the vantage point of the siege towers, the demonic archers began to retaliate, loosing arrows back at the defenders, thereby hampering their movements. Simultaneously, hundreds of ladders clattered against the battlements, and the fierce demonic soldiers, half-beasts with daggers clenched in their jaws, scrambled upward with fervor, undeterred by the rain of arrows or the scalding oil and heavy stones raining down upon them. They surged forward with a tenacity that seemed to defy mortality, and soon the walls were teeming with soldiers, resembling a swarm of ants engulfing a sugar cube. Not merely confined within the defensive perimeter of the Zichuan, the entire Pai line is currently enduring a tempestuous trial, as waves of assaults crash relentlessly. The rebel forces and the coalition of the demon race have breached the defenses multiple times, pushing towards the city's ramparts. Yet, they are met with the indomitable resistance of humanity, fueled by a fierce rage for their fallen kin. The guardians of Pai exhibit unparalleled resilience and tenacity, counterattacking with unyielding valor, repeatedly driving back the enemy. Before the steadfast hearts of humanity, the relentless onslaughts of the demon race are shattered time and again, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the rocks, leaving only a graveyard of corpses in their wake. To the east, the city's battlements become the focal point of today's fierce combat, as the enemy has deployed an immense force comprising 30 teams, intent on breaking through the defenses in one decisive strike. However, Sterling has anticipated this, positioning 4 of the most elite divisions of the Central Army here, including the pride of the Zichuan family, the elite Undying Battalion, originally a core unit of the Imperial Guard. Following the rebellion in the Imperial capital, this distinguished force was reassigned to the Central Army to maintain control. Each soldier in this battalion is a paragon of excellence, engaged in the most brutal and bloody skirmishes against the legions of the demon race. The sun rises in the east, reaches its zenith, and then descends in the west. As the siege rages on for an entire day, the clash of the two armies resembles a titanic struggle, each side exerting their utmost strength in a desperate fight for survival, breathless and battered. Beneath the distant golden banner of the demon race, Prince Cardon's complexion pales as he observes the fierce battle atop the city walls. Messengers rush back and forth, delivering urgent reports. The 5th team of half-orcs has ascended. The Iron Legion has advanced. Count Pingjing requests reinforcements. He claims the 17th team of the Serpent Tribe can no longer hold. Report. Lord Gusiai has fallen in battle. The Yuga Legion has mobilized. The casualties in the Sentinel team have been too great. They can no longer fight. The princess' hand trembles slightly. The fierce combat has persisted for 10 hours. Pai City resembles an endless abyss, devouring team after team as countless elite soldiers vanish. Yet the city remains steadfast. He cannot comprehend the situation. How can the divine army, invincible with 1 million soldiers, struggle for an entire day, paying a tremendous price and sacrifice, yet fail to capture even a single foothold atop the walls? After a day of fighting, are the enemy soldiers not weary? How can they sustain such fervent fighting spirit and vigorous energy? Are the defenders of this city truly a cadre of superhumans or divine beings? How many more must perish for the conquest of this seemingly insignificant Pai City? He mutters a quiet curse. Sterling, you devil. He raises his voice to issue commands. Order the 51st Dragon Team of the Far East, the 63rd Half-Orc Team, and the 36th and 37th Teams of Seneca to advance immediately. The Abolodi Legion, prepare to strike. As dusk descends, after more than 10 hours of fierce combat, the relentless assault of the demon race continues. They have strewn a thick layer upon layer of corpses at the foot of the city. Despite the commander's incessant orders for reinforcements, Both the soldiers of the demon race and the traitorous forces have begun to feel the weight of exhaustion. The towering city of Pi resembles a meat grinder, where vibrant teams are sent forth to be mercilessly transformed into lifeless bodies. The air is thick with a pungent scent of blood, while beneath their feet lies a gruesome mix of flesh and viscera, the blood pooling into small rivers. Fear grips the hearts of both demon soldiers and traitors alike, yet they march onward, compelled by the reverberating commands of their superiors. Gradually, they begin to move forward in a sluggish manner, hoping for the sun to set soon to bring an end to the assault, or for other troops to swiftly enter the city, sparing them from the grim fate of scaling that meat grinder. The earlier fervor and urgency have dissipated entirely. The enemy's offensive has begun to wane, a realization first grasped by Sterling, who turns to Zichuan Xiao and says, "It is time, I implore you." His heart is filled with tranquility, entering a serene state of mind, as he smiles and reflects. Life is, indeed, so beautiful. Chapter 67. Armored cavalry. The forces of Count Busi, the demon army, were making their final assault at this location. Suddenly, the city gates swung open, and the demon soldiers could hardly believe their fortune. A squad of infantry, exuberant and clamorous, rushed forward to seize the honor of being the first to enter the city, only to be crushed into a bloody pulp by the overwhelming tide of steel. The armored cavalry of the Central Army had charged forth. During the era of Zichuan, the armored cavalry of the Zichuan family had astonished the world with their fearsome impact and destructive power, instilling dread in the hearts of many. Each charge of the armored knights could often send foes 10 times their number into utter defeat. Just over a century ago, the Eastern commander, Camille, had obliterated over 20,000 demon soldiers with a mere 3,000 armored troops. Similarly, on the Western Front, a single division of armored cavalry had shattered the forces of the Liufeng family, numbering in the tens of thousands. 15,000 cavalrymen, all clad in black armor and adorned with fluttering ribbons, held their spears aloft like clouds as they swiftly arranged themselves into formation at the city's base, forming a 50-row square. As the sky darkened, the blood-red twilight reflected upon the cavalry of the Central Army descending upon Pi City, casting a dazzling glow, while a gentle breeze lifted the ribbons tied atop the warriors' heads. Sterling stood at the forefront of the formation, calmly gazing at the surging tide of the demon and rebel coalition before him. He raised his right hand high. The ranks behind him were solemn. Suddenly, he forcefully brought his hand down, and the cavalry erupted with a thunderous roar. "Glory belongs to us." This was the new battle cry of the Central Army. The entire force of 15,000 armored soldiers mounted their steeds, a torrent of cavalry charging fiercely toward the oncoming demon and rebel coalition, the sound of hooves resounding like thunder. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, a dark mass resembling an avalanche flooding the entire Gua River plain, the armored cavalry remained undaunted. Facing the charge was Count Busi's 3 teams, closest to the impact and most acutely aware of the terrifying momentum of the approaching cavalry. The Central Army's armored cavalry was an elite force, battle-hardened and composed of seasoned veterans, all resolved to charge forward with a sense of inevitable sacrifice. A formidable army is fearsome, and a tenacious, death-defying force can be deemed invincible. Between the ranks of the armored troops, amidst the howling winds, one could sense an indomitable spirit akin to lions and tigers, causing the opposing rebels to tremble in fear. The ground quaked violently beneath their feet, unsteady. The thunderous hooves echoed in their ears. The orderly ranks of armored soldiers felt as heavy as a towering mountain, yet surged rapidly toward the enemy lines. The frontline demon soldiers barely had time to utter a sound of alarm before being swept away by the tremendous force, falling beneath the iron hooves in succession. As the second and third ranks of the meticulously arranged demon army were toppled like paper under the relentless onslaught of the steel tide. Kill! The resounding roar of the cavalry drowned out the anguished cries of horses and men alike, while the clash of weapons resonated in the air. In the face of their overwhelming and terrifying assault, the 3 teams commanded by Count Busi could not withstand even for a fleeting moment. They were swiftly engulfed by the torrent of black armored soldiers, their annihilation occurring in the blink of an eye. At last, reason triumphed over valor. The demonic soldiers grasped the undeniable truth. These fully armored monstrosities were simply invincible. A chilling scream erupted, and Count Busi's forces immediately disintegrated into chaos, scattering in a desperate bid to evade the oncoming tide of death. At this juncture, both Duke Pingjing and Duke Lidi recognized the dire predicament they faced. Their flanks had been shattered, and the enemy was poised to strike at the vulnerable sides of those besieging the city. A wave of panic swept through the ranks of the demonic army. Beware. The cavalry approaches. The cavalry approaches. Prince Cardon, observing from the rear, swiftly commanded. Prepare the guard to engage. Only the resilience of the armored infantry can withstand the charge of the ironclad troops. Duke Pingjing endeavored to redirect his forces to confront Sterling's cavalry, yet the mingling of various units led to a chaotic and congested mass, where each soldier obstructed the other's movement. His string of orders only served to amplify the confusion among the troops. A resounding cry erupted from the wings. Instilling dread, the torrent of the ironclad army surged forth, drawing near. The armored forces renewed their charge, their banners snapping in the wind. The sound of blades clashing echoing through the air. They targeted the areas with the densest enemy presence, thrusting their spears and brandishing their sabers as they launched themselves at the formidable wall of adversaries. This momentum was akin to a tempest, sweeping away all in its path, annihilating everything before it with a thunderous ferocity that no individual, command, or leader could hope to restrain. The elite soldiers of the demonic army and the traitorous forces alike were paralyzed with terror at the overwhelming might of this annihilating force. Those positioned in the path of the ironclad assault, be they demonic or traitorous soldiers, fled in terror, yet the hurried orders compelled the rear troops to surge forward, pushing them inexorably onward. The collision of these two throngs sent the ranks into disarray, with frantic cries ringing out from the front, "Let us go," while those behind shouted, "Charge! Charge! Kill Sterling!" The chaos expanded, rippling outward like stones cast into water. At the forefront of this assault stood Sterling, leading the charge into the fray, wielding a heavy steel spear in one hand and a sword in the other. The weighty sword and spear in his grasp resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper. For within a radius of 3.5 meters around this whirlwind of ferocity, no enemy remained alive. Before him, the once formidable demonic soldiers suddenly appeared as mere frightened chickens, desperately fleeing for their lives. Though not tall in stature, to the eyes of the demonic forces, he was no longer a mere man, but an embodiment of wrath incarnate, a vengeful specter. The torrent of the ironclad army surged forth, propelled by his presence, deepening their offensive and expanding their victories. Enemies fell beneath swords and spears, waves of traitorous soldiers perishing in droves, their numbers collapsing like wheat fields before a tempest. The dense formation of troops resembled a sharp dagger, plunging deeply into the immense and cumbersome body of the enemy, with each movement causing a continuous flow of blood. Faced with this unstoppable onslaught, the enemy's formidable defenses were utterly shattered. One after another, seemingly impregnable battalions were thrown into disarray, and the scattered soldiers fled in sheer panic. Desperate to escape, both Prince Ka Dun, observing from the rear, and Duke Pingjing, commanding from the front lines, realized the gravity of the situation. Striving to halt the advance of this lethal blade, fresh battalions were dispatched to intercept the onrush, yet the overwhelming numbers resulted in chaos, with forces becoming ensnared in the tumultuous throng, unable to move. Those who managed to break through were swiftly met with a devastating assault from the armored troops. Caught off guard, the vast ranks of the demon and rebel coalition descended into chaos. The armored forces successfully penetrated the enemy's center, inciting great panic among the demon and rebel alliance. The Snake clan, ill prepared for open combat, saw the first wave of their warriors abandon their weapons, emitting beastly howls as they turned to flee. However, their escape route was blocked by the advancing demon troops, who brandished blades and spears, greeting the fleeing soldiers with a hail of arrows. With no avenue for retreat, the Snake clan was compelled to scatter to the flanks, crashing into the formation of the Lu Di army, which instantly devolved into disorder. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the armored troops surged forward, cutting through the fray. General Yojia of the royal family, renowned for his valor, had long been regarded as second only to the legendary General Yunshin, hailed as the mightiest of the divine race. Following Yunshin's demise in the Third Hengchuan battle, Yojia often assumed the mantle of the foremost warrior among the divine. Witnessing his subordinates fall to the relentless assault of the armored troops, either slain or fleeing in terror, Yojia was seized by a furious madness. With his ranks dwindling, he resolutely refused to retreat, fueled by rage, doubling his ferocity. The 70-pound steel spear in his grasp felt as light as a toothpick, effortlessly piercing through the armor of the armored cavalry. In a matter of moments, several assailants were met with his spear, their skulls shattered in a gruesome display. Emboldened, Yojia launched himself into the fray, brandishing his spear with reckless abandon, leaving a trail of fallen human cavalry in his wake. Yojia laughed maniacally, shouting in broken human tongue, "I am the mightiest warrior beneath the divine emperor's throne. Who dares to face me? Sterling, silent yet resolute, galloped forth to confront him. Youjiao laughed once more. You little one, dare you seek death? Indeed, in contrast to Youjiao's towering frame of over 2 meters, the mid-sized Sterling appeared somewhat pitiful. They charged towards one another, heads lowered, as Youjiao wielded his spear, leveraging his horse's momentum to deliver a downward strike aimed at the diminutive human officer, intent on slaying him with a single blow. The steel spear whistled through the air, tracing a breathtaking arc as it descended. And a savage grin crept across Youjiao's lips. How could the great divine race be defeated by insignificant humans? He anticipated the sound of his opponent's skull shattering. Yet that sound never came. Sterling executed a deft sidestep, akin to a fleeting breeze, vanishing without a trace atop his steed. Yuga's assured strike missed its mark, and the two riders galloped past one another. Before Yuga could register his astonishment, an extraordinary sight unfolded before him. He was ascending higher from the ground. Witnessing his headless body tumbling heavily from the horse, a fountain of crimson blood gushing forth from his neck, staining the heavy sword in the hands of the diminutive human officer a deep red. The newly formed demonic forces had yet to engage in battle. As they observed the thunderous might of the ironclad soldiers overwhelming their comrades, a wave of inexplicable panic and dread swept through them. The soldiers, bereft of fighting spirit, succumbed to a collective fear at the slightest cry of "Run for your lives." The entire battalion disbanded in an instant, joining the throng of fleeing soldiers. Heedless of their officers' shouts and threats, demonic officers resorted to wielding their weapons against their own troops in a desperate attempt to stem the tide of chaos. But their efforts were in vain. Thousands were swept away, and even they found themselves helplessly caught in the torrent of fleeing soldiers. One after another, well-organized units collapsed before they even reached the battlefield. The surge of fleeing soldiers grew ever more formidable, drawing in countless more troops, ultimately evolving into an unstoppable rout. Countless voices cried out, "It's over. We're doomed. Run. They are upon us." Both soldiers and officers lost their sanity, enveloped in a frenzy of panic. Amidst the tumultuous throng, many were trampled to death by their own comrades, fleeing demonic and rebel soldiers, akin to a waterfall cascading relentlessly towards the camp, where only the fortifications might withstand the invincible assault of the ironclad warriors. In their haste to escape, the demonic soldiers discarded their spears, swords, and bows, leaving a plethora of colorful banners strewn about. Behind them loomed a terrifying black dragon, pursuing them with ferocity and grandeur. The despairing Prince Cardon had intended to deploy his armored beast formations to turn the tide, yet was powerless as hundreds of thousands of defeated soldiers surged towards him like a tide, overwhelming the formations meant to resist the ironclad army, rendering them utterly ineffective. Ultimately, even the Royal Legion's main formation was trampled, its regal banner lost amidst the chaos. Hundreds of thousands of demonic troops fled in disarray across the Ashen Plains, their former bravado reduced to a pitiful state, discarding their helmets and armor, dragging their banners in defeat. They could hardly fathom the depths of their predicament. Engulfed in a cacophony of despair, descending from the lookout tower of the camp, Yun Qianque's right shoulder was bandaged. Whether due to excessive blood loss from grievous injuries or from the recent sight of the formidable charge of the Zichuan family's armored cavalry, his pallor was strikingly alarming. Approaching a tent, he heard a woman's voice emanating from within, and a bemused expression crossed his face. He knocked gently on the tent's frame and respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It seems rather inappropriate for you to remain here at this moment. Shouldn't you venture out to assist?" The tent flap was lifted, and the exuberant Carlin emerged with vigor. In terms of physique, the second son of the demon god emperor bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother, Prince Cardon. Both were broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and long-legged, possessing athletic builds. Their appearances shared similarities as well, with azure eyes inherited from their father. However, their temperaments were starkly different. Prince Cardon sported a close-cropped hairstyle, his gaze cold and merciless, radiating cruelty and confidence. His thin lips were tightly pressed, and his chiseled facial features exuded a fierce and stern demeanor, his movements sharp and decisive, unmistakably indicating a seasoned warrior, someone reliable and trustworthy, instilling fear in his adversaries. In contrast, Carlin had shoulder-length hair and a perpetually cheerful countenance. His azure eyes appeared so innocent, and the depths of his gaze seemed to harbor boundless affection. With a delicate, pointed nose and gently upturned lips, he appeared ever ready to declare his heartfelt sentiments to a lady, his sweet words effortlessly captivating the hearts of young women. much like a chef pickling radish with vinegar. His fair complexion and somewhat affected elegance made his demeanor almost theatrical, speaking in a soft, endearing tone. In summary, he was a quintessential dandy. Yet, there was an intriguing quality about him that endeared him to women while not inciting disdain from men. The two brothers exhibited starkly contrasting behaviors. Prince Cardon was a valiant warrior, a battle-hardened expert, as well as a shrewd and seasoned politician. He garnered high praise within the demon kingdom, with hopes resting upon him to ascend to the throne as the successor to the demon god emperor, who had officially designated him as a prince and heir. However, he possessed a notorious flaw. He was exceedingly lecherous. In a realm where true heroes are often known for their lustful pursuits, and where the moral code was not overly stringent, coupled with his princely status, it was not deemed scandalous for him to flirt with multiple demon women. The issue arose from his unbridled lasciviousness. He showed no regard for the identities or statuses of those he pursued, even daring to flirt with his father as concubines, nearly leading to fatal repercussions. As a member of royalty, his martial prowess was mediocre. Yet he took pride in his singular talent. He boldly claimed to possess unparalleled skills in seduction. Ultimately, the great demon god emperor abandoned the notion of cultivating him into a formidable warrior, leaving him to his own devices. Upon his emergence, he sighed dramatically, lamenting to Yun Xianxue, "Do you know? It's such a pity. That woman is Yu Jia's wife. Her husband is so fierce and jealous. I finally found an opportunity while he was away. Well, let us not dwell on that. What did you summon me for?" Yun Xianxue smiled, well acquainted with the temperament of this prince. "Your Highness, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" "Let us hear the good news first." "The good news is, Your Highness can now pursue Yu Jia's wife without worry. Yu Jia has preceded you to the afterlife." "Oh." Carlin was not the least bit surprised, chuckling. That man is rather foolish. With his meager skills, he dared to advance so boldly. It was inevitable for her to become a widow. But do hurry and tell me the bad news. The unfortunate news is that alongside Yu Jia, there are countless offspring of the divine clan who have ascended to heaven. Prince Kadu's siege campaign has met with failure, and our forces have suffered heavy casualties. Kalen stood in shock, momentarily frozen. His mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, white teeth reminiscent of a wolf's. Gradually, a sinister smile blossomed on his innocent face. "Oh, Yun Xianxue, you truly possess a sense of humor. This is indeed splendid news." "Ha ha 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 ha."